Hey there. Today I'm bringing you a recap of a hardcore educational manhwa. This one was even adapted into a live-action series. Back in 2011, a law banning corporal punishment was passed. In principle, teachers weren't allowed to strike students anymore. That made it incredibly difficult for teachers to discipline kids. Even when students blatantly violated the school's authority, there really weren't any effective measures for teachers to keep them in check. Kids can be way more cunning than adults realize. They know exactly how to exploit the law for their own benefit. A survey of over 1,000 teachers nationwide showed that more than 85% felt it was currently very difficult to teach students. Eventually, a tragedy occurred. A teacher was assaulted by a student until they passed away. Only then did the Ministry of Education and the National Assembly finally realize the collapse of the educational system. And so, a bill to restore teachers' authority proposed by the public was finally passed. One day, just like any other, a student jumped from the school building after being bullied and ostracized by the entire school. But that didn't end things. The target of the bullying simply shifted to someone else. Kyung-min was beaten black and blue every single day. He tried reporting it to his teachers, but nothing was ever resolved. The staff were too worried about their own hides to do more than give the bullies a slap on the wrist. Even the police investigated, but the results were useless. The ringleader was the son of a high-ranking congressman. Feeling completely helpless, Kyung-min decided to take the same path as the student who had just died. But right before he could do it, Na Hwa-jin appeared. He was a member of the National Educational Authority Protection Bureau. Na Hwa-jin smiled, stopped Kyung-min from jumping, and told him to lead the way to the staff office. Along the hallway, Na Hwa-jin curiously asked why he wanted to end his life. He insisted that this situation could be solved. That actually made Kyung-min snap. He felt he couldn't stand even one more day in this school. While Kyung-min was pouring his heart out, a guy rushed over and kneed him. Kyung-min fell, clutching his head, right beside Na Hwa-jin. The thug just kept acting like a delinquent, bullying him. Na Hwa-jin watched it all unfold, his face darkening with rage. He reached out, grabbed the guy's hair, and yanked it back. Na Hwa-jin swung his hand and slapped the purple-haired kid so hard across the face he went flying backward. After taking care of that, Na Hwa-jin smiled excitedly. This left Kyung-min totally bewildered because teachers aren't supposed to hit students. The purple-haired kid heard that and loudly challenged him, daring him to hit him again. Without a second of hesitation, Na Hwa-jin unleashed a barrage of slaps to his face. Other students started recording it and posting it online. When the purple-haired kid tried to fight back, he got a cane straight to his backside. The pain was so intense, the surrounding students were terrified. The principal came running over, demanding to know how he dared to hit a student. Na Hwa-jin calmly smiled and introduced himself. He was an officer from the Ministry of Education, here to perform an inspection. Na Hwa-jin solemnly informed the principal that the Ministry of Education had passed the bill restoring teacher authority ever since a teacher was beaten to death by a student. Simply put, he was here to deal with teachers who turn a blind eye to bullying and bribe police to avoid responsibility. Before he could finish, the principal shouted in anger. But Na Hwa-jin had a special authority. He wasn't limited by any particular method of education, so he started swinging the cane at the principal too. Na Hwa-jin declared he would carry out a genuine educational reform for this school. In the office, a loud laugh echoed. "So, you're the inspector, Na Hwa-jin?" Two old men tried to talk over each other, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. The student, Bak Dae-suk, committed suicide because of academic pressure. The principal adamantly insisted, "Our school has never had any violence or bullying." The vice principal chimed in from behind to cover for him. "Of course. 3 years ago, we were even honored by the Korean Scholarship Foundation as an exemplary school." He groveled, adding, "We have produced many elite students. For instance, Congressmember Ji Ugwang-pil, the leader of the ruling party." The principal begged, "So, we hope the Ministry of Education can put in a good word for us." After saying that, he turned to the vice principal and hissed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get that out." The vice principal quickly caught on. Yes. He hurriedly pulled out a stack of envelopes. He proactively offered, "This isn't much. Just consider it for your travel expenses." Seeing this, Na Hwa-jin didn't hesitate. He slammed his foot onto the desk. He warned sternly, "Principal, I think you've got it wrong. I'm with the Ministry of Education, but I'm not an inspector, and I don't even have a teaching license. I don't have the capacity or authority to evaluate this school. So offering this is useless. Cut the bribery. You two are old enough. It's disgraceful." Without another word, Na Hwa-jin turned to leave. Watching his retreating back, the two old men cursed in anger. That little brat. Na Hwa-jin suddenly stopped. Oh, right. He calmly pulled out a razor and started shaving, then sternly asked, that student, Bak Dae-suk, who committed suicide, what grade and class was he in? The principal stammered. Ah, yes, well, that. Sometime later, the scene moved to a classroom. Right there, Kim Hak-ho was arrogantly shouting, open your mouth. He grabbed the boy's jaw tight and, without hesitation, poured alcohol into it. Come on, don't waste a single drop. 100%, drink it. Bi Eung-soo was instantly retching. Kim Hak-ho saw that and threatened him. You dare spit it out? He punched the kid right in the head. You psycho! I told you to finish it. Are you deaf? Kim Hak-ho provoked him. It's good booze. Why aren't you drinking? Others would kill to have this. Ji-woo Chun-hyung suddenly spoke up. Cut it out. The bell is about to ring. The guy replied, You. Am I doing this for you, Ji-woo Chun-hyung? You're still drunk. If the teachers smell alcohol, I'm telling them it was you. Okay, the guy grunted as he put it away. You're the one who's still drunk. Even if I get caught, it doesn't matter to me at all. Kim Hak-ho cursed. Damn it. What kind of teacher would have the nerve to discipline the son of a high-ranking congressman? A female student giggled and asked, Hey, have you seen this? It's hilarious. Students around her flocked over. What is it? A teacher beat that guy up? Seriously? I heard he's from the Ministry of Education or something, so he's allowed to hit him. Why does this look like something out of a comic book? Wait, I think this is our school. The uniforms look the same. Well, a lot of schools have similar uniforms. Suddenly, the classroom door was shoved open. A tall silhouette slowly stepped inside. Na Hwa-jin smiled confidently for a moment, took the initiative, and spoke up. Hello, everyone. The entire class went completely blank. Kim Hak-ho asked confusedly, Who the hell are you? Na Hwa-jin felt a bit stung and countered, Didn't the vice principal tell you guys anything? He then smiled and introduced himself. Your homeroom teacher came down with a bad cold yesterday and had to take a few weeks off. I'm Na Hwa-jin, your temporary homeroom teacher for the time being. Since this is my first time teaching a class, I might be a bit awkward. The students started whispering to each other, Hey, are you kidding me? A temporary teacher? Na Hwa-jin turned and said calmly, I hope we can get to know each other better. But the students didn't care at all. They just kept chatting amongst themselves. I told you it wasn't our school. Let's go grab a bite later. I wasn't even watching that guy's stuff at the internet cafe yesterday. That girl at the gate earlier was so pretty. Hey, idiot. When are you going to set me up on a date? Na Hwa-jin suddenly fell into deep thought. He suddenly smirked. Na Hwa-jin picked up the attendance sheet and said loudly, All right, I'll take attendance. And while I'm at it, I'll memorize your faces. Kang-jung, Seon-jung, Go Kyung-chan, Kim Nae, Kim Dong-kyu. He quickly reached Kim Hak-ho's name, then continued to Ji-woo Chun-hyung, and finally, the most important name. Na Hwa-jin emphasized, Bak Dae-suk. The expressions of everyone in the class suddenly darkened. Na Hwa-jin asked loudly, Where is he? Where's the student Bak Dae-suk? Is he absent today? But there wasn't a single empty seat. Kim Hak-ho sneered. He's not here. Teach. He mocked him. That idiot jumped off the building. Because of the pressure to get good grades, he fell and died. That's what happened. You really should know the situation in your own class. Teach. What's with this atmosphere, anyway? Na Hwa-jin laughed indifferently. Oh, is that so? Thanks for letting me know. I'll take attendance again. Na Hwa-jin called out loudly, Bi Eung-soo. In an instant, he detected a strange look on the boy's face. Na Hwa-jin asked worriedly, What's wrong, Bi Eung-soo? Why is your face so red? Does something hurt? He suddenly paused, thinking to himself, This smell. Just then, Kim Hak-ho shouted, He was drinking soju in class earlier. Teach. He kept making things up. He's been like that since this morning. I don't know what he's so stressed about, but he downed a whole bottle of soju, drinking it in one go. Na Hwa-jin stepped closer to Kim Hak-ho and asked, Is that so? You smell like alcohol too. Did you two drink together? Kim Hak-ho quickly denied it. No, I was just sitting in front of him. Na Hwa-jin laughed. You don't know? The smell of someone who drank and the smell of someone who just has the scent on them are totally different. Na Hwa-jin guessed, could it be that because Kim Hak-ho was drinking yesterday, he still reeks of it, and he forced Bi Eung-soo to drink so he could shift the blame? Am I right? Kim Hak-ho immediately snapped. Are you writing a script or something? You crazy lunatic. Na Hwa-jin challenged him. You're the one who got rid of Bak Dae-suk, didn't you? The guy was scared and stammered. Got rid of? What are you talking about? Na Hwa-jin cursed under his breath. Damn it. What are you talking about? Who got rid of who? Na Hwa-jin didn't hesitate. He covered the guy's mouth with his hand and firmly dragged Kim Hak-ho away. Na Hwa-jin glared at him. I wanted to keep this school quiet for one day, but, he shouted angrily, you've crossed the line. In the blink of an eye, Kim Hak-ho was thrown to the ground. He was in so much pain he started crying. Na Hwa-jin called out, Class President. The student immediately replied, Yes, sir. He ordered, Take Bi-ung-soo to the infirmary. He quickly replied, Yes, sir. Na Hwa-jin continued slowly. I investigated this school yesterday. It turns out there are 3 pieces of trashy traditions here. First, teachers ignoring student issues. Second, a school-wide culture of bullying. And finally, before Na Hwa-jin could finish his sentence, Kim Hak-ho interrupted. You crazy dog. Na Hwa-jin immediately slammed his head against him and emphasized with disgust. It's the fact that even when a classmate dies, you all just act like nothing happened. A school that heartlessly abandons its students, leading them to commit suicide out of pure despair. Let me introduce myself again. I am Na Hwa-jin, an inspector for the Ministry of Education's Authority Compliance Bureau. Unfortunately, you have been chosen as the first case for the Education Authority to handle. If you're wondering why a pathetic organization like this showed up, you should look up what true legal education in Dubai is like. 32,301 comments appeared quickly. Na Hwa-jin asked, Your core values don't seem very human, do they? The 32,301 comments popped up one after another. Oh, you did a great job. People like these need a beating to wake up. Go, damn it, punish them legally. Yes, these punks need a beating. This is our country. Kadam, the Minister of Education, is really hearing this. Na Hwa-jin glared and snapped. In short, all of this is something you students brought upon yourselves. Now, if you understand the situation, stand up, all of you. Why were you being so loud and chaotic when I was taking attendance? Is that how you treat a teacher? Oh, what are you looking at each other for? Stand up within 3 seconds. Or do you want to end up like that guy? Without finishing his sentence, Na Hwa-jin started counting. 1, then 2. The students quickly settled down. But then, a voice suddenly rang out. Sit down, Jiu Chun-hyung shouted, gritting his teeth. You guys don't need to listen to that guy. Everyone, sit down. Na Hwa-jin asked irritably. I already counted to 3, but in response, the guy repeated again, sit down. Jiu Chun-hyung cursed angrily. Damn it, I said sit down. In an instant, the students obeyed. Na Hwa-jin scanned the room, watching each chair being pushed in neatly. Jiu Chun-hyung asked aggressively, What are you going to do? They seem to be more afraid of me than you. Teach. At that moment, Na Hwa-jin calmly looked at the list, and some important information about Jiu Chun-hyung appeared. His expression darkened for a moment. Na Hwa-jin suggested, Jiu Chun-hyung, why don't you come to the front? The guy stubbornly replied, Don't want to. He threatened, If I have to come over to you, it's going to be a big problem. Jiu Chun-hyung challenged him. Try coming over here, then. Let's see who causes trouble. After hearing this, Na Hwa-jin was silent for a long time. After a while, he laughed and said, All right, let me try then. Without any hesitation, Na Hwa-jin walked over slowly. At this moment, Na Hwa-jin's face was burning with killing intent. Jiu Chun-hyung watched him defiantly. Na Hwa-jin quickly walked past him, and without a moment's hesitation, kicked the door wide open. Na Hwa-jin shouted, Principal, Vice Principal, what exactly are you two doing? The Vice Principal laughed awkwardly. Well, the thing is, Na Hwa-jin said irritably, you two are old enough. Why are you scurrying around like mice? The principal smiled awkwardly and replied, We're not doing anything. I just wanted to learn your teaching methods, teacher. They're from the Ministry of Education. The Vice Principal and I forgot to mention this to you. Wait, what are you talking about? He whispered, puzzled. Ah, the student sitting in the back, Jiu Chun-hyung. He's the son of Assemblyman Jiu Gwang-pil, the one I mentioned earlier. You asked in surprise. Oh, is that so? The son of a congressman, you say? The principal nodded repeatedly. Yes. He's an alumnus from the same university as the Minister of Education. It's not that I oppose your educational approach, Inspector. I'm just worried that it might lead to some unfavorable consequences for you later, Na Hwa-jin. Glancing at the principal with annoyance, he took the opportunity to ask, Hey, Jiu Chun-hyung, how's your father doing? He then feigned shock and shouted, I almost made a huge mistake. If I mess with a student like Jiu Chun-hyung, the assemblyman might get angry, and I'll be the one getting punished. And you, principal, would be dragged into this mess too. He looked delighted. Exactly. As expected, the inspector is a reasonable man. You replied, Thank you for telling me about this. The principal quickly brushed it off. No need to thank me. I just want the work finished quickly, for the sake of our school and the ministry. At that moment, Jiu Chunhyung couldn't help but smirk at him. Na Hwa-jin suddenly reached out and firmly gripped the guy's face. This startled Jiu Chunhyung. What are you doing? Na Hwa-jin laughed. You know something, principal? This brat is the big shot around here, and people in high positions like you, principal, are always groveling and chasing after him. Jiu Chunhyung screamed in pain. Let go. He continued with contempt. That's why he treats teachers like dogs. Because this kid behaves like this? The others don't respect any of you teachers either. That's where this school's special tradition comes from. Jiu Chunhyung quickly passed out and collapsed onto the floor. Na Hwa-jin asserted, I have to erase this tradition to restore educational authority here. So, if you try to get in my way again, you'll get an education yourself. He instructed the vice principal to call all the teachers to the gymnasium, which left the man panicked. All of them? Na Hwa-jin solemnly declared, I have an announcement to make. A short while later, in the gymnasium, the familiar voice of resounded. I am Na Hwa-jin, an inspector from the Office of Educational Authority. I've only been observing this school for 2 days, but I see so many problems. I can't manage all the students alone, so I want to cooperate with you all. First, I have an announcement. During this period, you all have the same authority as I do. Therefore, if any incidents occur, I will take full responsibility. I promise I won't let any of you suffer any losses. The door opened right after that. Na Hwa-jin confidently said aloud, Go ahead, teachers. He smiled, adding, Take whichever one you like. A teacher was stunned. Wait, do you mean you want us to hit the students? Even if they don't listen, we can't do that. This is a human rights issue. Seeing a teacher step forward, she asked suspiciously, Mr. Kim? In the blink of an eye, Mr. Kim had already chosen what he wanted. All right, I'll pick this one. This fits my hand perfectly. How long has it been since I last saw you, old friend? He chuckled triumphantly. The golden age of peace is about to return. Following Mr. Kim, a series of other teachers stepped forward one by one. I miss the old days. Is this ruler made of wood? A week had passed since Na Hwa-jin arrived at the school, and a lot had changed. Shouting could be heard constantly. Are you guys thugs or beggars? If you want to drink soda, spend your own money to buy it. Why make others buy it for you? From this moment on, the golden age of peace is reborn. I cannot forgive such bullying behavior. You hear me? Especially teachers over 40, like my homeroom teacher, were disciplining the bad students with very strange methods. He questioned them. What, did you guys not eat today? Stand up straight. They acted as if they were competing with each other. The school was now filled with shouting. Carry him out, now. Damn it, where did this wooden stick come from? Of course, not all students accepted this sudden change. One of them desperately retorted, What are you planning to do with that? Are you going to hit me? I'll tear this garbage school apart. At that very moment, Na Hwa-jin appeared. No, you can't do that. Don't do that. He smiled and asked, You want to tear this school apart? Don't have such nonsense thoughts, kid. You're still too green. Saying that, Na Hwa-jin hooked his arm around his shoulder. Let's go somewhere quiet and have a serious talk about your future, shall we? At this, the student struggled hard. Let go. But he was quickly overpowered by the muscles of Na Hwa-jin. Any students who rebelled against the teacher's discipline were directly re-educated by Na Hwa-jin. In the special counseling room, a while later, the door of the special counseling room opened. Na Hwa-jin asked in a serious tone, Well, do you remember what I said? Seeing the student, the female teacher was startled. The kid suddenly burst into tears. Teacher, all of them have become different people. The student immediately knelt on the floor and begged, I want to go to class, please. In a classroom, a teacher shouted angrily, You! How many times have I told you not to sleep in my class? Do you hear me? She scolded him furiously. Hold out your hand. On the rooftop, a familiar voice shouted, What's going on lately? Kim Hak-ho complained irritably. Is this a school? Or Sam's teacher's college? It's really lately. I can't even go to the bathroom. Every time I sit down to study, it feels like my butt is about to rip, he yelled. Are we just going to sit here and take it? Jiu Chunhyung, call your old man. This 2-minute bullying session is all over the news. I'm furious too. What do you have a backer for? It's time to use it. At this, Jiu Chunhyung immediately scolded him. You crazy bastard. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? My dad's aide said this school was chosen by the Ministry of Education as the first pilot program. How could they not know? In this situation, those guys aren't stupid. The news is already out. A script to deal with public opinion has already been prepared. The law that my father spearheaded and passed through the ruling party 2 years ago is also being implemented very vaguely. This is all over the internet. Public opinion is saying we need to beat the demons. There's no way around it right now. Kim Hak-ho snapped irritably. Are you saying we should just leave it like this? Jiu Chun-hyung answered, annoyed. You lunatic. Who said that? At the same time, the door suddenly cracked open. A student abruptly walked in. Jiu Chun-hyung grimaced in anger. I'm just holding back for a second. Watch closely how I flip the situation. Seeing him, Byung-soo awkwardly scratched his head. Jiu Chun-hyung, did you call for me? Quickly. The scene shifted. Kyung-min was staring at a bowl of noodles in shock. Na Hwa-jin sighed and asked, on the rooftop, did you get beaten up yet? Kyung-min smiled. Not yet, sir. I bought this myself. Seeing that, Na Hwa-jin smiled back, satisfied. He sat down next to the boy, puffing on a cigarette. Na Hwa-jin asked with genuine concern, so, is this school actually worth attending now? Kyung-min answered honestly, yes, thanks to you. I'm not being bullied anymore. Lately, I've finally started to feel like a real student. He lowered his voice, sounding a bit sad for a moment. Now, thanks to you, the bullies are acting better, but you can't change how they think. You were sent here for a reason, right? So, once you go back to the Ministry of Education, this school will just go back to the way it was. Hearing this, Na Hwa-jin smacked him on the shoulder. You brat! Why are you always so negative? Do you think I'm an idiot? Of course, I know that. Don't jump to conclusions, just wait and see my plan. Suddenly, a student appeared, stuttering. Teacher, he begged desperately. Please save me. It was Byung-soo, he pleaded. If it keeps going like this, I'd rather die. Please, save me. Without hesitation, Na Hwa-jin stood up and walked away. All right, follow me and tell me what's going on. As they walked, Na Hwa-jin glared, looking annoyed. Back to the present, Byung-soo followed, looking clearly nervous. Just earlier, Jiu Chun-hyung had arrogantly claimed, if we handle this the normal way, it won't have any effect. But how about this? A student, unable to bear the punishment anymore, had stabbed a teacher. Just like that, his plan unfolded perfectly. Chapter 4. A large amount of blood dripped onto the floor. Na Hwa-jin stared in shock, eyes wide. Kyung-min screamed in terror. Teacher! Byung-soo was shaking uncontrollably. Na Hwa-jin, however, didn't change his expression, just glanced at him. Without hesitation, he gripped Byung-soo's hand. Na Hwa-jin scolded him harshly. You're a cute kid, aren't you? If a guy has the guts to pull a knife, he should at least know how to use it properly. You didn't even stab him a centimeter deep. Na Hwa-jin cursed in frustration. You idiot, follow me. Moments later, Byung-soo was thrown hard against the wall. Na Hwa-jin carefully closed the door to the special counseling room, sealing it tight. He took off his jacket and ordered, sit down. Then, he took off his inner shirt. In an instant, a blood-soaked wound appeared. Byung-soo stood frozen. Na Hwa-jin slowly opened a small drawer. Inside was a mirror and a needle and thread. Na Hwa-jin quickly tossed the mirror to Byung-soo and said, hold this. Use it to help me see the wound. Then he endured the pain to stitch himself up. Byung-soo stood by, speechless. Na Hwa-jin asked in a stern voice, who told you to do this? You didn't really intend to kill, right? I know who's pulling the strings, but I want you to say the name yourself. After saying that, he snapped the thread. The boy answered in a panic. No one told me. I just didn't. Before Byung-soo could finish, he slammed his knife into the table. Na Hwa-jin threatened. Kid, that's attempted murder. You'll rot in prison for years. Are you that scared of that jerk that you'd go to jail for him? Who's more terrifying, them or me? Think carefully. At those words, the boy's resolve began to waver. But after a long silence, Byung-soo still refused to speak. Na Hwa-jin sighed helplessly. Oh, forget it. Get out. You had a chance, but you threw it away. Even if I try to help kids like you, nothing changes. Just keep living your pathetic life. Hearing this, the boy couldn't hold it back and screamed. If I talk, they'll kill me. What do you want me to do? Byung-soo clutched his face in despair. Bak Dae-suk also stood up to Jiu Chun-hyung, and that's why he ended up like that. Bak Dae-suk was different from the others. He was smart and well-liked. In contrast, Jiu Chun-hyung hung out with upperclassmen. That was how he became the king of the school. Bak Dae-suk and Jiu Chun-hyung had nothing to do with each other. Their interests were completely different, so they never crossed paths until that one day. During class, a female teacher shouted angrily, "In my class, don't put your feet on the desk. How many times do I have to say it? What did you even come to school for? If you want to do whatever you want, drop out and go back to your rich daddy." Just then, a student signaled, "Okay, it's all being recorded." Seeing that, Jiu Chun-hyung stood up arrogantly. He cursed in annoyance. Damn it, Why won't you stop nagging? Just a low-level public servant. And you're acting all high and mighty? You know what? Just one call to my dad's assistant, and you'll be fired. If you dare to nag again, watch out. Just as Jiu Chunhyung raised his fist, he was punched in the face. In an instant, Jiu Chunhyung went flying to the floor. Bak Dae-suk shouted in anger, "I've had enough of you. Who do you think you are to be so disrespectful to a teacher?" From that moment, Bak Dae-suk's miserable life began. On the street, he was constantly confronted by thugs. Why? Why are you doing this? I'm a teacher. I still have to go to school. Bak Dae-suk wasn't so lucky and got beaten to a pulp. At that very moment, every student in the school received a notification. From now on, this guy is the school's personal punchbag. No one is allowed to treat him like a senior. Beat him once every day. From that day on, the Cheonta system appeared. I'm crazy. Hit me. Bak Dae-suk wasn't treated like a human being. Not only that, but something worse happened. Bak Dae-suk's father ran a furniture business, dealing mostly with government officials, but suddenly, the business collapsed. The family went bankrupt and lost their house. Pinning him under his foot, Jiu Chunhyung asked. Bak Dae-suk asked in despair, "How long is this going to last? Because of you, my family lost everything. Isn't that enough? When are you finally going to stop?" The guy replied arrogantly, "When? Until you die. If you're that tired, why don't you just die? You already know what happened after that." Bak Dae-suk had. After Bak Dae-suk died, Jiu Chunhyung silenced everyone. Even the police didn't dare touch him because he was the son of a National Assembly member. Back to reality. Bi-ung-soo trembled as he spoke. Jiu Chunhyung is just like the king of this school. He grabbed his head in despair. That devil, even though Bak Dae-suk is dead, he still says the Cheonta game he created is fun. And now, it's my turn to be the Cheonta. A loud noise suddenly echoed. Bi-ung-soo froze. He didn't know when, but Na Hwa-jin had fallen asleep. He stuttered, "Teacher, teacher?" Na Hwa-jin stretched lazily. "Are you done yet? It's just a story about a cocky high school brat. Why is it so long?" Hearing that, Bi-ung-soo immediately snapped. "Aren't you a high school student too? Teach? Or are you just ignoring me because you couldn't handle Jiu Chunhyung?" Na Hwa-jin quickly pulled out his phone. "Check this out." He let out a provocative laugh. "Ready?" Up on the rooftop, the thugs were confused, whispering to each other. "Where's the ambulance? Why haven't the cops shown up? What's going on? Did he actually go through with it?" Kim Hak-ho asked, annoyed. "See? I told you from the start he wouldn't have the guts. There's no way he'd actually stab someone," Jiu Chunhyung replied with a sigh. "Yeah, fair enough. I didn't expect much from him anyway. I've already got 2 or 3 other guys on standby. Tomorrow will be, right then." A loud voice boomed. "So, you kids are all here?" Na Hwa-jin smiled and pointed. "Look, those idiots are up here on the roof discussing affairs of state." Kim Hak-ho trembled. "What? What is this? Does this mean Cheonta is on the teacher's side now? You dog, you want to die like that piece of trash?" He sneered. "Oh, wow. Are you playing tag-along now?" Na Hwa-jin leaned in close to Bi-ung-soo's ear and whispered, "Go ahead, do what I taught you." Seeing this, Jiu Chunhyung was furious. He threw a heavy punch straight at the guy, coming from Bi-ung-soo's side. The thugs around them were stunned. Jiu Chunhyung stood there blankly as he crashed face-first onto the floor. For a moment, the atmosphere among the group went silent. Kim Hak-ho was livid, shouting, "You mad dog, have you lost your mind?" But he was quickly grabbed by the neck by Na Hwa-jin. With just one shove, both of them were sent sprawling to the ground. Na Hwa-jin chuckled and praised him. "Not bad, kid. You hit him right in the chin and knocked him flat." Jiu Chunhyung struggled to get up, snarling, You want to die, right?" Bi-ung-soo, filled with resentment, barked, "Shut up. Shut your mouth, you piece of scum. Nobody trusts you anymore. You're finished." Just then, the news was reporting on the scandal involving the assemblyman. Jiu Gwangpil. Sexual harassment, bribery, corruption. Seeing this, Jiu Chunhyung couldn't believe his eyes. "Dad? Dad, why?" Seeing this expression, Na Hwa-jin smiled smugly. Choi Kang-suk looked at the file on Jiu Chunhyung on the table and asked, "Is this the first target?" But Na Hwa-jin shook his head. "No, we can't carry out a historic mission like this at a school run by a congressman's son. The teachers are terrified of his father, so they won't cooperate with us. If I get tangled up in politics carelessly, I can't take the blame for that." Hearing this, Choi Kang-suk understood and turned to reassure him. "Stop complaining and just do it." He smiled slightly. "I'll handle the little details for you, old man." And with that, the news report was broadcast. Scandal involving Assemblyman Jiu Gwangpil. Sexual harassment, bribery, corruption. This left Ji Chunhyung in a state of panic. Dad! Dad! He stared at the screen, screaming repeatedly. This isn't real. There must be some mistake. Na Hwa-jin watched with a soft smile. Ji Chunhyung screamed in despair. Dad, how could you? Kim Ha-ko also panicked, approaching him and asking, Ji Chunhyung? His face darkened as he questioned, what's going on? Memories flooded into Ji Chunhyung's mind. At home, he was nothing but garbage. Ji Guangpil constantly beat him. Can't you even lie down? How can you have such pathetic grades when you're the son of Ji Guangpil? His mother tried to intervene nearby. Honey, please, stop. So, he turned on her, scolding. You too, how are you raising him? He was just an embarrassing child, of a congressman and regional leader. But outside, it was a completely different story. Teachers would suck up to him, patting his head. Tell your dad I said hello, okay? Other students would flock to him. So, I heard your dad is a congressman? You must have been born with a silver spoon in your mouth, right? Join our crew. With his father as a solid backer, everyone was cautious around him. I used my father's power to make sure anyone bold enough to challenge me couldn't get back up. Watching them suffer and squirm like insects was my greatest joy. But then, a problem arose. One of the insects I used to play with committed suicide. So, Chunhyung was called into the counseling room. He was shaking so hard he didn't dare enter the room where the police were. Finally, Ji Chunhyung gathered his courage and opened the door. Contrary to his fears, the police smiled and said, Have a seat. Are you Assemblyman Ji Guangpil's son? Just sit there to get it over with. 10 minutes is enough. By the way, how is your father? That was when I realized, no matter what I did at school, I was always forgiven. I was the king of this school. Back in reality, Ji Chunhyung was a mess. He asked himself, why did I end up like this? Kim Ha-ko, standing opposite him, scolded him. Damn it, without your dad backing you up, you're nothing. Man, I've had to put up with so much crap because of you. Suddenly, Ji Chunhyung raised his voice. You're making a mistake, you dog. He gritted his teeth, demanding, have you ever seen a congressman get taken down that easily? Damn it, in 3 or 4 months, this whole thing will blow over. And when that happens, I'm going to bury all of you. Right after he finished, his eyes widened in shock. Kim Ha-ko picked at his ear and turned to leave. Man, that's annoying. And behind him, Ji Chunhyung just kept muttering, I'll destroy them. I'll destroy all of you, and anyone else who bullied me lately. Na Hwa-jin was in the bathroom, grumbling unhappily. These guys are too loud. I can't even take a leak in peace. I should probably just sew their mouths shut. He clicked his tongue. To think that as soon as your dad hits a snag, you flip faster than a pancake. Didn't you guys used to be so close? This made Ji Chunhyung yell out in embarrassment. What? You heard all of that? You have to stop them. They're about to fight. Just give them a beating like you always do. Na Hwa-jin washed his hands calmly and asked back. Why should I? That's not my job. He brushed off his hands. Starting today, I'm done with this school. My assignment from the Office of Education is over. From now on, there won't be any more ridiculous punishments. Everything will go back to normal. After this, you kids have learned a lot, right? Damn it, it's over now. So that nothing like this happens again, you need to listen to your teachers, understand? The noise down below was overwhelming, driving the teachers crazy. Order! Everyone! Order! When Min-hyung realized teacher Na Hwa-jin had left the school, and just as I predicted, I am Cheonta, hit me. The Cheonta culture of this school has returned. Behind him, Ji Chunhyung had a sign stuck to him. I am Cheonta, hit me. He walked around dejectedly. Suddenly, someone lunged forward and kicked Ji Chunhyung. Thud. He face-planted, rolling several times across the ground. The guy with purple hair stepped closer, taunting, well, look at that face on our dear Ji Chunhyung. What's the matter? Can't handle getting beaten by a first year? You said it yourself, this is just what you wanted, right? I did a pretty good job, didn't I? He grabbed him by the collar and yanked him up. Wait, this jacket. Hey, this is nice. Take it off. You piece of trash. Take it off. This must have cost a fortune. And this time, the bullies turned their target toward Guangpil. But the story didn't end there. Back home, Guangpil was getting beaten up again. He clutched his face in panic and cried out, Why? Why are you hitting me, Dad? Guangpil's father shouted in a blind rage. You still have the nerve to ask me? He pointed at the news on the TV and demanded, Then explain this. What the hell is going on? The following is a follow-up report on the harassment of teachers and school violence involving a student, the son of Assemblyman Guangpil, which is currently spreading rapidly across the web and other internet platforms. According to the reports, the student abused his father's authority to commit immoral acts, including bullying classmates and violating educational regulations. Furthermore, this student is also directly responsible for the death of a classmate. Just then, a bodyguard walked in and reported, "Sir, Assemblyman, the reporters are gathering outside now." Guang Pil screamed, "Block them! Don't let anyone in here!" Then he swung his cane, striking Guang Pil again. "You miserable bastard. I'm already at my limit, and you're still doing this to me, huh?" Night fell. Guang Pil lay in bed, utterly crushed. He kept mumbling, "Destroy, destroy, destroy." Then, Guang Pil headed to the school, pouring cans of gasoline all over the ground. In a daze, Guang Pil emptied the large cans, still muttering, "Destroy, destroy." He threw one can aside. Guang Pil grabbed more cans, whispering to himself, "Those jerks who bullied me, none of you are going to live in peace. Tomorrow, I'm going to burn this whole school to the ground." Just then, Hwa-jin jumped out from a corner and kicked him down. Guang Pil fell backward, rolling away. Hwa-jin stared him down and asked, "Are you having some kind of delusion? You still don't know what you did wrong?" Hwa-jin struck a match, asserting, "Then, from now on, I'm going to give you some real education." Guang Pil sat in the corner, bewildered. "What? What are you doing?" he asked, stunned. "Aren't you from the Ministry of Education? Why are you here?" Guang Pil panicked and screamed, "Hey, put that lighter out. There's gas everywhere." But Hwa-jin calmly lit the flame and countered. "So what?" He let go, letting the lighter fall. "Isn't this what you were trying to do by pouring the gas?" The fire instantly ignited upon hitting the gasoline. Guang Pil went into a complete panic and shrieked. The massive flames obscured his vision. He scrambled to get up, trying to escape, shouting, "Fire! Fire!" But no matter how hard he ran, Guang Pil couldn't escape his bad luck. He tripped and fell right into the middle of the flames. Terrified to his core, he opened his eyes wide and screamed. Watching the fire about to consume him, Guang Pil begged, "Save me! Please save me! I was wrong." He clutched his head and wailed, "I'm sorry. Somebody, please, save me." Just then, Hwa-jin stepped in with a fire extinguisher. He sprayed the chemicals directly at Guang Pil. Hwa-jin stood amidst the smoke, puffing on his cigarette, waiting. He spun around, spraying the extinguisher to douse all the surrounding flames. The cigarette on his lips was dropped to the ground. After settling the situation, Hwa-jin tossed the extinguisher aside. He turned to Guang Pil and grinned. Well, you won't ever forget this fear until the day you die, will you? Playing with fire will get you burned." On the other side, the guy was scared stiff. Hwa-jin sat down and whispered, "This is the lesson for you. You have to experience it with your own body, not just learn it through theory. That is what true education is. Now, I'm sure you realize how dangerous it is to play with fire, right?" Saying that, Hwa-jin grabbed Guang Pil by the collar and hauled him up. He recounted every one of his wrongdoings, bullying others by relying on his clique, oppressing people with power. Because of those things, a person's normal life turned into hell in an instant. And when you realize what you've actually done, that's when you meet a consequence just like this. Also, you have to take responsibility for your own actions. Hwa-jin's face darkened as he stated, "That is the true education I'm pursuing." Saying that, he threw Guang Pil aside. He stood up slowly and said, "But even if you stand up and take responsibility, student Dae-suk won't be able to come back to life." Hwa-jin turned to leave. "But at least this will force you to face your conscience for the rest of your life." Guang Pil was left behind, staring blankly at the ground. Then suddenly, he started sobbing. Guang Pil doubled over, howling in agony. The next morning, Teacher Hwa-jin appeared on the news. Teacher Hwa-jin had clearly introduced his position within the Ministry of Education. Over the past period, he had collected evidence of Guang Pil's crimes. The police immediately, "Damn it. It was all his idea. He made me do it." They arrested the bullies who tormented their senior, Dae-suk, including Guang Pil. I don't know much about politics, but after that day, news that Guang Pil's father had been removed from the political committee spread everywhere. He couldn't handle the public pressure, so he held a press conference to announce his resignation from parliament. But because of this, the whole country found out about Teacher Hwa-jin's teaching methods. Everything was flooded with weekly news reports. Why did the Ministry of Education forget that they had already issued a law banning corporal punishment, yet still allow legal punishment? The Ministry of Education was at a dead end. In the media, public opinion was harshly criticizing the existence of the educational authority body that applied corporal punishment. On the internet, there were many mixed opinions. Kyungmin, after seeing the news, worriedly wondered, "Is Teacher Hwa-jin really going to be okay?" Elsewhere, the secretary sat in the car and explained, These are the expected questions for today's press conference, sir. Mainly questions attacking the educational authority body. I suspect the opposition party will also push hard and throw criticism at us. The best way to resolve this is, before she could even finish, Kang Sok cut her off. Forget it, just drop it, he casually ordered. Predicting things and drafting up some trivial, mediocre scripts is not my style. We're going to face them head on. The secretary heard that and could only sigh. As expected of Mr. Kang Sok. Before the bureau, before she could even finish, Jeon Sanjeoi Kang Sok cut her off. Just drop it. He ordered her around casually, predicting the outcome and drafting up some trivial scenarios. Being mediocre isn't my style. We're going to face them head on. The secretary just sighed at that. It was just like Jeon Sanjeoi Kang Sok to act like that before the bureau. With that kind of passion and energy at your age, I'd say your mouth is sharper than any journalist's pen. Jeon Sanjeoi Kang Seok. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. His eyes widened in shock. It turned out Jiu Guangpil had blocked the path of the car. With a screech of tires, the vehicle came to a stop just inches away from hitting him. The secretary asked in a panic, "What's going on?" The driver replied, flustered, "Ah, it's Assemblyman Jiu Guangpil, sir." Hearing this, she immediately turned to open the door, offering, "I'll go check it out." Jeon Sanjeoi Kang Sok, as blunt as ever, refused. "Don't bother. Leave it to me." He leaned over and stepped out of the car. Jiu Guangpil, looking haggard, began to question him. "Kang Sok, was it you? Did you leak the scandal to the press? Even if you've stepped down from your seat as an assemblyman, we're still in the same party. How could you coldly cast me aside someone who was practically family to you?" He kept pouring his heart out. "After all, we're alumni. We share that bond. Remember back in the day, how we used to join student athletic meets and eat from the same pot?" Jiu Guangpil shouted in anger. "So what did I do? Wrong for you to treat me like this?" Across from him, Jeon Sanjeoi Kang Sok calmly lit a cigar. He pressed the burning tip of the cigar right into Jiu Guangpil's chest and challenged him. "You didn't do anything wrong? What the hell are you talking about? Did you eat something rotten? Don't you know your own trashy affairs are being spread all over the news every single day? Why are you even crawling here? Oh, look at your face. Do you really have no clue? Fine. I'll only say this once. Raise that brat of yours better." Jeon Sanjeoi Kang Sok, 26 years in politics, 6-time National Assembly member, former representative of the ruling party. Currently the Minister of Education. Jeon Sanjeoi Kang Sok, 69 years old, 6-time Assemblyman, former ruling party representative. Currently the Minister of Education, 43 years old, first time entering the political scene. His political style is ignoring things like public image, and no matter who he's facing, he speaks bluntly, without hesitation. His language can be toxic and crude, but unlike other politicians, he isn't fake. He doesn't go against the will of the people. He is a politician with such a strong base of supporters that he's even called the next presidential candidate. At the same time, Jeon Sanjeoi Kang Sok tugged at his tie and said, all right. You reporters know my style, don't you?" He flashed an unfriendly smile. "Let's make this quick." A man raised his hand to introduce himself. It was reporter Jeon Sanjeo Sine-woo from the Go newspaper. He stood up and asked, "Regarding the recent controversy over the Education Rights Bureau, I know that you, Mr. Minister, based on the draft proposed 2 years ago when you were the ruling party representative, organized an unlimited oversight body on teaching methods. That means it permits even corporal punishment. I heard you, the one who proposed the bill, support corporal punishment. Is that really okay?" After listening, Jeon Sanjeoi Kang Sok immediately retorted, "Why are we bringing that up now?" The question left the reporter speechless. His expression darkened as he reminded them. The amendment to the Act on the Protection of Educational Rights was passed 2 years ago. Everyone was quiet back then, so why ask now? "Oh, right. You were all busy chasing celebrities back then, weren't you?" The reporters began to whisper, "Oh boy, he's at it again." Jeon Sanjeoi Kang Sok continued, Sure, I get it. You all have to make a living, right? You need the clicks to make money, don't you? I don't advocate for corporal punishment, but the Education Rights Bureau is an organization meant to correct schools that are severely infringed upon. They only provide guidance to extreme cases that normal teachers simply cannot handle. Even though it's implemented nationwide, it's not a repeal of the ban on corporal punishment. At this point, someone else spoke up, reporter Tak Chan-hoon of Chan Now. He stood up and challenged, "Doesn't that mean children only listen when they're beaten? Isn't that coming from an outdated mindset, Mr. Minister?" Jeon Sanjeoi Kang Sok laughed upon hearing this and replied, They only listen when beaten? No, no. That's not it at all. I completely deny that. Even though I'd like to say that, how should I put this? Isn't it true that the results of the Education Rights Bureau's guidance have made the atmosphere in schools much better? Whether what the reporter said is the truth or just an outdated idea, I believe that the students have to prove that for themselves. As he finished speaking, someone else continued. Reporter Run Jin Suk from the Light newspaper. She held up a verified photo and questioned him. According to our results, on the bodies of the students guided by the Education Rights Bureau, as everyone can see, there are many bruises and injuries from corporal punishment. In this 21st century of education, how do you think such human rights violations can happen? Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok didn't hesitate to fire back. Human rights for whom? While the ban on corporal punishment was applied in the name of protecting students' human rights, and actual education was abandoned, a student lost their life. All students have the right to be trained in a safe environment. We must immediately correct the fact that education is being violated by a few students and ignorant teachers. You all mean to tell me that a few bruises on some students is a matter of grave importance, isn't? Protecting the students who are well-behaved and listen to their teachers more important? You've all been asking the same questions, but if you're reporters, ask diverse questions from a reporter's perspective. Isn't that what protecting the right to know is about? By the way, I'll be clear. I, Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok, Minister of Education, no matter how much you object, I will push forward the activities of the Education Rights Bureau. So, parents, please stop calling me. From now on, I'll be ignoring any calls related to the Education Rights Bureau, so keep that in mind. After watching Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok's response on his phone and the news, Na Hwa-jin couldn't help but exclaim, "This crazy old man?" Honestly, he sat next to the tombstone, wondering. He said he was going to explain, and now he's declaring war? How did this guy even become a 6-time assemblyman? As soon as he finished, Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok appeared from behind and questioned him. "Who's this guy? Who are you talking about?" Na Hwa-jin stiffened and chuckled nervously. "Aha! You're here, sir." Seeing his sour expression, he called out quietly, "Dad." Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok immediately swung his leg and kicked Na Hwa-jin, shouting, "Who's your dad, you bastard? Look at the sky, it's nothing but blue clouds." A plate of pastries and a glass of water were placed below. Na Hwa-jin bowed his head one last time before the grave, showing deep respect. Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok, after eating a pastry, frowned in annoyance and asked, "What the hell is this junk? It's overpriced, and it's basically just a lump of sugar." Na Hwa-jin immediately turned to explain. "Sir, that was Ga-jun's favorite. You don't even know that?" His hand gripped the weeds below, and Na Hwa-jin bowed his head, pulling out all the grass on the grave. He leaned his head down, asking with a hint of timidity, "Will the Education Bureau's actions be okay, sir? It looks like the reporters and parents are going to become total enemies." On the other hand, Kang-sok replied with complete indifference, licking the sugar off his hand. "Listen, I am Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok, the Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok. If this Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok says it can be done, then it'll get done." Na Hwa-jin then slowly stood up and spoke. "The next presidential candidate has so much power. Just one glare from them is enough to terrify anyone." Both of them looked toward the neatly cleaned grave in front of them. Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok hung his head, feeling dejected, and wondered, "Do you think Ga-jun would like what we're doing? We aren't doing this to take revenge for the dead, but to make sure the living can't take it anymore." After he finished speaking, the air around them seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Kang-sok looked up and let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Damn it. Why is it so bright? It's blinding." He tried to hold back the tears in his heart, bowed his head, and started to leave. "Let's go." Na Hwa-jin, standing behind him, suddenly replied, "You go ahead, sir. I have some business to attend to." Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok quickly realized and asked, "Oh, really? Where are you headed?" Na Hwa-jin immediately replied, "The Gogwon Technical High School." "School?" The principal personally requested some tutoring. This made Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sok pause and ask, "The principal requested it?" He nodded to explain. Usually, if there's a problem at school, they'd cover it up. Na Hwa-jin brushed the dust off his hands, saying, "The principal requested it directly. That means it's gotten pretty dark then." And so, Na Hwa-jin went to Gogwon Technical High School alone. As he climbed the stairs, he smiled to himself, wondering, "Let's see what kind of darkness is waiting for me." At the corner of the staircase, Na Hwa-jin witnessed a brawl. A guy swung his fist hard and yelled, "Damn it, you son of a beach." The other guy wasn't one to back down either. He gritted his teeth and charged, "What, you piece of shit." The surrounding students were terrified at the sight and turned to run. Here we go again? Let's get out of here before we get dragged into this. Just then, Lee Ho-sung walked out with his hands in his pockets, leading a group of lackeys. On the opposite side, Jo Hong-gi's face darkened as he greeted them. He laughed mockingly. Damn it, you bastards. Are you still not moving out of the way? Get those motorcycles out of here. The guy frowned, sneering. What, you bastards from the Carson gang? A punk like you. Must be a great driver. Huh. Then, everyone lunged at each other in the chaos. Take these bastards down. Crush these punks. Na Hwa-jin stood to the side, watching with great amusement, and laughed. Right on time, aren't you? He took a small step forward. Then, he turned to name action, spreading his arms, wondering, do I have to end this fight? A stream of memories flashed through his mind. Since I was little, I've been crazy about cars. I didn't care about toys like robots. I was always focused, only on cars. I chose my future dream earlier than others. Because I wanted to become an automotive engineer, I came to this school. But the scene shifted to the automotive department. Kim Hyung-ju gritted his teeth in fear at the insults. Damn it, you piece of shta. Smash everything for me. Hit him. He looked at the crowd lunging at each other and wondered, is it like this every single day? One guy had already been kneed until he was bruised, and the other was punched square in the face. They just kept lunging at each other uncontrollably. One guy fell right in front of Kim Hyung-ju. It was Lee Ho-sung. He looked up at him and challenged, What's your problem, punk? Are you not going to fight? Then Lee Ho-sung yelled, threatening him, Get in here already. Keep fighting. Kim Hyung-ju heard this and stood his ground, shouting back. He clenched his fists, preparing to lunge, but before he could do anything, Kim Hyung-ju took a punch square to the face. Hyung-ju collapsed to the ground, crying in helplessness and pain. It's so boring. It's the same every single day. I'm sick of it. But just then, Na Hwa-jin walked up beside him, his expression filled with seriousness. Move. Just like that, Na Hwa-jin brushed past Kim Hyung-ju. Behind him, Kim Hyung-ju couldn't help but feel confused, wondering, who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Once he was inside the principal's office, the old man's voice sounded polite. I only contacted you this morning, and you're already here. Thank you so much. He placed a cup of tea down and invited him. Here, have some tea. About what you wanted to consult me on. Before the principal could finish, Na Hwa-jin interrupted, I've already seen it. He picked up the cup and asked, It's the power struggle between the departments, isn't it? The principal's face hung low in sadness. This technical school, it really is a dump. A guy was just kicked flying backward. Lee Ho-sung was the one who delivered the kick. Beside him, many others were waiting. He was furious and kept yelling, At least beat one guy until he's bedridden. You're not meeting the quota. See that? You bastards. Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-ju, standing to the side, remarked, It's just like a pile of trash. If there was a time machine to go back to the past, not to play with robots or toys, I'd want to scream at my past self. Don't get into cars. The first day of school, the class ranking battle happened. Lee Ho-sung had excitedly cheered. First year. We won. A week later, it was the school ranking battle. A month later, it was the battle for the top spot between the second and third years. The ranking war between departments officially began. A weakling like me, of course, was ranked last for 3 years straight in the automotive department. To think I actually endured it until my third year. The department's practice classes are actually really interesting. I'm a third-year student now. I thought that by this semester, these fights would be over. But just then, Lee Ho-sung walked closer to him. Kim Hyung-ju looked at him and cursed under his breath. Lee Ho-sung, that bottom-feeding scumbag of the automotive department. Meanwhile, he was shouting, Everyone listen up. We've been stuck in second place forever. Our department can take first. I, Lee Ho-sung, will definitely take first place before I graduate. That's what you guys have to do at this school. Hyung-ju gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Have to climb to the top of the department before graduation? What's the point of doing that? At that moment, he was waiting for a kick from him. Just because of a piece of shit like you, we didn't meet the quota. Suddenly, Lee Ho-sung paused and asked, Isn't that right? Wait, who is this? Isn't this Kim Hyung-ju, my loyal 3-year errand boy? Lee Ho-sung bent down to help him up, smiling. Hey, Kim Hyung-ju, you're a junior now. For God's sake, why are you kneeling like that? Get up, stand up, and stop acting so pathetic. With that, he turned and walked away. Our Kim Hyung-ju has been through so much. He really deserves better treatment, don't you think? But before he could get far, Lee Ho-sung spun around, fuming. He delivered a brutal kick straight to Kim Hyung-ju's gut, sending the boy flying back. Lee Ho-sung ran a hand through his hair. clearly losing his patience. Damn it, you're making me look like a fool. He grabbed the boy by his hair and demanded, Hey, Kim Hyung-ju, do you want a beating or what? You're a junior and you still can't win a fight. Why are you always so sluggish? Lee Ho-sung hoisted him up by his hair. What the hell are you even doing at this school? This technical high school's history was built with knuckles. Why do morons like you even bother enrolling? Kim Hyung-ju looked completely stunned. What kind of stupid question is that? Students go to school to just then, Na Hwa-jin stepped in from outside, muttering, I've lived a long time, but that's the first time I've heard such bullcrap. He crossed his arms and stared him down. Hey, tell me, is this school for learning or for playing Street Fighter? Lee Ho-sung heard that and shot back. What? Are you trying to lecture me? Who the hell are you? Na Hwa-jin curiously pointed at himself. Me? He introduced himself calmly. I'm with the Department of Educational Rights Protection, directly under the Ministry of Education. That left the bullied students dumbfounded. Even Kim Hyung-ju was shocked. Right. I saw this guy on the news. He continued his introduction. Na Hwa-jin, Field Inspector. Lee Ho-sung's face darkened. What the hell is that supposed to be? That made the students freeze. Someone asked in confusion. Hey, you don't know the Educational Rights Department? Don't you ever check the news? I'm quite the celebrity on search engines, you know. Lee Ho-sung grew increasingly irritated. Damn it, I don't give a rat's ass about the news. He started clenching his fists, returning to his thug-like demeanor. If you don't shut your mouth, you're going to get a taste of my fist. But Na Hwa-jin just casually sidestepped and punched him straight in the face without a second thought. Lee Ho-sung looked stunned. Huh? What? He slowly collapsed right in front of Na Hwa-jin. The surrounding crowd screamed in shock. What just happened? Senior Lee Ho-sung went down in one hit? Na Hwa-jin waved a hand at Kim Hyung-ju. Hey, you, come here, he asked with a smile. Can you help me out for a second? The boy looked completely bewildered. Meanwhile, in another room, the sounds of Jo Hong-ji's shouting echoed. Those idiots in the auto department. He gathered everyone around. To make sure they don't even dream of a rematch. This time, we need to completely wipe them out. As the top dog of the electronics department, Jo Hong-ji started laying out his plans. We'll ambush the auto department on their way to school. Lee Ho-sung, that's your job. The rest of you, clean up the stragglers. This school has always belonged to the electronics department. Got it? Everyone shouted in unison. Yes. Just then, Kim Hyung-ju's voice blared over the school PA system. Listen up, you punks from electronics. He stammered slightly, but kept going. I'm Kim Hyung-ju, the ace of the auto department. For losers like you, just me is enough to take you all down. Meet me at the gym for a fight. Jo Hong-gi, hearing the challenge, was extremely annoyed. That bastard. The whole gang headed to the gym. One guy kicked the door open aggressively, but was met with a club swinging down toward his head. Na Hwa-jin systematically bonked every guy on the head. Bam! Bam! They all started screaming in panic. What is this? He smiled gently and gave an order. Hello boys, sit down and let's clear your heads. From now on, I'll be taking over the electronics and auto departments for a little lesson. The subject is moral education. Na Hwa-jin beckoned them provocatively. If anyone's unhappy, take off your name tag and come over here for a fight. After hearing Na Hwa-jin's challenge, Jo Hong-ji's face soured. What the hell do you think you're doing? He marched straight toward him. Who the hell do you think you are to be acting all high and mighty? Na Hwa-jin just calmly asked. Me? Then he started his introduction again, leaving Jo Hong-gi stunned. I am with the Department of Educational Rights Protection, under the Ministry of Education. Field Inspector, Na Hwa-jin. The thug's eyes began to dart around in confusion. Field Inspector Na Hwa-jin? He gaped, wide-eyed. Wait, I've seen you on YouTube. You're that guy who beats up students, aren't you? Na Hwa-jin chuckled excitedly. Ha ha, you're an educated kid, aren't you? Jo Hong-gi puffed out his chest confidently. Right, looks like our school finally caught your eye. But let me tell you, the kids here are crazy. You better prepare yourself. He turned and ordered his underlings. Let's go. Just then, Hong got hit with a club right in the middle of his back. Na Hwa-jin asked nonchalantly, This kid is funny. Hey, who told you you could leave? Jo Hong-gi was furious now, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it. He bent down, picked up the club, and threatened, Teachers should just stick to teaching. What do you mean by, take off your name tag? He barked, shoving the club into Na Hwa-jin's face. If you keep pushing me, I'll hit you even if you are an adult. But the inspector just stood tall and asked, Do you have any idea what it means to take off your name tag? Na Hwa-jin bluntly challenged him. If you're unhappy, bring it on. Honestly, I'm hoping you will. Moral Education, Lesson 1. Know Your Place. Jo Hong-gi's face twisted in rage as he shrieked, "Damn it! Who said this was Lesson 1? He swung the club high and lunged at Na Hwa-jin, yelling, "It's already 7th period. I should have been home by now." In the end, he was met with a devastating uppercut. In one move, Na Hwa-jin sent Jo Hong-gi flying. He tumbled through the air and crashed down in front of his lackeys. Na Hwa-jin walked up, flicked the club away with his toe, and mocked him. "You were talking big about hitting me, and that's all you've got?" He rested the club on his shoulder and teased, "You only raise your voice because you're weak, huh? You're still wet behind the ears." The lackeys swarmed around him, screaming, "Jo Hong-gi, are you okay? Wake up!" But he had been beaten so badly he was unconscious and foaming at the mouth. "Jo Hong-gi? Jo Hong-gi." Jung Gi-gwan's face darkened. That damn bastard. As the second in command, Jung Gi-gwan pointed at Na Hwa-jin and ordered, "Get him." The whole group charged at him aggressively. The other students just sat back and watched the show. Lee Ho-sung smirked coldly. 30 minutes ago, we were the ones doing that." Na Hwa-jin sidestepped and struck from the side. The club hit the first guy's backside hard. He collapsed to his knees, howling in pain. A series of wet thwacks followed, as the club made contact with one behind after another. A group of people sat hunched over, clutching their butts and groaning. "My ass hurts so much." Na Hwa-jin watched the scene with a cold gaze, then glanced over at Jung Gi-gwan, who could only stare with his jaw dropped. "What the hell is with that teacher? He's insanely fast." He stepped up in front of the guy, smirking in a challenge. "What are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and come at me?" But Jung Gi-gwan, being a coward, waved his hands. "Not me." However, Na Hwa-jin grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him up. He lifted Jung Gi-gwan high, mocking him. "You look like a total loser from the electrical department." Na Hwa-jin's eyes locked onto him, sneering. "When war breaks out, doesn't the chief commander have to step up and take responsibility?" Then, Na Hwa-jin gripped his stick tightly and smashed it onto the guy's butt. After beating Jung Gi-gwan's ass to a pulp, he tossed him aside and shouted, "Next!" Na Hwa-jin flicked his wrist and asked, "Anyone else?" He smiled slightly and commanded, "If not, then everyone, sit down." A stack of test papers was passed out. Na Hwa-jin walked down the center of the classroom and started teaching. "School is a place for learning, not for fighting. Your fate will be decided by this exam. Take it honestly." Kim Hyung-ju held the test paper, his eyes gleaming. "This is it. This is the standard of our school." He looked at the people around him. Everyone was holding their heads, teeth gritted in pain. Some just sighed and gave up. Kim Hyung-ju put his pen down and started the test, thinking, "In this place, this isn't something to be proud of, so I can't tell anyone." He proudly held up his test to hand it in. "When it comes to studying, I'm the top student in the entire school." Na Hwa-jin saw this and smiled in satisfaction. The next day, a tire was thrown down at the students, who were running while dragging it behind them, chanting, "School is a place for learning. We must not fight." The average score of 0 to 59 are the slaves who must chant. For the students, studying was the top priority. Fighting served no purpose. And meanwhile, there was a group sitting in the shade. Jo Hong-gi, belonging to the 60 to 90 average class, the nobles. The slave class members, finished with their run, were panting heavily. Lee Ho-sung took the lead, shouting, "We've finished pulling the tires 20 times." The one with the 100-point average, Kim Hyung-ju, was the one they were all looking toward. They yelled at him, asking, "What should we do next? Please, tell us." Kim Hyung-ju's face was filled with malice as he commanded, "Run 10 more laps." With an average of 100, here, he was the king. As night began to fall, in a park, countless people lay scattered on the ground, all bruised and covered in wounds. Among them, one guy was just chilling, talking on the phone. He sat on someone's back while chatting. "Yeah, all right, Jo Hong-gi." Suddenly, a text came in. It was from the headquarters, saying, "They lifted my suspension." He didn't know why the school had suspended him indefinitely, but it had only been 2 weeks, and they already lifted it. Right after, he changed the subject. "How is it over there? Did you handle the rankings yet?" I don't know what he heard, but that person's eyes turned dark. "What?" Just like that, he put all his strength into snapping his cigarette in half. That guy was extremely annoyed and shot back. "The Educational Authority Bureau? What the hell are you talking about?" He was a 3rd year in the electrical department. Jong Gwan-hyuk, ranked 1st in the whole school, rank 4. The scene quickly changed to the general classroom for the electrical and auto mechanics departments. Our class rules. We are students. We need to study. Class rankings are decided by academic performance. 2. You can challenge a proctor at any time. 3. We absolutely cannot tolerate acts of defiance against those in higher positions. The rules were set up as follows. They regulated the nobles 60 to 90 average, and those below that score were the slaves 0 to 59 average. Those students with status kept complaining. War is happening already? What is this 6.35 menu? Is there even discrimination when it comes to eating now? Suddenly, another voice rang out. Ugh, meat again? I'm so sick of it. Kim Hyung-ju sat on his makeshift throne, pretending to sigh. To look after my health, I have to make do with these dishes on the table. But in reality, he held the highest status. The king, with a 100-point average. First, class rank. You could see that status in this class was determined by performance. That allowed Kim Hyung-ju to mindlessly enjoy the fine food, not even knowing what it tasted like, just eating. Suddenly, a classmate used a wrench to smash a food tray. Damn it! Lee Ho-sung couldn't take it and snapped angrily. Why all these rules just to eat? Besides, according to the second-class rule, students had the right to challenge a proctor at any time. That was exactly why he dared to do that. He didn't know the reason for the emo rebel incident, did he? Na Hwa-jin heard that and teared up. Oh my, is this a reward for someone working in education like me? I'm so moved, I'm about to cry. The emo rebels is actually being said by you kids. After that, the moving sentiment made the whole bunch get a beating. He held the stick in his hand, smiling maliciously. Since you kids moved me so much, I should return the favor to each and every one of you, right? Seeing that scene, you'd understand. However, if he failed, the risk was huge. A while later, Kim Hyung-ju was grabbed by someone else. Damn it, you son of a bee. That guy was Lee Ho-sung, clenching his fist. How much longer do you plan on acting so high and mighty? He was full of attitude and shouted at him. Do you think that teacher is going to be here for 10,000 years? Every threat from Lee Ho-sung made the boy scared. The day that teacher is gone, you'll be on the 9 o'clock news. Do you want to appear on the news as the high school bookworm found dead in the river? A shadow suddenly appeared. According to state law, a slave threatening the king will be executed along with their 3 generations of kin. Na Hwa-jin looked cold, waving his hand to signal. All slaves, gather here. The whole group suddenly remembered the third rule. Very quickly, all the students were standing back to back. We respectfully bow to the king. We will not defy the king again. Studying was the only way to upgrade one's status. The rules had warned very clearly. Absolutely no tolerance for acts of defiance against superiors. As Kim Hyung-ju sat on the throne, acting arrogant, he said loudly, if you're frustrated, study hard and become the king. Seeing that, he was excited and opened his mouth to praise him. At first, you were avoiding it, but now your skill in tormenting them is slowly improving. Na Hwa-jin even offered him a proposal. You've got talent. Later, you should try doing things like being a proctor. But the next words from Kim Hyung-ju caught him off guard. Teacher, can I not be the king anymore? The boy's eyes were filled with tears, grabbing Na Hwa-jin's pants. If you leave this school, I'm finished. It seemed like Kim Hyung-ju was completely panicked. They said you wouldn't stay here forever. I've gritted my teeth and endured for 3 years. How could you possibly die from something like this? He placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, his expression deadly serious. Don't be afraid, kid. You're not going to die. Na Hwa-jin's eyes were filled with unwavering resolve as he spoke to someone his own age. Wearing the same uniform, there's no reason for you to be scared. He spoke calmly, reassuring Kim Hyung-ju. Once this training course ends, this technical school, it'll be just like before, Na Hwa-jin remarked calmly at the front of the classroom. Even if you do manage to catch them, this school won't change. Suddenly, he turned to Kim Hyung-ju and asked, do you know who created the school's ranking system? A familiar figure gripped the door handle. Jung Gwon-hyuk's face remained expressionless. Meanwhile, in class, Lee Ho-sung couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Jo Hong-ji sat in his chair, mocking him. Oh, please. You shti for brains. You know you can't do it, so why keep throwing yourself at it? Frustrated, he snapped back. Shut your trap. I don't give a damn about those grades. Be careful, or I'll knock you out. Damn you. Suddenly, he blurted out. Do you know what day it is today? Jo Hong-gi's next words left him stunned. Today is the day Jung Gwon-hyuk's suspension is lifted. Lee Ho-sung couldn't believe it and shouted, What? Wasn't he expelled indefinitely? It's only been 2 weeks, and it's already over? In contrast to that emotion, he just replied nonchalantly, Who knows? The school just contacted him and said so. Jo Hong-gi's expression turned cunning as he spoke. The absolute sovereign, the one who rules this school. If Jung Gwon-hyuk returns, then that teacher, his vague words made him realize it immediately. The end is near. Suddenly, there was a loud noise at the back door. It shook both of them, and even Na Hwa-jin was startled. Shaking was everywhere, only Lee Ho-sung was thrilled, muttering, "Damn it, that teacher is done for." In just a moment, the doorknob fell off. A person slowly revealed himself from behind the door. Jang Gwon-hyuk walked into the classroom with pride. "Sorry, the school contacted me and told me to return, but the door was locked." He spoke with a cold face. "I'm Jang Gwon-hyuk, third year, electronics department." Kim Hyung-ju was terrified when he saw him. Jang Gwon-hyuk just noticed the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He muttered a calm, "Oh." Jang Gwon-hyuk glanced at the school rules board and judged it. "So, this is the current system. Huh, not bad." Meanwhile, Na Hwa-jin stood facing him. "So you're Jang Gwon-hyuk? Quite the entrance." He gave a friendly smile, but his tone didn't match. "I heard everything from the principal. You're the mastermind behind all the chaos in this school, aren't you? I'm the one who lifted your suspension. Aren't you grateful?" Right after that, Na Hwa-jin adopted the tone of a homeroom teacher. "But you're late on your first day back. I have to punish you, don't I? Lie face down. Put the hammer down." Jang Gwon-hyuk didn't resist and complied. "I'm sorry." He slowly lowered his body. "I slept a bit too much, but..." It was all a setup for his surprise punch at Na Hwa-jin. His eyes were filled with confidence as he spoke. "Oh, just like they said, huh?" The dust slowly cleared, leaving Na Hwa-jin's bruised hand. "You should be careful, teacher. It seems you hit me, right?" Even now, Jang Gwon-hyuk remained arrogant, pointing behind him. But why was the teacher's expression like that? "The guy who wrote number 2 over there can challenge me whenever he wants," he asked Na Hwa-jin mockingly. Maybe my strength surprised you?" He didn't answer, but stared intensely at his own palm. Na Hwa-jin wiped his mouth calmly. "Clearly, with the force of that punch, by now your shoulder must be hurting quite a bit too." Then, he slowly stepped closer to Jang Gwon-hyuk. "That's right. It has to be like this." Na Hwa-jin was intrigued by the confrontation. Now it's starting to feel like an education. A stick fell to the ground at his words. "That's right. It has to be like this." Na Hwa-jin stood excitedly facing Jang Gwon-hyuk. Now it's starting to feel like an education. He wasn't one to back down either. Speaking up, "Stop beating around the bush. Just say it clearly. If I win, you're leaving this school, aren't you?" He smirked back contemptuously. "If you're ashamed, then get lost. Got it?" Hearing that, Jang Gwon-hyuk clenched his fist. "Then I'll help you finish work early, teacher." Immediately, he lunged toward Na Hwa-jin. He tilted his head to the side, dodging easily. Then, Na Hwa-jin countered, landing a punch straight to his face. He was momentarily stunned by the blow. Very quickly, Jang Gwon-hyuk's eyes regained their composure. His hands reacted fast, slamming Na Hwa-jin's head into the floor. Only then did they see Jang Gwon-hyuk slowly stand up, while it looked like he had knocked him unconscious. Time shifted back to a moment in the past. "The first time I saw Jang Gwon-hyuk was during the war for the top spot in the first year. He took them down one by one, and that's when I knew." Jang Gwon-hyuk didn't have many injuries after the battle. He would become the new legend of Gun Technical High School, and very soon, not long after, he defeated both the second and third years in succession. For the first time in 8 years, a first year held the top spot in the entire school. One day, Na Hwa-jin's guys were stopped. "Hey, you gun school dogs." A group of students in the alley provoked them. "I heard your school has to kiss the asses of the first years, right? What kind of fighting can a bunch of brainless insects like you even do?" They stood before him, hurling insults. "Don't ever walk past our school again. You guys reek of oil." Of course, the consequences of speaking without thinking were easy to see. The influence of Jang Gwon-hyuk didn't just stop at the school limits. He quickly achieved the title of number 1 in the entire region. The whole gun school group was overjoyed after the victory. "Finally, we've become the kings of this region. Damn it." This was Gun Technical High School's classroom. Jo Hong-gi was lost in his own thoughts. 8 years ago, back when our school was still Gun Industrial High School, even though he stood in the middle of endless cheering. "Jang Gwon-hyuk. Jang Gwon-hyuk." That didn't stop Jo Hong-ji's agitation. Back then, the seniors were called the Gun Monkeys of Hun, and they were extremely furious at being called that. At that time, only one thought remained in his head. But I am sure that Jang Gwon-hyuk, and that thought has lasted until now, will far surpass the legends of Koon Industrial High School from 8 years ago. Everyone in the class was excited. Senior Jang Gwon-hyuk beat that teacher. As expected of Jang Gwon-hyuk, one by one, they chanted his name. "Jang Gwon-hyuk! Jang Gwon-hyuk!" The shouting didn't stop. "Jang Gwon-hyuk! Jang Gwon-hyuk!" Lee Ho-sung was overjoyed, praising him without pause. As expected of the gunman, Jang Gwon-hyuk. "Everyone has to bow before your fist." Jo Hong-gi also added his voice. You worked hard, Jang Guan-hyuk. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the back. All right, only one kid left. Lee Ho-sung shouted loudly, threatening, Kim Hyung-ju, you trash! Get down here right now, you're dead meat. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Lee Ho-sung. Jang Guan-hyuk didn't hesitate to land a strike on Lee Ho-sung. He got pummeled and collapsed right next to Jo Hong-ji. Immediately after, he shifted his focus to him. Jang Guan-hyuk's icy gaze was fixed squarely on Jo Hong-ji. Damn it. Are you guys making a fool out of me? He then grilled him, word by word. Do you think I'm some kind of pushover? Did the teacher tell you to take off your badges? Jang Guan-hyuk's anger continued to mount. And yet, with all of you there, you couldn't even beat him? And you got beaten to a pulp too? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, slamming a kick into Jo Hong-ji's stomach. You losers! Right after, he doubled over in pain, clutching his gut. But Guan-hyuk's next words forced him to look up. Man, and I was actually planning to lead you losers into the regional tournament. Jo Hong-gi couldn't believe his ears and asked back, The regional tournament? He didn't answer, instead shouting out to the whole group. Listen up. Guan-hyuk laid it out clearly. 2 years ago, I brought this region under control, but now, more and more people are looking to challenge our school's status. He slowly recounted every detail. This time, we have to settle this once and for all and rebuild Gunhai's reputation. The competition for school rankings lately has just been field training for this upcoming rematch. Jang Guan-hyuk's eyes were intense as he made his declaration. The legend of the seniors who were called the monsters of Gunhai 8 years ago, we have to completely erase that legend and write a new chapter. But it was suddenly cut short by a laugh that sounded like a horse whinnying. It was Na Hwa-jin, who had been ignored until now. It seemed like he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. The legend of controlling the region? My stomach hurts. Na Hwa-jin's voice was garbled through his laughter. I don't mean to interrupt your little talk, but he bluntly expressed his true thoughts. Listening to you kids, I can't stop laughing. Very quickly, Na Hwa-jin stood up and snatched the cigarette out of his hand. This kid is trying so hard to look serious, you can tell just by looking at him he's still growing, right? He didn't miss the chance to mock Jang Guan-hyuk. All right then, if you conquer this region, will your mom buy you some ice cream? Huh? That only made him even more furious. Don't look at me like that. Jang Guan-hyuk agilely prepared to throw a punch at him with those eyes, but Na Hwa-jin blocked it with his elbow. A light cracking sound echoed out. Guan-hyuk's eyes were filled with shock. He screamed in pain, while Na Hwa-jin just kept smoking his cigarette. Oh man, listening to you yell like that. You must have broken a bone. He calmly mentioned something that every high schooler is afraid of, the law of reaction, Newton's third law. Na Hwa-jin was even kind enough to explain it to him. The greater the force you use, the stronger the pushback. Your attack was too strong, which is why it backfired on you. Suddenly, he shifted to another topic. Even though it's physics, it's also the fundamental truth of this world. Na Hwa-jin smiled brightly and sincerely at him. Give money, get money back. Use power, get hit back with power. Use strength, and you get beaten back with strength. That is the principle of true education. Then, he calmly checked Guan-hyuk's physical state. Let's see, a few of your ribs are broken. You won't be doing any fighting for the next 2 or 3 weeks. Na Hwa-jin suddenly called out, Hey, Kim Hyung-ju. The boy listened intently to his words. From now on, this guy's rank. But Kim Hyung-ju was incredibly shocked by the implication, is the king's personal attendant. Meanwhile, down there, Na Hwa-jin turned and smiled. Try experiencing the lowest rank yourself. He spoke sincerely to Jang Guan-hyuk, who was still in pain. Experience the ranking system you created, and see how it feels, shall we? At a certain restaurant, the sound of gossip rang out. Did you guys hear? A crowd of people were gathered eating together. A few days ago, that guy Jang Guan-hyuk wiped out the Sokchok school kids. They were the group rivaling Gunhai. One guy in the group spoke up first. Based on my judgment, that Jang Guan-hyuk won't stop at just the Sokchok school. If he keeps going like that, we're going to be finished too. He boldly put forward a suggestion. That's why we have to join forces and take out the gun guys first. Seeing the hesitation on his companions' faces, he couldn't stand it. What are you acting like that for? Why do you look as dumb as a bunch of nerds? Don't be afraid, you dogs. Except for Jang Guan-hyuk, the rest of them are just small fry. At this point, the person next to him hesitated to speak. Damn it, everyone knows that, but Jang Guan-hyuk is the problem. Hearing that, he opened his mouth to say, That's why I'm saying we need to discuss a strategy to catch him. Another person was talking while eating. I heard he took out 20 Sokchok guys all by himself. How are you planning to catch him? He couldn't take it anymore and bluntly offered his opinion. Are you crazy? Who told you to attack him head on? We could ambush him from behind, or drop rocks from the rooftop. One hit is enough to kill him. Suddenly, a figure burst into the dining room. I said the same thing, and I ended up getting beaten to a pulp by him. He pointed out his intention bitterly. Damn it, let's all pool our money and hire gangsters to take him out. As long as there's money, nothing is impossible. And that person was someone from Sokchok High who got beaten up a few days earlier. The scene changed quickly. Jo Hongji was shocked to witness this unthinkable scene unfolding before his eyes every day. It was Jang Guan-hyuk serving water to him. He looked up at Kim Hyung-ju and asked, "Do you need anything else?" That made him even more terrified. Jang Guan-hyuk, the strongest guy in school, was now serving him. Even so, in the beginning, things weren't like they are now. Of course, at first, he didn't obey him obediently. He suddenly remembered Jang Guan-hyuk's previous image. "What the hell did you just say? You want me to pour water?" He cursed him out straight to his face in front of Kim Hyung-ju. "So annoying, you nerd." Jang Guan-hyuk didn't care and threatened him. "Try saying that one more time, and see if I don't knock your teeth out." But quickly, he was interrupted by Na Hwa-jin. "Oh ho! Why is that servant talking so disrespectfully to the emperor?" He acted childishly, holding a stick and teasing the cat, shouting, "You are the king's personal eunuch. In the name of justice, I won't let you get away with this." Na Hwa-jin swiftly tried to enforce his sense of justice, but that made his nose twitch uncontrollably. Achoo, damn it. A familiar, sharp sensation flared up in his ribs, making his face go pale. Jang Guan-hyuk clutched his stomach in agony. Meanwhile, Na Hwa-jin nonchalantly handed that toy over to Kim Hyung-ju. "Take this, Your Highness," he said, introducing it with great solemnity. "It's for punishing those wicked, evil people. It's called the King's Cat Fur." The scene shifted to outside the classroom, where everyone was shouting, "Let's all rush in and beat that old man up." Jang Guan-hyuk gathered a group of students and finally spoke up. He couldn't take it anymore, so he went straight to the point and scolded them all. "You bunch of idiots, just blindly following orders is exactly why we've ended up in this crappy situation. Can't all of you handle him together?" But then, one of them piped up, "If you're so good at it, why don't you do it yourself?" That remark was quickly echoed by the others. "You got beaten up just like us, so why are you standing there barking at us now? We're no match for that old man." Given the situation, it was easy to see that Jang Guan-hyuk had lost his strength, so he couldn't intimidate others like he used to. Besides that, Kim Hyung-ju noticed one more thing. It wasn't just Jang Guan-hyuk who had changed. A loud sound caught his attention. "That's right, you son of a BTH. That's how it's done." Jo Hong-gi laughed, genuinely praising him while stuffing knowledge into that empty head of yours. "It's actually pretty fun, you know?" It made Lee Ho-sung beam with pride. "It's just because I'm smart, you jerk." Hearing that, the guy made a suggestion. "If I help you move up in status, how about a round of sweet and sour pork?" And he didn't object at all, agreeing, "Sure, add sweet and sour chicken to that too." Seeing this, Jo Hong-gi walked away while adding another request. "Buy some Coke as a down payment." And Lee Ho-sung playfully retorted, "You jerk, don't act like I'm trying to scam you." In another corner of the classroom, a student was treating another like this. "You pathetic slave. Open your mouth, I'll give you some snake eggs." During that time, Kim Hyung-ju had witnessed this whole scene, which had been going on for over 2 weeks. The groups were gathering and playing together. "Stop it. Hey, watch out, you idiot." That made him feel like the boundary between the electrical department and the automotive department was gradually disappearing. But deep down, there was still something bothering Kim Hyung-ju. In this situation, even if Mr. Na Hwa-jin left, everything would be fine except for him. What should I do? Standing outside the classroom, a shadow was silently watching. The school principal, Gun, smiled benevolently as he saw everything. A while later, in his office, he spoke up first. "Since they can't fight, the kids are gradually treating each other better and living in peace." "Mr. Na Hwa-jin is truly talented," the principal, Gun, said with excitement. Moreover, that aggressive student, Jang Guan-hyuk, has also become obedient. He couldn't help but express his joy at seeing the students turn over a new leaf. "Isn't that the dream of every educator like us?" However, Na Hwa-jin quickly cut him off. "Principal, you have a soul more innocent than your age suggests." He bluntly asked him a question. "Do you really think that kid will genuinely turn over a new leaf?" Time flew by quickly, and it was time to go home after school. Kim Hyung-ju spoke up hesitantly. "Jang Guan-hyuk, school's out. You don't have to walk me home." But he was blocked by Jang Guan-hyuk, who replied, "Isn't this the current rule at school?" He ignored him and continued, "You've been living like this for 3 years, haven't you? That made Kim Hyung-ju deeply realize that the person who had changed the most was Jang Gwon-hyuk. He couldn't stop those thoughts in his head. He was being ignored by all the followers who used to trail behind him. Had he finally realized something? In front, Jang Gwon-hyuk touched his stomach. His hand gently felt it. It had been 2 weeks. The state of Gwon-hyuk's body was better now. His bones were almost healed. He involuntarily reflected on everything. Since he was born, he had never endured such humiliation. Even in his dreams, that bastard's face appeared. But the more he thought about it, the more it fueled Jang Gwon-hyuk's determination. Tomorrow, I'm going to beat him. His face was filled with calculation. Once I take that old man down, you guys are next. I'll wipe you all out. Suddenly, someone walking behind them unexpectedly spoke up. This is even more precious than seeing a unicorn, the leader of the Sojok High School students said with disdain. Big brother Jang Gwon-hyuk, of Gun, now having to carry a school bag for a bookworm? That's a real sight to see. Jang Gwon-hyuk didn't bother to pay attention and asked, "Are you looking for trouble?" He replied confidently, "I came here to look for trouble to get my revenge, you jerk." Hearing that, he just laughed contemptuously. "With just the 3 of you? Even 30 of you couldn't do anything to me anymore. Where are you getting that confidence from?" The leader was equally angry and retorted, "Motherficker, where do I get my confidence from?" While he was responding, someone stepped forward. "My confidence comes from money." He was surprised when he saw that person. The world is already in the 4.0 era. As long as you have money, you can catch little demons like you, the leader politely introduced. A service this uncle has taken action. A group of people quickly appeared. A company specializing in cleaning up the Keezy 7 uncles. Seeing that group, Kim Hyung-ju was extremely terrified. "Are they a gang of thugs?" One uncle with his hair tied back smiled and spoke first. "Oh, shut up with that 4.0 crap. Be reasonable, you little brat." While that uncle was continuing, he was interrupted. "We have to let him receive a proper and correct education." Because Jang Gwon-hyuk had thrown a punch right at his face. He even chatted leisurely. "I heard the faces of thugs usually have iron armor, don't they? But whether you are a thug or whatever." Right after that, Jang Gwon-hyuk rushed in once again. "You'll all fall under my punch." However, his punch was easily blocked. The man with glasses in front of him spoke with praise. "This kid is pretty strong too." But then he added some belittling words. "But at this level, he's the leader of the whole region?" Meanwhile, Jang Gwon-hyuk was extremely shocked. He caught his punch. The man suddenly recalled the past. "When I was in school, I was the school leader too." And then, he drove a knee into Gwon-hyuk's ribs. That attack made him spit out red syrup. He didn't care about Jang Gwon-hyuk's pain and said, "This puts me in a tough spot, but since I took the money, I have to do it." Suddenly, he revealed, "Having to hit a junior from the same school like this is really uncomfortable." That information successfully caught Gwon-hyuk's attention. A junior from the same school? Hearing that, he slowly explained everything. "I graduated from Koon Industrial School 8 years ago." "Junior from the same school?" He slowly stammered out. "I graduated from Koon Industrial High 8 years ago." Then, he slowly took off his glasses. "Around here, they usually call our school the Mongol Empire," he said, beaming with excitement. "And me? I'm the one they crown as the Great Khan." The man's true identity was actually the #1 student from Gun Industrial High School 8 years ago, known as the Great Khan. His face was still filled with shock. Jang Gwon-hyuk looked up at the man standing before him and stammered, You're the Great Khan of Gun High?" Terrified and trembling, he continued. 18 years ago, he wiped out this whole area." Gwon-hyuk slowly stood up and suddenly asked, "Senior, do you know who the strongest guy around here is?" Before the other could even answer, he clenched his fist and roared with fury. "It's you and me." Gwon-hyuk kept pushing him, while his opponent just calmly flicked his cigarette away, not showing a hint of panic. "Want to see who's stronger than the Great Khan?" He lunged, kicking Gwon-hyuk straight in the jaw. Gwon-hyuk slumped down, gasping for air, his eyes filled with rising doubt. What was that?" he asked himself. "Was his kick actually faster than my punch?" The guy flashed a wicked grin and taunted, "You asking who's stronger?" Immediately, the Great Khan surged forward with a fist, sneering, "Stop daydreaming. Don't think you can run your mouth with me like you do with those other losers." He slammed a punch straight into Gwon-hyuk's throat, making him spit up bile. He didn't stop there, mocking him relentlessly. "You're only like this because you were born in an era filled with pathetic weaklings." That last punch made Gwon-hyuk's eyes bulge in shock, unable to fight back. He flashed back to his own past. "I started showing violent tendencies back in the 1st grade. Back then, the kids around him wouldn't stop cursing him. Look, That filthy bug is back again. They gathered in a mob and started interrogating Gwon-hyuk. Hey, I told you not to use this playground, didn't I? What right do you have to be here? The vitriol kept pouring out of those kids' mouths. I get so pissed off whenever I see him. Why does a homeless dog like him live in this apartment complex? Do you have any idea what my mom says when she sees families like his? The kids used a tone of utter contempt to mock him. Someone who doesn't even have money, living here. It's just like those beggars coming here to take a dump. He wouldn't give in. Gwon-hyuk used his fists to deal with the kids who dared to insult his family. This guy's crossed the line. Right after that, his mother was criticized by other parents. You idiot. How did you even raise your kid? Facing that scene, Gwon-hyuk's mother could only apologize over and over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But even then, they wouldn't stop, continuing to berate her. Already poor and uneducated. How pathetic. Ever since then, he understood. I realized it back then when I saw his scarred face. Gwon-hyuk muttered to himself. As long as I'm good at fighting, I'll never be inferior to anyone else. Back then, he arrogantly asserted that those who look down on others for not having money, or those who despise the uneducated. I made them so scared they pissed their pants. No one can ever bring me down, because I'm always at the top. Realizing the current situation, Gwon-hyuk felt dizzy, thinking, but this is the first time I've ever faced something like this. He looked in despair at the guy raising his fist as he approached. He felt utterly hopeless. My punch didn't even land on him. A brutal blow slammed down onto Gwon-hyuk's face, causing him serious injury. So scared. In Gwon-hyuk's head, only 2 words were repeating now. So scared. Another punch followed. So scared. Finally, he gave up and started begging. Stop. Stop. Gwon-hyuk's face was drenched in tears as he stuttered, begging for mercy. I lost. I'm gonna die, he declared. In front of the crowd, which was getting fired up, he added, I won't mess with them ever again. Gwon-hyuk also promised, no, I won't fight anymore. He pleaded. So please, just spare me. The guy turned to the crowd and asked, what do you think, customers? He replied, satisfied. Damn it. Good shot. That's enough. As expected, money is everything. Looking at Gwon-hyuk crying like that, the great Khan suddenly changed his mind. Actually, I think a little differently. This dog will never change. If he recovers, he's definitely going to start trouble again. He looked at Gwon-hyuk's messy face and said regretfully, what should we do? If you pay a bit more, I'll settle this properly and guarantee your safety until graduation. Night fell at a construction site. Another guy slowly grabbed his trembling hands. The great Khan raised his foot and ordered, hold his hands tight. Don't let him squirm. Gwon-hyuk begged fearfully. Please, please spare me. The henchman immediately snapped. Shut up. You're not gonna die. Kim Hyung-ju sat obediently on the side, dragged along to make sure no one would snitch. His face turned pale. Watching this scene. We'll do this quick and clean. Suck it up. That's what being a man is. Before this whole thing happened, I had never even talked to Gwon-hyuk. Kim Hyung-ju remembered what he had done before. Because of the ranking system he created, the memories of being beaten rose to the surface. It made me suffer for 3 whole years. Back then, Kim Hyung-ju had to collapse to the ground and sob, just because he was helpless and couldn't do anything, just because he couldn't fight. I had to live worse than a dog. He had always resented and cursed him, he shouted, trying to convince the group. But please, I beg you, please, just let him go this once. Just as the great Khan's foot was about to land on Gwon-hyuk, Hyung-ju bravely lunged forward to take the blow for him. That caused him to spit up blood. Gwon-hyuk looked up in shock, not understanding what was happening. He pondered, watching that action. The great Khan asked, confused, what? What's with this guy? Kim Hyung-ju continued to plead, please, senior, spare him. But he thought, no matter how much I hate Gwon-hyuk, I still don't want him to end up like this. Kim Hyung-ju said again, this is enough already. The guy commanded with disgust, what are you rambling about? Get out of the way. But he got a headshake in response. Losing patience, the great Khan rushed over and slapped Hyung-ju across the face. He shouted, get lost. I told you to get the hell out. Gwon-hyuk, lying crushed on the side, felt full of suspicion. That kid, why is he stepping up to beg for me? Thank you. But he asked himself, we have no relationship, so why would you do that? Being attacked repeatedly, he raised his arm and looked at his watch. Kim Hyung-ju sent the data on the watch immediately. A notification sound rang out. Na Hwa-jin, who had been doing push-ups, noticed the phone notification. He stopped to take a break. He stared intently at the phone. Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-ju was still being pummeled by the thug, breathless and unable to do anything. The leader couldn't help but boast. Compared to that guy who calls himself the strongest in the area, you're much better. You've lasted over 10 minutes against me. That's actually pretty tough. The leader asked. What makes you do this? Anyone can see you're his lackey. Don't you hold a grudge against him? The boy calmly replied. Even if I hate him, he doesn't deserve to be treated like this. Kim Hyung-ju added. That's right, teach. Na Hwa-jin shot a cold glare at the leader's men. They stared back, confused. Na Hwa-jin walked over and told the boy, Give me a summary. Kim Hyung-ju quickly explained. They're part of an uncle's services, a gang of thugs paid to take care of bullies. Na Hwa-jin wasn't surprised at all. He replied gently, Ah, just thugs? No wonder, but I think you guys are a bit too old to be beating up kids. The leader felt insulted and flew into a rage. What the hell? You son of a bee. I'm only in my 20s, you bastard. Na Hwa-jin continued to mock him. 20s? Did you soak your face in acid? Why is your skin so saggy? One of the lackeys frowned and shouted back. What the hell are you babbling about, you piece of trash? He warned. You want to push my buttons? Or do you want to jump rope with your own intestines? Na Hwa-jin slammed his hand into the guy's forearm and twisted his arm. The pain made the lackey shriek. Damn it, my arm, my arm. Na Hwa-jin's hand moved smoothly as he decisively grabbed the leader's head and slammed it into the ground, splattering blood everywhere as the bystanders watched in shock. Na Hwa-jin's voice echoed, That's right. Good. Since you're just thugs. The leader watched, terrified. My built-up frustration is finally going to be released. Na Hwa-jin gritted his teeth in anger. I'm not a student. Why the hell are you looking at me like that? A man with his head smashed into the ground, bleeding, wheezed. You're from the uncle's service, right? I've seen you guys on the news a few times. A gang of thugs paid to punish kids. The leader and his cohorts stood there, terrified. Yeah, that's right. What you do is similar to what I do. But do you know the difference between you and me? Na Hwa-jin looked at them with a terrifying expression. I am recognized by the state, while you guys are just a bunch of low-life thugs. The leader frowned, looking worried, thinking as Na Hwa-jin delivered a heavy punch. Moving like lightning, he pinned the guy's head to the ground. After knocking the others down, he remained calm. The leader stood there, drawing his knife, thinking, this guy is no pushover. Na Hwa-jin breathed out, Look, if you can, put that away. His voice rang out while the leader gritted his teeth. Sweating and clutching the knife, the leader thought, I was just planning to slash you a few times, like neighborhood dogs fighting. But since you're holding that, he lunged forward. Cut the crap! Na Hwa-jin tensed his muscles. If you want to play with weapons, then his face turned serious as he stood ready to go all out. The two stood in a fighting stance. Na Hwa-jin watched carefully, and a punch from the leader was blocked easily. The leader recoiled in surprise, glancing back, thinking, What the hell? He disarmed my knife hand like it was nothing. He looked at Na Hwa-jin's hand positioning, confused. The leader still held the knife, gritting his teeth, thinking, could it be? The leader lunged again, but Na Hwa-jin's hands pushed him away effortlessly. The leader's eyes went wide, thinking, damn it. I picked a fight with the wrong guy. Looking at the deft hands parrying the attacks, he remembered something his boss once told the organization. If the opponent uses this technique, even if you have a knife, you have to run. Suddenly, the knife flew away. The two stood close, but the leader stared at the knife, falling to the ground, realizing, that technique, it's a specialized combat style for knife fighting. Then, Na Hwa-jin landed a punch that made the leader spit blood. The leader collapsed, his head slamming into the ground. Before he could recover, a punch to the face splattered more blood. Na Hwa-jin lifted his hand covered in blood, thinking about the technique a defensive and offensive style with no restrictions or weaknesses. The terrifying realization dawned on them. It's Krav Maga. Krav Maga is an Israeli martial art. Today, it is used by the Israeli Defense Forces. Its efficiency in self-defense and rapid attack is what makes Krav Maga so effective. Na Hwa-jin's eyes glowed with a terrifying light as he looked down. Get up. We aren't finished yet. He grabbed the leader's head to pull him up. I said I'd go all out on you. He punched the leader right in the face. Only one of us gets to walk away from this alive. Only then will this be over. Jang Gwan-hyuk, battered and bruised, looked up as the screams of pain echoed. Kim Hyung-ju, covered in blood, also looked up as desperate pleas filled the air. A thug turned his head at the sound of the screams. Stop! Please, stop! Na Hwa-jin slammed the leader's head against the wall. Then, he kicked the leader directly in the face. The man's face was a bloody mess. He wheezed. This guy, he's really Na Hwa-jin, pulled back for a punch. The leader's eyes widened, thinking, is he really going to kill me? No, please. He desperately lunged to hug Na Hwa-jin's legs, thinking, I want to live. He looked up, screaming, "Please, boss, please spare me." Na Hwa-jin looked down as the pleas continued. "I was wrong. Please, I beg you, spare me." Na Hwa-jin kicked him, sending him flying. The leader's head hit the ground hard again. He knelt down, bowing desperately. "I beg you. I'm begging you. Please spare me. If you let me go, I'll quit this gang life." More blood sprayed as Na Hwa-jin kept hitting him in the face. Na Hwa-jin watched him collapse, dripping blood. The uncle looked over, lying there, watching. The uncle, his face covered in blood, looked down. Then, he stood up and knelt down, startling the boy. I'm sorry for hitting you." He put his hands together above his head. "Please, make him stop." The boy stared in shock as the man continued. I'll pay you 10 times the medical fees." "No, 20 times. Na Hwa-jin lit a cigarette, standing behind them. "You've got the wrong address." He puffed on the cigarette, looking down. "If you want forgiveness, don't ask me. If you hit someone, you better be ready to beg for mercy when it's your turn. That's how it works." The boss sneered, then glanced up. "Got it? Now get lost." He then walked over to Jang Guan-hyuk. Jang Guan-hyuk froze as the man stood before him. "See clearly now?" the man said, still holding a cigarette in his mouth. Then, Na Hwa-jin spoke up, making him grit his teeth in shock. "This is exactly the kind of mess you've been causing all this time." The next day, teacher Na Hwa-jin had left our school. Kim Hyung-ju was tied up, gagged, and forced to listen to the cheers from the electrical and automotive departments. "We finally waited for this day. Let's carry out the punishment on Kim Hyung-ju." Lee Ho-sung stood in the center, turning to face everyone. "Did you hear that? That's all our pent-up frustration from all this time." Jo Hong-gi stood nearby, joined by his lackeys, chanting, "Finish him, finish him, finish him, finish him, finish him." Lee Ho-sung smirked. "Kim Hyung-ju, I told you, didn't I?" The day that teacher leaves, you were trembling with fear as a loud voice suddenly interrupted the broadcast. "The news of your corpse being found will be on TV soon." Suddenly, someone kicked the door open. It was Jang Guan-hyuk, and everyone turned to look at him. "Get lost, all of you." He frowned, his eyes cold. "Anyone who dares to touch Kim Hyung-ju dies." That declaration made the boy on the other side widen his eyes. Meanwhile, a car sped down the road, eventually coming to a stop in front of a massive office building. A mysterious woman sat in the car, lowering the window slightly to look at the guard. "Good work." The man bowed politely. "Yes, ma'am. May I ask what brings you here?" The corner of her mouth curled into a faint smile. "I am the new inspector, appointed by the Education Rights Protection Bureau." Elsewhere, Lee Ho-sung was walking with Jo Hong-gi, both acting incredibly arrogant. Suddenly, Lee Ho-sung stopped and turned his head, puzzled. "Hey, why did he do that? He was the one getting beaten up the most." Jo Hong-gi was also curious, wondering, did he get threatened by that teacher? Back there, a young man had been beaten until his lips were swollen and his face was pale, yet he still held his face and looked grateful. "Thank you." As soon as he finished, he scratched his head with a forced laugh, thinking, wait, was he planning to handle this himself? So he chased everyone else away? Jang Guan-hyuk's stern face appeared, followed by the question, "See clearly now?" He remembered how he had been trampled on mercilessly before. "This is exactly the kind of mess you've been causing all this time." His eyes were hollow, ears ringing. He had been using his strength to beat those weaker than him just to humiliate them, openly trampling on others' self-esteem. By creating a hierarchy, Na Hwa-jin's solemn, terrifying voice echoed. "If you haven't experienced that feeling yourself, you will never truly understand it." As he finished, he brought his foot toward Jang Guan-hyuk. The boy's face was bruised and filthy, his teeth grinding as if he were enduring waves of pain. But Na Hwa-jin's attack just grazed Jang Guan-hyuk. He slowly leaned down, pressing his face right up to the boy's. "You're lucky, kid." Na Hwa-jin's eyes and tone turned cold and haunting. "If those thugs hadn't shown up, I would have educated you the hard way just now." Jang Guan-hyuk remained silent, eyes wide as he listened. "And there's more. You're also lucky." Na Hwa-jin stood before him and emphasized, "Thanks to Kim Hyung-ju's character." Seeing Kim Hyung-ju's bruised face, Na Hwa-jin continued to explain. "In that situation, that kid could have just stood by and watched your hands get crushed or laughed, because the person who ruined his school life was the one getting beaten. But Kim Hyung-ju chose to risk himself to save his enemy, you. If it were you, would you have done the same?" Na Hwa-jin slowly stood up, intentionally emphasizing that a person's worth isn't in their physical strength, but in their character. If you live your life without understanding this, then he hesitated for a moment, then shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away. "You'll have to learn your lesson properly." Back in the present, Kim Hyung-ju was stunned. eyes wide as he watched Jang Guan-hyuk's silence. He sat there quietly, watching Jang Guan-hyuk walk away. Over there, just as Jang Guan-hyuk left, he felt a heavy weight in his heart, as if something was bothering him. After walking a short distance, he spoke up softly. I don't want you to misunderstand, so I'll say this first. I didn't do that because the teacher threatened me. Jang Guan-hyuk stopped, his tone incredibly hesitant. It's just that, yesterday. Jang Guan-hyuk seemed to gather all his courage to spit out a few kind words. You were cool. Hearing the praise, Kim Hyung-ju was shocked at first, but then gave a satisfied smile. From then on, Kim Hyung-ju was no longer bullied and graduated smoothly. Throughout the rest of his high school years, Jang Guan-hyuk didn't get into any more fights. He worked hard on internships and planned for his future. After graduation, they went their separate ways. 15 years later, they both ended up working at the same electric vehicle company. On a beautiful morning at that EV company, Na Hwa-jin sat with a grumpy expression in front of piles of thick documents. He stood up, sighing wearily. No, I just got back. What is all this? Jeon Sanjoy Kang-seok walked in at that moment, saw the scene, and said, It's the next case, Chief. Chief? Na Hwa-jin's voice was deep and firm. Is the punishment appropriate? How were they beaten? Isn't the information they summarized worth something for our work? Look at it. You'll work smarter and faster. Before this, it took you 2 to 3 weeks to handle one case, right? You're wasting too much time. Hearing this, Na Hwa-jin was furious and retorted, Do you think I'm some kind of hired thug? If I could, I would have beaten those guys up and finished it quickly. As Na Hwa-jin picked up the stack of papers, he read and wondered, The number of complaints keeps growing. Am I supposed to solve all of this alone? Hearing his complaints, Jeon Sanjoy Kang-seok sighed, thinking that this monkey-headed guy was still acting dissatisfied. He especially reminded him, Oh, a new hire is coming in a bit. Hearing that, Na Hwa-jin sped up, reading through the documents. He suddenly widened his eyes in shock. This is insane. Did all these things happen at the same school? Who on earth made this school end up like this? Saying that, he slammed the folder shut. Na Hwa-jin fell into deep, troubled thought. High school, girls' school, this is giving me a headache. Na Hwa-jin frowned and asked, Hey, Chief, can I handle a different case? But a girls' school is a bit. Jeon Sanjoy Kang-seok heard him and shouted, You brat, you're acting picky again, aren't you? Just then, the secretary led that mysterious person into the room. From outside, she could already hear Na Hwa-jin and Jeon Sanjoy Kang-seok arguing. You know I get annoyed by these kinds of things, right? But you don't need to worry. I've already hired a very capable female employee. The mysterious person who arrived just then heard this and flashed a bright smile. Kang Soo-ho's voice echoed again, wondering if she might be an acquaintance of the kid. Just as he finished speaking, the secretary outside announced, Minister, the new inspector from the Protection Bureau is here, sir. Kang Soo-ho, excited, commanded, Oh, they're finally here? Send her in. Then, Na Hwa-jin's office door swung open. The moment she entered, she gave a sharp, formal salute. Reporting for duty, Kang Soo-ho was startled and awkwardly raised his hand to salute back. Whoa, what? Do I have to salute back? The woman announced clearly, Special Task Force 7, reporting. Na Hwa-jin narrowed his eyes, skeptical. Who is this? Her face looks kind of familiar. Then, she introduced herself instantly, Sergeant Im Han-rim. Upon hearing that name, Na Hwa-jin was floored. He shouted, Wait, what did you just say? Im Han-rim stood tall and shouted, I have been dispatched by my superiors to the Education Rights Protection Bureau under the Ministry of Education. That is all. Na Hwa-jin was still left stunned. He slowly stood up. Sergeant Im Han-rim? Why are you here? Im Han-rim scratched her head and gave a wry smile. I came to fetch a deserter. Our captain suddenly disappeared while we were mobilizing. Turns out he's here. Huh. She laughed and greeted him warmly. Long time no see, Captain Na Hwa-jin. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. At Sejong Girls High School, a man named Nam Sang-guk was being bullied. He gritted his teeth in fear, trying to endure it. Looking at the rebellious, aggressive group of girls in front of him, he shouted, Why are you doing this? A girl with purple hair let out a soft giggle. Oh my. Teacher, why so serious? She approached him with hair clippers. Your face is fine, but your hair is just tragic. Come here, I'll give you a nice trim. Hearing this immoral insult, Nam Sang-guk couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He stepped forward, grabbed the girl's hand, and barked, Stop it. You can't do this, Han Jae-ri. What? Are you having fun teasing a teacher? Hearing Nam Sang-guk's resistance, Han Jae-ri forced a shout. Huh? Are you holding my hand right now? She even put on a mocking tone. How about that, teacher? Are you doing okay now? Startled, Sanguk quickly let go of her hand, his voice trembling in fear. I didn't, Hanjari. Seeing his flustered attitude only excited her more. If he touched a female student, her face would twist into a wicked grin. You know exactly what happens if you do that, don't you, teacher? In no time at all, Nam Sanguk's hair had been arrogantly hacked away by Hanjari and her friends. A moment later, he trudged back to the teacher's lounge. Seeing his strange appearance, everyone around him gathered. Oh my god, what happened? Mr. Nam, what happened to your hair? Seeing Nam Sanguk's expression grow even gloomier, the other teachers asked, was it class 4-2 again? When he didn't answer, they all understood. Seeing the situation getting worse, the teachers were at their wits' end. What are we supposed to do with those brats? If we keep living in fear of them like this, can we even continue teaching? That's right. After that incident, things only got worse. Why did you have to bring that up? Over there, Jung Seonjung was lost in thought, working, her mind drifting. Is today the turn of Mr. Nam Sanguk? But Mr. Nam is still way too kind. As she walked, her mood was as if she were criticizing the clouds. If he keeps joking around like that, they'll still see him as a human being. After a while, Jung Seonjung arrived at the classroom and gently pushed the door open. Inside, the girls were chattering, making noise, and completely chaotic. A group of students was huddled together, gossiping. Did you see this? What is it? This is crazy. Watching these students, Jung Seonjung sighed helplessly. With these kids, she thought. Then, exhausted, she commanded, everyone, open your books to page 87. Faced with Seonjung's words, the students kept playing, paying no attention at all. Seeing this, she felt powerless, thinking she was just like a ghost. Over there, a red car was driving at breakneck speed down the road. Captain, that's too much. How could you not recognize your own comrade who ate from the same pot and fought in the same squad? Na Hwa-jin gripped the handle in the car, his face twisted. Hey, if you were me, would you recognize this? Look at your own appearance. Im Han-rim glanced at him, amused. It hasn't been 12 years, has it? It's only been 2 years. Im Han-rim, dissatisfied, tried to rationalize. Just grab any passerby and ask them. They'd tell you immediately. How could I recognize you when you've changed that much? Then he looked at Im Han-rim, hesitating for a moment. Because of life's hardships, you let your hair down, huh? And what's with this mouse-gray color that ruins the house? Hearing this one-of-a-kind question, she glared at him with a complicated expression. You're still as chatty as ever, aren't you? Mouse that ruins the house, really? Saying that, Im Han-rim reached up to stroke her current hair. Back in high school, I dyed it this color. I wanted to deal with the kids, so I wanted to get back to those feelings. It's not that bad, right? Hearing that, Na Hwa-jin sighed softly. Oh, for heaven's sake. Are you daydreaming or something? Im Han-rim frowned. Whatever. It's actually funny thinking back on it. Then, she casually asked Na Hwa-jin, what's with that long hair of yours? It's not that it doesn't suit you, but if you're going to grow it out, you should get it styled properly. Na Hwa-jin replied seriously. I'm in mourning. Hearing that, Im Han-rim's face froze, then became a bit flustered. Just then, Na Hwa-jin suggested, you can let me out here. So, Im Han-rim pulled over to the side of the road and let Na Hwa-jin out. He bowed his head and said to her through the window, for now, you'll be in charge as a student teacher until I get there, so make sure to keep the atmosphere there in good shape, all right? Im Han-rim smiled and nodded. Understood. With that, she drove off. In front of Na Hwa-jin, he looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Soon, he headed straight to the police station. Na Hwa-jin, with both hands in his pockets, walked inside calmly. As for Im Han-rim, when she arrived at the school, the teacher began the introductions. This is Miss Im Han-rim, our new student teacher starting today. I hope everyone will guide her well so she can adapt quickly. Im Han-rim also politely and warmly greeted them. Hello everyone, I'm Im Han-rim. I look forward to your help. The man behind her then pondered, let's see. Your supervising teacher will be. He hesitated for a moment, then introduced her. Miss Jung Seon-jung, the homeroom teacher for class 4-2. Please help her out. Im Han-rim walked right up to her. Jung Seon-jung looked at her with a confused expression. Ah, yes. Im Han-rim spoke up warmly. I look forward to your guidance. Seeing this outgoing enthusiasm of hers only made Seon-jung even more flustered. Im Han-rim then followed her to the classroom, observing and looking around as they walked. It's been 7 years since I last stepped foot in this school. Such nostalgia. I actually attended this girls' school myself. How have the kids been lately? Back in my day, we used to joke around with the teachers, and, before she could finish her sentence, Jung Seon-jung gave her a serious look, reminding her, As Im Han Rim stood in front of the classroom door, she spoke gently. Let me give you a piece of advice. She hesitated, then emphasized, absolutely do not act rashly. With that, Jung Seon-jung walked ahead, and Im Han Rim followed slowly behind. As soon as she walked in, Im Han Rim was momentarily stunned. The students were fooling around, incredibly rowdy, and didn't even notice anything. Hey, did you guys see the science teacher today? He's got a huge bald spot, right? Seriously, it's hilarious. Look at this guy. Did you unfollow him already? I dumped his ass. Jung Seon-jung walked in, clearing her throat with a serious expression. Class, I'd like to introduce someone. This is our student teacher, Im Han Rim. Seeing the students barely paying attention, Jung Seon-jung spoke up again. Class, we have a student teacher with us today, so let's keep it down, okay? Im Han Rim frowned, thinking, the silent treatment. She quietly observed the girls' actions and attitudes. Not a single word, no overt bullying. This vicious tactic, meant to isolate others like they're invisible. These kids are really pulling this on a teacher? Im Han Rim forced a bright smile and said, Hi everyone. I'm Im Han Rim. I hope we can get along well. As she spoke, she thought to herself, the terrifying part about this silent treatment game is that anyone who breaks the rules and talks to them becomes the next target. If someone tries to talk to me, just then, a student raised her hand, a student teacher. The moment Im Han Rim saw that hand, she knew. This kid is the ringleader. Han Jari smiled at her. Your hair color is so pretty. It looks even better the more I look at it. Where did you get it done? Tell me. Please? Im Han Rim answered bluntly. At a salon in Songbuk. If you're interested, I can give you my card. Han Jari put on a fake smile and an insincere tone. Thanks. So how old are you? Im Han Rim chuckled. I'm 26. Do you have a boyfriend? Im Han Rim sighed. Unfortunately, I don't. Hearing that, the girls around them giggled. My turn. Then, the girls started firing off rude questions. So, how much did you spend on plastic surgery? That's so gross. If you're gonna go under the knife, at least do it right. Her face and body are all artificial. I bet she needs more fillers, don't you think? Im Han Rim just listened quietly. A plastic monster. So disgusting. Hearing every word, the corner of Im Han Rim's mouth twitched slightly. Then, she replied playfully, half joking. You're right, I did get surgery. But it was a reduction. That answer left the girls stunned for a few seconds. Im Han Rim then stretched her limbs. I'm into sports, so I got a reduction because it was just too inconvenient to move around. I'm sure you guys aren't interested in chest reductions, so I won't bother with the price, right? Seeing that they couldn't get a rise out of her, they got angry. Damn it, what a drag. Im Han Rim immediately asked, Who said that? Who just spoke up? The student replied with a mocking tone. I wasn't talking to you. I was just watching this streamer who's so trashy. So I was cussing at them. Im Han Rim smiled faintly. The girls pushed their luck. With hair dyed red like that, she's like a crazy old lady. Im Han Rim couldn't hold it back anymore and snapped, You brat! That is extremely disrespectful. That remark left the girls stunned. What? She stood up abruptly. Hey, what did you just say? Im Han Rim narrowed her eyes and flashed a chilling smile. I wasn't talking to you. Just as she finished, the bell rang. See you all in class later. Han Jeri laughed as she watched her leave. That teacher is interesting, she thought to herself. I'm definitely going to teach her a lesson. Outside, Shang Sonjong scolded her loudly. Did you not hear a word I said? I told you not to be reckless. Im Han Rim rubbed her chin as if she was calculating something. These kids are a bit too sharp, aren't they? But how can they treat a teacher like that? I went to an all-girls school too, you know. You have to catch them in the act once. Jung Sonjung didn't seem to buy it and chided her. She shouted, You don't know how sly and vicious these kids are these days. Just then, a potted plant from the floor above suddenly came crashing down. Im Han Rim happened to notice it just in time. At the critical moment, Im Han Rim grabbed Jung Seon-jung and pulled her out of the way. Jung Seon-jung realized what happened and trembled in fear, turning pale. Im Han Rim whispered into her ear, I know. I'm an inspector sent by the Education Rights Protection Bureau to investigate this matter. The students upstairs looked down, deliberately taunting them. What's wrong? Are you okay? Im Han Rim looked up with a sharp gaze. Tell me why this school has become like Jung Seon-jung explained. I was the person in charge of this class. The homeroom teacher for class 2, year 4 is Mr. Go. Go John-soo walked over with a friendly smile. Oh, Seon-jung. The girls wrinkled their noses and replied, Mr. Go, can you please stop using that cringy, awkward way of talking? He always said there were no bad students in the world and treated them with kindness and warmth. He was a teacher. that a 3-year veteran like me needed to look up to. Back then, Go Jong-soo entered the classroom to introduce himself. "Hi everyone, I'm Go Jong-soo, your new homeroom teacher for Class 2, Year 4. Let's all get along and have a fun year." Mr. Go's misfortune began when he became Han Jeri's homeroom teacher. Later, Go Jong-soo discovered contraband. "I found this on your desk." Han Jeri desperately tried to explain. "Teacher, this isn't mine. Someone framed me." He looked down, completely dejected and disappointed. "I saw you smoking in the alley this morning," Go Jong-soo calmly explained. "Research shows that e-cigarettes are harmful to teenagers like you. Don't smoke out of curiosity. Take care of your body." Han Jeri bowed, acting completely repentant. "Yes, you're right, sir. My friends dragged me into it." She didn't know she put on a pitiful face and an apologetic tone. "I won't do it again, so please forgive me this once." The next day, Jung Seon-jung asked in the office, "Mr. Go, did you meet with Han Jeri yesterday? Last year, another teacher tried to discipline her and ended up getting humiliated. It didn't just happen once or twice. Don't mess with her." He just smiled it off. "Oh, come on. Han Jeri isn't like that. I've already advised her, and she said she'd correct her ways." Before Jung Seon-jung could finish, someone ran in, panicking. "Mr. Go." He was shocked and startled. The principal stormed in. "Do you know who I just got a call from? The Minister of Education. Did you sexually harass a female student in the counseling office?" An anonymous report accusing Go Jong-soo of harassing Han Jeri had been sent to the Office of Education. The school and the Office of Education disciplined him and stripped him of his position. Go Jong-soo protested his innocence, but fearing it would affect the student who accused him, he didn't investigate the criticisms and the scornful looks. The anonymous letter accusing Mr. Go Jong-soo of harassment, Han Jeri, had been sent to the Department of Education. The department and the school had processed it and disciplined Mr. Go Jong-soo by stripping him of his position. Mr. Go Jong-soo protested that he was innocent, but because he was worried about the negative impact on the student who made the report, he didn't investigate the criticism and the looks of contempt. Teacher Go Jong-soo suffered deeply, betrayed by the very students he trusted, until he eventually passed away. Later, the investigation revealed it was Kim So-hyung who reported him. That day, she was huddled outside the counseling room, whispering to Han Jeri that he had sexually harassed her. At the time, Han Jeri had said, "Are you serious? It was just a joke. Teacher Go Jong-soo was just being friendly and joking with you too. Kim So-hyung, you're hilarious. Why report him without even asking me first?" It was a tactic used by the girls. Kim So-hyung, terrified, tried to justify herself, saying, "I just wanted to protect my friends." Han Jeri flashed a twisted smile. It was just a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. If anything went wrong, they would always deflect and call it a misunderstanding. When someone came to inform Han Jeri that teacher Go Jong-soo had died, she just rolled her eyes, indifferent. Well, I guess that's what happens when there's a misunderstanding. It's a pity, but people die in traffic accidents all the time, right? Han Jeri brushed her hair back, showing a faint, jagged smile. If you think of it like that, isn't it better? This was the investigation footage of Kim So-hyung and Han Jeri. Na Hwa-jin watched the entire video silently at the police station. A voice spoke in his ear. "I'm only letting you see this because of the official authorization. The contents of this video must never be leaked." Just then, Im Han-rim carried her files, ready for her first class. As she opened the door, she was extremely cautious, careful with every single millimeter of movement. A party popper went off. Female students rushed forward with a cake, welcoming Im Han-rim. "Welcome to our school, Miss Intern." The students crowded around her, feigning excitement. "Miss Intern, you don't look happy, do you?" "We were just joking. Just joking. Let's get along and be friends from now on, okay?" She scanned the room, thinking to herself, even with the authority of the Educational Rights Protection Bureau, it wouldn't be easy to catch these kids. She looked around and concluded that the ringleader was Han Jeri. Seeing her relaxed demeanor, she figured it out. She didn't do anything openly. The other girls kept pushing Im Han-rim. "What are you doing? Blow out the candles quickly." She brushed her hair back. She leaned in to blow out the candles, but the sinister, cunning look in the student's eyes grew. One student lunged forward with the cake. She shoved it toward Im Han-rim, intending to smash it into her face. Suddenly, the cake went flying and landed square on Han Jeri's head. She stood there, completely stunned and in disbelief. The other girls were shocked, unable to grasp what had just happened. Im Han-rim gave a faint, sharp grin. "Oops, sorry. Sorry." I dodged by reflex. I didn't mean for it to fly that way. A stream of bright red liquid began trickling down Han Jeri's fair forehead. As the blood flowed, Han Jeri frowned, losing her patience. Im Han-rim rushed over, acting worried. Oh my god. What happened? You're bleeding. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Han Jerry snapped, her voice trembling with rage. How are you going to take responsibility for this? She glared straight at Im Han Rim. You made me bleed, you lunatic. Do you dare hit a student? Damn it. Na Hwa-jin walked over without a word and shoved Han Jerry's head directly into the pile of cake. The students were in an uproar. What was that? He pressed Han Jerry's head down and replied, You want to know how I'll take responsibility? That's what I want to ask you. He emphasized the question. If you just got cake on your head, why are you bleeding? The cake was filled with razor blades. They looked on in disbelief. Were you planning to slice my face up like this? Han Jerry screamed, trying to deflect. How would I know? That was those other girls. Before she could finish, Im Han Rim spoke up. Let me introduce myself again. I am Im Han Rim, a field inspector from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. Her voice rang out, cold and steely. You kids are always on your phones. You've probably seen teacher Na Hwa-jin teaching those other punks on YouTube, right? Im Han Rim paused, then added firmly. But guess what? I'm not as nice as he is. In another scene, someone was training hard with a punching bag. It was Im Han Rim, working out to build her strength. After a while, she took a break. Just then, someone walked up to her. You told me to come here to see this, right? Na Hwa-jin handed her a drink and asked, I bet things are pretty frustrating at school, huh? Im Han Rim shook her head, denying it. It's not that. I just haven't been able to exercise much lately, that's all. She took the drink from Na Hwa-jin. Thanks. Im Han Rim sat down to rest and asked, Have you seen the investigation video at the police station yet? Na Hwa-jin nodded. Yeah, that girl's way of thinking is beyond anything I imagined. Even though someone died, she just giggled like it was nothing. Plus, she seems quite smart. She's flexible with her malice. She pushed the responsibility of reporting Teacher Go onto her underlings and created a perfect safety net for herself. After a pause, Na Hwa-jin suggested, I think we need to think seriously about our educational methods this time. If we just use standard approaches, we won't be able to make them feel any remorse. Im Han Rim stood up, her tone resolute. Captain, can you leave this entirely to me? She walked over to the punching bag and touched it confidently. No matter how evil the opponent is, you're not the type to treat women ruthlessly. Im Han Rim started punching and kicking, claiming, Besides, I graduated from an all-girls school too. I know exactly what to do to deal with people like this. Na Hwa-jin went pale upon hearing that. Im Han Rim then suggested, Since you're already here, let's spar. It's been a long time since you were in the field. Your joints must be stiff, right? He shook his head in fear. I'll pass. The female students were watching the YouTube video with visible anxiety. What do we do? She belongs to the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. We're finished. Even the congressman's son got thrown in jail. Will the same happen to us? The students gathered around, whispering, Could she be here because of teacher Go Jong-soo's death? But that case is already closed. Is she really? Han Jerry watched it and remained nonchalant. What are you scared of? Just act like usual. She typed a few messages and said, From what I've found, this Educational Rights Bureau only has a 2-week term. Let's just ignore her during that time and see what she can actually do. Right then, a voice suddenly echoed, Who said that? Who told you our term is only 2 weeks? Im Han Rim walked slowly behind Han Jerry and asked, The term of the Educational Rights Bureau will last until this school returns to normal. Teacher Na Hwa-jin is just so talented that he finished his work in 2 weeks. She immediately took the phone from Han Jerry's hand and added, I don't have much experience, so why don't I stay here until you graduate? Having her phone taken, Han Jerry reacted fiercely. Damn it, give me back my phone. As soon as she finished speaking, Im Han Rim pulled out a ruler and slammed it down, making her jump. She stepped forward, glared at Han Jerry, and emphasized, Sorry, but I'm human too. And as a human, I can't stand being talked down to and insulted by a little brat like you. Im Han Rim growled, raising her voice. She glared, and the girl's face went pale. She broke into a sweat, not daring to say a word. Han Jerry frowned and looked away, acting extremely angry. Im Han Rim used her ruler to discipline all the girls in the class. All of you, put your phones in your bags. During the office's authority term, the entire student body was banned from using phones. Hearing that, the girls spoke up in protest. That's ridiculous. What did we do wrong? This is insane. Im Han Rim smiled slightly and announced, After school, check the bulletin board at the school gate for the notice. You have that person to thank for your current misery. This remark made Han Jerry so furious she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Subsequent classes proceeded as usual, with teachers calmly standing at the podium. Animals have social instincts and feelings too, but they are distinguished from humans by their instinctive actions. However, humans can only develop into complete human beings if they grow up in a society with distinct traditions. The teacher scanned the room and continued the lecture. So, what is the distinct tradition I just mentioned? She immediately looked toward Han-jae-ri. Han-jae-ri, you answer. Other teachers continued in the same way. Han-jae-ri, come up to the board and solve this. The third teacher was just as rigid, directly calling for Han-jae-ri. The fourth teacher was no exception. Han-jae-ri, being called on so many times made her snap. She jumped up and shouted, I don't know. I already said I don't know. Why do you keep targeting me since this morning? Outside, Im Han-rim tapped her ruler lightly. There's nothing to be proud of in not knowing. She glared and snapped. Because the teachers are being lenient with you, you just keep screaming that you don't know. Have you ever bothered to read the textbook? After that, Im Han-rim directly ordered, kneel down, hands up. Han-jae-ri walked over, grumbling. So childish. Seriously. Han-jae-ri took a mocking tone with Im Han-rim. Do you have any evidence that proves I harassed the teachers? Are you bullying me just because of some suspicion? Isn't that a violation of human rights? Im Han-rim didn't say another word and walked straight over, kicking her legs. Han-jae-ri lost her balance and tumbled back, her spine hitting the cabinet behind her. Im Han-rim didn't stop there. She pressed her thigh against the girl's, grabbed Han-jae-ri's hands, and squeezed. So tightly that she cried out in pain. It hurts! It hurts! Im Han-rim barked. Evidence. Huh. Good point. All the teachers have evidence proving you harassed them. None of them went crazy just because they were suspected, like you did. Im Han-rim then bluntly ordered. As the homeroom teacher, I'm adding one more rule. From now on, if even one student shows a delinquent attitude in class, everyone will face collective responsibility. With that, Im Han-rim barked the order. Everyone, kneel down, hands up. Before long, the class was over. In the girls' restroom, the students cursed angrily. Damn it, is that woman insane? Why does she keep hanging around our class instead of going somewhere else? Damn it, it's true. We didn't do anything wrong, so why are we being treated like dogs? Kim So-hyung gritted her teeth in anger. She's only staying for 2 weeks, right? She's in a bad mood every single day. How is anyone supposed to stand that? Han-jae-ri spoke up then. That's right. She lunged forward with a crazed attitude because she was so furious. She couldn't take it anymore. Without reason, Han-jae-ri swung her hand and hit Kim So-hyung, leaving her stunned. Why? Why did you do that, Han-jae-ri? Stop it. She was still excitedly swinging her hand harder. What should I do now? After hitting her to her heart's content, she put on a crazy tone. Our Kim So-hyung here got hit by that crazy woman from the Education Bureau. Her cheek is swollen and bleeding now. She smiled a truly eerie smile. There's a public phone across from the school. Go make a call right now. Before long, someone arrived at the school in the middle of class. A woman appeared, and everyone around cried out. The head of the PTA pushed the door open and roared, Who is it? Which red-haired teacher hit my daughter until she bled? Who is it? After seeing Han-jae-ri with her red hair, the woman immediately concluded, So it was you. Without further ado, she walked over and slapped her hard. You dog! If you're a teacher, just do your job. How dare you hit my daughter? I didn't even beat her, and she still grew up just fine. Not long ago, I was the one who kicked out that perverted male teacher. You snot-nosed little brat. Before she could finish, Im Han-rim slapped her hard across the face. Witnessing that scene, the students and the homeroom teacher were stunned in disbelief. The PTA head was immediately knocked to the floor by her. The homeroom teacher, terrified, warned her, Inspector, she is the PTA head of our school. Im Han-rim showed no fear, walking over indifferently. So what? She glared, emphasizing her point. Just because you're the PTA head, does that mean you can lay a hand on a teacher without knowing the facts? If you feel so wronged, then call the Minister of Education to sort out right from wrong. The woman, furious, shouted directly, Hey, do you think I don't dare to do that? Im Han-rim narrowed her eyes, trying to provoke her. Do whatever you want. Anything you can possibly do, the better. She emphasized every word clearly. But the more you do, the worse off you'll be. Han-jae-ri was still sitting there, her heart uneasy, muttering, The barrier to having fun is with adults. It's the worry that you'll look stupid, inappropriate, or foolish. The protector of teacher authority had been working in the school for 10 days. Han-jae-ri stood up and hesitantly replied, Let the adults actually have some fun. After many days at the school, the homeroom teacher, Jung Seon-jung, realized that Han-jae-ri had truly changed. Of course, at first, she wouldn't admit defeat, not after the PTA head's visit. She continued planning her next move, and just as Han-jae-ri was acting inappropriately, Im Han-rim easily grabbed hold of her. She opened it, read it, and slowly muttered, So, You kids aren't allowed to use phones, so you're playing games now? How thrilling for a young lady. Huh? A few lines were written on the paper. Starting tomorrow, all students are forbidden from coming to school. Im Hanrim's lips curled into a faint smirk as she read this. All second-year students, gather on the sports field. Everything will be handled by Inspector Im. Im Hanrim blocked all the second-year students, and they were all punished. In the end, Han Jae-ri was left sitting alone. Furious, she gripped her pen tightly and slammed it against her thigh. Her whole body was trembling. Han Jae-ri muttered angrily, That bitch. That bitch." While in the bathroom, Han Jae-ri and accidentally overheard them complaining, "My thighs are killing me. If this keeps up, my legs are gonna get as thick as pillars." They were so dramatic about it. When is she finally gonna leave? She's just pricking up her ears listening to everything. It's all that psycho Han Jae-ri's fault. The other students kept blaming her. She's the one who started that atmosphere nonsense with the teachers. And now look at us. Exactly. Because of her, the Ministry of Education sent those inspectors to our school. She's so arrogant and disrespectful, acting like she's all that. She stayed silent, locking herself in the bathroom stall to listen. Right now, the Nambai gang is planning to take care of her. Because of her, the whole school is banned from using phones. Only the third years get a pass. Once the Ministry of Education inspectors leave, she's finished too. In the end, every single student in the school shifted all the blame onto Han Jae-ri. Han Jae-ri, the queen who used to rule over those kids, had fallen off her horse, but I don't think even the kids blaming Han Jae-ri have any room to be proud. Aren't they all accomplices of Han Jae-ri anyway? From that day on, Han Jae-ri was always timid and shy. After struggling for a moment, she softly let out, "I'm sorry, I don't know how to read this part." Jung Seon-jung immediately replied, "Irresponsible, it means not taking responsibility." Then she gave Han Jae-ri an order. "All right, go ahead and sit down." In the center of the paragraph, Im Han-rim was still standing there, quietly resting her chin on her hand, observing Han Jae-ri. From another perspective, at the sports center, Im Han-rim and Na Hwa-jin were on the mat, pouring all their energy into the training. Na Hwa-jin carefully focused, dodging Im Han-rim's attack. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch into a slight smile. "So, that girl Han Jae-ri, has she been behaving?" Im Han-rim threw a punch and replied, "Of course. She's completely isolated now." As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked straight at Na Hwa-jin. He stood there calmly, letting her do whatever she wanted. After the match, the two looked at each other, bowed, and said, "Good work." Im Han-rim sighed wearily as she walked. "Once you lose your leadership, it's hard to get it back. Even if our department leaves, she won't be able to stay behind and manipulate the kids like she used to." She wiped away her sweat, thinking that even when it all ends, Na Hwa-jin suddenly thrust his fist straight toward her. Im Han-rim reflexively blocked it. "Whoa, that was a surprise." She laughed, saying that a move like that didn't fit the captain's style at all. If this were real combat training, I wouldn't have anything to say. But Na Hwa-jin suddenly spoke up. "Don't be careless. If that girl could be subdued so easily, then from the very beginning, we wouldn't have needed to come here." He also emphasized, "Don't forget that the reason the Ministry of Education's inspection department exists is because monsters like that keep appearing." On the other side, Jung Seon-jung was heading home late at night. As she walked, she thought to herself, "No teacher deserves to be ignored like this. Classes have become more comfortable, so why do I feel so uneasy? Before, Han Jae-ri was heartless and cold. As a teacher, I shouldn't have these kinds of thoughts about a student, but she really is a devil that no one can discipline. Yet today, she showed such a weak side. Could I have been wrong about her? With those biased prejudices, we ended up abandoning her. Could this lead to things spiraling out of control?" Jung Seon-jung trudged up the stairs to her place. Suddenly, something caught her eye. It was Han Jae-ri, crying and sitting right in front of her door. Seeing this, Jung Seon-jung was quite stunned. "Han Jae-ri, what are you doing here? It's so late." The girl looked up with teary, pitiful eyes. "Miss, what should I do?" She sobbed while explaining. "The students and teachers are all blaming me. They think it's because of me that the Ministry of Education came to school. Everyone looks at me like I'm a pest. Of course, it's my fault, and I'm reflecting on myself." But Han Jae-ri cried, looking pitiful. "How can I apologize? What do I have to do for everyone to forgive me?" Jung Seong-jung remembered what Go Jan-soo had said. "In this world, there are no bad students. Children acting out have their reasons. Understanding those reasons and gently guiding students onto the right path is a teacher's duty." Then, Jung Seon-jung leaned down to comfort her. "Han Jae-ri, stand up. Let's go inside and talk, okay?" Jung Seon-jung fumbled to unlock her door. Her hand quickly typed in the passcode. However, Jung Seon-jung could never have expected that Han Jeri's expression would suddenly change. She gently whispered, "Go on in." As soon as she finished, Jung Seon-jung was suddenly grabbed by Han Jeri, who covered her mouth. She used all her strength to pin Jung Seon-jung down. She struggled for air, trying to push Han Jeri away. At that exact moment, Kim So-hyung and another student appeared. Han Jeri hissed, emphasizing every word. "You know what?" Han Jeri let out a demonic laugh. The point she was making was that the Ministry of Education is a place where anyone can go to. Point out bad things, right? As soon as she finished, she squeezed harder and hissed, "It was you, wasn't it? You were the one who reported us, right?" Han Jeri screamed like a maniac. "It was all just a joke, but you sold out your own students?" At that moment, Chung Seon-chung realized with bitterness that both she and Mr. John-soo were wrong. These kids, Han Jeri spoke like a complete madman. Now, the game is over. Jung Seon-jung was terrified looking at those demonic smiles. They couldn't be human. They were monsters. Just then, a noise came from behind Han Jeri. "I'm your neighbor. Why is it so loud at your place? Is something going on?" Han Jeri yelled angrily. "Shut your mouth and get lost, you crazy idiot. Everything is going to end right now." Just as she finished, a familiar voice rang out. "Open the door, Han Jeri." The figure of Im Han Rim appeared. Things have gone too far. She narrowed her eyes and ordered, "If I count to 3 and you don't open that door, something that you'll regret for the rest of your life is about to happen." Han Jeri began to panic. She heard the counting from the other side of the door. "I'm Han Rim. 1, 2. Suddenly, Jung Seon-jung slowly went to open the door. Seeing her walk out, Im Han Rim was quite surprised. Jung Seon-jung stood outside the door, stunned. Inspector Im Han Rim was also momentarily flustered, greeting the homeroom teacher. She walked over and curiously asked, "What's this? You live around here?" Im Han Rim gave a stiff smile. "Yes, I'm staying here temporarily for now. It's close to the school too. Now I know you live here too. What a wonderful coincidence, don't you think?" Switching scenes to the training room, based on her years of experience, Na Hwa-jin immediately analyzed that human psychology is quite interesting. When people realize they can't deal with the person they resent, they naturally vent all their anger onto an unrelated target. That girl will definitely find a way to make things difficult for her. Next, she'll go after the person who reported her to the Ministry of Education. Han Jeri definitely thinks the one who snitched is the person she's bullied the most, so she's trying to figure out if that will be her next target. "Stay right there. Don't you dare move away from her." Im Han Rim's voice echoed from outside. As the door swung open, Han Jeri glared and shouted, "If I count to 3 and you don't open this door, you're going to experience the biggest regret of your life." One hearing Im Han Rim's voice outside, the students were furious. "Damn it, are you crazy? Why is she here?" 2. Jung Seon-jung, struggling to stand, pleaded, "Han Jeri, open the door. She's here to give us advice. She won't hurt anyone. She's going to talk to the inspector." Hearing this, Han Jeri's eyes turned cold and terrifying. "You're still lying? I knew it. You were the one who snitched." She grabbed a utility knife and lunged at Jung Seon-jung, aiming to attack. Kim So-hyung stepped in to block her. "What are you doing? Didn't we come here just to intimidate her and force the inspector to back off? Let's just go." Kim So-hyung grabbed Han Jeri's hand and asked, "Are you trying to stab her? Have you lost your mind?" Before she could finish, Han Jeri slashed across her hand. She clutched her hand, screaming in pain. Han Jeri glared at her, looking completely unhinged. "Our Kim So-hyung is thinking about backing out now? How dare you get in my way?" Jung Seon-jung rushed over. "Kim So-hyung, are you okay?" Seeing this, the other girl started trembling and muttered, "She's crazy. She's totally crazy." As she frantically hit the open button, Im Han Rim's stern, dark face appeared. She glared and shouted, "I already counted to 3. Han Jeri panicked for a split second, then scrambled to make a run for it. Han Jeri bolted straight for the balcony, expertly swung the door open, and leaped right out. She plummeted from the balcony. She landed in a dense bush nearby and scrambled to her feet, panting heavily. Im Han Rim, up above, quickly caught up and immediately scrambled down the stairs. Seeing Im Han Rim closing in, Han Jeri ran for her life. Im Han Rim shouted at the top of her lungs, "Han Jeri, I'm not letting this go." But she just kept running blindly. While running, Han Jeri suddenly froze, as if she'd run into someone. 2 night shift security guards were right in front of her. Han Jeri ran to them, voice weak. "Please, help me. That crazy woman is trying to kill me," Han Jeri sobbed, acting terrified. Seeing this, the 2 men tried to shield her. "Just stand behind us. You, come here." Seeing the situation, Im Han Rim was furious. Damn it, you two. They continued to interrogate her. Who are you? Why would you do that to her? Im Han Rim explained bluntly. It's just a misunderstanding. I'm her teacher. Han-jeri let out a wicked laugh while Im Han Rim was trying to explain herself. A teacher, huh? First, show me your ID. I don't have my wallet or phone on me right now. Taking advantage of the moment, Han-jeri made a run for it. Im Han Rim called out, Hey, Han-jeri. The two guards tried to stop her. Hold on, we need to have a talk. Im Han Rim got into a fighting stance, ready to throw down. She easily slipped past the two men. Seeing Im Han Rim take off, the men were shocked. What the? As she ran, she shouted back, I'm Im Han Rim from the Educational Rights Protection Bureau. I'll come back to talk to you guys tomorrow. Then, she sped up, chasing after Han-jeri. The two men stood there, stunned. What was that? The Educational Rights Protection Bureau? I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. Back there, Jong Seon-jung was carefully bandaging Kim So-hyung's wound. She looked over the cut and muttered, Thank goodness, it's not deep. Jong Seon-jung's eyes were filled with unspeakable sadness. She looked up and asked, Kim So-hyung, did you look into it? You and Han-jeri went to the same middle school, right? Has Han-jeri always been like this? Meanwhile, Han-jeri was still running as fast as she could. She slammed a door open in front of her, rushed inside, and immediately locked it behind her. But Im Han Rim arrived almost instantly, kicked the door open, and landed a solid kick right in her face, sending Han-jeri flying back a few meters. Im Han Rim walked slowly toward her. I told you, didn't I? You were about to experience the biggest regret of your life. Han-jeri crawled backward, terrified. Kim So-hyung, back at the scene, whispered. In middle school, Han-jeri wasn't like this. She was pretty, sociable, and everyone loved her. She was smart and did so well in school that she could have gone to an international school if she wanted to. Jeong Seon-jung frowned, trembling. But then, something happened. Back there, Han-jeri was backed into a corner and whispered, That's right, I've got it. If I do this, both you and that damn bureau will be finished, right? Im Han Rim rushed forward to stop her. A faint, satisfied smirk played on Han-jeri's lips. Kim So-hyung continued, saying that after that, Han-jeri completely spiraled. After hearing Kim So-hyung's story, Jung Seon-jung was stunned. She stammered, trying to get the words out. Seriously? Is there really a teacher like that? Kim So-hyung said, both angry and venting. Because of that jerk, I started hating our middle school homeroom teacher, Jeon San-jo. Han-jeri was sitting on the rooftop railing, laughing. That's right, what a great idea. If I do this, both you and that damn bureau will be finished, right? Im Han Rim saw this and lunged forward as fast as she could, but Han-jeri casually let herself fall backward. Im Han Rim didn't hesitate and jumped after her. Im Han Rim quickly managed to grab hold of Han-jeri. She held her tight as they both plummeted from the height. Luckily, in the end, Im Han Rim found a ledge and grabbed it firmly. Im Han Rim and Han-jeri were now dangling in midair. She shook, trying her best to hang on. Im Han Rim gritted her teeth and asked, Han-jeri, are you insane? What the hell are you doing? She let out a small laugh and replied, Yeah, I'm insane. After everything that's happened, you still don't get it? Han-jeri started struggling, trying to kick Im Han Rim. Seeing this, Im Han Rim shouted, Hey, what are you doing? With that, Im Han Rim's hand slipped from the railing, and they both fell from the high floor. They hit the ground hard. Im Han Rim immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Han-jeri slowly stood up, her eyes glaring at Im Han Rim like a wild beast. A wicked grin spread across Han-jeri's face. She repeatedly kicked hard at Im Han Rim. Meanwhile, Jung Seon-jung and the other students were out looking for the inspector and Han-jeri. After a while, the classmates stopped searching. We can't find them anywhere. Can we go home now? Just then, all three heard a shout. Die! Han-jeri kept kicking Im Han Rim, screaming, Die! Die! After a long session of kicking and beating her, she finally stopped and stood there, panting. Suddenly, Han-jeri spotted 2 bricks on the side of the road. Without a second thought, she walked over, picked one up, and slowly walked toward where Im Han Rim lay motionless on the ground. She raises the brick high, aiming to smash it into Im Han Rim. Kim So-hyung rushes over to stop her but can't get through. Seeing Jong Seon-jung arrive to intervene, Han-jeri, hey, get lost. Move. Jong Seon-jung quietly speaks, trying to calm Han-jeri down. She says she has already heard everything from Kim So-hyung. The disgusting things he did to you, but the actions you're taking aren't right either. Don't make things any worse. Han-jeri slaps Jong Seon-jung across the face, hard. She glares at her. So? Kim So-hyung told you everything, huh? As she speaks, she raises the brick high again. So you knew everything, huh? I absolutely hate hypocrites like you. Jung Seong-jong is terrified by Han Jae-ri's inhumane actions. Just then, a hand reaches out and grabs her wrist firmly. It's Im Han-rim, struggling to hold back the hand holding the brick. Seeing her standing suddenly behind her, Han Jae-ri is briefly stunned. Im Han-rim doesn't hesitate and slaps her hard across the face, a slap that sends Han Jae-ri sprawling to the ground. Im Han-rim, face bruised, slowly walks up to her. Han Jae-ri backs away in fear, then suddenly kneels down. I was wrong. I was wrong. From now on, I won't play those invisible games with the teacher anymore, and I'll listen to them. Please, forgive me just this once. Just then, two police officers appear out of nowhere. Hey, over there. Everyone, come over here. Han Jae-ri immediately gets up, trying to run toward them. She screams as she runs. Help! Save me! That crazy woman is trying to kill me. Look here. Do you see this swelling on my face? Im Han-rim turns her head and asks Jung Seon-jung. Did you see that? Jeong walks over slowly and speaks up. Han Jae-ri, stop. Seon-jung walks straight up to explain to the two officers. Officers, sorry for the trouble. I'm her homeroom teacher. She glares sternly. I have something to say. Hearing this, Han Jae-ri is stunned, as if she can't believe it. Teacher Jung Seon-jung told them everything from Han Jae-ri's illegal trespassing and threats to how the kids were isolating the teacher at school. Afterward, the truth about the frame-up of Mr. Go Jong-soo was found on Han Jae-ri's phone. Kim So-hyung is also being investigated as an accomplice in this case for framing Mr. Go Jong-soo, ordering others to isolate the teacher, and standing behind the school violence cases. For illegal trespassing and threats, Han Jae-ri is currently awaiting a court verdict at a youth detention center. Sitting there, Han Jae-ri is still acting defiant. Damn it, what is this? Everything is over, right? Now I have to look at your face? I'm Han-rim calmly speaks. I came to tell you something you've been wondering about for a long time. There were 62 reports about your actions filed to the Teacher Rights Bureau. Most of them were from students who were angry about Mr. Go's death. I'm Han-rim also straight up says, your homeroom teacher didn't report you to me. Han Jae-ri tears up the information papers. Funny, that hypocrite is actually a good person? When you're done, get lost. Just looking at your face makes me feel sick. I'm Han-rim suddenly presses, asking, was Go Jong-soo the one who made you turn into this? This cruel person? Han Jae-ri thinks of his smile and his demeanor back then, and can't help but feel furious. Im Han-rim stands up abruptly and analyzes bluntly. I finally understand why you turned out so twisted. A person's personality is usually formed in middle school. It's unfortunate you had to go through those things. But even so, I can't sympathize with you. There is no law that says all bad people are criminals. Before leaving, Im Han-rim emphasizes one thing. But you should remember one thing, that piece of trash. Jeonsan-geo. The scene shifts to Jukmyeong High School. Na Hwa-jin personally sets foot on the grounds, thinking about making him pay dearly for his mistakes. Over here, a hand is slowly checking for dust on the window frame. A single swipe leaves the fingertips covered in black soot. A stern voice rings out. What did I say? A student named Jeon San-jeoi Hyun-woo remains silent, listening. There's a lot of fine dust these days, so I told you to be extra careful when cleaning in the morning, didn't I? Saying that, he directly puts his dusty finger into Jeon San-jeoi Hyun-woo's mouth. The boy can't handle it and coughs and gags out of reflex. Seeing this, the man in front of him asks, why are you spitting it out? It's dirty because you didn't clean properly. Shouldn't you have to eat it all? He sneers slightly. You're always so half-hearted with your work. That's why people always call you trash. Jeon San-jeo's eyes and tone mock him. In another area, a student brings a gift along with some sweet words. Thank you, sir. He is taken aback and asks, what is this? The girl replies, why? Is something wrong? Thank you for the advice you gave me last time. Since then, I've felt so much better. I'm truly grateful to you, sir. Mr. Jeon San-jeo quietly takes the card attached to the box. I only accept letters, you know? He laughs as he replies, I'll give you more advice in the future. Don't bring this stuff anymore, okay? Seeing this, a teacher nearby exclaims, I'm so jealous of you, Mr. Jeon. That student isn't even in your class, and you're still that dedicated? He opens the letter slightly and smiles smugly. What's the difference between my class and yours? If the students are having a hard time, we have to help them, right? Inside the card are several crisp bills. Jeon San-jeo looks at it and continues to justify himself. Isn't that the duty of us teachers? Just then, a shout rings out. Wait, Inspector! We aren't finished talking yet. I told you. There are truly no students with problems at our school. You must have misunderstood something. Let's go outside and talk more, shall we? Na Hwa-jin smiles slightly and replies, I received a report, so I wanted to come here to verify it. If there are no issues here, like the vice principal says, then surely nothing will happen. Don't worry. Then he says loudly, Hello teachers, I am Na Hwa-jin, from the Education Rights Protection Bureau. The corners of his mouth twitch slightly. I look forward to your cooperation in the future. Seeing that expression, Jeon Sanjio's face darkens, looking quite unhappy. Over here, the students are happily and noisily chatting. Jeon Sanjio Hyun-woo is sitting in a corner, dazed. Suddenly, someone uses their foot to stomp hard on his notebook. It's his friend, Kim Kwang-sik. He glares. Hey, trash, what are you doing? Next period is the homeroom teacher's class. And you still have time to park your butt here? He firmly commands, Get up and clean it up now, you dog. It's early in the morning, don't make me lose my temper. Midterms are almost here. What will happen if the lesson is interrupted because of you? Hyunwoo tries to endure it. I know. Just take your foot off. But Kim Kwang-sik keeps his foot firmly on Hyunwoo's notebook. He sneers mockingly. What kind of college are scumbags like you going to anyway? It's lunch break. Go clean up, you bad luck charm. I bet your grandfather got a back injury from picking up trash, right? Meanwhile, Na Hwa-jin was walking to class with Jeon Sanjio. Suddenly, he stopped and asked about the situation. But why are you asking me about school issues? Jeon Sanjio replied nonchalantly. Oh, I've asked the other teachers too. There's nothing special going on, so don't worry. Jeon Sanjio stood there and spoke up. Students with issues, you say? Let's see. In this world, what school doesn't have students with problems? He emphasized that if they thought like that, the Office of Education must be having a really hard time. In our school, if 1 out of 100 kids has an issue, that's just how it is. You aren't targeting the rest of them, are you? Of course, unlike us, you have the authority to use punishment. But before Jeon Sanjio could finish his sentence, he spoke up. I think there's been a misunderstanding. He bluntly explained that the targets they were dealing with weren't just students. Jeon Sanjio nodded. I completely agree with how you operate. These students who don't understand reason in this world look like trash scattered on the ground. Jeon Sanjio smiled slightly and concluded, that kind of trash needs to be beaten to wake up. Having said that, he picked up his documents and left. Well, I'll be off to class. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Na Hwa-jin stood there, watching Jeon Sanjio with a slight, knowing smirk on his lips. Jeon Sanjio opened the classroom door and walked in. The scene before him was Kim Kwang-sik desperately beating Jeon Sanjio Hyun-woo. He was hitting him and shouting, Damn it, you dog! I told you to turn around. Kim Kwang-sik beat him while cursing. You dare punch me? Jeon Sanjio stepped in and ordered, Stop it! Kim Kwang-sik, what are you doing? He looked up, flustered. Oh, I'm sorry. He looked at Hyun-woo, gritted his teeth, and said, I reminded him that the teacher told him to clean up, but this dog dared to hit me back. I couldn't help but strike back. Sanjio, coldly ordered Jeon Sanjio Hyun-woo, get down on your knees in front of Kim Kwang-sik and apologize. The boy, defiant, stood up to defend himself. Teacher, he insulted my grandfather first. Jeon Sanjio, being unreasonable, dismissed his excuse. You hit him first, didn't you? He walked over and whispered in Jeon Sanjio Hyun-woo's ear. You violated my instructions, and now you're hitting a classmate. Trash is always just trash. He intentionally mocked him. What can kids of garbage collectors expect to grow into other than trash? This remark was the breaking point for Jeon Sanjio Hyun-woo. He grabbed Jeon Sanjio by the collar. Jeon Sanjio Hyun-woo raised his fist and asked, Why are you treating me like this? You don't treat the other kids like this, so why do you treat me this way? This question made Jeon Sanjio smirk with contempt. He remained calm, disrespectful student, grabbing a teacher by the collar. You're undermining my authority. Just then, a hand firmly gripped Hyun-woo's arm. The man asked, And if it isn't, then what? Jeon Sanjio was stunned and gasped, Inspector Na Hwa-jin? Hearing this, the students in the class were all shocked. What? The Office of Education is here? Is there a problem with our school? Why is this agency here? Jeon Sanjio Hyun-woo is done for. He let go of Jeon Sanjio's collar and looked at Na Hwa-jin with fearful eyes. The classmates' whispering grew louder. If he gets caught by the Office of Education, will he be sent to jail or expelled? Jeon Sanjio Hyun-woo was trembling. Na Hwa-jin gripped Jeon Sanjio Hyun-woo's hand tightly. Teacher, may I keep this student for a moment? Jeon Sanjio smugly thought. Of course. You just arrived, and you're already doing something I should be grateful for. Trash is having bad luck today. Na Hwa-jin whispered into Jeon Sanjio Hyun-woo's ear. Hey, he emphasized each word. Clench your fist tight. Saying that, He stared straight at Jeon Sanjio. Without a second's hesitation, he led Jeon Sanjio Hyunwoo's hand to punch Jeon Sanjio hard in the face. He was hit so hard his face was crooked. The scene left the students in the class stunned. Jeon Sanjio held his face in disbelief. No. Why? Na Hwa-jin spoke up. I agree with you on one thing. You have to beat that kind of trash to make them wake up. Isn't that right? A piece of trash teacher calling students trash? He held his face in fury. Na Hwa-jin pointed at Jeon Sanjio. A stack of documents containing detailed information about a girl. This was the birth certificate and transcript of Han Jiri that he had asked me to find. Han Rim stood outside the school courtyard, discussing it with Na Hwa-jin. I never expected her to be so smart and sharp in middle school. Up until, before Jeon Sanjio became the homeroom teacher, she was always in the top 10 of the school. He carefully flipped through the pages to examine them. And what about her parents? She answered the question with the information she had gathered. Her parents divorced when she was in the first grade. She lives with her father. Na Hwa-jin looked up with a cold, sharp gaze. I don't know why, but his business suddenly went downhill, so he stopped caring about his daughter's schoolwork. He rolled up the documents and muttered one word, similar, aren't they? Han Rim heard that but was a bit confused. Huh? He cast his gaze in one direction, feeling that the situation was familiar, very similar to the circumstances of the student Jeon Sanjio was targeting. Jeon Sanjio Hyun-woo. She was an excellent student, always ranked 3rd or 4th in the school. Being orphaned by her parents, she lives a very hard life with her elderly grandfather. Han Rim heard this. Her expression changed to curiosity, and she pressed for more. What exactly is going on with this? He finds it uncomfortable dealing with students who are smart but orphaned. I don't have a mother either. How annoying. Behind the two of them, a shouting voice suddenly rang out. Hey, stand up straight. A teacher who looked quite strict was yelling at a few students. You kids dare to skip class? He immediately received an explanation from one of the students. That's not it, teacher. It's wrong that we sneaked out of the school, but we didn't intend to skip class. We just wanted to go to the gate to buy some tae-tteokbokki before coming in to eat. But just a second later, he fiercely slapped the student across the cheek. You dog! The teacher aggressively and repeatedly struck the student's body. Making excuses. Huh? Leaving school is a violation of the rules. As for the student, he could only endure it silently. I was wrong. The two of them just stood there quietly, watching the incident unfold. What is this? Stop! Hey, turn around! I said turn around! That arrogant teacher kept yelling and swearing. You know the Ministry of Education is here, right? This is a lawful disciplinary action. Han Rim witnessed the scene, shocked that besides targeting Jeon Sanjio, things like this were happening too. The teacher's loud, booming voice continued to spew insults. This time, I'm going to deal with punks like you who don't know their place. Na Hwa-jin, feeling helpless, could only sigh. They've completely misunderstood the reason for our visit. Right after saying that, he walked straight toward them. Before I can catch Jeon Sanjio, I have to fix their trashy way of thinking. In the school hallway, thoughts were piling up from a man who was clearly frustrated. Damn it all. What the hell is going on? That inspector from the Ministry of Education never even asked for my name. Missing content. Implied segment. Na Hwa-jin approaches the scene, but he knows my name and drags me all over the place. Jeon Sanjio's eyes look really unsettled, darting around. Could that trash Jeon Sanjio Hyunwoo have leaked information? He walks with his hand on his chin, lost in thought. No, I've only just started messing with him. I haven't done anything. Too extreme yet to warrant this. Up ahead, he spots a group of students gathered in the hallway. As Jeon Sanjio approaches, he hears a shrill voice blaring from inside the classroom. You brat! Hurry up and solve it. A student standing outside looks annoyed and mutters, That old hag. She's at it again. Where am I supposed to borrow gym clothes? Kang Hyun-suk stands with her hands on her hips at the podium, berating a student. If you can't solve it, nobody in this class is getting a break. The student, feeling completely helpless, can only shout, I really don't know how. Staring at it won't help you solve it. Immediately, she slams a textbook hard against the student's body. What are you so proud of, you dog? She keeps grabbing him, hitting him aggressively. Why can't you solve it? We covered all of this. Did you not listen when I was teaching? Or what? Her shrill voice continues to echo out of the classroom. If you're not going to listen, then quit school and go work at a construction site. Jeon Sanjio walks by, just looking and sneering. Kang Hyun-suk is acting out because she hasn't eaten yet, so she's taking her anger out on the kids. But he just intends to ignore them and walk past. They're all problematic, but why is that guy targeting me? From behind, Na Hwa-jin appears with pen and paper. He doesn't say a word, but his eyes are serious as he attentively jots down a few names, neatly, one by one, on the paper. In another area, a small stick hooks into a student's hair. What is up with this hair of yours? The dye is pretty nice, isn't it? Planning on going out to find a job? The girl speaks in a low, soft voice to argue back. Sir, our school allows students to dye their hair, but the teacher intentionally teases her. Freedom? Everything has to have a limit. He wears a smug, wicked look and points the stick at the student. Tell me the truth. He presses the tip of the stick into her shoulder and forces her. Are you planning to go to a club and seduce men? That's it, right? But the stick doesn't stay still, instead, pressing into a sensitive spot on the student. The student is startled and shrinks away in fear. Oh my, are you 7 years old? The teacher still looks at her arrogantly with a coercive gaze. What is it? Are you planning to say this is sexual harassment? Women these days are so sensitive, aren't they? Truly. The more the student hears those words, the more she feels both ashamed and trembling with anger. That's right. Go ahead and report. Me. After that, I'll hang myself in front of your house. Can you take responsibility for my wife and children, huh? He continues to casually mock her, even as the student starts to sob. Oh my. Are you crying? What? Are you trying to make me out to be the bad guy? Na Hwa-jin stands on a higher floor, watching down, writing things down. In another classroom, a female teacher is also arrogantly pointing fingers and scolding students. You dare glare at me? Elsewhere, a male teacher throws a book at a student who is keeping his head down. Is this your bedroom? At the podium, another teacher, equally difficult, angrily yells, Get out, now. Na Hwa-jin records every name he has just investigated. In a room full of people, a girl stretches lazily. Let's go eat. The grumpy, bushy-bearded teacher stands up. Next. I've already booked the restaurant. But suddenly, everyone freezes when they hear an announcement echoing down. This is an announcement from the Board of Education. It's Na Hwa-jin. He picks up the PA system microphone and announces, The teachers I am about to name, please gather at the sports field. A teacher picks up a school uniform with an incredulous look after hearing the list of names. Jeon San-jio, Ma Jong-chan, Kang Hyun-suk, Park Han-seo Jeon San-jio Chun-hook, Jang So-mi, Lee Jong. Every teacher looks toward him in total confusion. Inspector, what is this? Na Hwa-jin, very calmly, leans the stick over his shoulder and explains, Yesterday, I went around the school for an inspection and saw that your teaching methods are problematic. Every word he utters makes those teachers' faces turn pale. Therefore, during this time, please set aside your positions as teachers and stand in the shoes of the students to feel what it's like. Na Hwa-jin seems very calm while hearing the protests from the teachers. Are you joking? Midterms are coming up. What kind of stunt are you pulling? Kang Hyun-suk refuses to follow along and screams in protest. No way. She steps forward, angrily pointing fingers to criticize him. What is the role of the Teacher Protection Board? Isn't it a place to protect teachers' rights? But your actions are harming the reputation of us teachers. Na Hwa-jin stares her down with a calm face. Do you even know what the right to education means? It is the teacher's right to teach, the parent's right to support, and also the student's right to learn. Every word he speaks leaves her speechless, teeth gritted in anger. To those teachers who are ignorant, infringing on students' right to learn and violating educational rights, Na Hwa-jin brushes past Kang Hyun-suk and looks at all the remaining teachers. You seem very dissatisfied, don't you? If you don't want to wear it, then don't. He very calmly tilts his head and gently delivers the ultimatum. Instead, tomorrow, a disciplinary notice with the Ministry of Education's seal will be waiting on your desks. All those teachers hold the uniforms in their hands, furious, but unable to do anything. Jeon San-jio, in a school uniform, is so embarrassed his face turns pale, but he still stammers, Hello, I am Jeon San-jio, a new transfer student. Na Hwa-jin stands beside him, happily saying to all the students in the class, Kids, he is also a student just like you. The whole class hides their smirks, acting like they are friends. No need to be formal, just act naturally. A phone is pulled out, recording, and a mocking voice rings out, Jeon San-jio? The more I look at him, the more he looks like our homeroom teacher. Isn't he? That's hilarious. He is furious enough to grit his teeth, but he can only sit there silently in the corner. Jeon San-jio, look at this. He is suddenly startled to see something held up before his eyes. Hyunwoo walks up with a cold face and hands a rag to teacher Na Hwa-jin, who says, You're the next one to do this. Jeon San-jio, go clean the windows. He hears that and his face twists into an ugly expression. During class, the teacher is lecturing, even though Japan continues to claim sovereignty over the Dokdo Islands. In reality, There are many documents recognized in Japan that confirm Dokdo is South Korean territory. The teacher sets down her chalk, looks out at the students, and asks, "Can anyone name 3 such documents for me?" Jeon Sanjeo stops writing, looking up as he hears the teacher continue. "This week, whose turn is it? Answer me." He lifts his head and manages to choke out a single word. "Ma'am." The teacher sees that familiar face and jumps in surprise. "Teacher Jeon Sanjeo? Is that you? Anyone else want to answer?" Jeon Sanjeo Hyun-woo, sitting in the front, raises his hand. "It's my turn, ma'am." He sounds very confident, looking straight at the podium, and answers fluently. Those would be the Shinsen Shohoki of 1667, the Hazashi map of 1785, and the Daijokon order of 1827 Mom. The teacher is very pleased after hearing the answer. "Very good, Jeon Sanjeo Hyun-woo. You're brilliant to remember the years, too." While the two of them are caught up in, well, their conversation, Jeon Sanjeo turns away with an unhappy look. "I'm sure you'll get a perfect score on the Korean history exam this time. You're even smarter than that." During lunchtime, as some students are picking up their trays, Jeon Sanjeo Hyun-woo sits there chewing his food while flipping through vocabulary notes. Beside him, Jeon Sanjeo sits behind him, glaring at him constantly. His face is sulking, and he keeps poking at his food tray. Na Hwa-jin suddenly appears, brings 2 meals over, and sits right in front of him. His eyes seem to be shooting sparks. He nonchalantly scoops up a piece of food and holds it near his mouth, looking toward him. "Listen closely, teacher." Jeon Sanjeo Hyun-woo is a very exemplary student. Despite his difficult family background, he studies much harder than the kids who go to private tutoring. He's also very friendly with the teachers. Jeon Sanjeo shows no emotion, his face unreadable. He just stares fixedly at him. So why is it that only the homeroom teacher, Jeon Sanjeo, doesn't see that and acts so annoyed? Jeon Sanjeo stands up, ready to grab his food tray and leave. "I don't discriminate against students." Na Hwa-jin quickly sticks out his chopsticks. Come on. If you aren't going to eat that rubbery meat, give it here." Na Hwa-jin starts eating happily, while Jeon Sanjeo, with a face of pure misery, walks away. Na Hwa-jin keeps stuffing his face while watching Jeon Sanjeo's back. At this moment, 3 students are standing behind a deserted wall. A blond guy with a cigarette in his mouth warns the chubby guy in front to focus on the inspector, who could show up at any moment. The chubby guy turns around and grumbles, I know. It's miserable to live and not be able to smoke. If anyone sees me, they'll think I'm a nerd." The chubby guy's face suddenly turns pale. He turns back to look at the 2 behind him, starting to hesitate. "Damn it, this is bad. Should I say it? Should I?" The blond guy drops the cigarette from his mouth. "What is it?" Jeon Sanjeo suddenly appears from behind the wall, calling out a name, Kim Kwang-sik. Both students hurriedly toss their cigarettes away. "Homeroom teacher," but he remains very calm. "Everyone else, get lost." Jeon Sanjeo curls his 2 fingers, demanding they give him a cigarette. Kim Kwang-sik, terrified, gently lights it for him. Jeon Sanjeo takes a puff, then turns to grill him. "Why aren't you doing your job properly?" Kim Kwang-sik startles at the question. "Sir, what do you mean?" Kim Kwang-sik looks dejected as Jeon Sanjeo keeps bringing up one thing. That Jeon Sanjeo Hyun, you kid, how is he still walking around with his head held high? Break his spirit before the midterms. He says a few pathetic words in front of the homeroom teacher. His mental state is rock solid, sir. More importantly, the inspector is already at the school, so Jeon Sanjeo doesn't rush to scold him. "Who told you to do it at school? There are plenty of ways. After school is fine too." Kim Kwang-sik tries to walk past him, refusing, "No, I won't do it. If you want it done, do it yourself, sir." But Jeon Sanjeo is a stubborn man. He puts a hand on his shoulder. Jeon Sanjeo bites his cigarette and makes an offer. "I'm not asking you to do it for free. If you listen to me," Kim Kwang-sik is still standing firm. "I don't need it. I told you I'm not doing it." Jeon Sanjeo flicks the cigarette out of his mouth and frowns. "You don't have a choice." Jeon Sanjeo leans in sinisterly to his ear and whispers something. Hearing that secret information, the kid's eyes widen in shock. Kim Kwang-sik, half doubting, turns back to be sure. "Is that true?" Jeon Sanjeo sternly warns him. "Quiet, you brat." The conversation between the two is being watched from above by Na Hwa-jin, who is calmly smoking and looking down. There is a cute sticky note pasted on a bag. "I collected these to give to you. I hope they help you." An old, familiar voice says, "Ah, thank you." An old man is struggling with a cart full of scrap metal. Gathering empty cans every day must be hard work. People must live honestly. to encounter good things. He is Jeonsan Hyunwoo's grandfather. His face looks very bright. I feel so happy today. I have to buy half a kilo of meat and make soup for Hyunwoo. So, he happily pulls his cart across the street, but a group of 3 people dressed entirely in black is lurking and watching. Their eyes are fixed on his back. Inside a cafe, a woman's voice says, "I heard everything from my daughter." She said the inspector from the office of Education Protection is pressuring the teacher. A woman with short hair looks worried. "Are you all right, sir?" She expresses her concern, while the person opposite her is gently stirring a glass of water. "I'm worried about Jeon Sanjio." That person is Jeon Sanjio. He nonchalantly sets his glass down. On the screen, "You don't need to worry about Jeon Sanjio. I've already prepared everything." She still looks a bit worried. But he keeps picking fights and getting into trouble. Yet his academic performance remains high. "So I'm worried." Jeon Sanjio is smug, showing a cunning expression as if he has everything calculated. If you're talking about Jeon Sanjio Hyun, you don't need to worry too much. For sure, that brat is going to fail this midterm, and meanwhile, many items are being thrown scattering into the air. Perhaps this isn't the time for that kid to be able to focus on his studies. Jeon Sanjio Hyunwoo's grandfather. The teacher felt terrified, being harassed by a bunch of students over his scrap cart. "What? You punks. You're insane." He lunged forward, grabbing one of them by the collar, pleading, "Stop it, you brats." But unexpectedly, he was met with a punch straight to the cheek. He fell to the ground, his hat flying off his head. The guy he had touched dusted off his shoulder with disdain. "Seriously? You dare lay your dirty hands on me? Do you even know how much this outfit costs?" The guy then arrogantly raised his foot, intending to stomp on the old man. "You couldn't even afford this if you sold 50 of your scrap carts combined." With his frail body, he couldn't do anything but try to shield himself with his hands. Jeonsan Hyunwoo was walking down the street at that moment, focusing on a stack of new words. He looked up and spotted the familiar figure pulling a cart across the road. Hyunwoo hurried over. "Grandpa, what's with that look? We make our living doing this, remember?" He was stunned to see his grandfather's aged face covered in grime and wounds. "Grandpa, what happened to your face?" Jeonsan Hyunwoo clenched his fists tightly, furious. Even though he had been beaten, the old man still tried to stay calm and soothe him. "These things happen sometimes. You don't need to get so worked up." Hyunwoo was a bit startled to hear what had happened today. "But I was lucky today. A young man passed by, beat those guys to a pulp, and chased them off for me." He said this with a smile, despite the many wounds on his face. "Hyunwoo, no matter what bad things happen, don't let yourself get angry. If you do, you're the only one who gets hurt. There are bad things in this world, but there are also good things." Meanwhile, Na Hwa-jin had forced Kim Kwang-sik and the other 2 to kneel right there. He suddenly crouched down and spoke right in front of the students. "I'm here now, Kim Kwang-sik. You're not that stupid, are you? You knew you had to save yourself the moment I arrived, right?" Na Hwa-jin looked at him with an icy gaze. "Exactly. What did Jeon Sanjio give you to make you do something so shameful?" He pushed a yellow file across the table with one finger. "This is a safeguard, in case anything happens." Sanjio had just given the woman something important. "When the time comes, you're only allowed to look at it by yourself. Don't let anyone else know what's inside." The woman took it and asked, "What is this?" Na Hwa-jin, still holding a cigarette in his mouth, grabbed the yellow file and smirked. "What else could it be? It's obvious, isn't it? These are the midterm exam questions." He casually tossed the file into the air with 2 fingers. His goal was to tank the students' grades, specifically targeting disadvantaged families so the school wouldn't investigate. If something goes wrong, huh? He suddenly gripped it tightly in his palm. "Not bad." So, it was all about academic performance. Na Hwa-jin broke into a triumphant smile, looking very expectant. "Everything is clear now, and we have the evidence. Shall we start some real education now?" Jeon Sanjio, on the other hand, was wearing a smug expression. The small file had already been delivered into someone else's hands. They're bullying students from difficult backgrounds just for the sake of rankings? And they even dared to leak the exam questions? Imhan Rim sat on the arena floor, examining the item in her hands. "If we turn this over to the police, that Jeon Sanjio guy is finished." But suddenly, she was startled as Na Hwa-jin's voice interrupted her thoughts. "No, if we do that, Jeon Sanjio's only crime will be leaking the exam questions." Na Hwa-jin, his muscular frame focused on training, said, "I have to teach him a lesson." He threw a powerful punch straight into the punching bag in front of him. The bag, after taking the blow, fell down in a distorted shape. Na Hwa-jin calmly used tape to wrap his hands. Imhan Rim, from behind, looked at him with some surprise. "Captain, You're angry, aren't you? Because they messed with that kid's family? He didn't even turn his face when he heard the question. He just held up 2 fingers, as if to emphasize a point. At this moment, all the teachers in the school, dressed in their uniforms, were panicked while holding a piece of paper. The other female teachers also found it hard to believe what they were reading. The content of the midterm exam was listed. 1. Cleaning the classroom, 2 points day. 2. Assisting with group meal preparation, 2 points day. 3. Greeting students in a friendly manner, 0.1 points person. 4. Reading the full student bill of rights out loud, 2 points day. 5. Apologizing to the students below 50 points. I will forgive your sins. They all looked up at him, asking in unison, Inspector, what exactly is this? Na Hwa-jin remained very calm, looked toward them, and declared, From now on, we are starting the midterm exam. They were shocked by every word they heard. The exam period is until 9 a.m. next week. Within 1 week, any student who doesn't get at least 60 points will be expelled immediately. Hearing the threatened punishment, all the teachers gasped, breaking into a cold sweat. Being expelled also meant being removed from their posts. Na Hwa-jin was even more devious, revealing a smile as he held them captive. Make sure to pay special attention to the last point. Okay? Jeon gritted his teeth, trembling with rage, as he read the words that felt like a punch to his eyes. His paper was divided into 2 columns with 2 familiar names. Even if you do everything else well, if you fail the last one, it's all useless. Is that clear to everyone? A teacher was poked in the chest by a student using a stick. Stop it, you kids. The female student who had previously been harassed by that teacher was now using that very stick to press against his body. What did you say? Forgiveness? You're asking for forgiveness? You've been doing this to female students all the time, and you have the nerve to ask for forgiveness? He endured that feeling so much that his face twisted in frustration. Oh, please, do you think crying will make me go soft on you? Cut it out, stop overacting. The female student pointed a stick right at him, mocking him. Lately, I don't know what AI is making you tremble like this, teacher. Did you mess up again? The student didn't hesitate at all. She started touching his body freely. No, that thing is way too precious to you. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-woo was gritting his teeth, feeling the pressure. Damn it, what kind of sick joke is this? Do I really have to bow down and apologize to that trash? Choi Hyun-woo? He looked down at the midterm exam paper. I'll deal with that later. His eyes shifted to the second name on the list. But why in the hell is Kim? Kim Kwang-sik on here? Whatever. I'll just start with the source. Kim Kwang-sik was sitting in a corner, smoking, when he shoved the paper toward him. Sign this, Kim Kwang-sik. He remained calm, hands tucked in his pockets. You finished handling Choi Hyun-woo's old man, right? But he didn't notice the look of boredom and pure irritation on the guy's face. Report. What have you done so far? If you actually put him in the hospital, that's even better than I expected. Instantly, he stood up and slammed a punch right into the center of Jeon Sang-gio's face. Yeah, he's in the hospital, you bastard. Kim Kwang-sik poured all his rage into the assault, punching relentlessly at his face. Do you have any idea how long he has to be treated? 1 week? 2? Or maybe forever? Jeon Sang-gio was beaten until his eyes rolled back, unable to even fight back. What the hell? Are you crazy, Kim Kwang-sik? He still brutally kicked him in the stomach. You're the crazy one, you scum. You're a teacher, how could you order a student to do that kind of crap? After beating him until he was writhing on the ground, he picked up the paper. He took the cigarette he was smoking and burned a hole right through the corner of it. What is this? You've got some nerve asking for forgiveness. Kim Kwang-sik threw the paper in his face and walked away. Done. You're trash. Jeon Sang-gio struggled to push himself up, grabbing the paper. Na Hwa-jin appeared from above, taunting him. Even someone like you knows how to run around begging for signatures? Congrats. Only 1 more to go. He stared deep into his eyes. So, you finally realized? Just 2 signatures, and you're already struggling this much? Jeon Sang-gio, his face bruised and swollen, could only glare back with bloodshot eyes. In another scene, the teachers were in their school uniforms, struggling with manual labor. Jeon Sang-gio, face covered in dirt and wounds, puffed on a cigarette while deep in thought. Why did Kim Kwang-sik change his attitude all of a sudden? He remembered the moment he leaned in to whisper into his ear. Could it be that what happened yesterday was exposed? It was him who slipped a yellow file into his pocket, even the exam file too? Everyone else was working, but he stood to one side, pondering. It's not the worst thing. That guy can't do anything to me. That was just last year's exam paper. Anyway, of course, I can't tell him that. A teacher who finished collecting the trash dropped it to the side. Good work today, everyone. A roll of paper suddenly hit Joan Sanjio right on the forehead. From the upper floors, students were raining all sorts of objects down on the teachers below. You think you can just be done with it? I heard you'll get fired if you don't get enough points. Hey, throw that in the trash. Someone tried to intervene. Stop it, kids. But the students kept throwing things out the window. Quit your jobs. The teachers were stunned to hear the chant. All the students were screaming in unison. Quit your jobs. A neat resignation letter was brought forward. I hereby submit my resignation. Na Hwa-jin took the letter from a teacher. Now I finally realize. None of the students want me here. Kang Hyun-suk looked heartbroken, finally realizing her mistakes and feeling regret. So, this is the price I pay after causing so much pain for them. Na Hwa-jin listened quietly, looking up at her. Whether I resign or not, I will still apologize to them. But a teacher who doesn't earn the respect of their students has no right to stand on the podium anymore. She looked timid, carefully keeping her head bowed. Thank you, Inspector, for helping me see this truth. Goodbye. But before she could leave, he called out to her. Wait a second, Miss Kang. Na Hwa-jin calmly opened the midterm evaluation paper and pointed to it. This morning, 2 of your students signed it. Even though you get hot-headed and yell at the kids sometimes, you don't necessarily have to resign like this. Kang Hyun-suk heard his sincere words and turned back, her face tearful. Miss Kang, you got 62 points. Congratulations, you passed the test. Take off that uniform and get back to the podium. Then, he turned his gaze to the rest of the teachers. See that? Everyone else can do it too. Na Hwa-jin smirked and explained quite frankly. You know, the students at this school are all on the side of justice. If you're truly sincere in your apologies, they'll definitely forgive you. Jeon Sanjio, standing behind, turned red with rage as he heard what he said next. As for how sincere he was, the scene shifted to Choi Hyun-woo intently studying. Teacher was wrong. Choi Hyun-woo, please forgive me. Jeon Sanjio, looking pathetic, was kneeling right next to his desk. If you have any resentment left in your heart, just let it all out right here. But inside, he was thinking something completely different. He had stooped to this level. He even went so far as to say things he didn't mean. If you tell me to quit, I'll quit right now. But he was inwardly convinced the kid wouldn't actually say that. Choi Hyun-woo suddenly stood up but didn't say a word. Jeon Sanjio tried to look miserable, trembling as he called his name. Choi Hyun-woo Jeon Sanjio stuttered when the boy started bringing up the past. Teacher, you were wrong. You couldn't control your temper and grabbed me by the collar. Choi Hyun-woo sat back down, his face cold, and focused on writing with his pen. If the inspector hadn't come and dealt with you, my life probably would have been over by now, right? Each word he spoke made Sanjio grind his teeth in anger. If you want to quit, just quit. I don't care. Wasting my time on a person like you is just a waste. Choi Hyun-woo wasn't afraid at all, looking him straight in the eye and spitting out the bitter words. I will absolutely not let someone like you ever affect my life. Jeon Sanjio appeared in front of Choi Hyun-woo again, this time with a bag of food in his hand. Choi Hyun-woo, you're hungry, right? He tried to force a smile, but he couldn't hide his sleazy expression. Eat this while you work. Usually you aren't allowed to eat these things. But Choi Hyun-woo didn't even bother looking. He just put his headphones on, calmly turning the music up, leaving him completely ignored. The pathetic bag of food was thrown hard against the wall. Jeon Sanjio stood there alone, cursing under his breath. Damn it! The more he thought about that look on the kid's face, the angrier he got. How dare he act so arrogant toward me? Na Hwa-jin suddenly appeared from out of nowhere, picking up the food from the floor. Why do you keep wasting food? So, you skipped breakfast earlier, that's why you're so skinny, right? With one hand, he held a pastry, and with the other, he shoved the test paper toward him. Even now, you're the only ones who haven't passed the midterm. Just you, Mr. Jeon, and the P.E. teacher, Leo Dong. Jeon Sanjio started to panic as he mentioned the deadline. You still remember the deadline is tomorrow morning, right? His hand touched the door. As soon as Jeon Sanjio got home, he collapsed onto his soft pillow, exhausted. He put his hand over his forehead, feeling miserable. Tomorrow's the deadline. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from his daughter. He answered, and on the other end of the line, a sweet voice chimed in. He looked happy and answered excitedly, Is that my little princess? It's been a while since you called Daddy. From the other end, his daughter started chatting. Daddy, I'm at Justin's birthday party. It's so much fun here. Jeon Sanjio sat up, listening happily to every word his daughter said. Is that so? My princess has so many friends, huh? She continued telling him about her plans. Next week, I'm going camping too. I'm so excited. He smiled more gently than ever. All right. Have a great time, sweetie. But suddenly, He froze when she mentioned something else. Oh, Daddy? Mommy said she needs some money. About $2,000. Jeon Sanjio fell silent, feeling uneasy. Can you send it tomorrow? He swayed on the edge of the bed, thinking, this woman puts herself above the kids. Even so, he answered his daughter cheerfully. Of course, Daddy will definitely send it tomorrow. She sounded so happy when she heard that. Thanks, Daddy. I love you. After hanging up, Jeon Sanjio stared at his phone screen, his expression deep in thought. When Choi Hyunwoo was climbing the stairs with his backpack late at night, Jeon Sanjio was already waiting nearby. Coming home late, huh? He, dressed in fancy clothes, looked up at him. Did you go to the city library? Choi Hyunwoo looked at him silently through his glasses. It's only natural. When I was young, I lived just like you, being looked down upon. But thinking back, those negative experiences were what motivated me. Choi Hyunwoo had no intention of paying attention and just walked past him, ignoring Jeon Sanjio. Back then, I was so determined to study to show them all. He shoved a file close to the boy's cheek. Jeon Sanjio spoke bluntly, shoving the item toward him. I don't need your forgiveness. Instead, let's make a deal. Choi Hyunwoo flinched, shocked to hear him talk about that file. This is the midterm exam file. Jeon Sanjio smirked triumphantly and set a lucrative condition. Not only that, from now until graduation, I'll take care of all your grades and rankings. Choi Hyunwoo hesitated, eyeing him suspiciously. A smart student like you knows how beneficial this is for you, right? In silence, the boy reached out to touch the object. Jeon Sanjio was caught off guard when the file was thrown back in his face. Choi Hyunwoo, who never intended to accept it, walked right past him. You're a teacher? Thank you, sir. Thanks to you, I've learned something very important. Jeon Sanjio was stunned and speechless. And that is, in this life, I must never live like you. Jeon Sanjio reached his hand out from behind the boy. He quickly slammed the boy's head onto the ground and grabbed Choi Hyunwoo's arm. Jeon Sanjio used his knee to pin his cheek down. I've had enough of you, you little punk. He reached into his pocket, looking for something. Are you having fun? Jeon Sanjio took out a paper, along with a pre-prepared red stamp. Jeon Sanjio quickly smeared red ink on the boy's thumb. With an inhumane expression, Jeon Sanjio forced the boy's thumb onto the paper. Stamp it, now. A few seconds later, Jeon Sanjio made a grimacing face. You're really impossible, you little brat. What did I ever do to make you hate me this much? As he said that, he remembered the pitiful sight of a girl sobbing with both her cheeks swollen. Whatever you're going through, it's nothing compared to that girl 2 years ago. Jeon Sanjio was still obsessively pressing the boy's finger into the signature box. Sanjio then grabbed the test paper and glared. If you want to report me to the inspector, go ahead. The worst that happens is I get fired, right? Even so, he still cast a menacing look. But if you do, your family won't be safe either. Choi Hyunwoo, paralyzed by fear, could only glance. I'll do the exact same thing to your grandfather. Na Hwa-jin suddenly appeared from nowhere, catching him off guard. You can't do that. You can't. Teacher, you're wrong. That's not how you solve that problem. What is wrong with you? He used his agile body to jump down. Cheating students. Na Hwa-jin used his leather shoe to stomp directly onto the teacher's face. You're getting a 0. He looked like a hero defeating a villain, knocking him to the side. He looked back with a hint of concern. Choi Hyunwoo, you must feel like you're wasting your time with trash like this, right? Na Hwa-jin casually smiled while biting on a cigarette. I'll handle him for you. You go home and study. Choi Hyunwoo, at first, didn't understand and just stared at him blankly, then listened and walked up the steps. Jeon Sanjio clutched his swollen cheek, terrified. He scrambled over, grabbed his leg, and begged, Please, forgive me. I was being short-sighted. I can't lose my job. Jeon Sanjio was genuinely terrified, clinging tightly to his pants. Please, don't fire me. I have an 8-year-old daughter, he kept begging repeatedly. Please, for the sake of my family, forgive me, Jeon Sanjio pleaded. Na Hwa-jin remained calm, blowing out a puff of smoke. Family business, huh? Jeon Sanjio felt a chill of terror as he looked up to see Na Hwa-jin's cold, emotionless face. This is just an excuse you made up for yourself, isn't it? Na Hwa-jin said, staring him down. He hit the nail right on the head. If you want forgiveness, you need to own up to your mistakes. Why is it that someone who harmed others like you only thinks about his own situation without ever considering the victim? Jeon Sanjio's face contorted, leaving him speechless. In the end, his plea for forgiveness wasn't for the victim. It was only for himself. Na Hwa-jin turned away nonchalantly and scratched his ear. This is my job, so I have to do it. But honestly speaking, when it comes to the duties of a family man, I actually feel a little bad. Jeon Sanjio's face lit up with a glimmer of hope as he flashed a desperate, excited smile. Does that mean you'll give me another chance? Overcome by his own assumptions, Jeon Sanjio fell to his knees and shouted, I promise you. If you give me another chance, I will be serious this time. Na Hwa-jin curled the corner of his lip into a smirk while still holding his cigarette. Fine. If you succeed, you'll be allowed to return to the podium, Sanjio. Jeon Sanjio stood there, stunned and frozen, unable to believe who had just appeared before his eyes. Do you remember this student? Jeon Sanjio's face turned pale with pure terror. Because of your excellent teaching, her life was ruined, and she ended up a criminal. In his memory, he recalled the tear-streaked face, and the disfigured face of a girl standing right in front of him. It was a student's face, filled with deep hatred. Han Jiri. Han Jiri stood staring at Sanjio, who was still sitting on the ground with hate-filled eyes. His voice trembled as he called her name. Han Jiri. Jeon Sanjio was sweating buckets from fear. Long time no see. How have you been? Han Jiri kicked him square in the face, sending blood splattering across the empty street as a piercing scream echoed out. Na Hwa-jin sat on the stairs, leaning back casually watching Han Jiri as she relentlessly beat Jeon Sanjio. Jeon Sanjio lay slumped on the ground, raising his hands to resist and beg. Teacher, I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. Han Jiri didn't care at all and kept raining kicks down on him. What? Forgive? Forgiveness, you say? Han Jiri's face twisted in agony and rage. How did you treat me, and now you dare to ask for forgiveness? As she spoke, she remembered being forced by Jeon Sanjio to scrub the floors. Back then, she had weakly asked Sanjio, who was standing with his arms crossed. Teacher, I've cleaned it all. Can I go home now? Jeon Sanjio had a disgusted look on his face, but Han Jiri kept pleading, I'll be back in an hour to check. If there is even a single speck of dust left, you'd better be ready for what comes next. Outside the classroom, Han Jiri was shoved hard into a wall, surrounded by other girls from her class. She trembled and asked, What's going on? Two girls holding scissors smiled wickedly. Welcome, customer. This is Mimi's hair salon. I'll give you a beautiful haircut. Han Jiri screamed, Don't! But the outcome didn't change. Han Jiri's hair was hacked off, falling in clumps to the floor. She sank to her knees, looking completely hopeless. Han Jiri reached out to grab the cut strands of hair, tears streaming down her face. Someone appeared, peering over the wall. What are you doing over there? It was Jeon Sanjio. He flashed a vile, mocking smile. Oh, did you get a haircut? Han Jiri cried as her eyes widened in shock upon seeing Sanjio, mocking her. You look more mature, actually. Keep this hairstyle from now on. Han Jiri felt a knot of confusion in her heart. Picking on students, helping bullies, intentionally docking marks. Back then, I didn't know why my homeroom teacher was bullying me to that extent. Han Jiri picked up her phone to read the notification. No subject. From UN Academy. We regret to inform you that Han Jiri is not on the list of accepted students for foreign language high school. Thank you for applying to our school. While at work, Han Jiri read the message and burst into tears. Her two co-workers tried to comfort her. It's okay, Han Jiri. Right. It's not like it's the college entrance exam. Failing to get into a high school isn't the end of the world. A voice shouted, Hey, bring the water to table number 3, quickly. Han Rim looked up, scowling. Damn it, coming. She cursed the heartless bald guy. Han Jiri stood up, wiped her tears, and went back to work. I'm fine. I'll go now. Han Rim asked with concern. Do you want to go home and rest? I'll tell that bald guy for you. Han Jiri tried to reassure them. No need. I'm fine. As she carried the water, she was lost in thought until she heard a familiar voice. Teacher, thank you so much. Thanks to you, we got into the foreign language school. Han Jiri looked toward the voice and saw Jeon Sanjio with the two girls who had bullied her. They were handing him an envelope. Mom wanted us to give this to you. Han Jiri thought to herself, those twins. Until 9th grade. Their grades were still lower than mine. The two girls were grinning, bad-mouthing Han Jiri. I heard that girl Han Jiri failed. So happy. Jeon Sanjio happily tucked the envelope into his pocket. Han Jiri suddenly understood everything. From that moment, I realized it. I was just a puppet he used to boost their grades. At that moment, she vowed that she wouldn't let him use her again. Han Jiri's face tightened with a mix of shock and fury. No, I will make sure he never touches me again. Back in the present, Han Jiri grabbed a rock and held it high. Her face looked terrifying, her eyes filled with nothing but hatred. It's all your fault! Han Jiri slammed the rock down. Jeon Sanjio's eyes widened in fear, and he scrambled away. Han Jiri had almost lost her mind, screaming, You destroyed my life. Jeon Sanjeo couldn't run anymore, and huddled on the ground, staring at the rock, about to smash into his head. Na Hwa-jin's voice rang out. Hey, are you planning on becoming a murderer? He had stood up at some point, and was now standing right behind Han Jae-ri. So, you've decided to go to prison for the rest of your life? Huh. His words made Han Jae-ri's eyes widen as she froze in place. She turned to look at Na Hwa-jin. He flicked the cigarette he had just been smoking. He wasn't stopping her. He was acting indifferent. Fine then. Go ahead and smash him. Your life is your choice. Who am I to stop you? You choose it. You live with it. Right? It's not anyone else's fault. The more Han Jae-ri listened, the more her face contorted in a cold sweat. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, Jeon Sanjeo scrambled away. As he ran, he kept glancing back, cursing, "Damn it! Since when did that girl become so violent?" Suddenly, Jeon Sanjeo slipped on the stairs and went headfirst down the steps. Na Hwa-jin watched Jeon Sanjeo fall, then said to Han Jae-ri, "But have you never thought that destroying your own life just because of a piece of trash like that really isn't worth it?" Jeon Sanjeo lay sprawled on the ground, completely motionless. Han Jae-ri screamed in frustration, "My life is already a total disaster. What am I supposed to do now?" "You have a criminal record," Na Hwa-jin explained calmly, trying to make her understand. "Whether you have a record or not doesn't matter. What matters is whether there is any hope left in your heart. Mr. Go Jansu died because of you," Na Hwa-jin said. That sentence made Han Jae-ri freeze. She understood better than anyone else the state of mind of someone who has suffered deep injustice. Inside a room, a woman sat quietly, holding a photograph. Na Hwa-jin spoke to Han Jae-ri gently. "However, the injustice you've had to endure cannot compare to what he went through." The woman placed her hand over the face of the man in the photo. His family's grief was many times greater than hers. Tears streamed down the woman's cheeks as she missed the person in the picture. Na Hwa-jin turned to walk away, but kept teaching Han Jae-ri about right and wrong. Regardless of whether you have a record or not, those who directly took another person's life yet continue to live comfortably, this life is already so flawed and unfair. Those scum are everywhere, but if you have the will to start over now, then go and ask for their forgiveness. Han Jae-ri looked down at the rock she had been gripping tightly all this time. At the school, the intercom blared an announcement about the next news item. The teacher C from Jukmi High School had been accepting bribes from parents and leaking midterm exam questions. Today, the police quickly arrived at the school to arrest this teacher. On the screen, the news anchor was reporting that teacher Cai's dirty actions had been uncovered by the inspectors from the Office of Education Authority. Jeon Sanjeo was handcuffed, with 2 people escorting him on either side. According to the inspector's report, over the past 15 years, teacher Cai had accepted bribes from many students and inflated their academic grades. Jeon Sanjeo's face turned pale as he heard the news about himself. To do that, teacher C had leaked exam questions and discriminated during the grading process. Not only that, teacher Cai also engaged in abusive behaviors, such as oppression, and intentionally lowering the academic achievements of students from disadvantaged backgrounds. Han Jae-ri was sitting curled up in a corner of the library. Recently, the student S was believed to be a victim of teacher Cai. This made everyone feel deep pity for her fate. The student S is currently serving time in a juvenile detention center because she drove an innocent teacher to take his own life. Han Jae-ri focused on writing the lines. S, because of teacher C, had to endure so much injustice, leading to committing such a sin. Currently, she is repenting for her actions and writes letters to the victim's family every day. "Please don't forgive me." The final line of the letter sounded truly heartbreaking. As it turned out, she was writing to her own family. "I don't expect the court to reduce my sentence or offer reconciliation. I just want to send this sincere apology. Please, everyone, do not forgive me." I'm Han Rim, sat in a luxurious room, holding a cup of water, listening to the information about Han Jae-ri. This tragedy serves as a warning that the misguided education of a teacher can lead a student's life to a dead end at any moment. I'm Han Rim, praised Na Hwa-jin, who was sitting opposite her. "Captain, you're amazing. I didn't expect that Han Jae-ri would be repenting like that." Na Hwa-jin explained something that made Han Rim stunned. There is such a thing as learning from mistakes, and humans shouldn't just learn from good or virtuous things. Na Hwa-jin raised his cup and smiled. In the end, that piece of scum, Jeon Sanjeo, finally received a proper education. 3 months later, Han Jae-ri sat in her cell, passionately writing something. Someone outside called her name. Han Jae-ri. That person passed an envelope through the meal slot. Han Jae-ri's eyes widened in surprise. She froze for a moment before opening the letter and reading it in silence. The neat handwriting in the letter made Han Jeri's eyes brim with tears, ready to overflow. The content of the letter was as follows. Hello, student Han Jeri. I am the wife of Mr. Go Jon-soo. For the past 3 months, I didn't dare to open your letters to read them. After the news reported it, public opinion sympathized with your story, but that only made me tremble with anger. No matter what you did, Han Jeri, my husband had no reason to die. But yesterday, I started reading page by page the letters you sent. Even so, I still cannot forgive you. But my husband was a teacher. Even if I can't forgive you, if it were my husband, if he could see your truly repentant state, he would smile and forgive you. Reading up to this point, Han Jeri's tears fell, soaking the letter. You don't need to send letters to us anymore. Don't follow the wrong path, but live your life properly. This is your atonement to my husband. She clutched the letter, hugged it to her chest, and sobbed. Jeon Hyun-cheon spoke loudly to his 2 friends, sitting on either side of him. Damn it. While I was playing a game, some dog was going crazy, banging on the keyboard the whole time. So I grabbed his head and smashed it right into the monitor. I was even going to break the keyboard, stuff it down his throat, and snap his neck. At that same moment, an old man slowly stood in front of him. He didn't say a word, but lucky for him, he realized my murderous aura, so he knew better than to lower his eyes. He suddenly spoke up, gesturing to the 3 of them. You kids, I'm standing right here, yet you're still sitting in the seats reserved for the elderly? While the old man was lecturing them, Jeon Hyun-cheon frowned, looked up, and stared back nonchalantly. And, cursing in public? Is that how your parents raised you? He slowly stood up, drawling, Yeah, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Jeon Hyun-cheon used his shoulder to shove the old man hard. He lost his balance and fell backward. With a startled cry, he grabbed the old man's cane and arrogantly said, This old fart dares to mess with us? And you're asking about my parents? Does he think he has to listen to an old man curse his parents here? Every word Jeon Hyun-cheon uttered made the old man grit his teeth in frustration. You were just drinking, weren't you? It's true, you damn old drunk. If you're a drunk, stop running your mouth. Get lost. A girl on the subway asked in confusion. What's wrong with him? A student wearing glasses nearby also spoke up. Hey, call the police. The guy suddenly burst out laughing, holding the cane in his hand, challenging those around him. Call the police? All right, go ahead and call them. Jeon Hyun-cheon taunted, sticking out his tongue and flipping the bird. We're not even 14 yet. I dare any of you to touch us. Keep calling them. Go ahead. The scene then shifted to another place, with low tones blending into the space. Sergeant Im Han-rim, you've really worked hard these past few days. Na Hwa-jin was chatting with Im Han-rim. Today is the day you return to your unit, right? She replied cheerfully. Yes, sir. Since I was only supposed to be working at the girls' high school from the start. Im Han-rim saluted enthusiastically. It's an honor to have completed this mission with you, Captain. He returned the salute in the exact same way. Afterward, Im Han-rim waved and said, I thought we'd have to say goodbye like that. Her face suddenly darkened. But in reality, a table full of food appeared, accompanied by a voice raspy with emotion. Minister Jean Sanjeoi Kang-sok, it's such an honor to meet you. The person was none other than Lee Do-chang. As far as I know, Minister, you're 10 batches ahead of me from T High School. That was Special Forces Deputy Commander, Lieutenant General Lee Do-chang. He was sitting with his arms crossed, showing no reaction. But sir, you wanted to see me? What for? And then, in an instant, he lunged forward and threw a punch straight at his face. You little brat, he scoffed, standing tall, while Lee Do-chang just sat there clutching his face, looking stunned. If you've inherited Lee Do-chang's spirit, you should know we're like brothers. Why do you keep addressing each other by rank? There's not a shred of affection in that. He smiled and commanded, Call me senior, you brat. His expression shifted instantly from stunned to surprised, mixed with joy. Finally, the 2 of them walked off with their arms around each other, enjoying a celebratory meal. Are you talking about Im Han-rim? You can take her with you for as long as you want. You really only have eyes for her, don't you? Leaving those thoughts behind, Im Han-rim broke into a cold sweat. She instinctively brought her hand to her mouth, looking tense. This morning, I suddenly got a call from the Lieutenant General. He told me I'd be staying here until the minister retires. Na Hwa-jin frowned. Man, this guy, how can he abuse his power like that? She hesitated for a few seconds before speaking up. Well, it is what it is. I'll be counting on you in the future, Captain. Or should I call you Senior from now on? He didn't answer, just smiled, as he looked at Im Han-rim. Just then, the video of the old man popped up on Mi-jung's phone. Holy crap, guys. It's already got over 1 million views, she exclaimed. Damn, we're amazing. At that moment, Jeon Hyun-cheon, was relentlessly beating Park Se-hun. "You maniac! Why the hell did you post that?" Mi-jong called out to him. "But it's trending all over the community pages. What if it ends up on the news?" Jeon Hyun-cheon didn't care. He kept demanding, "How are you going to deal with this, huh?" While cursing, he kept landing blows on Park Se-hun's face. "You're a good kid, but too bad I've got to give you a beating." Jeon Hyun-cheon arrogantly raised both hands in victory, taunting him. He didn't stop for even a second, raining blows down on him. Park Se-hun spat blood from his mouth. Only when he completely collapsed did Hyun-cheon finally stop. He looked down at him calmly and urged, "That's it for today's endurance training. You've still got school tomorrow, so quit playing dead and get up." Jeon Hyun-cheon slowly sat down and shook Park Se-hun. "Seriously though, why did you go and offend Min Ji-hoon?" Suddenly, Jeon Hyun-cheon's calm vanished as he shouted his name. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" "Park Se-hun, answer me," he sneered, with Do-dong standing right next to him. Damn it, did he pass out? What a weakling. The three of them started to leave the room. The guy walking behind asked, "Hey, Jeon Hyun-cheon, are you just going to leave Park Se-hun like that?" Jeon Hyun-cheon yawned. "He'll wake up soon enough and crawl home on his own." Do-dong closed the door, but said with a worried heart, "He looks like he's lost consciousness. What if we don't take him to the hospital and he ends up dying there?" He brushed it off. "Hey, people don't die that easily." Jeon Hyun-cheon balled his hand into a fist and said confidently, "Just assume he's already dead. Why do you think I wear these boxing gloves?" He rubbed his chin, thinking, "Just tell people it was boxing practice, and you'll be fine. No one will ever know. At worst, it's just a violation of Article 8 of the probation rules." After that, the three of them chatted happily, as if nothing had happened. Like Jeon Hyun-cheon said, "This year is our last chance to finish people off, right? It seems killing is a serious charge, but you'd only get 2 years in juvenile detention, and it wouldn't even count as a criminal record. If you have to kill someone, I'll report it to the police for you." Right then, he continued, "So, where to now? Kagyoki? Or should we find Min Ji-hoon? Call your friends." Mi-jong tapped on her phone for a moment and answered Jeon Hyun-cheon. "Let's go to the beach." He wondered, why the beach all of a sudden? She held up her phone to show a picture of a glamorous girl at the beach. "Look at this. This girl skipped school to travel abroad, and now she's super famous. This is awesome," Mi-jong exclaimed, as they went to the east coast to gaze at the sparkling blue sky. Do-dong scolded her, annoyed. "Are you crazy? What time do you think it is to be going to the beach? Where are we going to get the money?" The two kept bickering, ignoring him. "We don't have the energy to go anywhere. I'm going home. Why is this girl so moody?" On the opposite side of the road, a man appeared acting strangely near the restroom. At that exact moment, Jeon Hyun-cheon smiled and announced to the other two, "The opportunity is here. Let's head east, guys." In his eyes, there was nothing more impressive than the luxurious black car belonging to the man in the white suit from before. On the road, a red car was speeding by. "I'm Han-rim," asked Na Hwa-jin from inside the vehicle. "Is the next school a sports club?" "Yeah." He held the documents in his hand and examined them carefully. According to the report, it's absolute chaos, bad discipline plus bribery, and all sorts of other issues. Everything from top to bottom is completely rotten, she sighed while driving. Looking over at Na Hwa-jin, because of them, the whole sports world is getting dragged through the mud. Lately, even the military isn't that corrupt. But suddenly, he noticed something in the rearview mirror. Huh? The black car from before had passed them, driving at an incredibly high and dangerous speed. Na Hwa-jin's eyes widened in surprise. The three people in that car weren't thinking about anything other than having fun with this new vehicle. They were laughing and driving without paying attention to their surroundings. She was so angry, she shouted. "That maniac, how is he driving?" He didn't show any emotion, just calmly ordered, "Chase him." Na Hwa-jin casually voiced her thoughts. "The one driving is a student." Han-rim turned to look at him in surprise. "What?" The expression on Na Hwa-jin's face wasn't tense. On the contrary, he smiled with an enigmatic excitement. "They're middle school students. This is the age where they fear neither heaven nor earth and easily lose all sense of basic morality. These kids are the ones who need real discipline more than anyone else." The trio was still lost in their own little world of fun, completely oblivious to what was about to hit them. The juvenile delinquent, Park Se-hun, lay sprawled on the cold concrete, not moving an inch. Article 4, Paragraph 1. Item 2 of the Juvenile Act. Minors, between the ages of 10 and 14, who commit illegal acts, are subject to protective disposition. Park Se-hun shuddered as he sat up, seemingly grasping the implication. As long as he was under 14, no matter what crime he committed, he wouldn't face criminal punishment. Saliva, mixed with bright red blood, dripped from Park Se-hun's mouth as he gasped for air. No matter the crime, it won't even go on my record. His eyes bulged wide, sharp and vicious. Even if I kill someone. The traffic light turned green, signaling for everyone to move. The noisy crowd shuffled across the crosswalk. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar of an engine. A black car zoomed through the crowd like a gust of wind. What the hell was that? Dudong exclaimed, glancing over, excited. That was insane, just like in the movies. Mi Jong, standing next to him, was genuinely shocked. That was Jeon Hyun-cheon's driving. All right, that's Jeon Hyun-cheon for you, he shouted. He slammed on the brakes and boasted, clearly enjoying himself. Do you guys have any idea how much I've been grinding in A6 for the past few hours? In a flash, the screen displayed over 100 cars racing down the main concrete road. Dudong looked up, threw his hand out, and yelled, "One more lap, and we'll reach Gwando." This made Jeon Hyun-cheon laugh in delight. Suddenly, he looked ahead, shocked. A white car was flying out from an alleyway. A scream echoed through the area. What the hell is that? Hey, watch out! The two cars slammed into each other with a deafening crash. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the utility pole ahead. The black car slammed into it and crumpled. The front of the car was smoking, stuck, and completely wrecked. The people inside the car rubbed their necks in pain, eyes squeezed shut, gritting their teeth. Jeon Hyun-cheon scrambled out of the car, shouting, "Run! Hurry!" He looked back, not forgetting to curse at the people behind him. "Damn it! You drive like a maniac!" Jeon Hyun-cheon screamed, eyes burning with a crazy intensity. "Hey, you dog! Learn to drive properly next time." A red car quickly blocked their path. Jeon Hyun-cheon rushed forward, slammed his hand against the car window, and shouted, frustrated and threatening, "Hey, get out of the way! Don't block our path! You want to die?" He reached to open the car door without any hesitation. His face twisted instantly. Jeon Hyun-cheon fell to the ground. Na Hwa-jin stepped out, opened the car door, and looked at the three brats. Dudong, not understanding the situation, puffed out his chest and threatened him. But he didn't hesitate. "The hell? You dare hit my friend? Looking for trouble? The compensation for this is 100 million won, you dog." Suddenly, two shadows loomed over the heads of the two guys. Im Han-rim stepped in, keeping them pinned down. She looked over at Na Hwa-jin, wondering what their next move would be. "Senior, how should we handle these punks? How about we take them to the police station?" Mi Jong laughed defiantly, his face darkening as he gave a challenging signal. "The police station? Fine, let's go." Na Hwa-jin looked down at the two arrogant kids, observing them. Mi Jang kept shouting, "We haven't hit our birthdays yet. Go ahead, try taking us to the police station. We won't get punished, you know." Na Hwa-jin seemed to concede, shrugging his shoulders as he realized the situation. They were right, if he took them to the station, they'd be released immediately. But he still had to demand compensation for the car first. He smiled and took out a pack of cigarettes, eyeing them. "What school do you kids go to?" The two were stunned, completely at a loss for what to do. "Wait, have I seen him somewhere before?" Meanwhile, at Hyunjin Middle School, Park Se-hun was being beaten severely. In his head, he was still calculating. 13 more days until my birthday. The crowd was excited, watching a teenager beat him with all his might. "Go, keep going." Another girl rushed over and kicked him in the face. Park Se-hun was punched but didn't dare to fight back, enduring it all. His face was distorted, his thoughts fragmented. That means in 13 days, his eyes were almost entirely white, his consciousness drifting away. "I'll reach the age where I have to face criminal responsibility." Suddenly, Park Se-hun collapsed to the ground. The crowd was half excited, half surprised. "He's down! Hurry! Finish the punishment." They immediately turned to tease the last kid who had hit Park Se-hun. Park Se-hun lay on the ground, staring at the crowd without a word. Damn it, why didn't that bastard dodge? That kick from that girl. Man, that was wild. That's sexist. I'm telling the teacher. Suddenly, a pair of white slippers stepped up, and the person immediately sat on top of the seat. Hun, to his surprise. Min Ji-hoon looked up, took a long drag of his cigarette, completely indifferent to the person underneath. His eyes narrowed as he scanned his surroundings. One of the guys, annoyed, covered his nose and questioned, "Hey, you crazy bastard. Was that you? Did you fart?" Min Ji-hoon just laughed, playing along. "Who put a toilet here? Man, good thing I didn't actually do my business." Below him, Park Se-hun was already furious inside. Min Ji-hoon didn't care and got straight to the point. "Why don't I see Jeon Hyun-cheon, Dudong, and Mijang anywhere? Are they skipping school again?" The dark thoughts in Park Se-hun's mind became clearer. They really are the biggest trash in our school. No, the whole country, actually. He walked away. Park Se-hun struggled to sit up and tried calling. Try this. I told you guys we were supposed to meet up today. He shivered in pain, thinking about how he was still safe for the next 13 days while he didn't have to face criminal responsibility. That look in his eyes for a split second was filled with malice. Min Ji-hoon, I have to get rid of him. From his pocket, he pulled out a small knife he had practiced with hundreds of times on his pillow. The tiny fruit knife carried an insane thought. Die. Park Se-hun lunged forward, looking down at Min Ji-hoon, intending to end him. Suddenly, someone rushed over, screaming in alarm, "Hey, that's it, it's over." Min Ji-hoon frowned, annoyed, and asked, "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" The other person was stunned, unable to believe it. "Wait, I think I just saw something." He hurriedly yelled, his face turning pale. "Hurry, go to the second-floor hallway." Joan Hyun Cheon, Do Dong, Mi Jang, they're finished. Min Ji-hoon heard the news and was stunned, unable to believe it. The hallway was packed with people, whispering and murmuring, looking at the scene with grim expressions. Is that the inspector? Those rotten bullies, I knew they'd get what was coming to them someday. The people around Min Ji-hoon were also completely shocked. Is that really the inspector? Min Ji-hoon frowned and signaled, "Hey, get out of the way." A girl covered her mouth in fear. No way, what happened to them? Min Ji-hoon, sweating, was shocked. What on earth happened? Jung Hyun-chan walked ahead with the cloth and the handcuffs. He was confused, unable to believe his eyes. A voice echoed through the hallway. Their birthdays haven't arrived yet. I committed the crime of stealing a car, but why am I being treated like this? Park Se-hun looked on, stunned, completely unable to believe it. His eyes slowly began to shine with realization. The trio was led by Na Hwa-jin, with handcuffs and papers on them. Min Ji-hoon twirled his keychain, completely indifferent, while the sound of a friend sighing came from beside him. Damn, they're so unlucky. I don't get how they got caught by the inspector. The guy in the red shirt next to him took a sip of his drink while gossiping. What about them? She leaned on her hand and shook her head, responding, "No idea. They got dragged into the teacher's office and vanished without a trace." She warned the rest of the group. "Everyone, don't cause any trouble for now. Getting caught would be the end of us all. Also, what about that Park kid? What about Hyun? Deal with him later. Didn't he try to stab you?" He didn't pay much attention, just asked indifferently, "Is the inspection bureau really that scary?" "What? That brat?" The group looked blankly at each other. Min Ji-hoon smirked, a chill running down his spine. "We're only 13 anyway. Can't we just take that inspector out?" But all he got in return were 4 dark, dumbfounded faces. They were absolutely livid. "Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you saying? The Tech Academy is one of the top 3 schools in the country, and he still wiped them out." But he didn't seem to care much about that. The news said he took on 300 people and won. How many of us are there? We're just blowing the rumors out of proportion. You guys need to start thinking about that. Right now. Suddenly, she screamed in excitement. The whole group frowned and turned to look at her with strange expressions. What? What is it? The more she stared at her phone screen, the more she gushed over it. What do we do? She held up her phone to show them. These new shoes are so gorgeous. Let's chip in and buy them. It'll be super cheap that way. It's totally awesome. Her friend sitting next to her looked annoyed. Hey, everyone's talking about something serious, and you're here looking at shoes? The long-haired girl muttered. Holy crap, they're insane. The group quickly scattered right after. Clean it up before you go. If my old man finds out, I'm toast. This isn't a place we rented, you know? At this moment, the orange-haired girl was still glued to her phone, gushing. I love them. The more I look, the prettier they get. But I bet even if I died, my mom wouldn't buy them for me, huh? Once outside, she couldn't stop complaining. Why does my dad only give me $300? Ugh, so boring. Right in front of G was a closed convenience store. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. His fingers began to twirl his keychain. Min Ji-hoon marched aggressively toward the opposite side, to the shock of his friends. Hey, Min Ji-hoon, where are you going? Before the eyes of his friends, he smashed the glass with a single swing of his keychain wrapped in thick wool. The whole group was stunned. No one could believe it. The brown-haired girl couldn't even speak. Whoa, what are you doing? He gave a twisted, playful grin. I just wanted to have some. He even put on a black cap and mask before heading inside. The 3 boys ran in and started grabbing items. Take all those cigarettes. We'll sell them for 4,000 coins. The boy in red mischievously shoved a bar of soap into the other guy's mouth. Put your mask on. The guy looked around and noticed a brand new item on the shelf. He held it up to his friend and asked in a naive voice, Hey, there's a phone too. Want it? Min Ji-hoon felt a sudden, ominous chill. The phone? He panicked and rushed toward the door. Hey, run, hurry. Leave that stuff and just run. The two brats were still clueless inside. You're not planning to take anything else? Just as Min Ji-hoon ran outside, he slammed into a solid chest. The furious face of the store owner loomed right before his eyes. He growled in a cold, deep voice. You little punks, I just forgot my phone. And then this happened. The man was the store owner, a gym enthusiast with 25 years of experience. He grabbed the keychain, silently standing his ground against him. The moment the owner wasn't paying attention, a collision struck his face. The store owner immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This only made him angrier. You little bastard! He unleashed a punch straight at Min Ji-hoon. Go to hell. A single punch from someone who has trained for 25 years completely knocked him out. He glared furiously at the rest of them. You guys! Stay right there, don't you dare go anywhere, he growled. I'm going to make sure you all eat prison food. At the noisy police station, the officer's shouting was giving everyone a headache. Min Ji-hoon? You again? Meanwhile, they were still nonchalant, even checking in and taking photos. He scratched his head, frustrated. Damn it. That hole really hurts my head, the store owner asked blankly. They've committed a lot of crimes, haven't they? The more he heard, the more determined he became. You can't let them go. You have to put them in jail. The officer turned to his colleague. Hey, call their guardians. Is Mr. Sung-dong here yet? Then he said to the owner, when their guardians arrive, we'll have to let them go. The store owner asked in confusion, Let them go? What are you talking about? The officer just sighed and explained, They're minors. There's nothing else we can do. Then, the officer looked up and asked, But you hit him, didn't you? The store owner nodded, admitting, Yeah, but he used a weapon on me first. But the next words made him break into a cold sweat of frustration. Even so, you're not allowed to hit them back. Please, have a seat. I need to file a report. He was so angry he started cursing right in front of the officer. What the hell? The law in this country is garbage. The kids were still eagerly posting their photo to social media. Posted it, the store owner grumbled on the side. Self-defense also gets a report filed, but the thieves get to go home? What is wrong with this country? The kids, on the other hand, were comfortably checking in at the police station. Just then, a man slowly walked into the precinct. He greeted them gently. Excuse me, may I ask? Has Na Hwa-jin found his way here yet? I heard the kids from my school caused some trouble. All 5 of them looked up reflexively. After a while, when they got outside, they acted friendly and bowed to him. Thank you, teacher. Min Ji-hoon even joked before turning to leave. See you tomorrow, teach. But Na Hwa-jin didn't want to waste words on them. Stop talking nonsense. Come with me. Min Ji-hoon smirked at him and even gave him the middle finger to show his defiance. He and his friends kept teasing Na Hwa-jin. We're not at school. Why should I listen to you? Let's run. The man leaned forward slightly, his arm forming a fist, filled with anger. These little brats are really annoying. Na Hwa-jin chased Min Ji-hoon into an alley. He was right on his heels. But suddenly, a knife flew straight toward his face. He quickly leaned back to dodge it. He chuckled. Whoa, teacher, you actually dodged that? That's insane. He was so crazy he even licked the blade. See? I could actually stab you. Min Ji-hoon bluntly asked him, Hey, have you ever killed anyone before? Min Ji-hoon brandished the knife and giggled. Have you ever killed anyone before? He taunted Na Hwa-jin again. Me? I wouldn't hesitate at all. I could actually stab you. If you don't want to die, you'd better get out of my school. The smile on the man's face flickered for a second. Na Hwa-jin had never been afraid of anyone. A maniac. It sounds like this kid has actually killed someone before. Provoked by him, Min Ji-hoon gritted his teeth and lunged with the knife. I'll show you I'm serious. But the man just stood there, quickly rummaging for something in his pocket, a pair of handcuffs. The moment he lunged, Na Hwa-jin easily clicked the first handcuff onto his wrist. The next second, Min Ji-hoon was restrained. Kim Hak-ho? What is this? Handcuffs? He pinned him against the wall with such a painful impact that Min Ji-hoon couldn't even struggle, only yelping in pain. Damn it, let me go. Na Hwa-jin shrugged, teaching him a lesson. Even if you actually killed someone, you shouldn't be so proud of it. He shoved a bright green mask onto Min Ji-hoon's face. What the hell? Take it off. Get this off me. The 4 others standing in the narrow space began to panic. We're screwed, man. This is it. Min Ji-hoon was stuck in a bind, and his friends had almost all run away. Let me go. Let me go. I'll kill you. She glanced back, full of disdain. I told you, messing with the inspector is a death wish. With one hit, she sent the whole group flying. It was none other than Im Han-rim, who had arrived to help mop up the rest of the group with a single kick. Once finished, she ran over to report to him. Senior, the prisoner transport van will be here in 5 minutes. Na Hwa-jin nodded. Min Ji-hoon, still bewildered, whispered, "A prisoner transport van?" That was when he announced the new orders. "Min Ji-hoon, you and the other 4 are under arrest for grand theft auto and attempted murder." His face darkened, leaving him speechless. His eyes now were filled with nothing but pitch-black uncertainty and rising confusion. Where on earth was he taking them? "After a few hours, Senior. The girls will get off here." "All right, hang in there." Min Ji-hoon was even more curious. The girls already got off? After a long, agonizing wait. "We're here. Get off the van." The whole group stirred in the dark. "Where is this?" Na Hwa-jin barked. "Quiet. Get moving. Warden Lee, take off the blindfolds." "Yes, sir." Min Ji-hoon was still clueless. The warden shouted as the sounds of the facility started to pour in. "We've got new meat. How old are these brats? They look so soft." His vision blurred, then finally cleared in shock. The inmates were standing in a block, grinning hungrily at the newcomers. "Look at them. They're scared shitless. Now you'll get a taste of real life." They all shared the same thought. What the hell? They looked around in terror. Where exactly is this? The Juvenile Detention Center, Jimtron. A designated room where a few veterans were already waiting. "Welcome, fresh meat. Nice to meet you." Go Jong-soo, the boss of this cell, spoke up. "Min Ji-hoon, let's hear everyone's charges, one by one." The 2 guys in the back suddenly recognized their friend behind him, the chubby one. "Jeon-hyun-cheon and Du-dong, you guys are here too?" He pointed, then sat down to be entertained. "Start with the guy on the left." "Yes, sir. I stole a car and went to the store with these guys." Min Ji-hoon still had a cocky look on his face, thinking, damn it, it's all just an act anyway. He was still trying to act arrogant about everything around him. "I wasn't sentenced, so I can't be locked in a cell. This inspector is probably just trying to scare me straight," he thought. "That must be it, right?" Min Ji-hoon's friend standing next to him blabbered about everything, even mentioning beating up kids at school. Min Ji-hoon just found it incredibly cringy. God, that's so childish. Next was his turn, then the guy in the middle, but Min Ji-hoon didn't pay any attention. "Hey, didn't you hear me?" Go Jong-soo, having his ego bruised, flared up. "Damn it, you little shit." In the corner, Ma-hyung, who had been carelessly ignoring the drama, looked over. The chubby guys stepped forward to show off in front of Min Ji-hoon. "You don't know the situation here, do you, brat? I've already buried a guy out there. Now that you're in here, you're tired of living too?" Shin Sung-tong shouted angrily. "Are you not going to lower your eyes? I'll poke them out." But Min Ji-hoon still didn't realize the truth. This guy is so dramatic, he thought. You guys are just someone's errand boys anyway. He still wore a confident smile. "We aren't even officially convicted criminals. If you guys dare to touch us, you'll—" But right then, his eyes widened. Min Ji-hoon took a punch straight from the chubby guy. Ma-hyung appeared, delivering a lesson to the new kid. "Do you know where this is?" He was beaten until his face was swollen, but he still refused to back down. Ma-hyung grabbed Min Ji-hoon by the throat, roughly pinning him against the wall. That was when Min Ji-hoon finally started screaming in fear. He finally realized the situation wasn't right. Who is this guy? Were they telling the truth? Min Ji-hoon started to vaguely recognize the person in front of him. Wait a minute, that face, it's so familiar. Where have I seen him? Just as he was deep in thought, a knee smashed into his stomach. Min Ji-hoon's face went pale as he collapsed. Ma-hyung stepped forward and sneered, giving him advice. "The discipline in this juvenile detention center is harsh. Your prison rank increases based on what you've done. But even if I killed you guys, my rank would stay the same." At that moment, Min Ji-hoon was shocked. I remember now, he was on the news. A flood of black and white memories came rushing back. Last year, around this time, a person with split personality disorder had murdered 7 people. He remembered that cold face. He kept saying he was innocent, wearing a calm smile on his face. He smiled in a terrifying way. "Because I already received the maximum sentence, for a minor. Ma-hyung, 19 charges, 7 murders, a 5-year sentence, the maximum penalty under juvenile law." Min Ji-hoon finally realized how serious things were. It's different in here than it is out there. There's no one to protect you. While Hyun wore a terrifying expression in the shadows, Ji, with his face covered in wounds, finally felt true fear. At the same time, a new day began in a separate detention facility, the female prison. Every female prisoner had a job, and some complaints echoed through the air. "Mom, help me. I want to go home." "Shut up, you guys." Remembering the first day, a hand clutched a pen tightly, slamming it down onto a stack of papers. Han Jae-ri, with a grumpy, angry face, glared at them. "Damn it, those whiny brats, can you shut your mouths? It's so annoying. If you don't know when to be quiet, I'll rip your mouths open right now. Just like that. All the other female prisoners were terrified and fell silent immediately. The female students were enjoying their time with Han Jiri. Min Ji-hoon, looking very relaxed, walked by carrying a tray of personal items. Min Ji-hoon, you again? There was a fact about his past. I've been sent to reform school a few times. Someone else in the reform school started talking to him. What article number were you charged under? Min Ji-hoon sat nearby, looking very relaxed as he answered. Article 8. I hijacked a car. What about you? The guy looked a bit chubby and shrugged his shoulders. Damn it. I'm Article 9. I heard you punched a nerd a few times and he passed out? Min Ji-hoon just gave a cynical laugh, as if it were normal. It's only been 6 months he had been happily enjoying his time, even in the reform school. But sometimes the camp, juvenile detention is actually pretty fun since you don't get a criminal record, and there are so many interesting people here, but right now his face is beaten to a pulp, and he can't even get a mouthful of food down. Still, this is a juvenile detention center. Min Ji-hoon is being hung upside down in front of 3 other guys in the same cell. Things in detention are totally different. Go Jong-soo, with a sleazy, wicked look on his face, brings a spoonful of food close, open wide. He got locked up with a record, huh? Go Jong-soo, 20 counts of special larceny, sentenced to 3 years and 2 months. Shin Sung-tong, another guy right next to him, joins in. Getting fed by the big boss must taste great, right? That guy has no reason to be here. Shin Sung-tong, 20 counts of assault and murder, sentenced to 4 years and 6 months. Min Ji-hoon endures the painful torment without being able to do anything. The inmates here aren't even human. A foot stomps right onto his pale stomach. They stand up and turn away, leaving him there retching. This is where the dregs of society gather. That's exactly why he feels like this is a living hell. And then there's the appearance of the scariest one. Ma Hyung, 19 counts of murder, sentenced to 25 years. He glares with his sunken eyes and warns, Min Ji-hoon, don't spit it out. You're wasting food. A new day begins. He and the others have to line up at 8 a.m. to start the day. Go Jong-soo, with his arrogant and cunning face, flashes a shady smile. He pulls a small object out of his sleeve. Point number 1. He immediately stabs the sharp tip of the pen right into the back of the guy standing in front of him. The person in front flinches, feeling the pain, but has to grit their teeth and endure it. Meanwhile, Go Jong-soo laughs like he's having a blast. Don't stand in front of the boss. Moving to the next scene. At the stadium, 3 p.m., time for exercise. An inmate kicks the ball with incredible accuracy. Today's sport is foot volleyball. Hyun-chan is the target, getting hit until his nose bleeds from the ball. The guy who just kicked the ball celebrates happily. 3 points. This kid is damn good at kicking. Looking at the situation, you can guess point number 2. You'll become a target if you look like a pushover. He can only silently endure the pain with tears in his eyes. If you move, you're dead meat. In a place like paradise amidst the naked bodies of men at 4 p.m., it's shower time. Ji-hoon glances at the person next to him while showering, but suddenly his eyes go wide with pure terror. The guy standing right beside him has a dragon tattoo on his back. That guy is even bold enough to turn and wink while washing his hair. Point number 3. Don't bend down to pick up the soap. Just seeing that, Ji-hoon is pale with fear. Moving on to another time slot in the cell. 7 p.m. Free time. A young guy who just arrived at this detention center is scared stiff. Point number 4. Sit up straight with your back upright and place your hands properly on your knees. Go Jong-soo is like a nightmare to all the newcomers. Because the ringleader of this detention center is more brutal than the military, free time is the most terrifying part of the day for the rookies. Meanwhile, he's thoroughly enjoying his book. This is insane. Holy crap, she's hot. The new kid bows his head, scared to death. Just a slight movement, and as soon as you look up, you get hit. One of the inmates in the center glares with a frightening look after using a water bottle to strike. Caught you, you little brat. Shin Sung-tong arrogantly grips the water bottle and flexes. You haven't even been here a week, and you're already acting up, huh? The people around can only watch. He'll get hit with a plastic bottle full of water because it won't leave marks on the body. Meanwhile, the guy repeatedly uses the water bottle to beat the other guy's body. Aren't you afraid? Min Ji-hoon, with an emaciated face, looks in one direction. Lately, you guys have no dignity at all, do you? He catches a glimpse of someone else outside the window. In the past, the man outside that barred window just silently looked in, for over a year, but after that, the man coldly turned away and left. We know how to follow the rules and ethics. We never break a single one. Min Ji-hoon sees that action and has an epiphany. I reaffirm. The worst detention center in South Korea. Is this place a juvenile detention center? The man outside the window has turned his back and walked away as if he didn't care. A juvenile offender usually just gets sent to a reformatory, so why did I have to end up in this place? And that person shows no signs of wanting to intervene. All the inmates here are the most cruel and savage criminals, far beyond what normal people could imagine. From inside that cell, constant shouting and fighting echo out. Fight, you dog! Where did you hide the cigarettes? You dare to ignore what the boss said? Beat the hell out of him. Back in the cell, everyone is sleeping. Min Ji-hoon is still awake, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Today is already the 5th day. How much longer do I have to stay in this place? Everything in that cell is quiet, but suddenly I'm just a juvenile offender, aren't I? Suddenly, a foot stomps straight onto his face. Another guy in the same cell just woke up, groggy and annoyed. So annoying. I was sleeping so well. He walks into the bathroom and messes around in there for a while. Min Ji-hoon, both scared and desperate, fixes his gaze on where the guy is standing. Min Ji-hoon recklessly uses the small pen to press against the guy's neck. The guy isn't scared at all and calmly pulls up his pants. Are you done yet? What are you going to do to me with that thing? Min Ji-hoon keeps the tip of the pen pressed hard against his neck and demands, how long do we have to stay here? Min Ji-hoon, pushed to the limit, yells, you must have heard something from the inspector, right? If you don't want to die, start talking. The guy very calmly turns his face toward him and smirks. The inspector? What a strange name. But suddenly, his gaze freezes abruptly. Damn it, you can't kill me. That pen tip was pressed into his skin. Back in the day, I was just like you. After that, he uses his elbow to strike Min Ji-hoon right in the stomach. The guy calmly pulls his pants up while Min Ji-hoon is knocked to the side. The guy's foot presses onto Min Ji-hoon's neck. Then he ruthlessly pins his head down to the floor. He glances shiftily in one direction and tries to think. The inspector. The guy manages to say a few descriptive words that make Min Ji-hoon realize. Is it that long-haired guy who brought you here? Outside the window bars, a voice echoes in. The guy managed to spit out a few descriptive words, and hearing them, Min Ji-hoon realized, wait, is it that long-haired guy who brought you here? Voices echoed in from outside the iron bars of the window. What are you guys doing during sleep time? Na Hwa-jin peered in, a relaxed smile on his face as he locked eyes with the person inside. You brats still need a lot more training. Min Ji-hoon gritted his teeth, looking at him in agony. Ask him yourself, you two. The inner door creaked open, and Na Hwa-jin walked into the holding cell, a club resting on his shoulder. Min Ji-hoon glared at him, teeth clenched. He scrambled forward, grabbing Na Hwa-jin's arm in a panic. Just let me out now. I've already done what you asked, haven't I? Please. He couldn't take it anymore and started lashing out at Na Hwa-jin. Damn you. I'm going to sue you. How dare you bring me to this detention center? Na Hwa-jin remained unfazed, calmly putting a finger to his lips before bringing his club down hard on the kid's head. He shoved the limp body aside. Where did this brat learn to scream while other people are trying to sleep? He then looked up at the other prisoner. So, what happened here today? The guy just smirked. Even the guards came in the middle of the night to break up the fight. Damn. Min Ji-hoon, after taking that blow, was foaming at the mouth, lying motionless on the floor. This place was no prison. It was definitely a punishment room. A cat with a smug and unfriendly look. Once, there was an ugly cat. A young boy stood on the high balcony of an apartment complex, looking down at it. I don't know if it was in heat or fighting, but every day at 4 in the afternoon, it would screech like it was trying to puncture my eardrums. It was so annoying. That boy was Ji-hoon. Back then, he leaned against the railing, looking down with a nonchalant gaze. Even though the other kids were eating, my brother's group still had to hide in a hole. He pushed the ashtray aside, his mood foul. He reached out toward the overturned food bowl. The cat was casually licking at a motionless corpse. He had intended to kill the cat, but the dead thing turned out to be a person. Min Ji-hoon at that time, still just a trembling child sitting in the police station, his face pale, sweating profusely. I killed someone? He thought for sure he would face the death penalty, but a taxi was still cruising down the street. However, Ji-hoon sat in the back, anxious, asking, Mom, are we really going home? His mother didn't show her face, just staring out the window. I killed someone. How am I not facing the death penalty? On his phone screen, he looked up the juvenile law. Children aged 10 to 14 would not face criminal charges. Children under 10 who commit crimes would not face any legal repercussions at all. Min Ji-hoon sat in his room, intently, staring at the phone screen. Just a lecture from a guardian is enough? That period was when he was in 3rd grade. Min Ji-hoon's whole body trembled, but his eyes were filled with excitement. I completely understood what this meant. And now, As he woke up, dazed, his face pressed against the floor, he realized the people who created this law must have thought kids were idiots. Ever since then, I've used this law to run wild, and I've never once been punished by the law. Min Ji-hoon scrambled up, looking around. Where is this? He looked around the room in a panic. Why is it so cramped? Wait, could it be? He realized it the moment he saw the room's layout. Is this solitary confinement? After a while, his face became gaunt, his eyes rimmed with dark circles. At first, it was peaceful, because those trashy thugs weren't bothering me anymore. But after 5 or 6 meals, I started to realize something was wrong. His pupils turned dull. How long have I been here? What time is it now? Answer me. I'm going crazy. Min Ji-hoon couldn't take it anymore. He kept turning to the door and pounding on it. Damn it, let me out. He broke into a sweat, panicked. He shouted, please, let me out. I'll stay in a regular cell, just please. Na Hwa-jin appeared behind the iron door with a desk. Kid, are you planning to go back to that hell and throw away the peace you have here? In front of him were a desk, a stack of paper, and a pen. Think carefully about why I brought you to this detention center and write it down. Min Ji-hoon looked, a bit startled by his final words. If the answer is correct, you'll be sent home. Ji-hoon looked up with innocent eyes, trying to confirm. Really? Am I really going home? Na Hwa-jin was serious. Really? Why? Have you been lied to so much that you don't believe me? Na Hwa-jin gave a sly look, and turned toward the door, humming to himself. I'll come check once a day. If it gets worse, then your sentence will increase. So, write carefully. He slammed the door shut, leaving Min Ji-hoon in solitary. Min Ji-hoon felt like he'd found a lifeline, and grinned excitedly. Easy enough. Just write a groveling self-reflection, act pathetic, and I'm out. He picked up the pen and started working. Fine. I'll write exactly what you want, the most pathetic, bootlicking version. He was eager for the first draft. But suddenly, Na Hwa-jin used the paper to wipe his face, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it away. Do it again. Add another day to your sentence. Min Ji-hoon was so shocked he couldn't speak, not understanding why. His mind was a mess, his face blank. What the hell? I spent over 8 hours writing the perfect apology. Once again, he picked up the pen. Not pathetic enough? Fine. I'll just swallow my pride. The next time, it was torn in half. Then, it was crumpled into a ball again. Min Ji-hoon had to watch his papers being torn to shreds right before his eyes. He couldn't take it anymore. Gritting his teeth in rage, Min Ji-hoon used his body to shove the desk, lunging toward him. You crazy old man. That's enough. What do you want from me? But immediately, Na Hwa-jin handcuffed his wrists, easily twisting them behind his back. You shouldn't cause trouble in the punishment room. Na Hwa-jin pinned both of his hands firmly behind his back. That won't do. Min Ji-hoon turned pale, sweating even more. Please, Na Hwa-jin coldly delivered his decision. Today, you're writing nothing. Just sit like that all day. He reached the door, ready to leave, but turned his head back. Don't think I'm being harsh. This is just the detention center's rule. Min Ji-hoon. Even though he was fuming, he could only grit his teeth, unable to say a word. And so, he was left all alone, sprawled out in the isolation cell. Both his hands were locked tight, barely able to move. So frustrating, I'm gonna lose my mind. He had a quiet moment to reflect. Outside, I was treated like a kid. But in here, there's no such thing as mercy. Min Ji-hoon shifted around, restless. This detention center is such a disaster. This isn't a place for humans. Another day began as sunlight hit that specific building. Isolation cell. Day 8. Jinjeon Juvenile Reformatory. Min Ji-hoon was waiting again. In those moments, Na Hwa-jin read through his written reflection yet again. As soon as he finished reading, he crumpled the paper up. Min Ji-hoon got that same response. His face, haggard and devoid of emotion. Na Hwa-jin walked toward him coldly, clutching a wad of crumpled paper in his hand. Feeling the misery of this writing exercise yet? Kid? What's the matter? You're having a much harder time this time around, aren't you? He cheerfully unfolded the mangled paper. Let me read your draft. Just let me read a little bit. He had to puff out his cheeks to hold back a laugh. Min Ji-hoon looked over, confused by Na Hwa-jin's sudden outburst of laughter. Na sighed, and looked back at him, almost expectantly. Look at this, you idiot. You already wrote the right answer, so why do you keep giving me those nonsense replies? Min Ji-hoon stared at the paper he was holding up in front of his eyes. Look at it. He felt overwhelmed, his eyes welling up. This is the exact reason why I brought you to this detention center. In a prison shower room, the prisoners' clothes were scattered all over the floor. Some were lying down, fast asleep, while others were getting dressed. One of the guys there was Jeon Hyun Cheon. Cheon's face was beet red, and he couldn't stop complaining. Finally, I'm going home. The sound of a door opening with a click made a man wearing a black hat who seemed to be the leader ask, and they greeted him with extreme respect. Are you all finished? Yes, sir. The man was Na Hwa-jin. He flashed a smile at the three of them. Time to get out of prison. Let's go. The three behind him were so happy they were in tears. Only Min Ji-hoon didn't react at all, still wearing that stone-cold face as if there was nothing to be happy about. They followed one another out of the room, leaving behind three other prisoners who watched with envy. Ma-hyung opened his eyes wide, perking his ears at the commotion. He sat up abruptly and shouted at those guys, making Min Ji-hoon flinch slightly. He said, with a threatening, intimidating tone, I've still got 4 years left here. The guy scoffed. Min Ji-hoon turned his head, his voice low. Let's meet again sometime. Cut to the outdoor exercise yard where the prisoners were playing games together. In another corner, Ma-hyung was struggling with weightlifting. While he was lifting, someone from the side held out a pack of cigarettes toward him, making him look up to see who it was. It was Na Hwa-jin. He appeared looking the same as always, one hand holding a can of Coca-Cola, taking a swig, and the other hand still holding out the cigarettes, which took him by surprise and left him a bit flustered. Working hard, huh? He moved the pack closer, offering it politely. Take a break, man. Have a smoke, Ma-hyung? Slowly regaining his composure, he set the weight down and smiled. I don't smoke. He threw the weight onto the ground and added, but, can I have that Coke? Then, the two of them sat down on a nearby bench. He took the Coke and finished it in one gulp, while Na kept puffing on his cigarette. Suddenly, he asked, have those guys come to their senses yet? Na froze for a brief moment, then, seemingly understanding the issue, replied, what? Oh, that thing? It seemed there was some kind of deal between the two. The sound of police sirens, escorting the group from earlier out of the prison, blared loudly. The kids in the van were whispering about someone, and it seemed he didn't make them very happy. That murderer makes me sick. The surroundings were noisy, but Ji-hoon just sat there calmly, listening without saying a word. Meet again, my ass. We're not crazy enough to come back here. Why the hell would we? This was exactly the answer. Inside a crumpled piece of paper, it read, if I ever come back here, I'll kill myself. It was held by someone. Min Ji-hoon flashed back to his time in the center. He had screamed at someone, what are you talking about? How could that be the answer? Facing him was Na Hwa-jin, holding the paper with those words written on it, confronting him. You thought I wanted to see you self-reflect? Huh? You're completely wrong. You think 1 or 2 weeks is enough to change someone's nature? An image of the fat guy. Oh. Dongzu, holding a spoon, his face looking disgusted. What I want to show you is your own future. 2 prisoners, Shop Shin Sung Tong, with a pockmarked face and a perverted smile. Most of the inmates here are just like you. They look down on the Juvenile Act and can't even grasp the seriousness of their crimes. That's why they keep ending up back in prison like they're eating daily meals, along with images of other guys who kept committing crimes. Once you get hooked, it's hard to get out. Just like alcohol or cigarettes. He rattled off a series of facts about juvenile delinquents who didn't care about the law at all. And they all had one thing in common. They couldn't quit. Then he told him, you always thought you were smart, taking advantage of loopholes in the law to do whatever you wanted. But that's not it. By that point, you were already addicted to committing crimes. Having said that, he didn't forget to toss the confession paper right in his face. Min Ji-hoon was left stunned, speechless. It seemed he could really feel the truth in what Na had been saying all this time. I've seen it before. He turned his back and started to leave, leaving him behind with his chaotic thoughts. Live your life properly. In our country, this is the only juvenile detention center there is. He turned back with a smile and said to him, when you come back here, half the guys you met here will still be around. The guy's eyes dimmed when he heard that. This was both a training session and a warning. His hand clenched tight. In his head, he could still hear his words, which only made him even angrier. Your entire future depends solely on your actions. End of the line. Bringing it back to the present, the man known as Ma-hyung and he are still sitting there, discussing something regarding the jurisdiction of the Education Authority Protection Bureau. Damn it. Listening to that from a guy like Jiu Chun-hyung, he picks up a can of Coke to take a sip, thinking to himself, it's a damn shame if only there were more people like that teacher. He recalls his time back at school and the reason why he ended up here, in the corner of a classroom, surrounded by a bunch of good-for-nothing kids with smug looks on their faces. After beating his teacher to a pulp, blood splattered everywhere, his body shaking uncontrollably, the kids sneered. Welcome to your school, teach. He lifts his blood-soaked face to look at the brats, thinking to himself, I don't want you to end up on this path. He thinks that, but his hands still can't help but reach for the knife he had on him. For your own sake, he thinks. And with that, He pulls the blade and lunges toward the group. Those kids didn't even have time to react before he took out those 7 monsters. If the Education Authority Protection Bureau had actually shown up back then, he says, recounting everything he's been through, then sighs to himself. Maybe then, no one would have had to die. He raises his hand to take a drag from his cigarette, face clouded with heavy thoughts. Once he finishes speaking, he stands up. His face shows a trace of helplessness, while he just sits there, saying nothing. Will things really get better? If there are people like that teacher around? As his phone notification dings, it turns out to be a mission complete alert. Park Se-hun stares at the phone in his hand, muttering, "Kids who are bullied, driven to the end of their rope." He walks past a trash can, staring at it as if there's something inside. Those monsters killing 7 people without feeling a shred of guilt, just like you. It turns out there's a knife sitting on top of the trash can. His hand reaches toward it. The scene shifts back to the detention center. He walks away while the other remains seated. "You won't show up again, right?" He flicks the ash off his cigarette and lights another one. He tilts his head toward the sky and groans. "This burden, it's just too heavy." Truth be told, that wasn't exactly an act of justice. The guard walks in to notify him. "Oh, so you're the guard here? Please, follow me." He enters the waiting room to meet the Major General, who granted him permission to see the prisoner. "Sir, please," the guard says respectfully. "This inmate, he just came back from solitary confinement, so he's a bit sensitive right now." His eyes turn alert. "If anything happens, call me immediately. Understood?" The corner of the man's mouth twitches. He asks a question, and the guy replies, "Name? John Hyun Cheon, 20 years old." When he stops at the word crime, the guy just cracks a smirk. He ignores the question entirely and tries to deflect. "It's May, right? Just May, and it's already hot as hell." The guy answers with extreme arrogance, not giving a damn about what he asked. "It's so hot I'm sweating buckets, and that psycho school wouldn't let us turn on the AC before June." The guy recalls his time back at school. "I got so pissed I decided to cut class." The guy stands rigid, remembering how someone dared to block his path. That girl, she didn't know the meaning of fear. She just stood there blocking him. But that BTH stood in my way. In his hazy memory, I don't remember it clearly, but she kept nagging at me. It was so annoying. The guy's face is slick with sweat, his long hair covering his face, making him look even more menacing. I've already said it was hot as hell that day. He swings one hand, slamming both palms together with a loud pop. It catches his attention. The guy bows his head and keeps talking. Tyson once said, the greatest punch of his life was the punch that knocked out his wife. The guy looks up, his eyes glowing with a wicked grin. Same for me. That punch that day was the best punch of my life. His expression darkens as he hears the guy describe the sound of shattering bone and the teacher's body folding up. Even now, if I close my eyes, that scene is still crystal clear in full high definition. His pupils contract. What do you think? That BTCH was just unlucky, right? The guy taps his fingers on the table. If it hadn't been so hot that day, if the school had just turned on the AC, he keeps whispering nonstop. If the teacher hadn't gotten in my way, if that BTCH hadn't died after just one hit, the more he listens, the more he feels like he's talking to a demon, not a human. If only that punch of my life hadn't happened. He speaks as if it were a glorious achievement. His fists clench tight. So, Mr. Counselor, tell the detention center again, I'm not at fault for anything. The guy jumps to his feet, facing him. It's just that the BTCH was unlucky. In his eyes, there is nothing left but the image of this guy. His fists clench so hard the knuckles turn white. He walks out of the detention center and stands there, silent. He tries to light a cigarette, clicking the lighter several times, but it won't ignite. He's slightly surprised when someone next to him offers a light. It's Jeon-san Jioi Kang-sok. He lights his cigarette for him, then lights his own. Good thing you made it out. He remains silent, listening to the man. I actually thought you'd get arrested for murder. He turns and walks away, ignoring him. I don't have the right to do that to someone who is already paying for their sins. He stands there, watching his back. If you were in there, you'd understand. He stares at his own hands, whispering to himself, even with a monster right in front of me, even when that scumbag is mocking his own victim, I can't do a thing. I can only clench my fists. He opens his palm and realizes that, while listening to the guy, he was holding back so hard that his fingernails dug into his palm until it bled, trying to suppress the rage inside. The scene flashes back to his memory from 2 years ago. Remember what the minister said to me? Get up. How long do you plan on sitting here, rotting away? He had come and shouted at him when he was falling apart. The person who killed them were going to create an organization to catch all those bastards who dare to exploit the juvenile law or probation system and make them pay. Those words hit home. He couldn't let them keep acting so smug and more people end up like us. To be honest, I thought it was a completely crazy idea. He still has his back to him. Well, up to now. My thoughts on that haven't changed at all. He turns his head halfway, speaking. However, right now, it feels like it actually means something. He can only look on, helpless. Alright, what's next on the agenda? A sports news segment flashes on the screen from a major sports news network. Coming up, we have a spotlight on the rising stars of the sports world. Today's feature stars the sister duo, Kang Soo-jeon and Kang Cha-jeon. They are the youngest players ever selected for the women's national basketball team. The screen cuts to footage of a basketball game. These are the two sisters mentioned in the news. They currently attend Seung High School, where a practice match is being held. It's hosted by the prestigious Kangjang University women's basketball team. She is setting up for a shot while the commentator's voice continues in the background. The one taking the shot is athlete Kang Cha-jeon, and the one blocking it is national team athlete Song-ri. But unexpectedly, she switches tactics at the last second, catching everyone in the audience off guard. However, it was just a fake-out. She quickly passes the ball to her sister, Kang Soo-jeon. After catching the ball, her face is glistening with sweat. She makes an incredible shot into the hoop. Athlete Kang Soo-jeon jumps up to sink a three-pointer, and the ball swishes through the net at the very last second. The two sisters turn around and high-five, beaming with joy. The commentator's voice practically explodes across the arena. At last year's National Sports Festival, athlete Kang Soo-jeon was dubbed the Queen of Assists for racking up the most assists. After the match, the two sisters stepped out to give an interview. I've been playing basketball with my younger sister since we were kids, so I don't think any other athlete could have better chemistry than us. Some background info on her Instagram profile. High school basketball queen, Kang Soo-jeon. With her tall stature and striking looks, some of her photos have garnered huge attention. Her Instagram account has attracted over 200,000 followers, and she receives so much love from everyone. The reporter concludes the interview. With their seamless coordination, this sister duo is truly the youngest talent selected for the national team. We hope to see them dominate at the Asian Games next year. The two bow to thank the reporter. Thank you so much. They shake hands. Good luck, Kang Soo-jeon. Everyone is rooting for you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. The two turn and walk back behind the bleachers. As they step away, their bright, cheerful expressions fade, replaced by cold, stoic faces. Facing them are other team members bowing in gratitude. Captain, thank you for your hard work. On the surface, they are still just pretty, talented, and friendly girls. When leaving, they even gently pat a younger teammate's head. The captain looked so pretty today. You're so photogenic. It's nothing, just makeup. Thanks though. Once the room is empty, the sound of a locker clicking open echoes in the room. Not a single sound. The two sisters are still there. While everyone else has gone home, they both lean toward the inside of the locker as if something is in there. The younger sister leans in close, wearing a sinister smile. The two of them look completely different now. Park Eun-ha, the reporters are all gone. Suddenly, inside the locker is another girl. Her hands and feet are tied tightly with duct tape, and her mouth is gagged. Her whole body is trembling. She looks like she's seen a ghost. Tears and sweat mingle on her face. It seems she has been tortured by these two, both mentally and physically. What should we do now? You little bitch. On the girl's chest, there is a note stuck that says, the Kang Soo-jeon and Kang Cha-jeon sisters are school bullies. She uses her hand to lift the girl's chin and whispers, Great plan, Park Eun-ha. Her gaze turns cold, and her mouth curls into a twisted, demonic smile. But no matter how loud you scream, tears. The girl can't help but let them pour down like rain. A girl with red hair stands in front of the high school gate. Han-rim whispers to herself, No one is going to help you, either. 13 days ago, Han-rim's voice echoes in the space. The female students will get off here, senior. Right after that, Na Hwa-jin speaks gently. Yeah, I need to have a smoke first. The scene unfolds. The two of them stand in front of a correctional facility, chatting calmly. At the same time, the two female students are led inside, looking around in confusion. Where is this? Han-rim doesn't care about them and speaks up. Senior, I will definitely hand these two over to Han-juri. All right. Then she cautiously asks, Can I go to the school in our plan first? Na Hwa-jin hesitates for a moment upon hearing this. Sure. We were planning to go see the women's basketball team, right? Han-rim immediately responds. Yes. I just got the news. The situation seems very serious. She frowns, her voice anxious and worried. If we don't hurry, at the same time, in a cramped room, slender hands tighten around a rope. Park Eun-ha stands silently on a chair, motionless for a long time, as if hesitant with herself. Then she brings the rope against her neck. A deep sense of despair flickers in her eyes. Rim's voice seems to echo in the space. Something big is going to happen. Time shifts to the past. The classroom scene appears. The teacher is measuring Park Eun-ha's height and announces loudly, "Park Eun-ha, 179 centimeters." Right then, the boys in class immediately start whispering, "What does she eat to be that tall? She's really tall." The teacher looks up at her and exclaims, "Park Eun-ha, you've grown another 4 centimeters since last year. Do you play any sports?" Right at that moment, Park Eun-ha's narration kicks in. "In 7th grade, I was already over 175 centimeters tall. Back then, a coach from a sports club would come to my house every single day." She wears a bright smile and excitedly replies to the teacher, "Yes, I do." Park Eun-ha continues her narration. "Before finding the sport that truly brought me joy, I tried many different ones, like baseball, volleyball, and more." She continues, "I had a reason for choosing basketball. Memories of a basketball game between Park Eun-ha and Kang Soo-jeon surface. With her God-given basketball talent, she easily bypasses Park Eun-ha's defense and throws the ball forward. The ball easily drops into the hoop. Cheers erupt immediately all around. She watches quietly as Kang Soo-jeon celebrates with her teammates, thinking to herself, that's because senior Kang Soo-jeon from the other school is a year ahead of me." Park Eun-ha looks at her with an admiring gaze. At that time, senior Kang Soo-jeon was known as a master of high school basketball because of her outstanding talent. She quietly marvels as she sees Kang Soo-jeon's passion explode on the court. "I had a crush on senior Kang Soo-jeon because of her confident demeanor and her super cool one-handed shot. That's why I once wanted to wear the same uniform as her." Another memory surfaced. A clear, resonant voice echoed, "Our new member, Park Eun-ha." Park Eun-ha stepped forward gracefully, introducing herself with excitement. "I'm 186 centimeters tall. I'll play wherever you put me." As she finished, her face flushed slightly. Park Eun-ha reflected on the 2 years of hard work that finally led her to join the high school girls basketball team where Kang Soo-jeon was playing. Her gaze was fixed solely on Kang Soo-jeon, even though the girl didn't even bother to look her way. Park Eun-ha's memories continued to flow. However, just like in other sports clubs, Park Eun-ha had to endure the same brutal training as everyone else. She continued, "Life here isn't exactly easy. Back then, under the strict supervision of her senior, Park Eun-ha had to practice handstands alongside the other members. She gritted her teeth, bracing herself and holding on until the training session was over. She sighed inwardly. Morning practice, lunch practice, post-training practice. It's just practicing, practicing, practicing all day long." At the start of the semester, during training, the new members were constantly being punished for the tiniest mistakes. Suddenly, a sharp, shrill voice rang out, "Kang, Kang Cha-jeon." Kang Soo-jeon casually crooked her finger, calmly barking an order, "Go to the cafeteria and get me some spicy chicken noodles." Kang Cha-jeon immediately lowered her posture, eagerly replying, "Yes, of course." Then she quickly scurried after Kang Soo-jeon, her voice syrupy sweet. "Mom called me yesterday, but Dad hasn't called yet." Park Eun-ha, still holding a handstand, cast a sidelong glance at the two of them. "Because military-style discipline, like this was common in the sports world, I could try to endure it." Seeing the two of them laughing and chatting happily, a wave of discomfort surged inside me. Being new recruits just like them, I was so jealous of Kang Cha-jeon because she could suck up to Soo-jeon to avoid being punished. Not long after, in their dormitory room, both Kang Cha-jeon and Eun-ha were lying on their beds, lazily scrolling through their phones. Suddenly, she leaned down, humming, "Park Eun-ha?" "Hey Park Eun-ha," Kang Cha-jeon prodded. "Want to get some ice cream right now?" Park Eun-ha frowned slightly, but didn't answer. "My roommate, Kang Cha-jeon, is such a nuisance, she only acts on her impulses." Her narration continued. "The day we moved in, she said she wanted the top bunk, but then she immediately said she wanted the bottom one. I had to switch beds so many times because of her." In the small room, the scene continued. Kang Cha-jeon still had her head dangling down, looking at her with a sweet tone. "Go to the convenience store and buy 2 ice creams. Oh, and get some other stuff too." Park Eun-ha sighed, frustrated whenever she recalled that. Not only that, she never lifted a finger to clean or organize her clothes. She only knew how to make a mess and was always ordering me around to do all the little chores. She turned her back to her, ignoring her syrupy sweet gaze, and replied coldly, "No, go buy it yourself." Deep down, Park Eun-ha felt her spirit sinking. "At first, I happily did whatever she said, but now I'm sick of it. I don't want to do anything anymore." At that same moment, as Kang Cha-jeon was rejected, her expression darkened instantly. But Park Un-ha didn't notice, still casually messing with her phone. If I keep listening to her, I'm the only one who loses out. Suddenly, a utility knife appeared before her eyes, making Park Un-ha jump in shock. Kang Cha-jeon glared, seething, pressing the cold blade right against her face. She gritted her teeth, spitting out every word with venom. "You bitch! I told you to go buy it." The knife swayed in front of Park Un-ha. Kang Cha-jeon growled a threat. Is it really that hard? However, Park Un-ha reacted lightning fast. In a split second, she swung her arm, pushing hard and pinning the other girl's hand against the bunk ceiling. Before Kang Cha-jeon could even recover from the surprise counterattack, Park Un-ha surged up. In the blink of an eye, she tackled her to the ground, using her strength to completely overpower her. Park Un-ha narrated, "The sport I play second most after basketball is judo." At the same time, she shouted furiously, "I told you to go buy it yourself." Seeing the sheer terror on Kang Cha-jeon's face, Park Un-ha repeated exactly what she had said. Is it really that hard? Suddenly, a memory flashed. A girl grabbing a fistful of tangled, soaking wet hair. A shrill voice rang out. "Hey, you bitch! Do you see what this is?" She abused her power, bullying the weak, standing tall before Park Un-ha and sneering. "Is this how you clean the bathroom? These new girls have no manners at all lately." She quickly explained, "It's not that. This week isn't my turn to clean the bathroom. It's Kang Cha-jeon's turn." Before she could finish, Park Un-ha was shoved violently, the tangled hair shoved straight into her mouth. She immediately collapsed, coughing and choking. Kang Soo-jeon stood nearby, calmly smoothing her hair, then nonchalantly said, "Kang Cha-jeon said it was your turn." She cast a look of utter contempt at Park Un-ha, questioning coldly, "I heard you dared to mess with my little sister. Is that true?" Park Un-ha looked up in shock. At that moment, her own narration echoed. "The price for daring to touch the little sister of the team's ace is very high." She recounted, "Ever since that day, no one passed the ball to me." Park Un-ha recounted the moment she had to endure all the hateful glares when being punished. "Whenever we gathered, I was blamed for everything, and everyone started isolating me. Then came the moments when she had to humble herself to massage Kang Cha-jeon's shoulders and neck. My role in the club was just to be a masseuse for the Soo-jeon and Cha-jeon sisters." Little Park Un-ha sat, huddled in on herself, her heart in turmoil. "Even if I switched classes, the situation didn't get any better. Until now, I haven't been able to touch the ball even once, getting punished every day and constantly massaging those two sisters." She buried her head in her own arms. "Everyone asks me why I don't just quit basketball. Outsiders make it sound so easy, but I've been playing sports since middle school. Giving it up isn't easy for me at all." Suddenly, an excited voice rang out, pulling Un-ha out of her deep thoughts. "Good news, everyone." That person raised their voice. "Kang Soo-jeon and Kang Cha-jeon from our school." Her gaze immediately snapped toward the two of them. The excited announcement continued. "Both of them have been selected for the national team to compete in the Asian Games next year." That person cheered. "Let's give them a round of applause." As soon as the words left their mouth, the team members burst into applause to congratulate them. Only Park Un-ha stared at them, dazed and frozen. "This world is so unfair." She furrowed her brows, her eyes burning with a flame of anger. "They bullied me so badly that I considered giving up my dream. And yet a bright future is still waiting for them." Park Un-ha continued. "When the reporters came to school, I risked everything to report this issue to them, but I failed. That day, right before I died, I was bullied again." She slowly looped the rope around her neck, her face filled with despair. In the suffocating silence, her bitter narration rang out, and that bullying would only get worse and worse. Park Un-ha squeezed her eyes shut, as if she had made a decision, along with her painful final words. "My last hope was the Education Authority's Protection Office, but in the end, they never came." In the tense moment, an angry voice boomed from the door behind her. "Hey, are you crazy?" The person standing outside the door seemed to have lost all patience, shouting, "The new coach is coming today, so we have to assemble 30 minutes early. Are you deaf?" The shouting is getting louder. Hearing that, Park Un-ha quickly let go of the rope and looked toward the door, feeling uneasy. Not long after, she went down to where everyone was gathered and headed toward the court with the other members. Kang Soo-jeon followed closely behind, asking blankly, "Hey, why did the coach suddenly get injured? What exactly happened?" I shook my head slightly and replied, "I don't know. They just called me over the weekend out of the blue. They said the coach drank too much and fell." Kang Soo-jeon sighed, annoyed. "Replacing the coach right now? This is so frustrating. We're national team athletes. What if we lose?" Just then, in front of the whole team, A woman walked silently onto the court. She slammed her wooden sword into the ground and said calmly, "Hello." Imhan Rim smiled slightly. "Let me introduce myself. I'm your new interim coach. My name is Imhan Rim." As Park Un-ha and the others stared in confusion, she continued, announcing, "Let's all get along, shall we?" The moment those words left Imhan Rim's lips, Kang Soo-jeon scoffed. "Don't you worry about that, Coach Imhan Rim." She slowly stepped closer to Imhan Rim, her voice dropping to a threatening tone. "You're nothing special, you know." Imhan Rim's cold voice rang out through the space. "What did you just say?" She faced Kang Soo-jeon firmly, emphasizing every word. "Nothing special, huh?" Imhan Rim curled her lips into a cold smirk and continued. "Is that how you speak to someone older than you? Right in front of the head coach?" "Oh, wait." Kang Soo-jeon glared at her, then bowed her head in a mocking apology. "Oh, I'm sorry. It's my first time seeing such a tiny basketball coach, so it just slipped out." But from an angle only Imhan Rim could see, she wore a mocking smile, and her tone was full of contempt. "But with that build, can you really handle us?" Anger flared up. Imhan Rim didn't hesitate. She swung the wooden sword, pinning it right against Kang Soo-jeon's neck. Kang Soo-jeon froze, her face turning pale with shock. Imhan Rim lowered her voice, lecturing her sternly. "First time meeting, and you already dare to look down on me? I get where you're coming from, so I'll let it slide this once." Then she moved the sword to her own shoulder, warning coldly. "However, like I said, there won't be a second time." Meanwhile, Kang Soo-jeon quickly regained her arrogant composure. She glared at Imhan Rim and let out a cunning smirk. Soon after, the training session began, and everyone rushed onto the court. They practiced together. Kang Cha-jeon quickly caught the ball, jumped, and released it. The ball left her hand, soared through the air, and dropped perfectly into the basket. After that perfect shot, she turned around and ran off without hesitation. While observing, the team continuing their practice, Imhan Rim's eyes suddenly stopped at the far corner of the court. Park Un-ha was not participating with the others. She was just silently and diligently training by herself. Even without a ball in her hands, she kept practicing her passing motions, jumping back and forth. Suddenly, Imhan Rim called out, "Hey, you!" She pointed her wooden sword at Park Un-ha. "Everyone is practicing their shots, so why are you just standing there hopping around?" Imhan Rim said firmly, "Get on the court and train." Right then, Kang Soo-jeon suddenly appeared behind her. She said blandly, "Just leave that girl be." Her voice dropped, and her eyes flashed with mockery. "This is a special directive from the head coach. Park Un-ha has weak stamina, so the head coach told her to do that for a week." Kang Soo-jeon continued, pretending to be kind. "I'm in charge of the training, so you just need to watch." Imhan Rim frowned, listening silently until she finished. Suddenly, she sighed and raised her voice. "Neither the head coach nor you have any eyes, do you? She's been hopping around for an hour, without taking a single break, and you call that weak stamina?" Imhan Rim immediately shifted her focus, locking eyes with Kang Cha-jeon. "You've only thrown the ball a few times and you're already hiding in the corner drinking water? You're the one who needs to work on your stamina." She pointed her wooden sword at Park Un-ha again, urging her, "What are you still standing there for? Get on the court and train." Before the words even faded, a hand slammed onto Imhan Rim's shoulder. Kang Soo-jeon's face darkened, her voice dropping, full of menace. "You should stop right there." She glared, every word dripping with venom. "This is the training system that the head coach and I agreed upon." Seeing that Imhan Rim didn't react, Kang Soo-jeon tightened her grip on her shoulder, using words to exert pressure. "You're just an outsider, and you keep interfering with our training like this. You're ruining the team's training atmosphere." Hearing that, Imhan Rim immediately reached behind her and grabbed the hand, squeezing her shoulder tightly. She spun around to face Kang Soo-jeon directly, her voice full of determination. "So, you're saying she's not allowed to train? I guess you don't understand what an interim coach means." Imhan Rim cleared her throat, emphasizing the word interim. "I'm a replacement, and I have the same authority as a head coach." Faced with Imhan Rim's challenge, Kang Soo-jeon was losing ground. She struggled to break free from the hold, but failed. Doubts filled her mind. How is she so strong? Imhan Rim pressed her advantage. She slapped Kang Soo-jeon's hand away and reaffirmed her position. "That means I'm no different from a head coach. So, I have the right to intervene in your training." Then she turned around and dribbled the ball toward Park Un-ha, her voice ringing out clearly. "Come here, let me pass to you." The ball was thrown straight at Park Un-ha. She froze for a split second, then reflexively reached out and caught it. In the blink of an eye, the ball was firmly in Park Un-ha's hands. She felt the sensation of touching the basketball again after such a long time of being suppressed. Her face flushed instantly. Park Eun-ha immediately pivoted and dashed onto the court. She launched herself into the air, her arm swinging powerfully. The ball left her hand, flying through the air before dropping cleanly into the basket. After that perfect shot, Park Eun-ha's mind went blank for a moment. Pure joy washed over her. Park Eun-ha's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe what had just happened. Tears of happiness welled up in the corners of her eyes. Seeing that, Im Han-rim excitedly cheered. "That three-pointer! You're amazing!" Right then, the girl burst into tears, which made her panic instantly. "Huh? What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Park Eun-ha whimpered. "It's nothing," while Kang Soo-jeon grabbed her own arm, which had been squeezed until the bone was red, glaring at them with pure malice. Not long after, a heavy slap landed on Park Eun-ha's face, snapping her head to the side. Kang Cha-jeon and her cronies cornered her. They shoved Park Eun-ha into a corner, shouting, "You crazy bitch! Are you trying to die? My sister told you not to touch the ball. How dare you disobey her?" Kang Soo-jeon's eyes bulged with rage. "And you're still standing there crying?" She raised her foot and kicked her hard. She shrieked, "Are you planning on clinging to her now?" Just then, Kang Soo-jeon appeared, coldly cutting in. "Cut it out." Seeing her, Kang Cha-jeon quickly blurted out, "Sister Kang." Kang Soo-jeon slowly approached Park Eun-ha and asked gently, "Park Eun-ha, you must be exhausted, right?" She placed a hand on her shoulder. She patted her comfortingly while softly explaining, "When you said you were going to talk to the reporters, as team captain, I thought about it a lot. I won't bother you anymore now." So, Eun-ha Kang Soo-jeon suddenly flashed a twisted smile, her voice instantly turning ice cold. "Get out of the team." Faced with Park Eun-ha's sheer terror, she threatened coldly, "As long as you promise never to open your mouth about what happened here, no one will ever dare lay a finger on you again, not even those in your class." Hearing this, Park Eun-ha was left stunned, thinking to herself, "Wait, I intended to end my life just now, not to give up basketball." She recalled the feeling of touching the ball. Her inner conflict was intense, but the image of the ball falling through the hoop made Park Eun-ha even more conflicted. Still, she finally made up her mind and pleaded softly, I'm sorry." Kang Soo-jeon paused, listening coldly as Park Eun-ha begged, "I still want to keep playing basketball." As if her fury had reached its peak, she immediately grabbed her hair. Kang Soo-jeon dragged Park Eun-ha away violently, ignoring her screams of pain. "Captain," she shouted an order. "Open the door." A junior girl quickly replied, "Yes," and scrambled to open it. The door was thrown wide open. Park Eun-ha was suddenly shoved against the closing door, her hand slamming hard into the frame. She panicked and screamed, "Captain!" But Kang Soo-jeon shoved even harder. At the same time, two juniors grabbed Park Eun-ha's arms. Soo-jeon pressed in close, her voice low and ominous. "Park Eun-ha, I've been giving you signals for an entire year now." Kang Soo-jeon narrowed her eyes, spitting out every word with venom. "Why are you so oblivious?" As soon as she finished, she turned and ordered Kang Cha-jeon, "What are you just standing there for? Shut the door." The door was slammed shut, aiming to shatter Park Eun-ha's arm. In that split second, facing certain disaster, a hand grabbed the door firmly from the outside. A woman's figure appeared behind the door. Seeing her, the group panicked, shouting, "Coach!" as they met the gaze of a furious Im Han-rim. Her eyes swept over them, her voice dropping into a tone of absolute authority. "Everyone, move aside." Just then, Kang Soo-jeon calmly stepped out, joking, "You don't have to be so serious. We're just messing around." She shrugged nonchalantly, explaining, "Since she wouldn't listen, I was just planning to teach her a lesson. After all, it's a team captain's responsibility to discipline the members." Then, Kang Soo-jeon sneered, "A temporary coach like you has no right to tell me what to do." Im Han-rim just smirked, but the smile was cold as a blade. Without a second of hesitation, she lunged forward, throwing a heavy punch into Kang Soo-jeon's face. The girl let out a pathetic yelp. Her eyes rolled back as blood sprayed from her nose. Kang Soo-jeon collapsed at Im Han-rim's feet. Looking down, she said coldly, "I already said it once, didn't I?" Im Han-rim frowned, flames of anger burning in her eyes, spitting out every word. "I won't let it slide a second time." She stared down at Kang Soo-jeon from above. "I told you, didn't I? I won't let it slide a second time." The girl scrambled up, wiping the blood from her face. She replied with a sneer, "I told you too." As soon as she said it, Kang Cha-jeon behind her nodded, getting the hint. The large group immediately surrounded her. Kang Soo-jeon spoke again, looking at Im Han-rim standing in the middle of her crew, her voice becoming mocking. "Do you think you can handle us with that tiny frame?" Despite being much smaller than the crowd, Im Han-rim showed no fear. Her lips curled into a disdainful smirk as her gaze swept over them. Kang Cha-jeon closed in from behind, her voice ringing out provocatively. I bet you didn't think there were so many of us, did you? She swung her arm dramatically, blurting out arrogantly. That's why I said you shouldn't stick your nose into other people's business. Just as Kang Cha-jeon's hand came down, Im Han-rim ducked in time. She swept her legs out, decisively taking down a junior standing nearby. Caught by surprise, the girl rolled onto the ground. But Im Han-rim didn't stop. Using the momentum, she rolled and lunged in front of the next target. Im Han-rim planted her hand on the ground and delivered a powerful kick straight to the opponent's chin. The junior girl immediately went down, leaving Kang Cha-jeon stunned for a moment. As soon as she locked eyes with Im Han-rim, she screamed in panic. What is this? In that exact moment, Im Han-rim charged straight at her, driving her elbow hard into Kang Cha-jeon's chin. The girl felt unbearable pain, her eyes rolling back as she fell backward. Kang Cha-jeon collapsed at Im Han-rim's feet. She turned her head coldly, throwing a gaze sharp as a knife at Kang Soo-jeon. Meeting that look, the girl turned pale, terrified to the point of stammering, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Park Eun-ha stood by, witnessing the entire scene, utterly stunned. Im Han-rim didn't hesitate, striding straight forward. Seeing her closing in, Kang Soo-jeon panicked, hurriedly begging for mercy. Wait! But Im Han-rim showed no mercy, decisively throwing a kick toward her. However, her foot didn't hit Kang Soo-jeon. Instead, it slammed into the wall right behind her head. Kang Soo-jeon glanced fearfully at Im Han-rim's foot, which was pinned right next to her. At the same time, she said coldly. From now on, Im Han-rim's eyes locked onto her panic, her voice dropping low and sharp as a blade. You better follow the orders of this new coach. Not long after, the members gathered on the court one by one, their moods a mix of expectation and wariness. Whispers spread everywhere. Are we really going back to playing? Im Han-rim suddenly appeared and spoke up, clearly and loudly. What are you doing? If you're done packing, get home already. As soon as she finished, Kang Soo-jeon looked stunned and hesitated, asking, But coach, the summer sports festival is coming up soon, isn't it? Im Han-rim responded indifferently. A good team will do well regardless. There's no need for group living. She raised an eyebrow, her voice dripping with contempt. Group living is the root of all evil. The Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism has already banned group living, yet this school is doing it on its own. Im Han-rim's voice echoed through the space. Even if the Olympics were being held there, still wouldn't be any group living. Just keep that in mind. The team members left one by one, glancing nervously at Kang Soo-jeon, who was scowling. Elsewhere, the rest of the team was training as usual. Kang Cha-jeon strutted past the juniors, arrogantly questioning them. Are you all out of your minds? She walked past each member, struggling through their workout, spouting lectures. Your attitudes lately have been terrible, you know? Just because there's no group living, you think you can slack off, you idiots? Back in my day, suddenly, Kang Cha-jeon froze, her eyes fixed on a girl performing a move incorrectly. She immediately swung her arm and growled, You little brat! When a senior is talking, are you not listening? Right then. A strong hand grabbed Kang Cha-jeon's arm. Im Han-rim appeared behind her, her voice icy. I already told you, didn't I? Group gatherings are forbidden. The scene shifted to the team's official practice as a scrimmage match became intense. Park Eun-ha was suddenly slammed into by Kang Soo-jeon. Both lost their balance and tumbled onto the court. She scrambled to stand up, pointing to herself, anxiously asking, Han, I'm so sorry, Captain. Are you okay? But in response, Park Eun-ha was met only with Kang Soo-jeon's hateful glare. Meanwhile, Im Han-rim, who was watching from afar, spoke up loudly, Hey, why are you apologizing? That collision just now was the captain's fault, she said coldly. During training, you don't need to pay attention to your seniors at all. Just focus on doing your best. Then, Im Han-rim turned to correct Kang Soo-jeon, making her expression even darker. But honestly, it's funny, Kang Soo-jeon. Why are you trying to stop someone who can block a national team athlete from touching the ball? Not long after, a photo editing interface appeared on the screen. With just a few clicks, the photo of Kang Soo-jeon's face was painted with several bruises. It didn't stop there. A picture of her hip was also edited to look as if she had just gone through a physical altercation. Kang Soo-jeon watched the computer screen intently and exclaimed, Good work, it looks so real. Kang Cha-jeon, sitting next to her, excitedly replied, Do you have any idea how many years I've been using Telegram? Your 200,000 followers are all thanks to me. She looked at the computer screen and let out a sinister laugh. I was planning to just let it go, but she's being way too much. That red-haired brat is definitely getting it. Not long after, a new post appeared on Kang Cha-jeon's personal page, with the caption, Tomorrow is so scary. I don't know what other injuries I'll have to suffer. Can I even keep enduring this? She shouted excitedly. I'm going to expose everything. The post was attached with photos of Kang Soo-jeon's bruised face. The post quickly attracted a massive number of views. A flood of comments erupted. My poor sister. What should I do? Oh my God. What is this? Who dared to do this to my goddess? A few accounts immediately appeared, telling stories to stir public opinion. I'm a 10th grade student at the same school. The head coach herself slapped Kang Soo-jeon. She came here and started giving ridiculous orders. Because our captain is gentle and easy to bully, she did that to her. She's a total lunatic. Others reacted just as strongly. Publicize the identity of that coach. Call the principal. Quick, call the Board of Education. Elsewhere, a phone screen lit up, showing Kang Soo-jeon's viral post. Im Han-rim was lounging on her bed, quietly reading every comment. Suddenly, she let out a laugh. How adorable. The scene switched to another screen showing a video of a faceless girl. Her voice echoed. Hello everyone. It's Bom So-hee again. Bom So-hee, the mysterious girl, excitedly introduced the topic of today's video. We're going to look into the controversy over the violence between the head coach and the two sisters, Kang Soo-jeon and Kang Cha-jeon, the national team athletes. She skillfully led the viewers. Since the former head coach was temporarily absent, a temporary coach came to replace her, and immediately after, a conflict occurred with Kang Soo-jeon. That new coach used violence against her. The mysterious girl continued the discussion. Her younger sister, Kang Cha-jeon, has made this incident public on her Telegram account. At that moment, a group of girls surrounding Kang Cha-jeon asked in shock, "Oh my God, is this for real, Kang Cha-jeon?" At that moment, the sound from the video echoed from the phone in her hand. The incident is spreading rapidly. Information about the case was being reported in detail. Netizens were expressing their outrage toward the temporary coach and demanding the identity of the coach be revealed. Hearing this, Kang Cha-jeon wore a satisfied smile, cursing under her breath. "You're done for, you bitch." Suddenly, the mysterious girl changed her tone, leaving her stunned. However, there was an unexpected plot twist, and she continued the report. Last night, an anonymous account has leaked private messages from athlete Kang Cha-jeon, and it's becoming a hot topic, accompanied by a screenshot of the messages. Kang Cha-jeon and Park Eun-ha, tell me, have you washed your clothes properly yet? Why do they still stink like dogs? Should I send your mother this picture? The broadcast blared with vile, abusive, and foul-mouthed insults, accompanied by screenshots of the exact words Kang Cha-jeon had uttered. If I catch you crying in the dorms again, you're dead to me. You look so pathetic back in 10th grade. No wonder all the juniors bullied you. Seriously, I feel bad for your mom for giving birth to someone like you. The masked girl continued her commentary, making the viewers frown in disgust. Her voice droned on, cold and detached. An industry expert weighed in, claiming the images posted on Kang Cha-jeon's account had been photoshopped. Hearing this, Kang Cha-jeon tensed up to the breaking point. What is this? She listened intently. Ironically, Kang Cha-jeon was the true ringleader of this bullying scandal. The broadcast continued. And it doesn't stop there. I'm going to reveal the identity of this interim coach right now. The masked girl suddenly raised her voice. She is an inspector from the Bureau of Educational Authority, sent here to investigate this school violence case. Hearing that, Kang Cha-jeon jumped in shock. What? Suspicious? The broadcast kept rolling. A few days ago, she caught the perpetrator behind a teacher's suicide. Meanwhile, someone walked silently into the classroom. The broadcast continued to drone on. The reason no one knew her true identity all this time is because when she was dispatched to this school, she confiscated all the students' phones. Kang Cha-jeon couldn't believe her own ears, clutching her phone tightly. With a skeptical tone, she muttered, "She's from the Bureau of Educational Authority?" Just then, Im Han-rim spoke up. "Yep, that's right." She held up her phone, which was playing the broadcast, and joked, "I'm watching this too. We don't really need to talk about this anymore, do we?" Im Han-rim glanced at the forced smile on Kang Cha-jeon's pale face, emphasizing every single word. "Can I keep watching, Miss School Bully?" Im Han-rim held up her phone screen and coldly stated, "Let's have a talk." Then, she lowered her voice and ordered Kang Cha-jeon directly, "Follow me." But the girl lunged and tried to bolt, forcing Im Han-rim to shout, "Wait!" Kang Cha-jeon quickly darted past her and rushed out of the classroom door. Seeing that, Im Han-rim hoisted her giant sword onto her shoulder, sneering, "Look at that! Look at that!" She called out after her, "You are not allowed to step outside right now." Meanwhile, Kang Cha-jeon ran for her life down the hallway. Everywhere she passed, students pointed and mocked her. What a psycho. What a complete piece of trash. I knew the day would come when she'd be exposed. Suddenly, Kang Cha-jeon's eyes widened in panic. She froze in her tracks when she saw Park Eun-ha standing not far away. She was holding a phone, looking momentarily shocked to see Kang Cha-jeon. Suddenly, the girl snarled. Her eyes red with rage, she screamed, "Park Eun-ha!" Kang Cha-jeon changed course. She stopped running and charged aggressively toward Park Eun-ha, still shrieking, "Park Eun-ha!" Just as Kang Cha-jeon got close, a milk carton suddenly fell from above and hit her square in the head. A student standing on the floor above looked down. He sneered, "You really are a psycho." He continued to mock her. "What makes you so special that you're barking so loud here, huh?" Kang Cha-jeon glared up at them, fuming. Every word cut deep like a knife. "Look at your own face. How are you any different from me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the students on the floor above began to chant in unison. "Apologize. Apologize." The chanting grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the building. "Apologize. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize." The students shouted together, burying Kang Cha-jeon in her own guilt. "Apologize and get out of here." Kang Cha-jeon, I knew there'd be a day like this. Park Eun-ha, just beat the hell out of her. Right after that day, a series of news headlines appeared, revealing more about Kang Cha-jeon's history of bullying classmates since elementary school. Have you seen The Devil? Summary of the bullying controversy. The mastermind behind it all is Kang Soo-jeon. The truth about the second inspector, Im Han-rim. The serious voice of a news anchor echoed. The bullying controversy regarding national women's basketball team athlete Kang Cha-jeon has been causing a stir in public opinion over the past few days. He continued his report. In reality, the one pulling the strings behind all of this is athlete Kang Soo-jeon. Kang Soo-jeon manipulated Kang Cha-jeon into school violence. At that moment, Kang Soo-jeon sat in her room, quietly listening to the broadcast. Last night, a former teammate of Kang Cha-jeon from middle school appeared on the channel. On the video, she revealed the entire truth about Kang Cha-jeon's bullying, stating that everything was directed by Kang Soo-jeon. She frowned, listening intently to every detail. This video had reached 1 million views in just 1 hour. Then, in the comments section, more credible information appeared, and the situation took a new turn. Suddenly, Kang Cha-jeon walked in, sobbing and choking back tears. "What do I do now?" Her tears flowed, and her voice trembled with sobs. "They're all posting malicious comments on my Instagram. Now they're even sending death threats." Kang Cha-jeon dejectedly said, "Do I have to live like this for the rest of my life?" Kang Soo-jeon listened and softly comforted her. "It's okay, Kang Cha-jeon." She stood up from her chair and lowered her voice to soothe her. "People are only doing this because we're too talented." Kang Soo-jeon reached out to touch Kang Cha-jeon's miserable face. Calmly, she continued, "In a month or two, everyone will forget, and things will go back to the way they were. Don't worry." Suddenly, she lowered her voice. Kang Soo-jeon broke into a twisted, cold smile and ordered, "Record an apology video looking just like that." Immediately after, she meticulously instructed Kang Cha-jeon, "Listen closely and repeat after me. I admit to the school bullying. I will leave the national team and give up basketball." Kang Soo-jeon gently stroked the cheek of her younger sister, who was staring at her in shock. Her voice remained steady. "However, all the rumors about my older sister are slanderous. Everything is my fault, so I hope everyone won't misunderstand my sister." Hearing this, Kang Cha-jeon immediately rebelled. She slapped Kang Soo-jeon's hand away and shouted angrily, "What are you talking about? Why should I be the only one apologizing?" Kang Cha-jeon ignored the fact that her sister was glaring at her and screamed, "Everything I did to Park Eun-ha was because I listened to you." Before she could finish, Kang Soo-jeon lunged forward and yanked a chunk of hair from Kang Cha-jeon's head. The girl collapsed immediately, clutching her head and screaming in pain. Kang Soo-jeon frowned and snarled, "You idiot. Are you not reading the room?" She coldly dropped the hair she was holding and threatened in a chilling tone, "If we keep doing this, both of us are going down." Then, Kang Soo-jeon shouted, "I have to survive too. If things keep going like this, once everything dies down, I'm not helping you anymore." Not long after, a blurred figure of Kang Cha-jeon appeared. Dressed in all black, she stood in front of the camera and said softly, "I am Kang Cha-jeon. Regarding the school violence controversy surrounding me recently, I admit that every single thing is true." Then, Kang Cha-jeon bowed her head in apology. With a remorseful voice, she continued, "I admit it's all true. I sincerely apologize to the victims." She looked up, her expression vacant like a lost soul. "I will withdraw from the national team and the women's basketball club. I will be completely honest throughout the police and inspection bureau's investigation." Suddenly, Kang Cha-jeon lowered her voice. "However, There is one more issue. Regarding the rumors that my sister, Kang Soo-jeon, is the one behind this whole incident. She struggled to hold back tears as she continued. My sister, I knew nothing about the school bullying. On the contrary, I used my sister's status to torment the other members. Kang Cha-jeon covered her face, her voice trembling with sobs. My sister is an incredibly hard-working and upright athlete. I will take full responsibility for everyone's scorn. So please, everyone, stop harassing my poor sister. In the comments section below, viewers began sharing their thoughts. Of course, Soo-jeon isn't that kind of person. The sister is being framed because of her younger sister. Kang Cha-jeon made it into the national team thanks to Kang Soo-jeon. Definitely not Kang Soo-jeon. At the practice court, Kang Soo-jeon stood straight and spoke calmly. This is Kang Cha-jeon's withdrawal form from the team. She looked straight into Im Han-rim's eyes and reported with a serious tone. For the time being, Kang Cha-jeon will not be attending school. She will stay home to reflect on her actions. Since you are in charge of handling this, you should do as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Im Han-rim tucked the withdrawal form into her pocket, the corners of her mouth curling into a mocking smirk. All right, pushing your own sister into hell to survive alone. How does that feel, Kang Soo-jeon? Kang Soo-jeon bowed her head slightly, feigning virtue. You shouldn't make baseless assumptions like that. Please investigate Cha-jeon properly. She continued. Someone like you who isn't a basketball professional keeping the position of coach won't be good for us. As soon as Kang Soo-jeon turned to leave, Im Han-rim pulled out her small notebook. She calmly replied while taking notes. I'll leave when I want to. She tore a piece of paper and handed it to her. Here. Im Han-rim said coolly. I've already decided on the lineup. Kang Soo-jeon took the paper. It listed the lineup. Jung Seon-jung, Kim Ji-soo, Park Eun-ha, Kang Soo-jeon, and Lee Hae-eun. At that same moment, Park Eun-ha and a few others entered the court. Kang Soo-jeon's angry shout rang out, making them freeze. Are you crazy? She threw the paper away and demanded furiously. Are you going to direct our gameplay when you don't even know how to play basketball? However, Im Han-rim remained calm, watching Kang Soo-jeon even as she screamed. What is this, huh? You dare put someone who can't even sit on the bench on the starting lineup? Suddenly, she interrupted Kang Soo-jeon. Her voice was stern. Aren't you wondering why I only made Kang Cha-jeon's messages public? Im Han-rim looked at her with a sharp gaze and lowered her voice. Because that is the greatest punishment I can inflict upon Kang Cha-jeon. Watching Kang Soo-jeon's furious expression, she calmly continued. This punishment isn't for you. People like you need to have your pride and vanity destroyed. Then, Im Han-rim emphasized every word, leaving her stunned. The reason you've been bullying Park Eun-ha all this time, it's because Park Eun-ha is better than you, isn't it? As soon as those words left her lips, Kang Soo-jeon jumped up like a wounded animal. What did you say? Why would I have to do that? Despite that, Im Han-rim calmly called out, Park Eun-ha, start warming up. She didn't take her eyes off Kang Soo-jeon, calmly explaining, I'll have you two play against each other. If you like, prove me wrong. Hearing that, the two looked at each other. They heard her say, play one-on-one. Park Eun-ha and Kang Soo-jeon stepped onto the court, prepared to face each other. Im Han-rim took the role of referee. She sternly set the rules. No point limit. Whoever leads by 5 points wins. Kang Soo-jeon stared at her opponent and spoke coldly. You have to keep your promise. If I win, you leave the education department, right? Im Han-rim shrugged as if agreeing. The match officially began. She held the ball first, carefully observing her opponent. Kang Soo-jeon smirked contemptuously, silently cheering herself on. Just do well. That's all I need. In any case, this slut hasn't been practicing properly. She told herself she absolutely couldn't lose to her. As soon as that thought passed, Kang Soo-jeon immediately dribbled forward. The duel between Park Eun-ha and Kang Soo-jeon became intense. They were evenly matched. They took turns holding the ball. After one shot from Park Eun-ha, the ball cleanly dropped into the hoop. The other team members watching couldn't help but be amazed. It's hard to believe. Is that really Park Eun-ha's level? The referee's voice rang out clearly, 4-4. At that moment, Kang Soo-jeon wasn't as arrogant as before. She cast a fierce look toward Park Eun-ha. A memory flashed back. 2 years ago, at the National Middle School Basketball Championship. In that match, it was Park Eun-ha who easily bypassed Kang Cha-jeon to score for her team. Kang Soo-jeon had glared at her in anger, but Park Eun-ha hadn't bothered to pay any attention to Kang Cha-jeon, focusing only on the ongoing match. At that time, Kang Soo-jeon had been silently observing the whole game. Suddenly, the man beside her praised, "That kid plays so well. How can Eun-ha be this good?" Her eyes locked onto Park Eun-ha, His words rang in her ears. I'm sorry to say this to you, Kang Soo-jeon, but that girl plays much better than your sister. Back then, Kang Soo-jeon had also thought, truly a formidable talent. She secretly judged Park Eun-ha. Since she appeared last year, she was just an amateur. Witnessing her spectacular goal, Kang Soo-jeon started to feel uneasy. To think she developed her skills to this level within a year. She memorized Park Eun-ha's face, silently calculating. If she enters high school, she'll become a thorn in my side. Suddenly, Kang Soo-jeon slowly spoke. Teacher. In her mind, she kept calculating. If she goes to another school, she'll become a competitor. Kang Soo-jeon added, as if reminding him. You have to know how to scout talent, right? Nevertheless, she had already decided it would be better if Park Eun-ha was under her control. In the following matches, Park Eun-ha always maintained her peak form. Under her control, the ball flew gently into the hoop. The teacher saw this and exclaimed excitedly, Park Eun-ha, your ability has leveled up again. It seems I won't need to coach you until next year. I'll nominate you immediately. His voice echoed through the court. Kang Soo-jeon, Kang Cha-jeon, Park Eun-ha, you three are our power trio. We're sure to win this year's national competition. Despite that, Kang Soo-jeon still stood and watched silently. She cast a wary glance toward Park Eun-ha, but as she stood beside her, her anxiety only deepened, and she sank into worried thoughts. Park Eun-ha isn't just an average student. She's perfectly suited to become a professional athlete. We're the same age, in the same school If Park Eun-ha pursues a professional path along with me, Kang Soo-jeon's anxiety grew. She felt she would be overshadowed forever. Driven by this, she confronted the coach, leaving him stunned. Soo-jeon, what are you talking about? Why on earth are you demanding that Park Eun-ha be barred from training? The coach immediately looked at her with suspicion. Even though she had called her a talent, why was she now facing the coach's interrogation? Kang Soo-jeon sighed. Coach, you've been taking money from the parents of the kids chosen this year, haven't you? Regardless, you still have to let them play, right? She offered a scornful smile, using her words to pressure him. Or do you want me to expose everything? She had to crush her before it was too late. Immediately after, Kang Soo-jeon's group swarmed in, unleashing their bullying on Park Eun-ha. Park Eun-ha could only clench her teeth and endure every painful slap in silence. Not a single moment of it escaped Kang Soo-jeon's watchful eyes. Standing on the higher floor looking down, she silently cheered, hit her harder. Even the coach joined in on the harassment, shouting at Park Eun-ha. You! Go do a headstand over there. Every time she saw Park Eun-ha being punished like that, Kang Soo-jeon felt a rush of excitement. Just give up already, she thought. She followed every one of her movements, screaming internally, I told you to quit basketball. Kang Soo-jeon grew increasingly unsettled. How much longer do I have to wait? You just need to quit, that's all. Please, just give up. Even as she fiercely competed against Park Eun-ha, she was secretly praying for her defeat. Just get out of my sight. At that very moment, Park Eun-ha quickly analyzed Kang Soo-jeon's technique. A flash of insight hit her. It's a feint. Park Eun-ha lunged forward, successfully stealing the ball from her opponent. Witnessing this, Kang Soo-jeon stood frozen in shock. Just then, a whistle blew. Im Han-rim signaled clearly, shouting, switch sides. The two of them immediately stopped and quickly swapped courts. Kang Soo-jeon's eyes remained fixed on Park Eun-ha. She frowned and thought, damn it, that didn't work either? Kang Soo-jeon watched her intently, deep in thought. Fine, I will defeat you, the so-called genius. But to think someone who wasn't even allowed to train properly was matching her stride for stride. She met Park Eun-ha's determined gaze. A sense of dread welled up inside her. How is this even possible? Park Eun-ha's memories surfaced until an alarm clock rang, waking her from the dream. Park Eun-ha reached for her phone. The screen read 4:30 in the morning. She got up and carefully got dressed, even though her roommate was still fast asleep. As soon as the dawn broke, basketballs were launched into the hoop one after another on the empty court. Park Eun-ha practiced her shots in silence, focusing her entire being into every movement. Her eyes were set, no longer holding any hesitation. Back in the present, she was expertly dribbling the ball, evading Kang Soo-jeon's attempts to block her. The scene left the onlookers stunned. They erupted in shouts as they saw Park Eun-ha gaining the upper hand while dribbling. At the same time, Kang Soo-jeon was frantically chasing her. Watching Park Eun-ha's back, Kang Soo-jeon screamed internally, Park Eun-ha! She wailed in frustration as she saw her preparing to score. Park Eun-ha! At that moment, she shrieked, Park Eun-ha! And grabbed her hair. Seeing this, Im Han-rim rushed onto the court. Kang Soo-jeon held onto her hair, shouting venomously. Are you a bee? She roared in anger. If you had just given up, everything would be so much better. Kang Soo-jeon's fingers tightened, her voice shrill. Why are you being so stubborn? Why? As if reaching her breaking point, Park Eun-ha grabbed her shirt and twisted her body. In a flash, she brought Kang Soo-jeon down, slamming her back hard against the floor. The impact echoed through the gym. Because of the brute force, Kang Soo-jeon cried out in pain. Im Han-rim saw this and let out a sigh. She chose not to intervene. Park Eun-ha looked down at her sprawled figure, her own breathing ragged. With tears in her eyes, she hissed through clenched teeth. Does it feel good to trample on other people's dreams? Having said that, Park Eun-ha placed her foot on Kang Soo-jeon's arm and threatened her coldly. Or should I do the same to you? Her foot pressed down on the arm Kang Soo-jeon was holding in pain, sweat pouring off her. Park Eun-ha bent the arm back further. The girl looked over in agony, calling out to her. Park Eun-ha looked away. Captain, you know it perfectly well, don't you? She glanced down. That this match was never fair. Watching Kang Soo-jeon's sweat-drenched face, Park Eun-ha's thoughts drifted back. This match was never fair. While the captain had no idea about my basketball skills, the images of them on the court played in her mind, back when she was forced into that position. I was always watching you. She envisioned the captain jumping to shoot, and the way she held the ball in her technique, images of her shooting posture, how she held the ball, and even how she stretched in warm-ups flashed through her mind. Even the way she timed her feints and her training methods. Park Eun-ha, still in that awkward position, thought, I have engraved it all in my memory, all of the captain's playstyles. Returning to reality, she looked down and asked, why did you do that? She bent the arm harder. Kang Soo-jeon's eyes widened, biting her lip. She screamed, are you trying to get revenge on me? Park Eun-ha slowly stood up, but didn't let go, looking down. Not at all. I actually really liked your basketball, Captain. She continued to look at her. Even though I don't like you as a person, I learned a lot about basketball from you. Kang Soo-jeon stared up, eyes wide, as she listened to her words. You said basketball only needs people who take it seriously. So, if I practiced hard enough, then at some point, I would be acknowledged, right? Park Eun-ha's eyes were brimming with tears. But you betrayed the sport. She let go and turned to walk away. Kang Soo-jeon, you're trash. Kang Soo-jeon sat there, exhausted and dazed. A step followed behind her. The person spoke, making her turn back. This wasn't a punishment that Park Eun-ha wanted. It was Im Han-rim watching. She said, because Kang Soo-jeon is a treasure of the women's basketball team, we couldn't let it end like this. Kang Soo-jeon's eyes widened as she spoke. Park Eun-ha only had one wish, to play with you and the team, even if just once. The next words left her stunned. However, even if Park Eun-ha forgives you, I certainly cannot overlook this. Im Han-rim looked down, her expression turning serious. Now, I am certain of one thing, that you have absolutely no right to participate in the national competition. Hearing this, Kang Soo-jeon's face twisted in frustration, knowing full well she had dug her own grave. A moment later, Im Han-rim was teaching her class. After the investigation results came in, the education authority issued its conclusion. Team captain Kang Soo-jeon was indeed the one responsible for the school bullying within the high school girls' basketball team. Holding a stack of documents, she stood at the podium and declared, the Korea Basketball Association has received the investigation report and has decided to strip both Kang Soo-jeon and Kang Cha-jeon of their eligibility for the national competition. She raised her voice after summarizing the investigation. I want to announce to everyone harboring dreams of becoming a professional athlete. An athlete's duty is not to show off their own style of play. At that moment, someone was watching a clip of Im Han-rim's speech on their phone. Kang Soo-jeon was sitting on her bed in a messy room, muttering to herself. It is to bring joy and emotion to the audience through that play. She sat on the bed, chewing her nails, frowning. Is there any audience that would even want to watch an athlete with such a rotten personality? At a building decorated with banners for the 20th National Girls Basketball Competition, the athletes were competing, fiercely on the court. The judges sitting there sighed as they held their papers, reading them intently. It's such a pity for Kang Soo-jeon. The person sitting next to him chimed in. Indeed. Then he raised his eyebrows, looking up. She was beautiful and talented from high school through college. If only she could have continued to become a professional athlete. Park Eun-ha appeared on the screen, dribbling the ball while his voice continued. She would have become the star capable of reviving our nation's basketball scene. She nimbly slipped past a player, leaped up, and prepared to land a shot at direct basket. Park Eun-ha turned back, drenched in sweat. The bald man sitting there gasped, "Who on earth is that girl?" Im Han-rim watched the match from high above. She smiled happily. The image of Park Eun-ha happily high-fiving someone appeared. followed by the earlier broadcast. Isn't that the person who kicked out Kang Soo-jeon? The footage of Im Han-rim on the news reporting, the education authority's investigation findings regarding Kang Soo-jeon's bullying was plastered across the screen, along with the sound of her voice. I hate seeing that attitude. In a room where the TV was broadcasting the news, Kang Sang-hee was sitting in front of her computer. Why does someone in the education sector wear such heavy makeup? She even dyed her hair red. She gritted her teeth in anger, picking up a piece of cake. I heard she even bullied innocent teachers before. Her image speaking clearly flashed on the screen, accompanied by her voice. It's truly ridiculous. Is this world even fair? The human rights of female students have been trampled to this extent. As she clicked her mouse, she muttered, "The reason I live such a busy life is because I have to do all of this." Kang Sang-hee worked diligently at her keyboard, uploading edited reference materials and writing reports on academic achievements and career guidance to be sent to parents. A sinister smile spread across her face. In cases of incorrigible students, the teacher will have to indirectly. The next day, at the Ministry of Education building, in front of the Education Rights Protection Bureau office, Im Han-rim walked in, closed her eyes, and let out a sigh. "I'm back." She was startled to find Na Hwa-jin eating cake while watching a clip of her broadcast. The sound, "I want to announce to everyone," still echoed from the screen. An athlete's duty is not to show off their own style of play. She blushed, embarrassed, and ran over. "What are you doing? Turn it off right now." He turned his head and grinned. "You looked good on camera, though." She covered his mouth, her cheeks puffing out and turning red, while the voice continued, "Bring joy and emotion to the audience." He chuckled. But that speech sounded just like a scripted template, didn't it? Im Han-rim blushed and frowned. "I told you I didn't want to do it, but the minister kept insisting I summarize it like that. I was so nervous I was shaking while speaking. This is honestly the worst thing that's ever happened to me." He clicked the mouse. "But why is this next video titled 5 Truths About Im Han-rim?" She screamed in alarm, "Hey, you!" She lunged at him to hit him. "Don't you dare click on that." Just then, someone walked in. Jeonsan Jeoi Kang-suk stood there, frowning and yelling, "Why aren't you working instead of goofing around like that?" He walked over and looked at Na Hwa-jin. "Have you decided on your next school yet?" He answered anxiously. "Not yet. I'm still choosing." He stared blankly at the documents on the table. The older man spoke up. "If you haven't chosen, take a look at this." He turned to look at Im Han-rim, who said worriedly, "Minister, the reporters have recently been a bit Joan." Sanjeoi Kang-sok lit a cigarette and replied, "Just say exactly what the secretary has prepared." Na Hwa-jin's eyes widened as he looked at the contents of the file. He narrowed his eyes. This is he. Read the reference materials about problematic students who were disrupting the classroom atmosphere. This is quite serious. Kang Soo-jeon grabbed her notebooks. "When I was young, what I despised most about school was the state's anti-communist ideology and the glorification of the military dictatorship." He turned and looked. "What is it? Let me see." Im Han-rim grabbed the file from him, panicked. "It's crazy." The old man scowled in anger, looking up. Children are the future of the country, yet they want to build this kind of brainwashing education? Elsewhere, in a classroom, Sumi was kneeling, crying, with a paper on her head that read, "I am a discriminator." The teacher standing above them said, "You all see this, don't you? A nasty child with discriminatory words and actions." The girl kneeling there trembled, thinking, "I cannot accept Jeonsan Jeoi Kang-sok becoming the Minister of Education." Kang Sang-hee, the teacher standing there, said with a sinister smile, "You won't be able to say anything when you are the one being discriminated against." In her head, she thought, "If you're so good, come and catch the ringleader right now." Assistant Kim was standing there, on the phone. "I'm sorry, Director, but I can't come to work today." The voice on the other end replied, "Hey, Assistant Kim, are you crazy? The IGO is coming soon. Do you want to get fired?" He replied, "I'm sorry." He held a comic magazine in his hand. "But I have something more important to deal with." Assistant Kim lowered the phone and hung up when the voice on the other end started again. "Hey, Assistant Kim. Hey." His eyes widened as he opened the magazine to look at it, his face full of fear as he thought, "Is this for real?" The text in the passage appeared. "I can't understand the teacher's words. Back in class, she said she was different and forced the other kids to discriminate against her. From that moment on, I was ostracized by everyone. The teacher was a nightmare." At that time, the other students in the class lunged at poor Sumi, mocking and tearing at her, shouting, "You discriminatory brat! You discriminatory brat!" The little girl slumped down under the cabinet, looking outside, thinking about the situation. Im Han-rim stood outside, smiling to herself. Can something like this really happen in elementary school? The scene cut to a car driving down the street with a loud voice. Na Hwa-jin sat silently in the passenger seat while Im-han-rim was driving, shouting, "Why would an educator have such radical ideas? Inciting the class to isolate a student. It's pure insanity." Her face darkened with frustration. "How are we supposed to deal with her? I can't just crawl through the computer and smash her to pieces." Na Hwa-jin looked alarmed and hurriedly tried to calm her down. "Easy now. Look at you. Your face is turning purple from anger." Then, he rested his hand on the door and held up a tablet. An online article popped up on the screen, written by a parent about how their child had started acting strangely due to the teacher's classroom methods. He was reading it. "If we stir the grass, the snakes will reveal themselves." Sang-hee was currently sitting in her office at her desk. On the computer screen, a document was being drafted. "After staying at school until early morning to finish my assignment, I went home with 2 friends. Suddenly, 7 male students who were drunk ran over, pushed us, and screamed, 'Damn, where did you stupid losers come from?' They even burst into laughter when my friend started bleeding. Even though I called the police, but after that, she clicked the enter key. She stretched, feeling exhausted. Morning work is done." Suddenly, a message popped up, catching her off guard. It was a message from Chon-mi. "Miss Sung-hee, it seems our educational website is glitching. Things are chaotic online right now. The operators have temporarily shut it down, but the Blue House, the National Assembly, and the Ministry of Education have all received the information." Suddenly, Sang-hee stood up and looked at Chon-mi. "Miss Chon-mi, are we at fault too? Why would you send a message like this?" She looked back, flustered. No, it's not like that." She looked around nervously. "Because everyone is carrying out brainwashing education. We need to be careful, okay?" Sang-hee cut her off. "Brainwashing? What are you talking about?" She added cheerfully. "We are striving for a world without discrimination." After that, Sang-hee grabbed her folder and headed out. Meanwhile, Na Hwa-jin and Im-han-rim were standing behind her, waiting. The 2 of them cheerfully held out their ID cards. "We are from the Education Rights Protection Bureau." Their voices made her jump. "Are you the teacher, Kang Sung-hee?" she stammered, turning back. "Yes? Is there something wrong?" The 2 of them put their ID cards away simultaneously, and he said, "Don't be so tense." "Actually," Na Hwa-jin said with a smile, "while teaching students, we ran into a debate regarding the issue of gender discrimination." He continued, making Sang-hee relax a bit. "We heard that you, Miss Kang, are an expert in this field. Could you teach us a thing or two?" She raised her hands to her face, delighted. "Oh my, you 2 came to the right person." Then, she turned around, hugging her documents. "Please, follow me. I'll give you a tour of the classroom." He glanced at Im-han-rim, who was leaning in to whisper, "Hey, how can she be fooled by us so easily? I was speechless when I heard the original plan." He just smiled. Inside the classroom, they sat down to observe. A student stood up to read a story. The fairy was panicked because she saw her wingsuit had disappeared. At that moment, the woodcutter appeared. The little girl read aloud confidently, "If you stay, marry me, and have my children, I will return your wingsuit to you, fairy." Then, the girl shouted, unable to take it anymore. The words that followed made Im-han-rim's eyes widen in surprise. She threw the jade ring straight at the woodcutter's head. The woodcutter was stunned. He had expected the fairy to cry when she couldn't find her wingsuit, but things turned out very differently from his calculations. Im-han-rim looked at Sang-hee standing there. "The perspectives in fairy tales have become outdated in this era, so we replace them with modern perspectives to teach the students." She frowned, put her hand on her cheek, and looked down. Although incorporating modern perspectives into fairy tales could be a good educational method. Then, she looked up with a smile. "But because fairy tales are oral traditions, shouldn't we still teach students the original principles first? 3rd graders are still capable of understanding the original versions." Sang-hee scowled, looking at her menacingly. "Didn't I tell you already? Those are outdated works. What good will they do for the students?" She then pointed to the soccer players in the picture on the board. "Can you clearly see the difference between these numbers? This is clear evidence, proving that the soccer field is the private property of men." Images of employees wearing different uniforms based on gender appeared as she spoke. "Look at this advertisement. Kids, men wear pants and women wear dresses, right? This means that tradition is unintentionally emphasizing gender roles to us." A male student bowed his head, "I'm sorry," to the girls who were sitting there haughtily, as the boys took turns bowing and saying, "I'm sorry for looking down on girls. I'm sorry for mocking you. I'm sorry for calling you a pig." Im-han-rim looked on in shock at Sang-hee, who was watching them. Children often have discriminatory behaviors in their daily lives without realizing it. Her expression became weary. They are very innocent. But it's precisely because of that sometimes they don't realize their mistakes. Therefore, they need to be re-educated. Na Hwa-jin's expression also went blank. Sumi was standing there too, but hanging around her neck was a sign that said, "I am a discriminatory person." Then, he turned to look at her and pointed at the girl. "Teacher, why is she the only one wearing that sign?" She replied, "Ah, you're talking about Sumi?" She frowned, while looking at the girl. "Previously, Sumi refused to participate in my class, so I needed to use strong measures to help her get back on track, right?" Imhanrim couldn't believe it. Eyes wide, she thought, she lectures others about discrimination, yet she behaves like this? Is this how she acts when students don't listen to her? Now I know how she managed to outsmart Senior Na's schemes. Those thoughts raced through her mind, because she has no idea how contradictory her own words and actions are. Sang-hee was clapping happily. "Well done. Keep it up, everyone." Outside, someone was peeking into the classroom. It was Assistant Kim, eyes wide and trembling as he looked at a line of text on the blackboard. His gaze locked on it, and the image of poor Sumi wearing that sign around her neck. He burst into the classroom. Imhanrim looked over, surprised, and Sang-hee also looked over, shocked. Sumi's dad. The little girl looked up, shocked, calling out, "Dad!" His eyes were bloodshot with rage. He trembled as he held up some papers. "So, everything my daughter wrote here, it's all true." She stood there, stunned, as Assistant Kim didn't stop. "How can you incite students to discriminate like this? Apologize to Sumi right now and delete that lesson plan." She replied calmly, "We are in the middle of a class. Please leave." He lunged forward as if provoked, shouting, "If you're in the middle of a class, you should be teaching common sense. How can you publicly criticize such a bright, intelligent child like that?" Sang-hee lowered her head, scowling, and adjusted her glasses. "Every teacher has their own way of teaching. Who gave you the right to judge whether my methods are normal or not?" Assistant Kim's face was filled with shock at those words, because he himself didn't even know how to be a parent. Sneaking into your daughter's diary like that, isn't that an invasion of her privacy? "Oh, I used the word parent wrong, didn't I?" Her face showed mockery. "You're divorced and raising your child alone, right?" Sumi was furious hearing this. "I get it now. Divorcing a controlling man like you," the little girl's eyes went wide, "was only natural." Assistant Kim raised his hand and shouted, making her scowl. "How can you gossip about someone else's family in front of children like this?" Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm. Na Hwa-jin was the one who stopped him, making him turn around and yell, "Huh? You?" Then he stepped in front, surprising the man. "If you slap her, that would be an infringement on her right to educate." So, before anyone could say anything else, Imhanrim directly slapped Sang-hee. She frowned and smiled. "Leave this to us." The slap almost twisted her face. Sang-hee stood in front of Imhanrim. "What do you think you're doing?" Na Hwa-jin stood behind, smiling slyly. "Actually, we received reports that you are conducting extremist brainwashing education on students." She clutched her face, scowling as she listened. "In other words, your teaching method is too authoritarian. Furthermore, you have a reputation for overstepping boundaries when criticized by parents." Afterward, she leaned down to pick up her glasses from the floor. "I admit, I had an inappropriate attitude towards Sumi's parent." Sang-hee was still scowling while putting her glasses back on. "But what do you mean I'm brainwashing the students?" Na Hwa-jin stood there listening to her. "Your educational method is too cruel, poisoning students' minds with immoral ideas, narrow-minded and biased, just like the brainwashing campaigns of the Nazis. I won't accept your slandering my teaching methods as brainwashing students." He stood face to face and replied, "Do you honestly think your way of teaching is completely normal?" She furrowed her brow and retorted firmly, "Of course it is." He broke into a smile. "All right then. Even though we only just joined the class this morning, that's enough for us to understand everything." He added, "How about we decide it like this?" Then, Na Hwa-jin and Imhanrim sat down at a desk, and he crossed his arms and spoke up. "Hello everyone," he said cheerfully. "We're transfer students. Just call us Na Hwa-jin and Imhanrim, okay?" Sang-hee stood there, seething. "We're here to ask Miss Sang-hee to teach us about equality. We hope you'll help us a lot." Sumi was excitedly showing off her dress. "Dad bought it at the supermarket for me yesterday. Don't you think it's pretty?" Na Hwa-jin and Imhanrim stood there looking at the excited children. "It's so beautiful." He was chewing on something, while she happily rested her chin on her hand. "Even though I haven't had much chance to be around kids lately, I can be certain that children these days are much cuter than we were back then." Over on the other side, some kids were showing clear signs of annoyance, while Sang-hee was walking in the hallway, thinking, could it be because of the school website leak that they came to investigate brainwashing education? Her face darkened as she thought, no, on the contrary, this is actually a good opportunity. I'll use this chance to get the Ministry of Education to accept and choose my educational method as the official method in schools. Afterward, she stepped inside with those thoughts. If that's the case, I must continue to secretly maintain the website. As soon as she entered, she saw Na-dong bullying Sumi, causing the girl to scream. I already said it's fine. Why do you have to make such a big deal out of it? I'm telling the teacher you're a body shamer. Sang-hee walked over and asked, Na-dong, what's wrong? The girl turned and replied, Teacher. She pointed straight at the boys standing there. They were commenting on Sumi's appearance. Her eyes narrowed. Can you tell me specifically what they said? The boys stood there, terrified. They lowered their heads as she walked over, scowling. You kids dared to do that? No, we were just complimenting Sumi's dress. Then, a loud scream echoed. Whether you compliment or criticize a friend, that itself is an act of discrimination. Go to the back of the class and raise your hands. Now. Han-rim sat on the other side, frowning. Look at this. Even if those kids said that, how can you treat them like that? Sang-hee turned around, confused, and watched as Na Hwa-jin walked over, clapping. Amazing. Truly excellent. He happily clapped as he walked up. We really must eliminate all acts of body shaming in this country. I think your educational method is wonderful, as it guides students toward what's right. Her face turned red with anger when she heard him say, although people usually only apply this method when comparing appearances, I don't need to hold back my praise for you in a case like this, do I? Sang-hee turned to look at him. This issue isn't as simple as you think. Sumi stood behind her, trembling, while she replied, as children grow up, they will receive more compliments about their hairstyles or outfits. From that, they will think, if I'm prettier, I'll get more compliments. Sumi stood behind, sweating. Because of that, the students, they'll slowly learn to be more feminine. Is helping them emphasize gender roles in everyday life really brainwashing? Na Hwa-jin stepped forward. That might be the case, of course, but he placed his hand on the students' shoulders. Isn't it supposed to be about what they like themselves? He glanced up with an intimidating look. I believe wanting to look beautiful has nothing to do with gender. It's a personal preference, Sang-hee said, blushing as she listened to him. While teaching students basic values is important, we can't let their personal viewpoints be shattered. Just like fascism did. She fell silent as he looked down. Jumi, you like dressing up too, right? The girl replied happily. Yes. A moment later, Sang-hee was writing job on the board. Teacher, police officer, doctor, English. Has words for these professions too. Jumi rested her chin on her hand, flipping through the book. Oh, there's even this in the textbook? Han-rim happily flipped her book next to her. So mobile. Then, Sang-hee opened the book and looked surprised. Everyone, turn to page 57. She frowned, sweating. This world really has a lot of problems that need fixing. Han-rim looked at her, then at the lecture. This textbook shows it very clearly. Her voice continued. Everyone, look at page 57. Han-rim looked at the page and wondered, what's the problem? The characters representing the professions appeared with the lesson. Pilot, doctor, police officer, they were all male, weren't they? She wondered to herself, wait, there's a female teacher. Sang-hee scowled. This showed the prejudice regarding gender in professions. If only those involved with the Ministry of Education paid attention to this, how good that would be. Na Hwa-jin glanced up as a boy stood up and raised his hand. Teacher, male police officers are stronger, right? The boy's words made her flush with anger. Since boys have better physical strength and run faster, they can catch criminals more easily. She gritted her teeth, thinking, back then, they wouldn't have dared to refute me like that. It's all because of those bastards. She reached up to adjust her glasses. Of course, it's true that men have more physical strength than women, but every profession needs the role of women too. She looked at Han-rim. Right, Inspector Han-rim? Sang-hee smiled wickedly. I've checked your file and know you come from the Special Forces. She looked at her as she spoke. Can you explain to the kids about the role of women in the military? Then, she stood up, looked at Han-rim, and took off her coat. She stepped forward and tied her hair up. She put her hands on the ground and started doing push-ups. This made both Sang-hee and the students look down in surprise. After that, she put one hand behind her back and continued with one-armed push-ups. She then used only 2 fingers, continuing to push up as sweat dripped down. The students stood up and cheered. That's amazing. She's doing push-ups on her fingertips. Han-rim, while tiredly pushing up, said, during the Special Forces selection, I passed the physical fitness test intended for men. Na Hwa-jin sat there nodding in agreement as she continued. Meanwhile, the person who made the request could barely count to 5 on their fingers, especially since I was the top in the military for individual combat. Then, she stood up tiredly. So, in my own experience, Imhan Rim smiled happily, looking over. In the military, there are no roles for women, only roles for soldiers. She looked at Sang-hee, who was red with anger. She continued, I think all professions are the same way. Sang-hee held the paper, trembling. Na Hwa-jin raised a hand. No, that's not it. Imhan Rim made an S gesture with her hand. As a woman, I don't agree with that. The children below smiled brightly and cheered. The new teacher is so right. Sang-hee gripped the paper tightly. She knocked over her water glass as she slammed her hand on the table and clutched her hair. Na-dong, eating a sandwich, sat and told Sang-hee, the school has been chaotic lately, miss. They keep giving the teachers a hard time and only know how to stick to those people from the Ministry of Education. A student chimed in. That's right. I want you, miss. The kid closed his eyes. Just looking at that bearded old guy makes me feel nauseous. Sang-hee went blank as the 2 students talked in front of her. That red-haired lady isn't a kid, either. If only they would die. That would be great. A text message popped up. I heard people from the Education Rights Protection Bureau have arrived. What are they saying? Are they investigating our SNS? One person replied. You didn't reveal anything about us, did you? Another messaged. Save yourselves first. Don't let anyone say anything. Another person continued to chat. I don't agree. This is the time we have to show them that our teaching method is completely correct. Everyone, don't be afraid. Sang-hee sat in front of her computer. She pursed her lips, saying nothing. Then her hands began to type. A long message appeared with a notification. Another message appeared. I will definitely make them recognize our teaching method. Another person replied, That's right. Why should we hide? This is a great opportunity for the Ministry of Education people to see directly the values we are pursuing. Sang-hee sat and read the messages. That's right. We have to protect the kids. I support you. We are always behind you. Hang in there. She silently pursed her lips, thinking, That's right. I must not retreat. Returning to reality at the dining table with the students, she spoke up. Kid Sang-hee smiled, thinking, We aren't wrong. She rested her chin on her hands and spoke. I have something I need your help with. Jumi stood up and raised her hand. I don't think so, miss. The girl looked up at the lesson. About the bathroom symbols on the board. If the signs for the restrooms were all the same, people would find it very difficult to distinguish between them. Sang-hee looked over, frowning at the remark. It's harder for people to tell them apart when they're in a hurry. So the signs were made to help people recognize them more easily, right? She immediately shouted angrily. Jumi, how dare you? Na Hwa-jin spoke up, making her freeze. Please don't interrupt the student while they are speaking. His gaze lowered. It seems she thinks more conservatively than I thought. The essence of pictograms is visual appeal. When scholars haven't reached a conclusion on what to prioritize on restroom signs, Sang-hee turned to look at him with hatred as he spoke in this situation. I think you should let the students have open discussions. That would help them actually absorb the knowledge you've been teaching. She flashed a smile and turned around, replying, You're right. Everyone, let's discuss this freely among ourselves. She stood at the front of the class and asked, Does anyone have a different opinion from Sumi? Na-dong immediately stood up and raised her hand. Me. The girl crossed her arms and declared loudly, It's so pointless to keep drawing skirts on signs meant for women. Besides, why does it have to be red? Red doesn't bring me any luck at all. I hate it. She continued, causing Sumi to turn back and glare. Only idiots like Sumi would fail to distinguish between them. By the way, you still don't know Hangun, do you? The girl stood up, leaned forward, and frowned. This isn't just our personal business. And furthermore, there are still people who don't know Hangun, like you said. The girl leaned in and whispered, Who here agrees that I'm right? The girls over there stood up, looking over and mocking her. A male student in a red shirt slowly stood up. I completely agree with Na-dong. The students standing around mocked Sumi. Why can't you tell the difference? You idiot. The idea that boys wear pants and girls wear skirts is so outdated. The girl's face turned red and she began to sweat. Well, that makes sense because you're a discriminatory person. That's just the level of someone who doesn't know Hangun. Sang-hee waved her hands. Now, students, free discussion is good, but you shouldn't speak ill of your classmates like that, okay? Jumi replied cheerfully. Yes. She bowed and smiled. This really is a great method. Thank you, Supervisor Na Hwa-jin. Thanks to you, the class has become so much more lively. Her words left him stunned. I should use this method more often from now on. Na-dong, meanwhile, was yelling at a boy. I already told you that makes me unhappy. The boys on the other side pointed at Jumi. You're the one who's discriminatory. Na-dong stood in the classroom with her hands behind her back. I believe that the teacher's words are unconditionally correct. Sang-hee, hands on her hips, asked happily. Does anyone oppose Na-dong's opinion? The other students looked at her with concern. Then she looked toward Na Hwa-jin and Im Han-rim, thinking, now you two hate this atmosphere, don't you? She looked at their angry faces and thought, even so, you two have no right to object. After all, this was the plan you proposed, and I'm the one stopping the students when they cross the line. You kids know. We've always had to listen to the big shots in this society, haven't we? Her face, red like a monster's, appeared with that thought. But if all the students here listen to me, you guys are going to lose. Suddenly, Sumi raised her hand, startling her. I think differently. The girl stood up, holding her hands in front of her chest. I think that argument is too sensitive. Song-hee's eyes widened, thinking, Sumi, why do you have to stick your nose into everything? The girl spread her hands out. We can overcome this well. If we do that, there won't be any more fighting, and glow. This made her think, you're a girl too. These lessons are all for your future. Na-dong stood up angrily and rushed towards Sumi. You've left me speechless, haven't you? The girl stood up, pushed her, and shouted, sensitive? What are you talking about? Huh? Na-dong's eyes went wide as she screamed. It's because of kids like you that discrimination still exists. Sumi's face turned red again as she heard the screams. Why are you still alive? Why don't you just die? Stop breathing. Stop eating. Sang-hee stood there, her face red, eyes wide, rushing over, thinking, no, Na-dong, you've gone too far. Her words faded. Na-dong stopped, and suddenly her face turned panicked. A shoe slammed square into Na-dong's face. A boy in a blue shirt standing in the back had just thrown one of his shoes. You make me feel disgusted. The boy blurted out words that made her grit her teeth and glare. You're all just talk. That stupid logic of yours is only for brainless people. After that, Na-dong went crazy and screamed, get up, all of you. A female student also slammed the table and stood up, screaming, stop it, you're driving me crazy. Jumi also stood up, frowning at Seo Na-dong. You've been acting pretty smug lately. Si-hang and Sumi stood there watching the kids charge at each other, full of shouting. Shut up, you discriminatory bastards. Why am I in the same class as you lot? I'll wipe out all you vermin. Sumi said gently. Why are you yelling at her like that? You're the annoying one, you psycho. Don't you know anything other than die? Na-dong stood there screaming. Kill them. Die, you vermin. Sang-hee's eyes widened in worry. That boy in the blue shirt and Jumi were also shouting angrily. You've lost your mind because of that garbage logic. Na Hwa-jin, on the other side, was slowly standing up, causing Im Han-rim, who was sitting next to him, to stutter as she looked over. Senpai. Suddenly, something made the room seem to shake. Sang-hee stood there, eyes wide, watching. Na Hwa-jin had just struck down hard, splitting the desk in two. Then he glared. As he walked toward her, she panicked. What are you doing? Then he pointed to the back. It looks like this classroom is split in two, too. The students in the class were also fearful. He looked at the split desk, just like that table. Then Na-dong turned back, surprised. His terrifying face appeared as he said, you only know how to bite each other when you disagree with someone else's opinion. The next words made Sang-hee widen her eyes in fear. Is your educational goal to make students form cliques like this? The student stood there, looking over. Chim was standing in front of Sang-hee, fearful. When you disagree with someone else's opinion is your educational goal. She looked back when she heard to make students form cliques like this. In her heart, she thought, no. She looked out at the students watching her and thought, this isn't what I wanted. Sang-hee's face turned fearful, thinking, me? Images of a group of teachers working flashed. Initially, everyone was simply a group helping each other teach. When a colleague held up a document, Sang-hee looked happy. I was influenced by the passion of my colleagues, who were always aiming for a genuine education with love for their students. However, the two teachers sitting in front of her were frowning while discussing. Have you noticed lately that they're always making disparaging remarks about women without giving it a second thought? That's right. I'm even frowning at it myself. The teacher in purple turned and continued. This is the harmful effect of new nay. The kids are imitating the wild remarks on the internet. Before they knew it, the topic of conversation had started to change into words of hatred about gender discrimination. The other teacher put a hand to her chin. I heard that on the web, they've already compiled educational methods to correct this problem. The person in purple looked at Sang-hee, startling her. I heard about that too. I'm planning to sign up and join. Miss Sang-hee, Are you participating? She spoke up. I. Her greed-filled mind thought, I should also. I've heard about that too, and I'm thinking of signing up. Are you joining, Miss Han? She asked, her greed showing as she thought to herself. She happily replied that she had joined, but deep down, she was already thinking about how she had joined long ago, followed by a flash of her mental image. Sang-hee taught frantically, acting like someone who put in all her effort and dedication. She was shown carefully examining papers, determined to rid this society of discrimination. She aimed to guide her students toward the right path. Images appeared on the U.E. page, along with the recognition of her colleagues, as Sang-hee sat in front of her computer, frowning while she worked. That was all the motivation she needed. She gave a fake smile, convinced that what she was doing was absolutely correct and that no one could deny it. Returning to the present, she was screaming at Sang, pointing her finger right in Na Hwa-jin's face, yelling crazily that it was all because they kept poking your nose into how I educate my students. That's why they ended up like this. Sang calmly looked at her and replied, Exactly, because I cannot agree with your way of thinking. Her next words left her stunned. In the future, those children will continue to meet people who have different perspectives, just like me. The students watched as they argued. When they grow up, everyone will establish their own values, completely independent of anyone else's favoritism. Yet, your educational method teaches them to think they are superior and can lecture others at will. Nah. Dong also frowned and glanced at Sang when he heard that. They will belittle and slander others if they don't follow their way. Jumi and the boy in the blue shirt also stood there listening. Gradually, they dragged the whole group into it, attacking others just to force everyone to acknowledge that they are right. Those who are attacked will, in turn, look for their own allies to retaliate. Tears streamed down Sang-hee's face as she heard these words. A class where they fight, divide into cliques, is that the kind of society you want to build? Tears and snot poured down her face as she replied, No, no, and then she tried to explain. The values we are pursuing. Her eyes widened in surprise when she heard Na Hwa-jin. Now you're mentioning we again? Someone standing outside listening to their debate wondered if there was someone else teaching the same things as her. Sang-hee quickly waved her hands. It's not like that. Charlie, standing outside, bit his nails in fear as he heard the shouting inside. I only. Sang-hee gripped her skirt tightly, looking outward. Na Hwa-jin didn't say anything else. Then he closed his eyes and turned away. But I don't deny the values of gender equality that you are pursuing. He glanced over and smiled. It's only your teaching method that is wrong. Then he bent down and put his hand on Jumi's shoulder. Jumi, please show her how to convey this the right way, okay? He looked at Sang-hee cheerfully. Usually, Jumi, you often have different thoughts than your teacher, right? You can speak your mind. This made the little girl's eyes widen, her mouth agape in surprise at having to share all her thoughts. Okay. Then, a moment later, Imhan Rim stood behind Jumi, holding a paper and reading it seriously in front of the class. So, I will share my thoughts on the issue of gender equality. The little girl said clearly. Basically, both men and women are equal in all fields, and they deserve to be treated with kindness. As she read, Imhan Rim held the chalk and wrote, First, everyone, please let go of the idea that girls must be weak and boys must be strong. Second, you shouldn't tease when people wear what they like. Once sat with his arms crossed next to Sang-hee, listening. Third, you shouldn't join the boys' side or girls' side just because you are a boy or a girl. Follow what is right. Na-dong sat there, frowning as he listened. Fourth, don't distinguish between men and women when discussing future dreams. Jumi turned to look at her friend, happy to hear. Fifth, respect everyone's hobbies. The students listened intently. Sixth, clearly distinguish the difference between gender differences and discrimination. Jumi held the paper, focused. Finally, her eyes suddenly turned fearful. The next words made Sang-hee jump. As you said, my parents have been divorced since I was in first grade. Images of her parents arguing appeared. Dad, Mom. Mom thinks she is right. Dad also thinks he is not wrong. Kim and his ex-wife pointed fingers at each other, mirroring the girl's story. Their battles always started with shouting. Jumi hid behind the door with 2 lines of tears. If they had kept calm and talked to each other, then my family would be like any other family now. Jumi hung her head and cried. So, the last thing is, don't get angry and shout when you have a disagreement with someone else. Na-jin was writing and felt somewhat moved, and the students were too. This seemed to freeze Sang-hee. Hearing that everything would be better if we stopped arguing now, Sang-hee sat there anxiously next to Na Hwa-jin, who was hanging his head with his arms crossed. That's wonderful. I have no objections. He sat there, glancing at Sang-hee. Pursuing the right values and maintaining neutrality without conflict, that is true education. After that, Sang-hee stepped forward, making Imhan Rim hurriedly hug Jumi. but she walked up and picked up her phone to take a picture of the 9 board filled with text that Im-han Rim had helped Jumi write about gender equality. The image taken from the board was sent to the group chat with the message, "This is what my students think about the direction of gender equality education." Sang-hee sat in front of the computer, typing, and spoke up. "That little girl is very commendable, and I sympathize with her a lot. I'm thinking about how to incorporate this into the teaching materials." Suddenly, something made her eyes widen as she looked at the text. District 2 elders appeared. Her panicked face appeared. "What is this? Since when did everyone leave? Did you change the group chat?" One person immediately replied to the message, "You have worked very hard. I truly respect and support your efforts to fight under the pressure of the Education Rights Protection Bureau." Another line appeared, "I am also sorry to have to say this, but after discussing it, another text continued to be sent. We have decided to expel you so that everyone can continue to carry out their mission." Sang-hee's eyes widened. She sat there, stunned, as she read it. "It is all for the sake of our children. I believe you will understand." Then, the person who just sent the message also appeared as having left the group. Sang-hee sat there helplessly. Then she closed her laptop. She leaned her head back, looking up at the sky. She was dazed. For the sake of the children, huh? The next day, there was a resignation letter that made Im-han Rim angry. Kim was holding that letter and reading it. "You said this was left on Sang-hee's desk?" She replied, "Yes." Im-han Rim gritted her teeth in frustration and looked in the other direction. Clearly, she acted this way to cut ties with us. After being challenged by him yesterday, while she was still talking, he suddenly saw something in the envelope. "Honestly, we have to drag all of them out into the light." Na Hwa-jin's gaze darkened. "Don't be too quick to conclude." Suddenly, a memory card fell out of the envelope. "That is prejudice, you know." The memory card rested in his hand. After a moment of silence, the news station began airing reports on the Kia case. 2 weeks later, the Bureau of Educational Rights revealed the investigation results, shocking the public with news of a group of teachers orchestrating an educational scheme to brainwash elementary school students. Specifically, yesterday morning, teacher Kang Sang-hee of S Elementary School submitted her resignation, along with a card containing all the information regarding the group's website, to the Bureau of Educational Rights. Just reading the file names saved on it, like strategies to manipulate parents, methods to control student groups, and countermeasures for legal investigations, was enough to send chills down my spine. Each school would have about 10 to 30 members, and each elder would directly manage their own followers. They would often report things like, "Members at the school are very worried because students keep disrupting classes. We hope the teachers can help. Everyone, please check the details of this month's operating expenses." Others were even planning defense strategies, saying, "I've already posted how to deal with things if the information on the website leaks. Elders, please share this with your members." Another issue was that since they didn't operate in the same area, even an elder like teacher Kang Sang-hee couldn't know all the members, like who was School C in District B or School D in District E. The members in the group chat were teachers from all over the country. The Ministry of Education and the police formed an investigative task force to shed light on the case. Finally, that was when Kang Sang-hee realized the rot in their ideology and decided to resign. While busy carrying her supplies out of the school, Kang Sang-hee didn't forget to say goodbye to her colleagues. "Have a good time, Teacher Chanmi." Even so, Teacher Chanmi didn't pay any attention, continuing to click away at her keyboard as if she hadn't heard a thing. Frustrated, Chanmi typed 3 words on her computer: "Traitor." Seeing that, Kang Sang-hee said nothing more. Kang Sang-hee walked out of the faculty office with a firm resolve. Just then, a hand reached out to help her with the heavy load. Na Hwa-jin smiled brightly, unlike his usual gloomy self. He said softly, "Let me help you." The two of them left without saying a word. Na Hwa-jin took the initiative to speak. Do you think I'm overstepping by doing this? I just wanted to help you." Hearing that, Kang Sang-hee was silent for a moment, before replying in a low voice. "Until now, I had never doubted my own teaching methods, because everyone around me whispered that the way I was teaching was right. So I used those methods to teach the students." Thinking back on that version of herself, Kang Sang-hee felt like she was nothing more than a crazy person. She sadly realized, I really was a teacher brainwashing my own students. And then, Kang Sang-hee added, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to play the victim." She simply felt regret for the things she had done. "If an adult like me feels this way, what will happen to the children?" Kang Sang-hee said solemnly. "After realizing that, I hated myself so much, I just wanted to die." Just like that, the two reached the parking lot. Na Hwa-jin helped Kang Sang-hee load the supplies into the trunk. Once finished, Na Hwa-jin softly asked, "This is your last day. Don't you want to say goodbye to your students?" Kang Sang-hee replied sadly, "What right do I have?" Pausing for a moment, she continued, "I think the only thing I can do for them now is to disappear from their lives forever." Seeing Kang Sang-hee so negative and burdened, Na Hwa-jin glanced into the distance and said, "Perhaps you, behind Kang Sang-hee, were Shizumi and Na Dong." Seeing that, Na Hwa-jin continued, "Should learn a few things from your students." Seeing the two little ones, Kang Sang-hee asked in surprise, "You guys?" Before she could finish, Shizumi spoke up, "Are you quitting, teacher?" Na Dong held out an A4 sheet of paper toward Kang Sang-hee. "For you." At this, Kang Sang-hee's eyes widened in astonishment. Na Dong said happily, "The whole class made it together." Inside were countless messages from the little ones for teacher Kang Sang-hee. Na Dong added, "Even though some friends wrote some not-so-nice things here, because you're leaving soon, I didn't have time to erase them." Scanning through the scribbled handwriting, Kang Sang-hee couldn't hold back, and tears began to fall. Looking down, Kang Sang-hee saw Shizumi's message. "Because of you, I've had a lot of thoughts about equality. Thank you, teacher." Kang Sang-hee hugged the two children and said softly, "I'm sorry, you guys." Kang Sang-hee hated herself to the point of being speechless. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Na Dong and Shizumi gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. At that moment, Na Hwa-jin was very satisfied with this scene. Seeing that Kang Sang-hee had cooperated with the investigation and showed a sincere attitude in acknowledging everything, her superiors rejected her resignation. In exchange, the school held a disciplinary meeting and decided to suspend Kang Sang-hee for 3 months. Afterward, the Ministry of Education conducted a large-scale survey for all students and parents to grasp the reality of this brainwashing education. The children held the paper in their hands with genuine interest, as they could express their own thoughts, because not all of the website's activities had been clarified. The Ministry of Education decided not to punish the teachers mentioned in this survey. However, in the notification from the Ministry of Education sent to the teachers, it was clearly stated that if similar cases occurred in the future, the ministry would deal with it strictly. Charlie read this news and was extremely anxious, biting her nails because she didn't know how to face what was coming. Besides that, a group of teachers and citizens who disagreed with this solution staged a protest right in front of the Ministry of Education. They believed the website was created to blind the community, and that Kang Sang-hee had used it to get a lighter sentence. At the same time, they harshly criticized Minister Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sut for the reason that he was blocking gender equality education and infringing on the educational rights of teachers. Because of that, Minister Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sut faced those protesters and said loudly, "Hey, I'm also someone who hopes that story is false." Minister Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sut ended the whole thing with just one sentence, "But damn it, I have to start an investigation to know if it's true or false." The image of him shouting was broadcast on mass media. Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-sut used a foul word again, "Damn it." Sitting in the car watching the news, Im Han-rim asked worriedly, "Do you think they can actually bring the truth to light?" Na Hwa-jin chuckled and calmly replied, "That old man is at it again. The police said their servers are located overseas, so it's not easy to investigate." Na Hwa-jin lowered his voice and added, "This case is already public knowledge, so they've lost the motivation to keep going." Hearing that, Im Han-rim felt somewhat relieved. Suddenly, Na Hwa-jin exclaimed, "A convenience store." He then calmly said, "Wait here for a moment. I need to grab some cigarettes before we hit the highway." "You know they don't sell cigarettes at those rest stops," Im Han-rim replied immediately. "Got it," Na Hwa-jin said, and before leaving, he didn't forget to ask, "Do you want anything?" Im Han-rim quickly answered, "Banana milk. Remember to get a straw for me, too." Na Hwa-jin walked into the convenience store with a look of extreme seriousness. He looked like he was about to rob a bank. He wandered through the aisles looking for the banana milk, scanning his surroundings and wondering, where is it? In his distraction, he bumped into a young boy huddled on the floor. Na Hwa-jin turned in surprise. Seeing the pile of items that had fallen, Na Hwa-jin immediately bent down to help pick them up. "Oh crap, kid. I'm sorry." Just then, he noticed something wrong. The boy's face and arms were covered in bruises, big and small, as if he'd been abused. After a moment, Na Hwa-jin found the banana milk and headed to the checkout counter. He told the clerk, "I'll take this, and 2 boxes of Embozo medium." The clerk looked confused, searching around. "Embozo medium." Losing patience, Na Hwa-jin said, "Not that way, up on the right." The clerk pointed at one and asked, "Is this the one?" Na Hwa-jin replied, "No, it's red, on the side." While the two were distracted, the boy from earlier grabbed his things and bolted. The clerk shouted loudly, Hey! Seeing this, Na Hwa-jin said, "Hey man," then pulled out a 50,000 won bill and said bluntly, "I'll pay for that kid outside." After successfully stealing the goods, the boy was huddled up, laying them out. Na Hwa-jin followed behind and saw the boy chewing mouthfuls of snacks. Just then, his phone vibrated. Imhan Rim was on the other end, asking in a loud voice, "I only asked you to get banana milk. Why are you taking so long? There are parking surveillance cameras here. I'm going to get a ticket," Na Hwa-jin said softly. "Officer Im, you head back to the unit first." Hearing that, Imhan Rim was surprised. Huh? Na Hwa-jin made up a random excuse. Something came up. Ah, no, something extremely serious just happened. At the same time, the boy was still trying to shove food into his mouth. The sound of him chewing loudly echoed. He couldn't swallow in time and started choking. Cough, cough. Just then, a box of banana milk was held out in front of him. Na Hwa-jin said gently, "If you keep eating bread like that, you'll choke." Then, he squinted his eyes into a bright, flowery smile. "Drink this. It's okay." Seeing that Na Hwa-jin seemed like a trustworthy person, the boy drank it greedily. Na Hwa-jin looked at this pitiful sight and pondered for a moment. He lowered his voice and asked, "Doesn't your family feed you?" Then, Na Hwa-jin stepped closer and continued to check on him. "Who hurt your face?" Seeing the boy panic and turn pale, Na Hwa-jin said tenderly, "Just tell me. It's okay. I'm here to help you." Suddenly, the boy ran away in terror without saying a word. Na Hwa-jin asked himself, confused, "Was I too direct? Talking to kids is really hard." He then hurried after him, dressed in all black, chasing a child. He didn't look any different from a kidnapper. Suddenly, Na Hwa-jin bumped into a woman with short hair, who was gently asking the boy from earlier, "Oh my, are you Min Seo?" Seeing the boy looking blank, the woman continued, "Han, do you remember me?" Just then, Na Hwa-jin stepped up. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. What is your relationship with this child?" Seeing him look dangerous, the woman immediately put up her guard. "I'm his preschool teacher." After talking for a while, the boy was obediently lying on his teacher's lap. The woman gently stroked Min Seo's hair and said sadly, "I can't believe things like this still happen in this world." She felt heartbroken for the young boy. It seemed like Min Seo was still living in that agony. Seeing that, Na Hwa-jin said sternly, "I hope you tell me what happened." He asked bluntly, "Has this child been abused by his family?" The woman explained the situation clearly. "Min Seo is a student in my class. Up until earlier this year, children at this age are usually innocent and playful. But Min Seo would only sit alone in a corner. He was the least active and the hardest to get along with, so I always had to keep an eye on him. Then one day, during lunch, the boy struggled and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. The teacher asked worriedly, "Min Seo, are you choking? Drink some water. Quick." However, Min Seo kept coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Then, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Cough, cough. Extremely worried about her student's health, the teacher called his parents. "Hello, Min Seo's mom? This is his teacher." Min Seo suddenly coughed up blood, "So I'm planning to take him to the hospital right away." But surprisingly, the mother replied coldly, "Going to the hospital won't change anything. Just leave him there. I'll come get him." However, the person who came to pick him up was a tall man with bleached hair and dangling earrings. Seeing this appearance, the teacher was a bit scared. Usually it was Min Seo's mom who came, but that day, his dad had come. The teacher bowed to greet him. "Hello, Min Seo's dad. It's nice to meet you." "I am." The man didn't even listen to the teacher. He aggressively grabbed Min Seo's arm and shouted, "Hey, let's go." Seeing the boy trudging along to follow his dad, the teacher couldn't help but worry. At that moment, I had a bad feeling. A week later, Min Seo didn't come to class. Worried, I went to his house to check on him. The teacher was about to reach for the doorbell when a loud shout erupted. "You little piece of sh*! I told you not to bother me while I'm playing games." From inside the room came the sound of the boy's distress. Because I'm so hungry." The heartless father scolded him. "Damn it! Do you have no brain? What are you explaining? Huh? Huh?" Hearing these cruel words, the teacher was terrified. It didn't stop there. The father continued to roar, "What the hell did you grow up for, you idiot?" After that day, I went all over the city. Upon reaching the pediatric department where Mincer was admitted, the doctor suspected that the boy had been abused, causing a ruptured intestine, which was exactly why he had been vomiting blood. I immediately reported the incident to Child Protective Services alongside the pediatric doctor. From that day on, Mincer stopped coming to school. It had been 3 or 4 months since then. While walking down the street, I suddenly spotted Mincer and his father. "Oh, you're the preschool teacher, aren't you?" Seeing the boy's face bruised and battered, I couldn't help but be shocked. His father calmly remarked, "We've met before, haven't we? Long time no see," he continued in a cold tone. "We've had some family issues, so the boy hasn't been able to attend school. Since I've run into you, there's something I need your help with." Seeing the teacher staring at Minso in surprise, the father glared at her with murderous intent. He stepped closer to the teacher, smirked, and said, "You look so surprised, so you really are the bitch who reported me, huh?" He growled, threatening her. "If you think you're so tough, go ahead and report me again. I swear, next time I really will kill you." The teacher stood there frozen, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. It turned out that after being notified, the Child Protective Services only came to talk to the parents without issuing any formal penalties. The teacher was absolutely furious. How could they just do that? The evidence that the kid is being abused is right there. Hearing this, Na Hwa-jin spoke in a low, calm voice. Because in this case, the boy isn't even in school yet, so he can't explain for himself what he's been through. They really had no other choice but to rely on the parents' testimony. He continued, "Besides, Child Protective Services doesn't have any special authority, and the work environment there is brutal. They've been severely understaffed for 2 years now because so many employees just quit. Plus, even though it's supposed to be a professional agency, they lack the experts needed to properly evaluate and handle these situations, so they're forced to just do the bare minimum." Seeing that Na Hwa-jin understood the law so well, the teacher asked in surprise, "How do you know so much about this? Is your job related to this? You look really familiar, actually." Na Hwa-jin handed her his business card and said, "I'm with this agency." After a quick glance, the teacher was stunned. "Bureau of Education, Rights Protection. I've seen this in the news. You're from the agency that specializes in handling school violence, right?" The teacher grabbed Na Hwa-jin's hand and pleaded, "Please, you have to help Minso. I'm so worried that if things keep going like this, I don't know what's going to happen to Minso. Please, you have to protect him." Na Hwa-jin bowed his head slightly. "I'm sorry, but this is outside my jurisdiction." Her heart sank at his words. Na Hwa-jin continued to explain, "Even though the Bureau of Education Rights Protection is under the Ministry of Education, we only have the authority to resolve education-related matters. The responsibility for domestic violence cases like this belongs to the Ministry of Welfare and the police." Na Hwa-jin admitted, feeling powerless himself. "So, I simply don't have the legal power to handle this case." The small glimmer of hope the teacher had felt was extinguished. So that was it, kindergartens fell under the Ministry of Welfare, not the Ministry of Education. Na Hwa-jin stood up and said, "Teacher, it's probably time to take the boy home." He was worried that if they kept the boy without the parents' consent, they could be sued for kidnapping. Then, Na Hwa-jin added, "I'll take him back myself. Just give me the address. If you go, you're just going to get yourself into trouble with them." Na Hwa-jin carried the boy on his back through the streets. As the sun began to set, he still felt restless inside. This was completely outside his agency's scope, so Na Hwa-jin decided to call 112 to get help. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes flashing with rage. Na Hwa-jin hung up the phone. He wouldn't be calling the authorities after all. He carried Minseo to his house and kept ringing the doorbell. The father yelled irritably, "You piece of shit! Can't you ring the bell normally? Are you trying to drive me crazy?" Seeing the stranger carrying his son, he shouted, "Who the hell are you? You're old enough to know better. Why are you playing these childish pranks?" Na Hwa-jin replied in a cold voice, "I'm from the Bureau of..." He stopped himself and changed tracks. "I'm just a passerby." Seeing the murderous glint in Na Hwa-jin's eyes, the father was confused. "A passerby? That's not what I meant." Noticing his son fast asleep on the stranger's back, he became even more annoyed. The father yelled, "Go, go, Minseo." Na Hwa-jin asked quietly, "This is his house, right?" He then said calmly, "I found the boy walking alone on the street, so I asked the neighbors for your address to bring him back." The father was livid, grinding his teeth. "You little piece of shti, since when did you sneak out?" He grabbed the boy by his hair and dragged him inside. "Get in here! You're gonna get it now." Na Hwa-jin spoke up softly. "He has a lot of wounds on his face, doesn't he?" That comment made the father freeze. Na Hwa-jin continued, "I bought him some bread, and he devoured it like he hadn't eaten in days." The father turned his head, staring aggressively, then shouted, "What the hell is your problem, you idiot?" The father made his stance clear and raised his voice. "Are you a cop? Or one of those damn social workers who comes by every single day, telling me that a father shouldn't treat his son like this?" Na Hwa-jin replied calmly, "It's a citizen's duty to report any criminal activity, especially suspicious things like child abuse." Hearing this, the father's expression darkened even further. He looked at his son and asked in a low, threatening tone, "Hey, Minseo, have I ever hit you? Have I ever starved you? Facing those questions, the boy's heart felt bitter. Minseo stammered, no. Then he bowed his head and added, never. The father laughed smugly. You hear that, you piece of trash? He acted as if he were genuinely offended. Who in the hell would abuse a child here? The father slammed the door shut, not forgetting to add, quit sticking your nose in my business, or I'll kill you. At that moment, Na Hwa-jin stuck his foot in the door to block it. He raised his voice. That's right. If people were insulted like that, most would choose to just walk away. Then, Na Hwa-jin gripped the door and growled, but me? I'm not most people. The father hissed in a rage. Damn you, you bastard. He slammed the door again, leaving Minseo inside. The father leaned in close to Na Hwa-jin and said, fine. Let's just say I hit him 100,000 times. He poked his finger into Na Hwa-jin's chest, acting like a bully. So, what does that have to do with you, huh? The father shouted. I made him. I can do whatever I want with him. Why the hell did you even come here? Na Hwa-jin remained silent. Seeing his silence, the father got bolder. If you dare report this, I'll beat. Before he could finish, Na Hwa-jin smashed a powerful, earth-shattering punch right into the father's face. The attack sent him reeling backward. Unable to keep his balance, the father stumbled and fell right by the doorway. Na Hwa-jin irritably picked at his ear. Why do you talk so casually, like we're old friends? You're only like 25 or 26. You're 80 years younger than me. A month later, Na Hwa-jin opened the door and found Minseo trembling in fear. He carried the father in his arms and said cheerfully, it seems like your dad was so exhausted he just passed out snoring. Na Hwa-jin dumped him onto the bed and turned to Minseo. He said softly, looks like your dad is going to be asleep until morning. Na Hwa-jin took a look around the house, scanning the mountain of trash, instant noodle cups, and empty beer bottles everywhere. The kitchen counter was piled with dishes that hadn't been washed in 8,000 years. Next to the laptop were several coffee mugs and cigarette butts. Seeing the neglect, Na Hwa-jin asked, where's your mom? Minseo stammered, Mom went to work. She comes home really, really late. Na Hwa-jin went quiet for a moment, then gently patted the boy's head and said, don't worry, I'll be coming back. After finishing up, Na Hwa-jin suddenly stepped outside. The teacher was startled and nudged him. Na Hwa-jin asked in surprise, huh? I don't get why you came here, Teach. She looked flustered and explained, I was worried, so I came to check on you. She scratched her cheek and added, you really are like a martial arts master from those kung fu movies. I never expected you to take down a grown man with just one hit. So, she had actually seen that whole scene. Hearing that, Na Hwa-jin smiled faintly. He turned his back to leave and stated firmly, from now until tomorrow morning, nothing is going to happen. It's getting late. You should head home too. The teacher followed him and asked softly, but do you really think doing this will solve the problem? Na Hwa-jin calmly replied, of course not. Then he added, he's about 25 or 26, with a pale face. That shows he's an unemployed guy who just rots at home, doesn't even bother to bathe, and takes his anger out on his own son. You could say this is a textbook case of domestic violence. Na Hwa-jin continued, I'm certain that the moment he opens his eyes, he's going to beat the kid. That's how domestic abuse works. If this house isn't under strict surveillance, we won't be able to solve this at the root. Na Hwa-jin smirked with a devious look. That is, unless there is strict surveillance. The next morning, sunlight streamed in, signaling the start of a new day. Inside the room, the father groaned, struggling to sit up. He was in pain and wondered, what happened last night? Seeing Minseo huddled in a corner, he walked over and barked, hey, what the hell are you doing? Minseo was so startled he dropped the piece of meat he was about to eat. The boy trembled and said, sir, he bought this breaded pork cutlet for me yesterday. The father frowned, looking annoyed. Minseo added quietly, he bought some for you too, Dad. Should we eat together? There was a sticky note on the lunchbox. Seeing it, the father kicked the box away and screamed, where the hell is that bastard? Minseo was now so terrified he started crying. The father raised his foot, ready to stomp on the boy's head. I asked you, where is he? Suddenly, a strange sound erupted. He looked around, confused. What kind of idiot is blasting music this loud? A ridiculous song started playing. How can I make my heart obey? We only hurt each other. What's the point? Once the world goes insane, the father opened the door, wondering, is it the house next door? I thought this unit was empty. Did someone just move in? He pounded on the neighboring door and yelled, hey, you piece of garbage, turn that music off. The song kept playing. There are things, the heart, in its obsession, turns weak. Turns out, the room next door was occupied. A voice called out, Hello. Sleep well? Seeing his neighbor. The father was so scared he nearly wet himself. Na Hwa-jin appeared, his body packed with muscles and covered in jagged scars. With a cigarette hanging from his lips, he asked, "Hey, buddy, have you tried the breaded pork cutlet yet?" The bleach blonde guy standing at the door turned pale with fear. Why, how did you end up moving in here? Na Hwa-jin, shirtless and muscular, replied coldly. Why? What's with the why? I just paid the landlord and moved in, that's all. He took the half-smoked cigarette from his mouth and flashed a smirk that looked like he was mocking him. He squinted and continued, "Because of the good deed you did, I decided to move in here for about a year. Luckily, the rent here is cheap, so I went from a passerby to your neighbor. Good deal, right?" He kept taunting him. It really is a good thing, isn't it? I never expected house prices to drop in this chaotic real estate market. The bleach blonde guy grew furious, his face twisted in rage. He immediately lunged forward, wanting to land a heavy punch to vent his frustration. As he charged, he screamed, "Are you insane?" In contrast to that anger, Na Hwa-jin calmly took a drag of his cigarette, one hand in his pocket. He looked completely at ease, not taking the guy in front of him seriously at all. Just as the guy threw a punch at his face, he quickly dodged to the side, successfully avoiding the lethal blow. Then, he grabbed the guy's forearm and jerked him forward. The bleach blonde guy didn't expect it and stumbled. Na Hwa-jin's move was lightning fast. The guy couldn't block it. Now his arm was pinned, and he was slammed hard against the door. His face hit the door with a loud thud, looking incredibly painful. Na Hwa-jin held the cigarette in his mouth and growled, "Hey, you still just lead with your fists instead of using your brain, huh?" The bleach blonde guy lay pinned on the floor, his face twisted in agony, seemingly trying to break free, but failing. Then, he spat out each word. "You've got too much energy, Dong-chan." Hearing that name, the bleach blonde guy, who was struggling just a moment ago, froze completely. He went stiff. Terrified, he glanced up at him, looking like he was afraid of something. Dong-chan stammered, How do you know my name?" Na Hwa-jin, still gripping his arm so he couldn't move, sneered, "Of course I have ways of knowing everything." Na Hwa-jin gave a smile that couldn't be more provocative. "Dong-cheon, call me Hyung older brother from now on. Also, I'm very sensitive to noise, floor noise, and toilet flushing," he continued, "especially the sound of a child crying. If I hear a child crying, I'll snap your neck right then and there. Keep that in mind. Got it?" Dong-chan turned pale, seemingly furious, but knowing he couldn't win against him, he let out a curse to vent his feelings. "You piece of shit." At that moment, someone was playing a game. On the screen was an image of 3 people. One with angel wings holding a bow to shoot a female character wielding a massive sword charging into melee combat. In the corner was another female character with a hand full of iron spikes, also seemingly in melee combat. All 3 were attacking a monster covered in holes, looking like the surface of a star. Looking closely, it was actually Dong-cheon. He was gaming and cursing up a storm. "You think I'm scared just because you charged in? The killing has already begun. What other choice do I have but to charge in?" He played the game and laughed like a madman. "Just you wait." In the dark corner nearby, the kid seemed to be tied up tightly. He couldn't even make a sound. The brute holding him hostage was terrified that if the boy cried, Na Hwa-jin would come down to settle the score. So he tightened the rope around the boy's neck. The kid turned pale, gasping for air, desperately clawing at the rope, his face filling the room with an ugly display of abuse. Suddenly, an excited shout broke out. "I got you! You're dead now, you little brat." The boy managed to choke out, Dad, I can't breathe." But those pathetic whimpers were drowned out by Dong-cheon's roar. "Damn, you're on fire today, huh? 1 against 7, and you still managed to win." The boy tried to beg for mercy. "Dad, please, I can't, let me out." But Dong-cheon was still glued to his game. "Oh, they're all here now. Get him! Get him! Get him!" he screamed, his fingers slamming against the keyboard, frantically clicking the mouse, desperate to win the match. It looked like the game was almost over. He just shouted in pure joy, "I got you." But before he could even finish, something went wrong. His eyes widened like a frog's, his mouth hanging open in utter disbelief at the reality, unfolding on his computer screen. In big white letters against a blood-red splattered background, the words appeared, "Defeat." He had used up all his respawns. Dong-cheon sat there, frozen, unable to utter a single word. The room fell back into a deafening silence. That's when the boy's weak, wheezing cry for help was finally audible. "Dad, Dad." But the response was a roar of fury. "Damn it." Dong-cheon slammed his fist onto the keyboard as if trying to vent all his rage. He whipped his head around and glared at the boy, his voice dripping with venom. "So Min-seo, you've lost your mind, haven't you?" The boy's face drained of all color the moment he looked up. It was clear that the person in front of him wasn't his father, it was a savage demon. A real father could never treat his own child with such cruelty. Dongcheon's eyes were cold, his forehead veins bulging with pure anger. "Didn't I tell you? When I'm gaming, especially when I'm in a match, you're not allowed to make a peep." Dongcheon kept cursing. "Why the hell are you whining in my ear and breaking my focus? You made me lose." So Min-seo was terrified, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably, his skin deathly pale. Just then, a loud, heavy banging erupted on the door from outside, followed by a shout, "Dongcheon, how could you be like this?" Hearing the noise, both Dongcheon and So Min-seo turned to look. The banging on the door continued relentlessly. "You died because you suck. Why are you blaming the kid? And you bastard, what did I say I'd do if I heard a child crying? Are you deaf?" Dongcheon realized who it was and shrieked in rage. "Shut the hell up, you dog. My kid is studying." Hearing this, Na Hwa-jin clearly didn't believe a word of it. The doorknob was being twisted so hard, it felt like it would snap right off. After a moment, he finally burst into the room. He glared at Dongcheon. "Is this what you call studying?" He stared at the scene in front of him. Dongcheon was so terrified he turned ghostly pale, unable to even move. "What if I took a photo of this and showed everyone? Isn't this just school bullying?" Dongcheon stammered, terrified. I locked the door. How did you get in, Na?" Na Hwa-jin casually shoved a hand into his pocket. "Oh, really? I didn't know that." He tossed an iron bar onto the floor. It was clearly the tool he'd used to break in. He teased, "I guess you didn't lock it after all." Dongcheon trembled, babbling, "Wait, you saw it too, right? The brat came out on his own." He kept rambling, "I'm just punishing him a little. He messed up, so I have to teach him a lesson. So next time he—" The more he talked, the more disgusted Na became. His face twisted, looking even more ferocious than before. Before he could finish his sentence, Na shot his hand out, grabbing Dongcheon by the throat. The movement was so fast that Dongcheon didn't even have time to react. Na growled, his voice a warning. "Teach him? You do that to teach your son to fix his bad habits? I'm way too familiar with the same old excuses trashy parents like you always use." Dongcheon was being throttled so hard he couldn't breathe, thrashing around. Help Na leaned in close to his ear, his voice icy. "Listen closely. Education is for the child. But punishing your kid just so you can live comfortably? That's not parenting. That's livestock farming." The more he spoke, the tighter he squeezed, leaving Dongcheon gasping for air, his eyes squeezed shut, his mouth wide open trying to catch a breath. After the warning, Dongcheon was now sitting at the dining table with So Min-seo. The boy, who had been starved, was shoveling food into his mouth like a starving animal, so rushed that rice was spilling all over the table and the floor. Watching this, Dongcheon was getting pissed off again. He looked like he wanted to hit the kid to discipline him, just like he always did. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "That's it, you're pissing me off," he growled. "How many times have I told you not to spill food when you eat?" The boy trembled, trying to pick up the fallen grains with his hands and put them back in his mouth, as if he could clear up the mess he made to calm his father's rage. But no matter what the boy did, in Dongcheon's eyes, everything he did was just trying to provoke him. Dongcheon roared, "Damn it, get your hands off. You don't deserve to eat." Just then, a loud voice boomed from outside, making Dongcheon freeze in his tracks. "Dongcheon, he's only 6 years old. It's normal to spill food. Even you were like that when you were 6. Na Hwa-jin was banging on the wall. "Kiddo, it's okay. It's fine if you spill a little. That's not a standard to judge a person's character. Because I know a 3-6-year-old webtoon artist who still spills rice when he eats." Hearing this, Dongcheon was shaking with rage, while So Min-seo smiled with relief now that someone was comforting him. Dongcheon was about to hit his son again, but Na seemed to have predicted it, shouting a warning, "Dongcheon, don't you dare." Another time, he went to chase the kid to hit him, and Na's voice rang out again. Dongcheon stopped cold. Another day, Dongcheon was sitting by the window, sipping beer, about to smoke a cigarette. Suddenly, from downstairs, Na Hwa-jin called up, "Dongcheon, why are you smoking with a child in the house?" Then he waved his hand, beckoning him down, a cigarette dangling from his own lips. "Come down and say hello. I'll be keeping a close eye on you." Seeing that this guy below was watching his every move, Dongcheon gnashed his teeth in hatred. "You. Go on. Greet her. I'll keep a close eye on you." Seeing how the guy below was tracking his every move, Dongcheon gritted his teeth in fury. "Hey, you. If you're going to talk like that, then why don't you drag your ass down here?" Furious, he slammed the window shut, not wanting to argue any further. He screamed in agony inside his room. "Damn it. That bastard. What the hell am I supposed to do about that piece of trash? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Take care of him. The voice came from Mincer. The boy was playing with his toys and muttering to himself, take care of him. Take care of him. Clean it all up. He. This is so funny. Jong Cheon. Frozen in a position of pulling his hair out, Jong Cheon stared at Mincer, who was gleefully chanting, clean it up, clean it up, clean it all up. Seemingly having thought of something, Jong Cheon broke into a terrifying smile. Ha ha, he started heading somewhere, muttering as he laughed. Now even this little brat is looking down on me, as if reading his father's intentions. Mincer's face turned pale. It was as if the boy knew what he was about to endure. He stepped toward a cabinet and opened it. Inside were woodworking tools like hammers and nails. He turned to look at the boy and said, Mincer, listen to me clearly. I'm not coming back here anymore. Hearing this, the boy turned pale with fear. After Mincer saw his father gripping a hammer tightly, he trembled and asked, Dad, where are you going? Just then, a voice shouted from outside the door, Jong Cheon, I've been waiting for a while now. Why haven't you shown your face yet? Come out here. I have something to tell you. He muttered, Yeah, I'm going somewhere very far away. I won't be back for a long time. His face turned incredibly cruel, and he gripped the hammer tight in his hand. Because I'm going to have to sit in prison for a few years after I kill that bastard. Outside the door, Na Hwa-jin tried to open it. Finally, he managed to unlock it and stepped into the room. As soon as his face appeared in the room, Jong Cheon swung the hammer hard at his head. The hammer flew toward him, but it didn't go as he had hoped. His eyes suddenly widened, shocked at what was happening in front of him. Na Hwa-jin had prepared a baseball glove, which had successfully blocked a lethal blow from the hammer. His face twisted with rage. A cold voice, as if from hell itself, echoed, You're truly pathetic, Jon Sanjioi Kang-suk. Laughing loudly, he waved at Na Hwa-jin. Light me a cigarette. He suddenly saw Sergeant Imhan Rim sitting in a chair and stopped laughing. Sergeant Imhan Rim was busy organizing documents. Seeing him arrive, he greeted with a smile. Minister, you've arrived? The man asked. What's this? That kid isn't at work? Or is he hiding somewhere? She replied, Sir, didn't you know? She then explained that Na had asked for leave. Even though he said he didn't know when he'd be back, he was taking about 2 weeks off for now. Hearing this, Jon Sanjioi Kang-suk's face looked like a dog that had just stepped on a landmine. He yelled, Who gave him permission to take leave, huh? Imhan Rim looked confused. Didn't you approve it, Minister? I signed the approval? That's impossible. Returning to the room from before, Na Hwa-jin sneered. You pathetic loser. How dare you do that in front of a child? His face livid, he continued. Talk to me, now. Jong Cheon was so scared he had practically wet his pants, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, he led him downstairs, placing a baseball glove on him. Jong Cheon stood there, staring at the glove, not understanding what was happening, looking completely dazed. While he was dazed, a baseball slammed straight into his face. Na Hwa-jin waved his hand dismissively. Hey, I threw that so softly, and you couldn't even catch it? Tisk, tisk, that's what happens when you just stay at home playing video games. Provoked, Jong Cheon got angry. Holding his poor nose with one hand, he bent down to pick up the ball with the other. He put all his strength into throwing the ball back at him as if for revenge, but Na Hwa-jin caught it quickly, looking like he hadn't spent any effort at all. Na Hwa-jin teased him again. Oh, missed again? Do you even know how to do anything? Jong Seon also angrily snapped back. You threw it like that. How was I supposed to catch it? Nearby, Mincer was also pulled into this baseball battle. The boy looked blankly at the two men, one of whom was the father who abused him every day. The sound of the two arguing echoed throughout the playground. Oh my, Jong Cheon is getting angry, huh? Jong Cheon had by now gotten caught up in the atmosphere of the game, catching the ball while shouting, If you're so good, catch this. Suddenly, Na Hwa-jin turned to Mincer. Not like that, kiddo. Then he continued to throw, smiling as if he had achieved his goal. A moment later, Mincer caught the ball with his hands. His face looked a bit surprised, but he seemed very happy. Seeing that, he kept looking at Jong Cheon, teasing. Oh, the kid caught it on the first try? Jong Cheon, the kid is better than you. After being complimented, Mincer blushed shyly. He continued to tease. Now why don't you try throwing it to your dad? Hearing this, Jong Cheon flared up. Damn it, what the hell are you doing? I'm busy playing a game here. Mincer, listening to him, looked toward his father, gripped the ball in his hand, and then put all his strength and courage into throwing the ball at his father. The ball was thrown fast and hit Jong Cheon's hand. Na Hwa-jin suddenly took off his baseball glove, but shouted to the father and son, Keep going. The weather is just too beautiful today. Seeing Na Hwa-jin acting as if nothing was wrong, Jong Cheon was so angry he wanted to smoke, but he didn't care. He kept rambling. Playing ball outside is still better than having to go to prison for attempted murder, right? And so, the two, Jong Cheon and his son, continued playing catch. Mincer happily threw the ball for his dad to catch, until he was out of breath, while he just sauntered away. On the playground, Dong Cheon's insults kept ringing out. "Hey you, are you stupid? Can't you even throw a ball?" He just sat quietly on the bench, hands shoved deep into his pockets, searching for something. He pulled out a pack of white chewing gum, and Na Hwa-jin took a piece to chew. Eyes still tracking the two father and son on the playground, Na Hwa-jin watched as So Min-seo laughed joyfully while playing, while Dong Cheon looked pale and exhausted. Cheon struggled to catch the balls his son threw, shouting, "Are you training a dog or something? I told you to throw it properly." Despite the cursing, he still kept playing along. Unlike his earlier disgust, Na Hwa-jin let out an amused smile. Dong Cheon felt incredibly irritated seeing Na Hwa-jin and So Min-seo laughing like it was springtime. "What's so funny that you keep grinning like that?" After finishing the game, the three of them went into a toy store, where Cheon bought the boy a new set of toys. He even pulled Dong Cheon down to squat with them. Afterward, they headed to a food court. Na Hwa-jin kept smiling, while So Min-seo ate like a starving little animal. He devoured everything. Seeing his son eating so ravenously, Cheon went pale. This was likely the happiest day of Min-seo's life, after the dark days of his father's abuse. A happy smile bloomed on the boy's face. As the three returned later, Dong Cheon asked, "These brats wouldn't understand. Why didn't he just eat his fill and go to sleep?" Na Hwa-jin smiled. "Don't you find it amazing?" Cheon looked confused. "Amazing? What's so amazing about it? You're usually just a devil who only knows how to hit and curse in that kid's eyes." Yet today, he laughed happily, and called you Dad, just because you played with him. Cheon frowned. "If someone calls you a devil, who wouldn't be?" Na Hwa-jin patted. So, Min-seo's head and said, "When I'm talking, you need to listen. Don't interrupt me." Dong Cheon, kids are just like that. Even if you're a piece of trash, he has no choice but to rely on you, because you're his parent. Children treat their parents as their whole world, so, no matter how you treat them, they can't bring themselves to hate you. That's the only reason I've let you stay alive until now. Hearing this, Dong Cheon turned pale with fear. Na Hwa-jin continued, his voice cold. "When I saw you ignoring your kid while he was choking a few days ago, I almost smashed your face in. Honestly, I really want to break your bones right now, and dump your corpse in front of the police station, right here, right now." The more he heard, the paler Cheon got, seemingly remembering his own beastly actions. After saying that, Na Hwa-jin walked ahead, leaving behind these words. "Like I said earlier, parents are everything to their children. Even if you're a bad person, if you suddenly disappeared, this child would definitely be terrified. So, the best thing is for you parents to change yourselves. This is your last chance. And a warning from me." He glanced back, threatening, "If I hear the sound of that child crying one more time, even if I feel bad for the kid, I will handle it the way I always do. So, just take this as me begging you. Never do that again." With that, he walked away. "He's your own flesh and blood, you know." Hearing this, he turned his head to look at his son, whom he was carrying on his back as they returned to the apartment. That night, Dong Cheon was drinking beer and scrolling through his phone. On the screen was a picture of So Min-seo as a newborn. He stroked the image, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within him. Next was a picture of Min-seo, a bit older. He looked so innocent and incredibly cute. The next photo was of Min-seo standing, hugging a ball and looking at him with a joyful smile. The following image was of Min-seo in the present, hugging a toy, fast asleep happily. He stared at the picture, not knowing what to think, just watching in silence. Suddenly, he glanced up at something. In front of him was a blonde woman. It seemed to be Min-seo's mother. She blurted out, "Honey, you're home?" Hearing this, Dong Cheon's expression turned full of loathing. He seemed to hate this woman. Then, he threw his beer bottle at the wall next to her, making her flinch and cover her head in fear. Dong Cheon stood up and cursed, "Damn it, you bitch. I told you." The woman, terrified, covered her head with tears streaming down her face. Cheon, furious, shouted, "Don't ever show your face here again." The woman, deathly pale with fear, could only cry and hold her head. Then she shouted, "Honey, I was wrong." Cheon cursed. "Wrong about what? Huh? Who? Who?" Inside Na Hwa-jin's room, he could hear every detail of what was happening next door. He was washing his face, while silently listening to the argument. Dong Cheon's insults rang out non-stop. "Get out before I beat you to death." The shower water kept pouring over his face. Na Hwa-jin didn't move. The cursing was mixed with the woman's desperate pleas. Please, I beg you. It seemed he couldn't take it anymore. He turned off the faucet, muttering, "This is tough." While drying his hair, he continued to mumble, "I guess people really can't change their nature, huh?" Minseo's mother, with tears streaming down her face, knelt down, clasping her hands to beg for mercy. "I'm sorry. I won't do it again." Contrary to her pitiful state, the distorted, angry expression on that bastard's face was truly loathsome. Minseo's mother tried one more time to plead with him. At that moment, out of nowhere, Minseo woke up. The innocent child called out, "Mom?" In her shock, she immediately lunged over and cried out, "Minseo!" Minseo's mother hugged the boy, sobbing, "Minseo, my son." The child hugged his mother back, innocently asking, "Why are you home so late, Mom?" Minseo's mother bowed her head, apologized, and promised that from now on she would never be late again. Outside, Na Hwa-jin was just about to knock on the door when he accidentally overheard the whole conversation. Na Hwa-jin's eyes suddenly became thoughtful, as if he were contemplating something. The mother's apologies still echoed outside. His clenched fist slowly relaxed as if he had made a decision. The next morning, at the boarding house where Minseo's family lived, the atmosphere was the complete opposite of yesterday, incredibly peaceful and unexpectedly harmonious. Minseo's mother smiled and picked up some food from the plate for him, saying, "Here, this is the fried egg you love the most." Minseo was so happy his eyes crinkled. The boy used his child-sized fork to stab a piece of egg, put it in his mouth, and said, "It's so yummy, so yummy." Minseo's mother suddenly turned pale. She looked warily over at the boy's father and stammered, "Minseo, honey, Daddy doesn't like it when you get food everywhere like that." Contrary to her expectation that he would get furious and start yelling or being violent, Minseo's father's expression remained normal. He just replied calmly, "It's fine. It's normal for kids to make a mess when they eat." He then continued, asking her, "Are you going to work after you finish eating?" Minseo's mother replied, "But today is Sunday." Minseo's father lowered his eyes and said, "That's even better then. Wait until you're done eating, then take him out to play. He just got a new remote-controlled car, so he'd have way more fun if you took him to the park." Upon hearing that from her husband, Minser's mother was too stunned to speak. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. "Hey, Song-hak, rise and shine." That loud voice urged Minser's dad, "If you want to eat, put your clothes on and get out here. I've got a great gig for you. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you don't show up." Along with that booming voice was the red-faced, furious-looking father of Min. Minser mumbled to himself, "Damn it, this bastard again." Later, at some construction site, he was forced to put on a uniform, greeted like a military order. Two huge guys, dark but not sweaty, crossed their arms and declared loudly, "You've just become an intern at our Special Forces interior decorating shop, so welcome aboard." Minseo's dad looked blank, wondering why this was happening so suddenly. Before he could even finish his sentence, the brown-haired guy cut him off, barking, "Rule number 1, be brief and concise, and you have to add 'sir' to the end of every sentence. Got it?" Minseo's dad's face turned bright red with rage. He gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress the anger bubbling up inside him. While the other two were busy drilling Minseo's dad, Lee Jin-chun, a reserve lieutenant from the Special Forces team, was lazily smoking a cigarette, sizing the guy up from head to toe. "He reeks of a low-life thug, but how could I ever turn down a favor for the respectable Captain Na Hwa-jin?" Standing to the side and watching them, he helplessly thought, "But those clothes, seriously? Do you guys have to act like it's the military?" Lee Jin-chun suddenly remembered something and asked, "Na Hwa-jin, all the guys in the shop are former Special Forces. Can this kid actually handle it?" Na Hwa-jin smiled calmly and replied to Lee Jin-chun, "Even though he's not a Special Forces soldier, he's a father." The sound of a toy car echoed as Minseo laughed joyfully. He pressed the remote to make the car zoom off, chasing after it. Watching her son smile so happily for once, Minseo's mom felt her own heart fill with joy. She asked the child, "Minseo, did Dad really buy you such an expensive toy?" Minseo innocently replied, "It wasn't Dad, Mom. The nice uncle next door bought it for me. He's such a good guy. Ever since he showed up, Dad stopped hitting me, and he's been so much gentler." Minseo beamed at his mother. And it was true. The boy's father had changed. He spent the entire day working diligently, following instructions from the others, without a single complaint. Minseo happily continued, "I'm so happy right now. If every day could be like this, it would be perfect." Minseo's mom smiled as she heard her son's words. She leaned down, patted Minseo's shoulder, and said, "That's right. It's such a relief that your dad has calmed down, isn't it?" Back at the construction site, evening was falling. Minseo's dad gripped his hard hat, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. The brown-haired guy crossed his arms and boomed like a cannon. Good work today. You worked better than I expected. You were a huge help. See you at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The brown-haired guy handed Minseo's dad an envelope with his pay. His face showed a hint of surprise. He nodded repeatedly, thanking the guy. In the distance, Lee Jin-chun, watching Minseo's dad, spoke up. You really can't judge a book by its cover, can you? Na Hwa-jin replied. You saw it yourself. Even if his physical strength isn't top tier, he really knows how to work. I'm certain he can survive in this construction industry for at least another 20 or 30 years. Minseo's dad pulled the cash out of the envelope, excitedly exclaiming, $400! This is awesome! Na Hwa-jin walked up from behind, holding a pack of cigarettes, glancing at Minseo's dad's excited face. I told you, didn't I? This is a good thing I brought for you. He chuckled and replied to him, if I had made this much money back in the day, I'd still be working at the construction site right now. Na Hwa-jin bit into a cigarette and reminded him, on your way back, go pick up some fried chicken. When I was a kid, there was nothing happier than when my brother bought me fried chicken. Minseo's dad grinned and took a cigarette from Lee Jin-chun, who held out his lighter to light it. Lee Jin-chun voiced the question on his mind. But seeing how skilled you are, were you an interior designer back in the day? He cursed and replied, interior design, my ass. For 3 years, I just did whatever people hired me to do. We had Minseo when I was in high school, and Minseo's mom was in middle school. What else could we do at that age besides odd jobs? We just did whatever was available. Minseo's dad shrugged and said, damn, life back then was freaking miserable. If Minseo's mom had told me sooner, it would have been better. But she tried to use fabric wrapped around her belly to hide the pregnancy. But eventually, it was exposed. If we had aborted the kid, this crappy country would have labeled me a traitor. After that, we were kicked out of school and thrown out of our house. At that moment, he had told Minseo's mom, it's okay, I'll take responsibility for everything. And in all honesty, he had just said that off the cuff. The next thing he said was, just trust me. It was only because he thought it sounded cool back then. And the price he paid for it came fast. During the day, he did manual labor. And at night, he did deliveries. Looking back, he still couldn't believe he managed to do both at the same time. Until one day, while Minseo's dad was hauling cement at a construction site, he ran into his old classmates. They laughed and mocked him. Hey, Gong Chae-won, look who it is. He's a father now, isn't he? At that moment, his heart was filled with resentment. He asked himself why he had to live like this. And truly, meeting those trashy classmates again and hearing those damn words, he got hit with a heavy reality check that snapped him back into the harsh reality. Because he didn't finish school, he couldn't get into university. If he hadn't made that one mistake, he could have spent his 20s just like everyone else. Suddenly, Minseo's dad got a slap to the head. God! It was hard enough to make his eyes pop out. Na Hwa-jin shoved his hands in his pockets and walked forward. That mistake, you must never, ever speak of it in front of that kid, because that will be etched into the depths of the boy's heart for the rest of his life. He turned back to look at him with a sharp, cold gaze. Parents might see their child as a mistake, but to the child, their parents are their God-given fate. Even if your life is miserable because you have him, you can never use that as an excuse to justify your actions. Minseo's dad, after a long silence, finally spoke up. Hey, you old geezer. I know you always think I'm a piece of crap who only knows how to take his anger out on a kid, but I love him like crazy, alright? In a trash can in the corner of the house, something red stuck out. It was Minseo's toy car that he had just been gifted, and its shattered state partly explained why he had been hitting the kid. The fried chicken smelled delicious. Na Hwa-jin lit a cigarette. You have a reason to hit him? He scoffed. Gong Chae-won, trying to avoid his intense gaze, said, forget it. Na Hwa-jin grunted. Fine, have it your way. Go on, say it. His eyes radiated a murderous intent, a clear warning. Don't bother trying to lie to me. I know you're just talking nonsense. Bong Chae-on, terrified, shrank back in fear. Afterward, the two of them returned to the apartment. Na Hwa-jin warned him, don't be late tomorrow. That director is legendary for being a total demon on the job. Suddenly, a scream cut through the air, interrupting them. Bong Chae-on rushed in. What the hell is going on? When he opened the door, a woman was desperately trying to soothe a young boy, Min-seo, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Damn it, what's going on? Why is he crying like that? Bong Chae-on roared. The woman stammered in response. No, it's not that. While Min-seo was playing with his toy car, it crashed into the wall and broke. I've tried everything to calm him down, but I can't. The man acted roughly toward the boy. You broke it yourself, and now you're sitting there wailing? This is exactly why you deserve a beating. Seeing the boy's piercing eyes fixed on him, he faltered. Huh, seriously, he softened his tone. Hey Minseo, stop crying. Daddy has a job now. I'll buy you a better one later. Okay? He then handed the boy the bag of fried chicken he'd bought earlier. Look, Daddy got you fried chicken. Go on, eat up. The boy stopped crying instantly, grabbed the bag with both hands, and cheered. Fried chicken, yay! Na Hwa-jin watched for a moment, and once he was sure there were no more problems, he quietly left. The woman clearly, the man's wife, asked in confusion. How did you suddenly get a job? You actually went out and looked for work? Bong Cheon handed her an envelope. Yeah, here, take it. She opened it to find a stack of cash inside. Her jaw dropped. In just one day, you made 180,000 won? Bong Cheon, looking exhausted, began changing his clothes while muttering, I have to work again tomorrow, so take him to daycare again, all right? I was at the construction site all day, and I'm covered in dust. His wife offered a faint smile. She then dropped a cryptic comment, signaling the start of future drama. We really are just like we used to be, aren't we? Bong Cheon didn't pay it much mind. He turned on his phone and replied casually, Is that so? Yeah, I guess it is a bit like the old days. The wife's lips slowly curled into a terrifying, chilling grin. The next day, at daycare, Minseo was dropped off just like the other kids. They were playing with toy cars. You idiot. An excavator doesn't go vroom, it goes rumble, one child shouted. Minseo just giggled. Hey, really? The teacher watched them from a distance. Thank goodness, Minseo is doing much better. It's all thanks to that instructor from the education office, isn't it? She fondly remembered Na Hwa-jin. Looking at the bright smile on Minseo's face, she thought, how on earth did he do that? I really need to learn from him. Just then, the director spoke up. Teacher, the snack delivery is here. Could you come help me? She stood up immediately. Yes, of course, director. As she stepped toward the door, Minseo spoke up. I'm going to be a police officer now. Give it to me. The boy held onto a police car toy, refusing to let go. No, I want the police car. You keep driving the excavator, Minseo pleaded desperately. We have an excavator at home, so I'm bored of it. Just let me try the police car once, please. But the other boy's next words made Minseo snap. Doesn't your dad work at a construction site? So I guess you'll just be driving excavators for the rest of your life. What did you say? The teacher, who had just stepped back in, was horrified by what she saw. Minseo was pinning the other boy down, punching him repeatedly in the face while swearing. You piece of shit! You piece of shit! The teacher dropped the snack tray and rushed over to pull them apart. Minseo was still clutching the toy excavator, and the other child had a nasty bruise on his forehead. It seemed he had used the toy to strike the other boy. The incident was serious enough that the parents of both children were called in. The other mother screamed at Minseo's mother. How are you raising your kid? At this rate, he's going to grow up to be a criminal. And why does a kid even know how to use a toy to hurt someone, instead of just using his hands? The teacher stood by, trying to mediate. Ma'am, it's my fault for not supervising them closely enough. But the woman ignored her and sneered. Now that I look closely, you're still so young, aren't you? No wonder you don't know how to raise a child. Did you maybe have him by mistake? Mother and son walked hand in hand under the fading sunlight. Minseo's mom, the teacher called out to them. She bowed in apology. I am truly sorry. It's all because I wasn't paying attention. Minseo's mother looked back, her expression cold. Even if I might be overstepping or being rude by saying this. The teacher hesitated. But children who are exposed to domestic violence have a higher tendency to lash out at their peers. So, if the family could just stop criticizing Minseo. Before she could finish, Minseo's mother interrupted with a smile. It's fine, teacher. Minseo's dad has become much gentler now. The teacher, thinking she had gotten through to her, felt relieved and said goodbye. Yes, thank you for understanding. Minseo's mom said, Right, Minseo? Daddy is much gentler now, isn't he? The boy turned pale. It seemed he knew exactly what was about to happen to him. She smiled like a lunatic. But if Daddy is so much gentler now, why have you become such a bad kid, Minseo? Hey, you little brat. When are you actually going to start working? Mr. Jun Sunjioi Kang's voice erupted. Na Hwa-jin, while folding laundry, replied, sorry. Don't get angry. I still have a full week of vacation left. Is that so? And what? Were you planning to just eat and sleep for 2 weeks straight? If I didn't say anything, I was actually planning on going back to work tomorrow. I know that. I've already deducted all your leave days, so if you don't show up tomorrow, I'm counting that as an unexcused absence. Na Hwa-jin thought. Seriously? This organization is so messed up. Is it a crime for a public servant to take a break? Maybe I don't even need to say goodbye to them. He pulled out a cigarette. If they find out I disappeared, there's a high chance Bong Cheon will just turn back into a piece of trash. Suddenly, his voice boomed, shattering the moment. God damn it. Didn't I tell you that if you did that one more time, I'd kill you? Fine, then I'll just kill you. Die! He kicked his wife. You have to die here today, and then I'll die too. Damn it. Today, everyone in this house is going to drink poison and die. Meanwhile, Min Seo was dying in a puddle on the floor. It looked like someone had drowned him. Na Hwa-jin rushed in to find Bong Cheon, standing tall in the middle of the room, with two bodies lying limp on the floor. Na Hwa-jin assessed the scene, then stepped forward. You still haven't changed your ways, even after all this. It's not like that. Na Hwa-jin checked the boy first. Did you call the ambulance yet? The man looked a bit bewildered because Na Hwa-jin hadn't immediately started beating him. The boy will be fine. Thank goodness he's still breathing. He's been like this before, so I know he'll wake up soon. Na Hwa-jin checked Miso's pulse, ignoring the man's excuses. He dialed a number. Hello? I have an emergency case here. Dong Cheon was instantly terrified. He'll open his eyes in a bit. Why? Na Hwa-jin continued. His mother abused him, and he was held underwater, so they both passed out. He yanked the man's arm away, and the father is the one putting the child's life in danger. Na Hwa-jin landed a punch on the man. His frail, twitchy body looked like a drug addict's. How could he even take a punch like that? He collapsed to the floor. I get that you're panicking, so calling an ambulance didn't cross your mind, right? Na Hwa-jin mocked. Furious, he clenched his fist. But why did you try to stop me from calling for help? Are you scared that if we get to the hospital, the child abuse will be exposed? Damn it, has the twisted mentality of being a father rotted your brain that badly? Dong Cheon wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and stumbled to his feet. This is all your fault. The man charged at him. If you weren't such a jerk, the boy wouldn't have been pushed underwater like that. Na Hwa-jin grabbed him by the head and slammed him to the floor. You're in the wrong and you're still running your mouth? Even now, you're still making excuses? You're truly hopeless. Just as he was about to swing another punch to punish him, the man panicked and pointed at the unconscious woman. Wait, it wasn't me. It was her. I didn't do anything to the kid. She's the one who held him underwater. He rambled on about how Mintz coughing up blood, or the toy car he bought for Mintz breaking, were all her doing. Then, a flashback of his past followed. At 20, my life was completely ruined because of this kid. And I wasn't the only one who felt that way. Even though I hit him a few times when I couldn't control my temper, Miso's mother went way too far. She would relentlessly beat her own flesh and blood. Why don't you listen to your mother? Why? Dong Cheon finally couldn't take it and warned her. You crazy woman, you made Minsei cough up blood. Even if you're angry, there's a limit. Do you want him dead? She just replied nonchalantly, it's fine. That won't kill him. Before he could make sense of anything, she lifted her hair to reveal a wound on the back of her head. Look, I'm still doing fine, right? Compared to my old man, I'm going easy on him. That was when I realized my wife had been abused since she was a child. The reason we were kicked out of the house was that her father found out she was pregnant and chased us with a knife, trying to kill us both. Dong Cheon froze. Then, he placed both hands on her shoulders. Then, let's do this. From now on, don't you touch the kid anymore. If you're frustrated with him, just tell me. I'll handle Miso's discipline. Then came a series of things he did to his son. If Minsei spilled his rice, he would flip the tray and refuse to feed the boy. While he played games, the boy wasn't allowed to move an inch. Even when the boy was covered in bruises or was begging with his hands clasped, he said, I had no other choice. So I had to discipline Mintz before his mother killed him for annoying her. It was the only way I could keep this family together. Hearing his sickening story, Na Hwa-jin immediately punched him. I knew you'd find some twisted way to justify hitting the kid, but I never thought you'd come up with such a ridiculous story. A truly pathetic tale, and you even call that keeping the family together? He grabbed him by the collar. If you really cared about your family, you wouldn't have done that hellish stuff. You just chose to sacrifice a child. I know why you chose that path. You just find them annoying. Because hitting a child who is weak and has no voice is easier than dealing with a depressed adult wife. Isn't it? That's just the easiest way for you. Didn't I tell you before? Parents abusing their children just to make things easier for themselves is animal husbandry, not education. Na Hwa-jin delivered another blow. You two have no right to raise that child. A moment later, the paramedics arrived. Where is the victim? They only saw a man punching the victim. Na Hwa-jin was thrown behind bars. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Such a pathetic guy. Jeon-san Jeoi Kang-suk arrived after seeing Hanseo and Jaeon return home. The father said, Please forgive Dad, kids. The kindergarten teacher's gentle voice told the end of the story to Mince, who was lying in a hospital bed. And so, Hanseo and Jaeon returned to their family, and they lived happily ever after. But the boy didn't seem too excited about the teacher's story. He sat up and asked, "Teacher, when are my mom and dad coming?" His innocent, naive eyes looked up at the teacher. "I'm not in pain anymore. I can go home now. Why aren't my mom and dad coming to pick me up yet?" The teacher smiled softly and patted his head. "Mince, for the time being, your mom and dad won't be able to come." Her face was filled with sorrow for this innocent child, because his parents were still not ready to raise Mince. On the day Mince's family was taken in the ambulance, the doctor discovered signs of abuse and immediately reported it to the police. At the station, Mince's mother didn't say a word. Mince's father confirmed to the police everything he had done to Mince over the past time. Mince's parents were temporarily detained on charges of child abuse. The two of them were held in separate locations, waiting for the court's verdict. Meanwhile, at the Education Protection Bureau, "Here you go, kid." Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-suk gave Na Hwa-jin a pack of cigarettes. He sighed. "I didn't expect your brat to be this lucky. It's fortunate that the victim agreed to an unconditional settlement, so we were able to resolve it quietly. Were you planning to tell the whole world about everything that happened? Reporters are good at sniffing things out, so be careful." Na Hwa-jin just replied, "A lot of places already see our Education Protection Bureau as an eyesore anyway. Besides, this can't go on forever, can it?" He looked at Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-suk. "Didn't the director say that from the beginning? The Education Protection Bureau won't last long, because if we're even a little negligent, this organization will be targeted and disbanded immediately. So, don't worry about what others think, and just do what you want." Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-suk was speechless. But this case falls under someone else's jurisdiction. Na Hwa-jin quickly admitted his fault. "I know. I overstepped my bounds." Mr. Jeon Sanjeoi Kang-suk was speechless. But this case falls under another jurisdiction. Na Hwa-jin quickly admitted, "I know. I overstepped. I've always believed in giving people a second chance if they've messed up. But if they refuse to change, then they deserve to face the consequences." But this time, the victim was everything to Minso. The poor kid was bawling, begging for his parents, and the teacher didn't know what to do. Na Hwa-jin sighed. Feeling the weight of it all, it was truly, incredibly difficult. 6 months later, the couple stood before the judge for their sentencing. John was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months in prison, while the husband, Go Dong-chol, received a 6-month suspended sentence. He was also placed under a temporary restraining order for child abuse. The trial ended on a somber note. Minso, he can finally run and play freely with his friends now. The bright smile on his face could melt the coldest winter, but Dong-chol, he could only watch the boy from afar before turning to walk away. Suddenly, Minso caught a glimpse of a familiar silhouette. Perhaps it was that instinct in his blood that made him recognize his father. The boy ran after him, even as the man tried to walk faster. "Dad, don't go." Minso tripped and burst into tears. Dong-cheol couldn't help himself. He turned back and asked, "Minso, is it better here than at home? You have friends now and nobody hits you. I've been a terrible father to you, so why would you still want to follow me?" The boy just blinked and nodded. "Minso, I'm a really bad dad. I shouldn't even be showing my face to you. If anyone saw me with you, Minso, I'd end up back in jail." He took off his mask and hat, speaking with a firm, steady voice. "So, if I become a better father, and the authorities allow me to raise you, then I'll definitely come back for you. I promise." The two Pinky promised, sharing a happy smile. Na Hwa-jin watched from a distance, finally at peace as he walked away. In a different scene, a mother knocked on her son's bathroom door. "Son, how long are you planning to stay in there? Come out and eat." "What's wrong? He's still not out?" "Right, and he won't answer me either." She stepped aside. "Let me go check." "The door's locked. Give me the key." "Lee Nam-sung-guk. Your mom is calling you. Answer her." They forced the door open, only to find the bathtub overflowing and blood splattered all over the floor. The two of them panicked, shouting at each other to call an ambulance. Inside the room, the computer screen lit up with messages flooding in like a death sentence. The parents were in total chaos, calling out for their boy. On the screen, the words, "The devil," returns flashed, signaling something terrible was about to happen. Right now, Lee Nam-sung-guk was sitting alone in a room, empty with 4 walls closing in. In front of him, a picture was hanging on the wall. He seemed incredibly anxious, his whole body trembling. His face was etched with such deep fear and worry that he was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes staring blankly into the void. A moment later, a female teacher opened the door and called him. "Student Lee Nam-sung-guk, it's time." She gently guided him to the room. "Go in." Hearing that, he stood up and followed her. As soon as he stepped through the door, he felt a suffocating tension that took his breath away. Facing Nam Sang-guk were many people casting looks that were far from friendly. The School Violence Review Committee. The scene shifts. Rock, paper, scissors is the fairest game in the world. Memories came flooding back. Nam Sang-guk was playing with another student. Unfortunately, he lost. And that brat slapped him hard across the face. No hesitation. Nam Sang-guk kept playing along with them. Rock, paper, scissors. The other guy threw rock, he threw scissors, the victory went to the other side. Once again, he struck Nam Sang-guk across the face. Each time, the force grew stronger. He was clearly in agony. The next time, the guy shouted, "Rock, paper, scissors." But this time, Nam Sang-guk won. He threw paper, and the guy threw rock. He slowly pulled his hand back and lowered his voice. "Oh, I lost?" Seeing that, he looked terrified and replied, "Right. Rock, paper, scissors is a game where I can win or lose." The atmosphere grew stifling and tense. It wasn't like what Nam Sang-guk had thought, that if the guy lost, he would stop hitting him. But this guy's true nature said no. He kept relentlessly beating him up. This caused Nam Sang-guk to fall hard onto the floor. "If I lose, I get slapped. If I win, I get punched." The guy's face as he leaned in was truly terrifying. His smile lacked any shred of humanity, and his eyes looked like he wanted to swallow him whole, right then and there. "But why don't I feel happy when I beat you? Rock, paper, scissors is a completely unfair game in the relationship between me and Hong Song-hak, and this unjust game didn't just happen to me." Another student in class was playing a game, looking very focused. But that moment of joy didn't last long before Song-hak crushed it. He grabbed the console out of his hands in an instant, held it up, and said bluntly, "I'm borrowing this for 35 years, okay?" The student didn't offer any resistance and just sat there watching him steal it. Suddenly, another large, muscular student dared to stand up and speak his mind. "Hey, Hong Song-hak." His voice made him look over. His face was full of indignation and frustration for the other classmates being bullied by him at school. "Why the hell do you think you can bully everyone in this class?" He continued. "Don't you get tired of playing this bullying game since middle school?" Even though he was hit with the truth, Song-hak's expression didn't show a hint of remorse. He just kept that cold, emotionless mask on. He thought he looked cool, smirking, but no one in this school could touch him, because he shouted loudly, "If you're so good, come fight me." As soon as the words left his mouth, another guy with curly hair appeared behind him, ready to smash a chair right over his head. Shortly after it happened, he was smashed by the chair, screaming out in sheer misery and pain. Song-hak grinned with delight. The boy collapsed, clutching his head while screaming. His whole body was shaking, and mingling with his screams was the raucous laughter of the other guys under Song-hak's command. One of them said, "Fight what? Seeing who can scream louder? You psycho." Then, they kept kicking him, mercilessly. "Kick him until he dies." They were Kim Gwan, Hong, Moon Tae-soo, and Han Sung-gyu, the three dogs who always blindly followed Song-hak's orders. Even so, many people still stood on my side because our suffering continued after hours. After school, the sky turned a dark shade of blue, and the buildings began to light up. At a rest stop, Song-hak and a few other girls and playboys were sitting around laughing and messing around. They were using other students they bullied as their chairs. A girl in a pink jacket, with light brown hair, said excitedly, "Ah, this seat is so comfy." Song-hak always brought us along when he went out. Someone else said, "Hey, is your seat a massage chair? Why is it shaking so much?" The student being treated like a massage chair was probably exhausted from their inhumane, violent abuse. So he was sweating like a fountain and trembling uncontrollably. Especially when he hung out with the girls, they didn't hesitate to try bizarre games on their victim. Now it was time for the punching bag game. The girl with the tan skin beamed as she kicked the student in the stomach. With that 10-point combo, the boy jolted in agony. He used us like props to show off to the girls. We were just toys for them to humiliate without being able to speak out about the school violence. They laughed and mocked the students they bullied, like it was just entertainment, meant to amuse them. But the most terrifying thing I had to endure was shifting to the classroom. Song-hak, with his flashy pink hair, nonchalantly sat on Nam Sang-guk's desk, chatting flirtatiously with his loyal little lapdog. "Hey, I met a virgin yesterday." The words he spat out were stomach-churning. Then he bragged about how damn good she was. It made his pack of loyal dogs drool with excitement. Sang-guk sat at his desk, unable to even listen to the things they were saying. It was truly beyond what he could imagine. "You guys caught that, right?" Suddenly, he slammed his hand down hard on the desk and yelled, "Right, Guk?" He looked like a full-blown junkie. his cheekbones sunken, eyes dark and bruised. He said, "Virgins are the best, right?" The horror of him saying that made Sang-guk's heart drop. He lowered his voice, ordering, "Repeat after me." It was like he was possessed by a demon. His behavior, already trashy, was now beyond depraved. He repeated the phrase, then screamed, "Virgins are the best." He didn't dare say a word, his mouth clamped shut. Virgin was his mother's name. Under the intense pressure, he finally cracked and said the horrific phrase, "Virgins are the best." He forced a bitter, hollow smile to get through it. In that moment, I made up my mind to kill him. You ask if I thought about telling the school? Do you not watch the news? Even if I told the teachers, they'd just bury the case anyway. He opened the news on his computer, reading in shock. I thought that's how it would be. The screen displayed info about abolishing the Autonomous Committee on School Violence for each school and establishing a School Violence Countermeasure Deliberation Committee. He sat at his computer, his heart full of mixed emotions. Last year, the law protecting educators' rights was amended, so the individual school committees were abolished. In their place, a School Violence Countermeasure Deliberation Committee was established under the management of the Office of Education, along with experts like lawyers and so on. Seeing this news, he felt like he'd found a glimmer of hope. This committee didn't fall under school management. If that's the case, I can try. In his hand, he held a paper listing the crimes and the disciplinary actions for all the guys who had abused him all this time. Nam Sang-guk read aloud, voice full of disbelief. Only the ringleader, Hong Song-hak, gets a 5-day suspension? The others just have to write apology letters and receive special education? Are you kidding me? Is this the disciplinary standard for the new committee? Hong Song-hak's cruel acts were only rated 10 to 12 points by the committee. A moment later, the bullies came over and threw the apology letters in Nam Sang-guk's face. There was no remorse at all. He stood there, frozen. The gang chimed in. "Here's your apology letter. Sorry for treating you like a dog all this time, huh?" They started acting up and treating it like a big joke. Song-hak turned around, giving him a devilish stare. He only got 12 points, even though the maximum was 20. It's like getting a 60 on a test when the total is 100. He was so helpless he just stared at them with wide eyes, his face pale as a sheet. He was completely paralyzed on the spot. Those judges hadn't just graded the case, they'd graded my suffering. Now I understand why there are so many perpetrators, like Hong Song-hak, and victims like me in this country. Because to the adults, this is just a 60-point problem. Even though I reported this to the Education Rights Protection Bureau before I died, I bet they wouldn't care about this 60-point case. Nam Sang-guk, in a state of exhaustion and despair, lay in a hospital bed. He slowly opened his eyes and saw his mother crying right beside him. She said, "Nam Sang-guk," she sobbed as she hugged her poor son. "Why did you do it? Why?" 2 lines of tears streamed down her face, never ending. She choked out, "If something was wrong, you should have told me." It wasn't until much later that I learned if I really wanted to die, I should have slit my wrists vertically and soaked them in water for 8 hours, not horizontally. The look on Nam Sang-guk's face as his mother pulled him into a hug was cold, hollow, and vacant. His lips were completely chapped, and his eyes were staring into some empty void, deep in depression. Even while held in his mother's arms, all I could think about was suicide. His body looked severely malnourished, like a withered plant dying from lack of water. After a moment, he regained a bit of his senses and said to his mother, "Mom, my phone." His mother got him his phone and said, "Stay here and wait for me. I'm going to call the doctor." On Sang-guk's phone, the search bar only showed the words, "How to die." While scrolling, a notification suddenly popped up for Nam Sang-guk. He opened it, and his expression changed in an instant. His eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Finally, he called out to his mother, "Mom," and then tears welled up in his eyes before he even realized it. "I won't do it again, I promise," he sobbed, his face a mess of tears and snot, choking out the words, "I won't kill myself again." He was so overjoyed that his tears dripped onto his phone screen without him even noticing. As he watched, his crying grew louder, and the image of his text message appeared on the screen. Someone had sent him a photo of the bully, Hong Song-hak, who had been tormenting him. In the picture, the punk had been beaten to a pulp by a gorgeous young woman. Attached to the message was a note about the Protection Bureau dealing with that jerk, Hong Song-hak. He was finally getting what he deserved after all the atrocious things he'd done to so many students. The homeroom teacher handed Hong Song-hak a stack of documents and said to him, "So, your suspension ends today, right? You've reflected on your actions, haven't you, Hong Song-hak?" The teacher continued, his face twisted in annoyance. "This is the special education manual and the rules you need to follow." Hong Song-hak took the papers, reading them while listening to the teacher's lecture. If you do this one more time, you'll be charged for school violence. And at that point, there will be nothing left for you. Hong Song-hak grinned, his eyes squinting, and replied firmly, "You don't need to worry about that, sir." Thwack, thwack. Consecutive sounds of a rod striking skin echoed as two male students knelt on the ground. Hong Song-hak stood behind them, smoking, while watching his lackeys perform their training session on the rooftop. The vow he had just made to the homeroom teacher earlier rang in his ears. I won't bully them anymore. Indeed. A dog will always be a dog. It can never turn into a human. Looking at that smug face, high as if he were on drugs, it was clear that Hong Song-hak had already completely forgotten his bullshit promise. But that empty vow kept echoing, only highlighting how truly pathetic and scummy he really was. Because I've already reflected on my actions, you see. Meanwhile, at a different time, when Go Jong-chon was about to beat his son, Na Hwa-jin, as if he had supernatural senses, was still sitting at home and managed to shout just in time, "Jong-chon, stop." Na Hwa-jin was currently holding his phone to his shoulder while using both hands to open a bottle of Coke. The person on the other end of the line heard him mention the strange name and asked, "Jong-chon? Who is this Jong-chon?" Na Hwa-jin was just about to answer, "Ah, him," when a voice, sweet and crisp from the phone, cut him off and launched into a long rant. "Anyway, I've already selected the important cases and emailed them to you. I am so sorry to bother you during your vacation, but I really didn't know which one to pick. So could you give me some advice?" Han-rim was buried in work, busy with the piles of files sent over. To get through all of this, she would need to sprout 3 heads and 6 arms. Every time she looked at a file, Han-rim became even more furious. She kept reading while cursing, holding the phone close so Na Hwa-jin could hear too. "This little brat is nothing but an arrogant punk. And this little shit, I have to tear him apart. Oh my god, I should chain this bastard up and smash him for 3 days and 3 nights just to feel satisfied." Her anger reached a boiling point. She tore the files into tiny shreds and screamed, "Ah! Why is South Korea so rotten? Even Satan would be crying and flooding the place, because there's no room left for these scumbags." But contrary to Han-rim's crazed state, Na Hwa-jin just calmly said, "You decide for yourself." Na Hwa-jin folded his laptop, his voice still measured as he analyzed the situation for his colleague. "Fair enough. Even though I was sent here by the military, in reality, I am an official supervisor for the Protection Bureau, the Education Rights Bureau," he added, leisurely lighting a cigarette, continuing his advice. "So, you have to learn how to judge things on your own. If you want my advice, I can only say that the Protection Bureau isn't just about saving teachers and students who are suffering." Every single word, Na Hwa-jin patiently laid out his true thoughts for Han-rim. No matter how much authority a supervisor has, if it's just the two of us, the number of people we can save is just a drop in the ocean. Therefore, our activity isn't just about helping the victims. We also have to show society the dark side that exists within the school environment. Finally, he nailed it home. That is our true purpose. Han-rim was stunned. She hung up the phone, then tilted her head back to look at the ceiling, reflecting on what Na Hwa-jin had just said. She repeated it to herself. "I have to let society know. No matter what the case is, that's so hard. I'm not some kind of genius." Han-rim felt annoyed again thinking about the mountain of files on her desk. She said wearily, "Regardless, why does this damn school violence happen so often?" Back to the familiar scene on the rooftop. Sun Chung was being put in a chokehold by someone. His face turned a deep, choked red, and his eyes began to glaze over. Yet, that arm refused to let him go. Kim Gwan-hong was in front, holding a phone, filming the scene where Hong Song-hak was using all his might to lock Sun Chung's neck. Moon Tae-soo, on the side, was timing it on his phone and suddenly shouted, "Over 40 seconds already." He continued to commentate like a sports announcer. Will athlete Hong Song-hak manage to pass the 1-minute mark? While Sun Chung's eyes rolled back, he finally lost consciousness from the lack of air. Only then did Hong Song-hak let go. At the same time, Moon, Tae-soo and Kim Gwan-hong cheered. 51 seconds. Athlete Hong Song-hak has set a new record. The one-sided fight was over, but Moon Tae-soo kept commenting, "But athlete Hong Song-hak, it seems like you've gotten a bit weaker. Huh. I think you're about a second or two slower than before." Hong Song-hak put a cigarette to his lips and cursed, "Damn it. It's just 'cause I haven't done anything for a whole week. That's why." Suddenly, from a distance, some girl stood with her hands on her hips and screamed right in his face, "Hey, Hong Song-hak, you really are beyond saving." The girl pointed at Hong Song-hak and hollered, "You just let go and he already passed out. You're absolute trash. How can you do something like that?" Just like a pancake being flipped, She turned 180 degrees, ran over, and plopped her butt down onto Sun Chung, acting thrilled as she said, "How dare you do that to my comfortable sofa, huh? Ah, it's so comfy." I thought she was a good person, but it turns out she's just a piece of shit sitting there. Hong Song-hak had to look at this girl out of the corner of his eye. He didn't know what kind of face to make at her. The bratty girl, with a vape in her mouth, asked, "So, you've got some high-up backing, Hong Song-hyuk? Nam Sang-guk already exposed everything you did. How in the hell did you only get a 5-day suspension? If that were me, I'd have been expelled already." Hong Seong-hyuk curled his lip and replied crudely, "Backing, my ass. When that geezer, my dad, was bawling his eyes out, all I had to do was step in front of the committee." He reached down and grabbed his crotch. Pretending he had something to whip out, he shouted, "You hear that, Hong?" I just put on my best pathetic face and wailed, "I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. I'll change." His two cronies roared with laughter. "Ke, ke, ke." The girl next to them sneered, "That's so gross." As if fueled by her attention, Hong Song-hyuk kept making stuff up. All I had to do was spin around, sobbing like a baby, and it was game over. Hong Song-hyuk used every muscle in his face to mimic the judge who presided over his case. The investigation results indicate that the student caused enough physical and emotional harm to the victim to constitute school violence. Not stopping there, Hong Song-hyuk kept piling on the lies as he spoke. Because of that, the committee deemed it a very serious matter and recommended the heavy punishment of a 5-day suspension, 10-10-10. The sleazy, disgusting story successfully made the girl laugh her head off. "Ha ha ha. Really? Is that true?" the girl asked, laughing while saying, "A 5-day suspension. That really is heavy. Ha, ha, ha." Hearing the girl mocking him, Hong Song-hyuk snapped, "What the hell are you laughing at?" "It is heavy, obviously," he smirked and added, "A good, innocent student like me, banned from school for a whole week." "Ha, ha," the girl chimed in. "Oh my god, I'm dying. K. Meanwhile, Sun Jung lay face down on the ground, hearing them treat his suffering like a joke. He was filled with resentment, but was too terrified to fight back, just trembling as he cried silently. Out in the school hallway, a group of male and female students were laughing and chattering. Someone shouted, "School's out. Hong Seong-hyuk is back. We gotta go all out today." A girl with long hair clung to him, asking, "Where are we going, Seong-hyuk?" The girl with short hair next to her quickly proposed, "Let's do karaoke for the first round and a club for the second. Hee hee." But Hong Sung-hyuk made a lecherous face and replied, "We've got to go pick up our VIP guest first, don't we?" The two girls had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Then, Hong Sung-hyuk looked up toward the upper floor and yelled in a sickeningly sweet tone, "Nam Sang-guk, my dear Guk, I missed you so much. I've been dreaming about you day and night." After saying that, he turned back to his friends to show off. "Right? I love Guk that much." Everyone laughed. "Oh, stop it. Ha ha ha." From behind, a figure walked up and barked, "Hey, Hong Song-hyuk." The homeroom teacher furrowed his brows, jaw set tight, and pointed straight at Hong Song-hyuk, shouting, "Didn't I tell you this morning? You're supposed to attend special education after school." The teacher continued, raising his voice. "The instructor is already at the gym. Get over there now. If you don't complete this special education, you're going to be fined 3 million won. You hear me?" Hong Song-hyuk and his 3 goons had to give up on their fun, dragging their feet toward the gym, grumbling and complaining the whole way. "We already wrote our apology letters. Why the hell do we still have to do this special ed crap?" Han Sung-hyuk complained. "The South Korean education system is a total pigsty." Moon Tae-soo seemed bored out of his mind. He kept yawning. "Gah!" In the distance, a silhouette was waiting for them. Seeing that the ones they were waiting for had finally arrived, the person spoke up. "Hello." Hearing that voice, Hong Sung-hyuk's boredom vanished instantly. He thought to himself, "Oh, which angel does this voice belong to?" The person turned around, holding a wooden practice sword, and introduced herself. "I am Im Han-rim, your special education instructor." She continued her introduction. "The purpose of this lesson is to help you understand what you have caused your victims." But their eyes were fixed on her chest. They flushed, whispering, "Oh, wow, she's hot. Long live the Republic of Korea." Im Han-rim didn't seem to notice their lecherous gazes directed at her body. She slowly continued, "So that you never commit school violence again." Finally, Im Han-rim threatened, "If you don't cooperate, I will extend the training time. So, you'd better behave yourselves." Hearing that, Hong Song-hyuk smirked. An idea had clearly just popped into his head. Hong Seong-hyuk stepped close to Im Han-rim and asked, "Miss, I think you've got it all wrong. He put on his most punchable face and teased. Im-hun Rim. Ha, ha, ha. I'll gladly be a bad student if it means spending more time with someone like you. It seemed Hong Seong-hyuk didn't check his horoscope today. He'd managed to piss off our resident big sister immediately. With eyes full of killing intent, Im-hun Rim ignored the animalistic words coming from Hong Seong-hyuk and threw a punch straight at his face. She gave a mysterious smile and said, "Since today is the first lesson, let's keep it light and play a game of rock, paper, scissors, shall we?" Hong Seong-hyuk felt like he'd hit the jackpot. He smiled gently. The game began. Both shouted, "Rock, paper, scissors." Hong Seong-hyuk threw rock, while Im-hun Rim threw paper. The result was clear. Hong Seong-hyuk pretended to be hurt, pulling his hand back, and said, "Ah, I accidentally won. I guess I'm just too good at this." He continued to play it cool. "What's my prize, miss? Are you going to give me your phone number? Or maybe your measurements?" Im-hun Rim's face, by now, looked no different from a wicked witch in a fairy tale. She recalled her phone call with Na Hwa-jin regarding her decision. "The committee's punishment is as light as a feather?" Na Hwa-jin asked while eating noodles. "Is that why you decided to take this case?" Im-hun Rim's voice from the phone explained. "I thought about it all day." Then, she compared it to something else. "This is just like bicycle theft, you know?" Na Hwa-jin was slightly surprised. "Bicycles?" Im-hun Rim, sitting on her bed, thought as she explained, "Our country's security is so good that even if you leave your backpack on the street, no one will take it. So why are there still so many bicycle thieves?" She concluded, "That's because people have a special bias when it comes to bicycles. Even if their bike gets stolen, they just think it's no big deal." Finally, she wrapped it up. School violence is exactly the same. Wham! A sudden punch landed right on Hong Seong-hyuk's face before he could even dodge. His three cronies were left with their mouths agape at the spectacular sight, and so were the students passing by. Hong Seong-hyuk's eyes widened as he snapped his head back, only to be slammed face first into the ground. He didn't even have time to register what the hell was happening. Im-hun Rim leaned in, mercifully explaining, "Lose, and you get a slap. Win, and you get a punch." She then grabbed his hair, yanking his head back to reveal his face, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Im-hun Rim continued coldly. "First lesson of special education. You need to reflect on your own mistakes." Instantly, she locked Hong Seong-hyuk's neck in a chokehold. Im-hun Rim thought to herself, "I'm going to crush this pathetic mindset of yours." She was determined to prove that school violence wouldn't be forgiven so easily. Using his own bullying tactics against him, she restrained him, shooting him a menacing glare. "What's next? Fainting, right?" Im-hun Rim tightened her grip, her eyes piercing into him like daggers. Hong Seong-hyuk struggled against her iron hold. His eyes filled with pure terror as he trembled, thinking, "Is this woman insane? Why? Why is everyone gathering around?" Whispers rippled through the crowd. "Isn't that someone from the Education Rights Protection Bureau?" "Oh, you're right. That red-haired girl is Im-hun Rim." A few mischievous students cheered. "Awesome. She's here to deal with Hong Seong-hyuk. I didn't think the Bureau would actually keep an eye on that bastard." Hong Seong-hyuk's face turned pale. Seeing the look of cold authority in Im-hun Rim's eyes, he realized who she was. "She's from the Protection Bureau?" He cursed under his breath, stunned. What the hell? Since when does the Bureau hire women? He clearly hadn't been keeping up with the news. He squinted at Im-hun Rim, eyeing her with suspicion. "The Education Protection Bureau, did that rat Nam Sang-guk report me to them?" Driven by desperation, he decided to take a gamble. He reached up, grabbing the arm that was choking him. Taken by surprise, Im-hun Rim paused, staring at his arm, thinking, "Such a grip. Now's my chance." He squeezed her wrist hard, feeling a sick sense of triumph. But internally, he mocked, "Oh, Sang-guk, you poor, pathetic thing. If your family had any real power, you wouldn't be in this mess," he sneered, clearly enjoying the thought. "That's why you had to crawl to this woman, right? But life isn't a fairy tale." Just as he thought he could break free, Im-hun Rim quickly tightened her hold around his neck, giving him no chance to counter. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. "Wait, no, if I try harder, I can still get out of this." But then, he abruptly abandoned that thought. Confused, he wondered, why does this actually feel kind of good? He started to imagine all sorts of twisted scenarios. Is this the pleasure people keep talking about? Im-hun Rim held the lock for a moment longer before letting go. Hong Seong-hyuk collapsed like a rag doll, lying motionless on the ground. Exhausted and cold, she looked down at her opponent, then cast a brief, annoyed glance at her own arm, where he had just gripped her. She rubbed her bruised arm with a sigh and smiled coldly, warning the others, take him as a warning. A while later, Hong Song-hak was hauled away. In a different spot, a loud cry rang out. His friends looked at him in a panic. Hey, Hong Song-hak, are you dead? Wake up, you idiot. They shook him violently. Annoyed by the noise, he groggily opened his eyes and suddenly burst out laughing. Hong Song-hak clutched his stomach, rolling around. Ha ha ha. What the hell? Why are your faces all swollen? His friends answered helplessly. We had to play rock, paper, scissors while you were passed out. We all ended up getting beaten until we blacked out, too. That lady packs a punch, Kim Guan-hong said, covering his face in shame. And I didn't know girls could hit that hard. Moon Tae-soo added, pouting. When I finally won against her, I got punched so hard my soul almost left my body. Han Sang-hyuk chimed in, frustrated. The worst part is that those nerds recorded the whole thing at the gym. Hong Song-hak jolted upright. His friends continued calmly. They're saying on social media that she's an ex-Special Forces agent. Damn it, what are we supposed to do now? Hearing them, Hong Song-hak snapped. If you're as stupid as you act, just shut the hell up. He scoffed, wiping his nose. Special Forces my ass, she's just a woman, isn't she? After leaving the hospital, the whole group walked home, discussing the incident. You felt pleasure when she choked you? Are you sure? Moon Tae-soo cried out in shock. Damn, you really are a total pervert. Hong Song-hak brushed it off shyly. You guys should try it sometime. I guarantee you won't be able to resist it. I feel like I've been enlightened. Suddenly, Moon Tae-soo's phone buzzed. He opened a message and couldn't hide his surprise. Whoa, have you guys seen this? The group crowded around, curious. Hong Song-hak narrowed his eyes, skimming the lines of text on the screen. Moon Tae-soo explained, this is the Nam Sang-guk fan chat group. Hong Song-hak stared intently at a photo in the chat, along with the vicious messages. The Protection Bureau finally dealt with Hong Song-hak. I knew that dog would get what was coming to him. She really is the embodiment of justice. Kim Guan-hong bristled with anger, cursing. Do those bastards not know we're in this group too? Moon Tae-soo frowned, feeling genuinely annoyed. This is so irritating. Is this what they call a lame duck? The phone screen kept lighting up with messages, like a whirlwind surrounding Nam Sang-guk. Things like, Sang-guk is the light of our school. You did great, Sang-guk. You don't have to keep holding back for them anymore. That's right. Nam Sang-guk has suffered enough. Hong Song-hak smirked, laughing out loud. Yeah, they must be having the time of their lives, right? His phone trembled in his hand. He squeezed it in anger, snarling. If they're so happy, then the one who called the bureau, Nam Sang-guk, should strip naked and dance for us to celebrate too. The group looked at each other, confused. Just thinking about that is painful. Hong Song-hak looked up at the sky, gloating. Just the thought of our beloved Sang-guk being so happy right now, I can't stand it. Night fell, and the city was swallowed by a sea of lights. Amidst the hurried traffic, a green taxi sped through the busy streets. Sang-guk and his mother sat in the back. She looked at him with gentle eyes. Nam Sang-guk, dear, you can stay at the hospital for a few more days if you need to. He replied dutifully, I'm fine, Mom. He flashed a bright smile and said innocently, because now I don't have to worry about anything anymore. With eyes sparkling, he boldly declared, I'm going back to school tomorrow. I want to go as soon as possible. His mother looked over with a relieved expression. After a while, the taxi pulled up to an apartment complex, and the two stepped out. Nam Sang-guk's mother suddenly had something to do and told him, I need to buy some things. You head up to the apartment first, okay? He obeyed and stepped into the elevator. With some free time, he took out his phone and swiped his finger across the screen, eyes fixated on the text. The messages hit him hard. Nam Sang-guk, thank you, and I'm sorry. You were so brave, yet Sang-guk curled his lips into a satisfied smile. He happily replied to the message, It's all right, Sun Jung. You've suffered a lot all this time too. Now that everything is over, let's have a happy school life together from now on. Just then, the elevator reached its floor, dinged, and slowly slid open. The Hong Song-hak gang had been waiting. As the doors opened, he stood there with a cigarette in his mouth, saying, oh look, Sang-guk. He was stunned, eyes wide, thinking, how did they find me so fast? A hand reached out and clamped tightly onto his throat, pinning him against the wall. They quickly shoved him back into the elevator and pressed a floor number. Hong Song-hak playfully picked up Nam Sang-guk's phone and asked, where do you think you're going? In a mocking tone. The chat screen with Sun Jung from earlier appeared. Hong Song-hak sarcastically teased, it's all right, Sun Jung. You've suffered a lot all this time too. Now that everything is over, let's have a happy school life together. He read it out loud while intentionally mimicking the tone, then burst out laughing. Hehehe, look at these lunatics. Is this the ending of some cheap porno? Huh. Terrified to the core, Sang Guk stood frozen in place, his body trembling. Sensing his fear, Hong Song-hak excitedly stood up, pressed his body against him, and mocked. Oh, Nam Sang-guk, seems like you still don't understand who you're dealing with, huh? He threw an arm around him, his voice raspy as he hissed into his ear. I don't care about protection agencies or the police coming after me for school bullying. I don't care if I get expelled or end up in a juvenile detention center. The air grew stifling, leaving only his ragged breathing and eyes full of hatred. You think a piece of trash like you can mess with me? Damn it. I can't take this anymore. Just then, the elevator dinged and stopped at the first floor. The metal doors slowly slid open. A figure was silhouetted behind the doors. Not knowing what was happening, Hong Song-hak smirked and intentionally pulled Nam Sang-guk's arm, mocking, Hey, why are your wrists bandaged up? He laughed, amused. Is this some new trend? The figure of Im Han-rim slowly emerged. She stared, shocked at everything unfolding before her. The Hong Song-hak gang was startled and panicked. Hey, why is she here? Immediately, Im Han-rim dropped the papers in her hand and furiously lunged at them, delivering a straight kick right into Hong Song-hak's stomach. He screamed in pain. Im Han-rim quickly reached out and pressed the button for the top floor. Her finger tapped the number 11. The elevator doors shut immediately. Im Han-rim narrowed her eyes, her tone aggressive. I guessed you guys would come here for revenge, so I came to protect the victim. She glared at them with a look of pure contempt. But I absolutely never imagined. You'd dare to do this on the very first day. Im Han-rim continued, fuming. Are you trying to play with me, or are you just brainless? As soon as she finished, Im Han-rim lunged at Hong Song-hak and punched him right in the cheek. Hong Song-hak groaned in pain. The correct answer is number 3. Im Han-rim stood there, blank-faced, not understanding what this brat in front of her was saying. Hong Song-hak smirked, stuck out his long tongue, and licked her fist, teasing her with delight. It's because your skin is so soft. Im Han-rim widened her eyes in shock. How can there be such a twisted freak in the world? She smirked derisively. Soft, huh? Just then, the bell rang, and the number 11 glowed brightly on the display. The elevator doors slid open slowly. Im Han-rim said, annoyed. What did you just say? Soft? Hong Song-hak chuckled, looking incredibly taunting, and tightened his grip on her arm, challenging her. So what if I did? Are you unhappy? As he spoke, he squeezed her arm tighter. If it's soft, I'll say it's soft. Is even that not allowed? The more he spoke, the more brazen he became. If you don't want to hear it anymore, find a way to get out of my grip yourself. He leaned in closer to Im Han-rim, calling her an arrogant bitch. She smirked with disdain, staring straight at him, then lowered her voice. Actually, I debated for a long time about doing this, because, after all, trash like you is still just a bunch of kids, so I didn't know how I should teach you a lesson. But it seems I don't need to worry about that anymore. At this point, Im Han-rim's eyes hardened, burning with disgust. The elevator suddenly stopped, showing the number 11 clearly on the control panel. As the doors opened, Im Han-rim stepped out slowly, not forgetting to add, Everyone, follow me to the roof. Fearless and reckless, the whole Hong Song-hak crew followed Im Han-rim up to the rooftop. They gossiped excitedly. Ha ha, calling us to the roof like this, don't tell me you're about to witness your own gruesome death, he said arrogantly. Is this your way of bullying others? Who do you think you are? Some gang leader. Nam Sang-guk stood behind them, hesitant. Do I have to be here too? Im Han-rim frowned, listening to Hong Song-hak ramble on. Whatever, just do whatever you want. Hurry up. I still have to go home, watch baseball, and get some sleep. I'm really curious to see which team wins today. Im Han-rim's gaze swept across every face before stopping, her steady voice ringing out. We will now begin the second special education class. Hong Song-hak called out, confused. Huh, at this hour? Ignoring him completely, Im Han-rim calmly continued. In the first period, you only got a taste of about 11% of the trouble you've caused. So, for this second period, Im Han-rim emphasized, you will have to kneel down and apologize. Hearing this, the whole group looked around in confusion, glancing back at Sang-guk with annoyed expressions. Im Han-rim's voice remained steady, until Sang-guk is satisfied, that is. Hearing his name, the boy flinched, trembling. No, no way. Im Han-rim continued. If you don't have Sang-guk's approval, you'll be kneeling here all night. Hong Song-hak arrogantly cut her off. Teacher, you don't need to do that. We already made up, didn't we? Im Han-rim looked confused and let out a, huh? He turned his back and growled. I think you're misunderstanding something. We came here to make up with Sang-guk, not to get revenge. Saying that, he stepped forward and put his arm around Nam Sang-guk, pretending to be close, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Right, Sang-guk?" The boy turned pale with fear at the threat. We already made up earlier, didn't we? You even said you'd forgive everything, didn't you, Nam Sang-guk? Nam Sang-guk trembled, sobbing in waves. Even with the protection agency staff right there, Hong Song-hak hadn't changed one bit. He looked at Im Han-rim with worry. Was he acting like this just because she was a woman? He clenched his fists, staring at Im Han-rim, struggling within himself. Am I going to have to live like this forever? Contradictory thoughts swirled in his mind, tormenting him. He stammered, "No." With the realization that if he didn't do anything, nothing would ever change, Nam Sang-guk gained courage. He looked straight into Hong Song-hak's eyes and said, "I never forgave you." He gripped his fists tightly, unable to hold back his sobbing. "If you were me, could you ever forgive this?" Hong Song-hak sneered, feeling insane. He clenched one fist, intending to use all his might to lunge at Nam Sang-guk. "Then die, you son of a beach!" A boot flew straight toward his cheek. Swift as lightning, Im Han-rim lunged in to deliver a strike. She smirked mockingly. "It's time for you to kneel, isn't it?" Cornered with no way out, Hong Song-hak gritted his teeth and cursed, "You two beaches are exactly the same." Showing no respect for her gender, Hong Song-hak swung hard at Im Han-rim. "You think I'll kneel?" Im Han-rim quickly dropped into a stance. She stepped back, anchoring herself. Hong Song-hak's fist felt like an iron weight, sending her stumbling back. Her hand swelled up from the impact. He gloated. "Wow, I barely hit you and you flew that far? Huh, did you think I wouldn't hit a girl?" He then reached up to rip the buttons off his chest. "I guess those cowards were scared because you're a special agent or something, huh?" He threw his uniform shirt aside and said, "All right, let's see it. Let me see what you've got." He shamelessly reached into his own shirt, touching himself, making a perverted face and licking his lips at Im Han-rim. "I might look like this, but I love working out. I've even fought 3 against 50. Im Han-rim remained silent, head bowed, listening to Hong Song-hak ramble. "So, go ahead and punch me. Let's see who dies first. With a girl's punch like yours, you could hit me all night, and it wouldn't even tickle." Hearing this, Im Han-rim smirked. Meanwhile, at a modest apartment, Na Hwa-jin was bored, bouncing a tennis ball against the wall while talking on the phone. The person on the other end was yelling, "When are you planning on coming back?" Na Hwa-jin rubbed his temples, his tone weary. "Why do I feel like I'm being stalked by a 70-year-old man?" He sighed dejectedly. "Do you really have to call me every single day just to feel better?" The man on the other end helplessly snapped. "You brat, that's not it." His tone shifted to worry, sounding anxious. "Aren't you worried about Im Han-rim at all?" Na Hwa-jin finally realized and asked hurriedly, "Wait, what happened to Sergeant Im Han-rim? Did something happen to her?" Joan Sanjiri Kang-sok frowned, looking at the documents in his hand. "The kids she has to handle this time are boys. She was originally there to handle cases involving female students. But because you're on leave, she's the one covering this whole situation. How can you not show even an ounce of responsibility?" Joan Sanjiri Kang-seok's voice echoed in his ear. Na Hwa-jin felt a jolt of guilt and started coughing. "Ha, ha, ha. Im Han-rim? She's going to get hurt? She's going to get beaten up by those snot-nosed brats?" Joan Sanjiri Kang-seok sighed, looking at his phone and thinking, "This brat is laughing like that while talking to his superior?" Na Hwa-jin pressed the phone closer to his ear, insisting, "Didn't I tell you before, her independent combat ability is top tier in our unit, just like mine." Truly, as Na Hwa-jin said, Hong Song-hak was suffering a miserable beating at the hands of Im Han-rim. He screamed in pain, "Arg! Arg!" His high-pitched scream rang out into the night sky. Im Han-rim and broken, he grabbed Im Han-rim's ankle, panting heavily. She calmly tilted her head, teasing, "What's wrong? Didn't you say I could hit you all night, and it wouldn't even tickle?" Hong Song-hak clutched his chest in pain. Why is her leg strength this powerful? Right in the middle of his torn shirt, a bright red welt appeared. The rip exposed a patch of red skin. Hong Song-hak thought in agony. It feels like she sliced it open with a knife. Enraged, he lunged at her, cursing, "You b-" Fast as a whip, Im Han-rim vanished from her opponent's sight with a single pivot. She lowered her center of gravity, braced herself with both hands, and swept her leg across Hong Song-hak's waist. He roared in agony, "Ah! Ah!" and collapsed to the ground. He clutched his waist, unable to accept the fact that he was getting beaten by a woman. He shook his head, wondering, why was she able to tear my shirt like that? Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rushed in. Hong Song-hak stared in shock, looking up to see Im Han-rim behind him, raising her knee, ready to strike him down. he helplessly blurted out, damn it." Realizing what was right in front of him, Hong Song-hak gasped. So, she was using her high heel. Im Han-rim's shoe heel immediately dug deep into Hong Song-hak's thigh. The guy screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ah!" His shrill cry tore through the air, echoing across the space and terrifying the others. At that moment, Na Hwa-jin's voice rang out over the phone. The difference in physical strength between men and women means nothing to Im Han-rim. She knows exactly how to make the most of it. She utilizes every weakness of her opponent, the weapons, and even the surrounding environment to overcome the gap in physique. Just as I said, Na Hwa-jin. Im Han-rim is flawless, a solid 10 out of 10. Even Lee Sang-guk was stunned by her strikes. So, even if the opponent is a giant like Mount Tai, they are no match for Im Han-rim. I don't know where she learned that kind of combat, but I sure wouldn't want to go up against her in a real fight, Na Hwa-jin leisurely admitted to Jeonsan Kang-sok. On this side, after a miserable defeat in the fight, Hong Song-hak groaned in pain, clutching his leg. "It hurts so much." Im Han-rim stared at him coldly without blinking, saying, "If Master Na had handled this, you wouldn't be suffering this much." Tilting her head, she watched him writhe in agony and smiled. "Did you really think he wouldn't come up with plenty of ways to teach trash like you a lesson, while I'm only capable of giving you a beatdown? Is that not satisfying enough?" Im Han-rim continued to grind her high heel into Hong Song-hak's face as she leaned down to ask softly, "Well, are you ready to kneel, or do you still want more?" After being pummeled by Im Han-rim, Hong Song-hak and his lackeys immediately collapsed to their knees. Bowing his head, he trembled as he spoke into the camera. "We're sorry, Nam Sang-guk. We were wrong. Please, forgive us." Watching this, the corners of Nam Sang-guk's mouth curled up in pure satisfaction. Elsewhere, someone suddenly slammed their fist against a door. Bang! Then, that person dove into bed and pulled the blanket over their head. It was none other than Hong Song-hak. He curled up, seething, and cursed. "That son of a bitch, Nam Sang-guk." Meanwhile, Nam Sang-guk was happily replaying the apology video over and over. The next morning, as Hong Song-hak was walking to class, a guy in a brown shirt walked up, grinning as he asked, "Hey, Song-hak, you all right, man?" A guy in a white shirt scoffed. As if he could be all right. He got beat up by the Protection Bureau. He usually harasses female teachers too. Serves him right. Ha ha ha. He actually thought she wouldn't hit people. Huh? Ha ha ha. Look at his ugly face. He got wrecked. This is hilarious. Facing all the mockery, Hong Song-hak could only clench his teeth and swallow his rage. A moment later, he finally arrived at the classroom door and walked inside. The first person who caught his eye was Lee Nam Sang-guk. As soon as their eyes met for a few seconds, he quickly looked down, trembling all over. His once arrogant face darkened, and sweat started pouring down his face like a waterfall. Without a word, he quickly walked toward his seat. As he passed by his target, he glared at him as if to say, "Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you." Suddenly, Im Han-rim appeared out of nowhere and smiled, asking, "What are you looking at? You clearly knelt down yesterday and promised you wouldn't repeat your actions. So why are your eyes still full of hatred? Or should we retake the second special education lesson?" Sweating profusely, he answered in a panic. "Huh? I was just looking, that's all." "That's not allowed either." She reached up to rub her chin and answered sternly. Running her hand through her hair, she explained, "Do you? To know why an offender looks at a victim with such a fierce gaze? Because that's a sign they're preparing to retaliate against them." Hong Song-hak. Hearing this, he frowned at her for a moment, then hurriedly turned around and replied, "I get it. I'll stop looking, okay?" Im Han-rim suddenly sighed. "Hong, it seems your gaze won't change easily, huh? The students in class won't easily change their views on you either, so isolating you won't mean much. How about this? Whenever you're at school, you must always hunch your shoulders and keep your head bowed toward the ground." Hearing this suggestion, Hong Song-hak jumped in shock. Seeing that, she quickly pressed him. "That way, you won't feel embarrassed. It's the most appropriate posture for a criminal like you." Hong Song-hak immediately marched up to her and loudly protested, "Hey! Even if you're joking, how can you make me?" Before he could finish, Im Han-rim immediately raised her knee high, as if preparing to land a blow on him. Seeing that, he quickly raised both hands to shield his face and squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the hit. She suddenly stopped her movement and smiled in praise. "Good. That's exactly what I wanted. You cowering in fear suits your current situation perfectly. Let me make a prediction. Before long, that expression will come from your genuine sincerity." A moment later, watching Hong Song-hak slowly walking forward with his head bowed to the ground, The crowd couldn't help but be shocked and started whispering, "Wow, he's actually walking while looking at the ground." Ha ha ha. Another student chimed in. "I heard when he went to Nam Song-guk's house to take revenge, he got beaten to a pulp." Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Another student heard this and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what pieces of trash. They still don't know their place? They were planning to take revenge again?" Looks like the school violence committee's decision was right after all. If they had just expelled him, the world would have one more animal running around. A student suddenly smirked and asked, "Hey, should I just do it?" The student next to him replied, "Yeah, do it. It's fine. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, someone ran up and kicked Hong Song-hak hard in the back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Furious, he turned back, gritted his teeth, and roared. "What the hell is this?" Seeing two students running away while looking back and mocking him, he scrambled to his feet and shouted, "You bastards, get back here now." For some reason, he didn't chase after them. His face darkened, and sweat started pouring down again. Wow. The reality was that many students were holding up their phones, recording him, and loudly threatening, "Hey, Hong Song-hak, keep your head down. Hurry up, or I'm sending this to the Protection Bureau. Hong Song-hak, you're dead meat, you jerk. Where the hell did a criminal like you come from, daring to walk around so openly?" Im Han-rim suddenly appeared and exclaimed, "Wow, the intelligence reports are flooding in." While looking at the string of videos and messages constantly being sent to her phone, she smiled with interest. "I was very conflicted about how to verify if you were breaking the law, but looking at this situation, what kind of person have you been that even your friends just want you to be punished?" Hong Song-hak shouted in defense. "Don't you think this is too much? If I'm being hit like this, of course I have to lift my head up, right?" She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she reached out and pinched his lower jaw, making him grimace in intense pain. She smirked and asked, "Do you want me to use my high heels to hit you here too?" He didn't answer, just tilted his head back and screamed in pain. Im Han-rim frowned slightly. "Too much? I'm out of options. If I don't do this, you'll just go back to glaring and threatening your friends, won't you? If the violence committee decides to isolate you from the class, and I wouldn't have had to go to such lengths either, this is the karma you deserve." A while later, at the school gym, Im Han-rim stood before 4 school bullies and declared firmly, "We are now starting our 3rd special education session. Today, I've invited a special guest. First off, relax your bodies. You've been bowing your heads to the ground all day long." The kid in black heard this and asked, "Can we finally look up?" Rubbing his neck, the kid in white groaned, "Ugh, my neck is killing me." Hong Song-hak said nothing, just kept his head down in silence. He was lost in thought for a moment, before suddenly announcing, "I'm dropping out." It seemed like he wasn't satisfied with the violence committee's decision, so he snapped, "Screw it, I'm dropping out to make you happy." Yeah, I was planning on dropping out anyway, but they slapped me with a 5-day suspension after I already paid the fine. What was I supposed to do? He quickly turned to leave, then growled, "I'm not even planning on going to college. I'm just taking the graduation exam. You better not let me catch you outside, teach. Otherwise, I'll really hit you." With that, he stormed out and slammed the door. Seeing a crowd of students waiting outside for him, including Lee Song-guk, he sneered, "Oh, what's this? My punching bags, my piggy banks, my toys, and hey, look, the monkey's here too. Heh heh heh." He stared at the chubby kid and barked, "Hey, Sun Chung, get lost. I've dropped out just like you losers wanted. If you've got a problem, meet me at the school gate. Hee hee." Before he could finish, someone stepped forward and shoved him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. He glared at the guy, his voice raspy. "What do you think you're doing, you pig? Are you crazy? I've already dropped out. The Protection Bureau can't touch me anymore." Suddenly, someone appeared and pressed a wooden sword tip right against his forehead. It was Im Han-rim. She said sternly, "I think you're under a misunderstanding." He struggled to break free, shouting, "Get off me, damn it! I'm not your student anymore." She calmly retorted, "Do you think a drunk driver gets to stop driving just because they crashed? There's no educational system that abandons people like that. You committed school violence, so undergoing special education is only natural. It means that even if you've paid your fine or been suspended, you still have to complete this special education course. I absolutely will not let you slip through my fingers until this special education is over." A new day began. The students all came to class happily, except for Hong Song-hak. His heart was heavy because his days as the school king were numbered. Hong Song-hak gritted his teeth in resentment. Damn it. He recalled the moment he was trampled by his classmates, losing to a dog. Those trash toys, they're just relying on the Protection Bureau. Hong Song-hak bottled up his frustration, but couldn't do anything about it. He decided to turn back. He wouldn't go to school. Whatever, I'll just skip. Let's see what they can do. If I just don't show up to school, Hong Song-hak thought to himself. The Protection Bureau can't watch every single school anyway. They'll give up if I just disappear for a week or two. Suddenly, Im Han-rim popped out from nowhere, making Hong Song-hak jump out of his skin. He nearly died of fright. Im Han-rim ferociously pinched Hong Song-hak's arm and scolded him. "You little brat." Hong Song-hak wailed in pain like a dying cow. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Im Han-rim asked coldly, "Why are you turning back when you're already at the gate?" Then she reminded him of the humiliation from yesterday. "You bragged about dropping out, but you just didn't want to attend the special education classes, right? You really are a selfish bastard." As she pinched his arm, Im Han-rim raised her voice. "If you're so good, go ahead and drop out. I'll show you what the skills of a top South Korean Special Forces soldier are really like." After getting to class, the bullies huddled together to plan. "What should we do now? How long are we going to keep being humiliated like this?" One guy asked. "Wait a second. Why are we huddled up like idiots? It's just us here. Let's just look up," another guy reminded him. "But there are so many snitches in this school. Someone might be secretly watching us." Han Sang-bin suggested something risky. "Let's just skip school." Moon Tae-soo, being the logical one, thought, "Even if you skip, she'll just drag you back by your collar. She's Special Forces, man." After thinking in silence for a while, Hong Song-hak spoke up. "No, we don't need to skip." He calmly calculated. "The special education has a total of 5 sessions. We've already done 3. If we can just endure the last 2, the Protection Bureau will have to leave. Then we'll deal with that bastard Sang-guk." Hong Song-hak narrowed his eyes and continued. "Just 2 more. Just hang in there." A while later, Im Han-rim called in their parents. Seeing them, the bullies were shocked. They gasped, "Mom? Dad?" Hong Song-hak froze like a statue. "Why, Mom?" At that moment, Im Han-rim spoke up. "What you are reading is exactly what your children did to the victim." Looking at the information in front of her, Lee Sang-guk's mother was so furious her whole body trembled. She gritted her teeth. "So, that's what happened. Because of you brats, Nam Sang-guk's mom saw everything." The bullies snickered, and Nam Sang-guk's mom, furious to the point of tears, suddenly swung her hand and slapped Song-hak with a force that seemed to shake the heavens. His mother screamed, "Why would you do something like that?" And she kept hitting him over and over. What exactly did he do? What did Nam Sang-guk ever do to deserve this? Why, for the love of God, were you all able to torment him so brutally? At this moment, Im Han-rim spoke up to remind them of the special education principles regarding school violence. She explained that it involves educating both the students and their parents, and then she continued, "Because of that, I truly hope you will recognize your child's mistakes and understand just how much pain the victim has endured." Finally, at those words, the father of Moon Tae-soo's face turned grim, and he got up and left without a single word. "Where is he going?" a worried mother asked. "But aren't you being a bit too harsh?" she then asked, trembling. "Fine, I admit my child was wrong, but how could you make public everything they did?" The mother even turned to blame the teacher, saying, "They already wrote apology letters. Why did you have to take it this far?" Hearing this, Nam Sang-guk's mother stopped what she was doing. She turned around and demanded, her voice shaking with rage. "What did you just say? Apology letters? My son tried to cut his own wrists and commit suicide. How can you say that after everything your son has done?" Facing this, Moon Tae-soo's mother went completely silent. Not knowing how to respond, she felt nothing but shame for her good-for-nothing son. Moon Tae-soo's father spoke up, addressing Nam Sang-guk's mother. "You don't need to dirty your hands like that." He pulled out a sturdy pipe and said, "Use this iron bar I picked up at a construction site nearby to punish that overgrown brat. Go on. Don't worry about killing him. Just beat him until you're no longer angry." Moon Tae-soo's mother was stunned. "Honey?" Seeing him approaching with such murderous intent, Moon Tae-soo was so terrified he could only stutter, unable to form a word. "Dad, Dad!" Before he could finish, his father landed a hit that sent his son's teeth and lips into a bloody mess. Furiously, he spat out, "Don't you dare call me Dad. I don't remember raising a beast like you." Moon Tae-soo knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. Then, his father turned to the rest of the thugs and shouted, "All of you, lie face down, now!" He spoke gently to Nam Sang-guk's mother. "I don't think you should dirty your hands, miss. If you're okay with it, I'll take care of beating them for you." Hearing this, Nam Sang-guk's mother just wept. Moon Tae-soo's father added, "Until you're satisfied." He raised the pipe, his face filled with lethal intensity. A month later, the bullies' bodies were covered in bruises. With no part of them left unscathed, they lay on their chairs while their mothers applied medicine. Hong Song-hak couldn't swallow his rage. He gritted his teeth, thinking I only have to endure one more session, and this will all be over. Moments later, Im Han-rim's voice echoed through the hall. Today is our final special education session, isn't it? She stood firmly, leaning on her cane, and said, You've all worked very hard over this time. Then, she requested Hong Song-hak, Step up and share your reflections. Hong Song-hak asked, confused, Are we really ending the class with reflections? Im Han-rim replied bluntly, Just speak. Hearing that, Hong Song-hak let out a muffled chuckle. What is this? God really is on my side. He began to speak, putting on an act. Yes, through your lessons, Hong Song-hak thought. This seems easy enough. I guess that's all the Protection Bureau can do. He continued with fake repentance. I've realized how much Nam Sung-guk must have suffered, and my school violence was unforgivable. Hong Song-hak thought to himself. Anyway, she's just an adult, just an employee. If she goes any harder, she'll just get herself into trouble. Looking at his victim, he thought, Nam Sung-guk, do you think you've won? He continued his fake apology. I want to apologize to Nam Sung-guk one more time, and started shedding crocodile tears. But in his heart, he thought, it's only a matter of time before you're finished. He finished his speech, and I want to send my sincere thanks to you, teacher. Hong Song-hak looked up, finishing his act. Because I'm going to kill you immediately, he added, for teaching me so painfully. Im Han-rim nodded slightly and said, softly, Good, I hope this time has been meaningful to you. Then she added, So, now the special education program for preventing school violence will be officially reserved. The bullies were shocked. Hong Song-hak asked blankly, Reserved? What do you mean? Didn't we already complete it? Im Han-rim turned her head and replied, You didn't know? The School Violence Prevention Committee has regulations regarding administrative judges. If victims oppose the committee's decisions, within 180 days of receiving the results and 90 days from the date of the disciplinary action, they can file an appeal with an administrative judge. Nam Sung-guk's case is the same. He filed an appeal with an administrative judge right after receiving the committee's decision. Im Han-rim then pulled out a piece of paper. She slammed it onto Hong Song-hak's chest. He opened it, frozen in place, his face turning pale. Im Han-rim said with satisfaction, What a pity. Who would have thought the decision would come on the very last day of special education? Im Han-rim tilted her head with a challenging look. So, what now? You clearly gritted your teeth to endure until today, but it seems we have to start all over again. Hearing this, Hong Song-hak could only grind his teeth in resentment. His plan to turn the tables had gone up in smoke. At the Gyeonggi Provincial Office of Education, Im Han-rim held her coffee and turned to look at Lee Sang-guk, who was sitting nearby, looking timid and anxious. He avoided eye contact, not daring to look at her directly. Im Han-rim gently reminded him, You'll probably have to write a statement later. Will you be okay? I know it means reliving unpleasant memories. Hearing her, Lee Sang-guk raised his head slightly, but he quickly lowered his gaze again, staring into empty space, and said softly, It's fine. I'm okay. I will do what I need to do. Turning to Im Han-rim, Lee Sang-guk confessed, I am a little scared, because it's my first time at the School Violence Prevention Committee, but since you are with me, I feel somewhat reassured. Hearing this, Im Han-rim rested her chin on her hand, beaming with joy. Suddenly, the office door swung open, drawing both their attention. A man with a cheerful expression walked in and asked loudly, Is this the right place? Following him was a man wearing glasses, looking very intellectual. This man stepped forward to shake hands with Im Han-rim and introduced himself. Hello, I'm from the School Violence Prevention Committee of the Gyeonggi Provincial Office, Kim Sang-hoon. She greeted him back. Hello, I'm Im Han-rim, an inspector from the Education Rights Protection Bureau. Then, Mr. Kim turned to introduce the man accompanying him, and this is the juvenile human rights lawyer, Lee Chun-bin. Im Han-rim replied politely, her eyes still calm. Ah, yes. Meanwhile, Lee Sang-guk looked panicked. His eyes widened, and he whispered to himself. That person stood before everyone. Lee Sang-guk confidently raised his voice. Surely, the lawyer sitting below, looking at the documents in his hand, thought, from the evaluation panel's scoring side last time, and now back at Im Han-rim's office. Im Han-rim stood before the lawyer, offering a handshake. Hello, I am an inspector from the Protection Bureau. I'm Han-rim. I look forward to working with you today. The lawyer's gaze stared intensely at her upon hearing the greeting but did not respond. Instead of shaking her hand, the lawyer avoided Im Han-rim's hand entirely. She felt slightly awkward at the situation, but the lawyer spoke up immediately. Excuse me, I'm the type of person who doesn't like introducing myself. His face flashed a look of contempt as he bluntly continued. And to be honest, I don't really like your so-called authority. Inside the meeting room, the chairperson spoke up. With a stern voice, he said, "From now on, we will begin the hearing between the plaintiff and the defendant." Then he continued, "All right, the plaintiff will now state their reasons first." Nam Sang-guk stood up to answer, "Yes, sir." Seeing him stand, someone else whispered, "You don't need to stand up. Just sit down and talk comfortably." Nam Sang-guk remained standing and answered clearly, "It's okay, sir. I'll stay standing." He began his presentation. "The reason I filed this complaint is that the memories of being bullied by my classmates keep flooding back into my mind. From a very cheerful person, he had gradually become more somber, and now, standing before everyone, those emotions rose up strongly again." He continued to explain his reasons, his eyes scanning everyone present in the office. His reasons left everyone who heard them shocked. He kept presenting. However, amidst the tense atmosphere, one person remained calm, the lawyer. He was the only one who didn't show any sign of surprise at his story. Standing before everyone, Nam Sang-guk recounted how Song-hak had sent him threatening messages, vowing to take revenge for the penalties imposed by the evaluation committee. "He even came to my house." At this point, he turned and pointed toward Im Han-rim, his voice full of resentment. "If it weren't for the teacher from the Protection Bureau coming to help me, I might still be gritting my teeth and enduring it even now." Suddenly, he fell silent, his expression darkening even further. "I cannot attend the same school as Hong Song-hak. That is why I filed a request for a retrial by the authorized board." Once the reasons were presented, the chairperson looked at Nam Sang-guk and ordered, "All right, you can sit down now." Im Han-rim placed a hand on his back, gently praising him. "You did well." The chairperson continued the meeting, asking, "So, tell me the reason why the authorized board only imposed a 5-day suspension on the student who committed the offense." The lawyer heard this and replied, "Yes." The lawyer looked at the stack of documents in his hand and answered the question, "I am Lee Chun-bin, a member of the evaluation committee. Regarding the school violence case, to begin with, I believe the 5-day suspension decision made that day was already an appropriate choice." As he spoke, Nam Sang-guk and Im Han-rim were shocked, unable to believe what they were hearing. He continued his answer. "The work of the evaluation committee, or rather the entire standard assessment system, including the juvenile court, is not meant to punish the perpetrator, but to correct their mistakes." With an unmoving gaze, he said sternly, "Even if the issue is considered serious, if the offender shows signs of remorse, it can still be reconsidered. Usually, teenagers who commit school violence tend to deny their criminal acts. But Song-hak has confessed to all the wrongdoing that he committed in the shadows." In the flashback, Song-hak fearfully took responsibility for everything. "Yes, I did it all." He also showed remorse and promised not to repeat it. Song-hak spoke with a serious face. "I will never do that again." For a student who has shown remorse, a suspension is already a sufficient punishment. It cannot be made any heavier. And the school transfer also has a good purpose to give the perpetrator a chance to reconcile with the victim. The more she heard the lawyer's words, the more Im Han-rim grew grim. A sense of frustration welled up within her. She looked at his posture as he tried to explain to everyone. "To me, I thought the action taken by the evaluation committee was actually a bit too heavy." Im Han-rim could not remain silent any longer. She spoke up, her voice full of determination. "Hong Song-hak feels no remorse at all." She stood up and introduced herself. "I am Im Han-rim, an inspector from the Bureau for Education Rights Protection. I am currently handling Hong Song-hak's case." A man sitting nearby saw her speaking out of turn and immediately reminded her, "You are not permitted to speak yet." But Im Han-rim did not pay attention to the well-meaning reminder from the person next to her. She continued to speak. "I have observed his attitude and behavior at all times, and there is absolutely no sign of repentance." Looking straight at the lawyer sitting opposite her, Im Han-rim used the evidence she had gathered, which couldn't be refuted. As Nam Sang-guk said before, he mocked the evaluation committee's punishment as being too light and did not hesitate to commit the offense again. "I think the School Violence Evaluation Committee bears a huge responsibility in this because they took the matter too lightly." But the lawyer's voice rang out, leaving her shocked. "So, is that the reason for the special education sessions from the Protection Bureau?" He arranged the papers in front of him and spoke clearly. "As a young lawyer, I have also talked to many teenagers. Do you know how the image of the Protection Bureau appears in their eyes?" The lawyer quietly uttered 2 words, "The Grim Reaper." Because most of the punishments that go beyond legal bounds from the Protection Bureau have destroyed their futures. "I actually quite like the special education materials published by the Bureau online," he said, then pulled up a video to prove his point. The video showed Song-hak getting punched in the face, he remarked. Since every single video starts with violence, just how terrifying would it be for someone like Songhak to suddenly appear before students, given all the power the Protection Bureau wields? Im-han Rim and Lee Nam-sang-guk could only stare in shock from their seats. He continued, "They'll lose the will to live, thinking their lives are over. Isn't the Protection Bureau the organization that pushes them to the edge?" He adjusted his glasses and spoke with a calculated, logical tone. "Minors are still considered children, and there's a reason for that. They aren't as mentally mature as us adults." The lawyer then summarized it. "That's called a mistake. And adults like us shouldn't strip them of their human rights because of those mistakes." Hearing this, Lee Nam-sang-guk suddenly looked like he was about to burst into tears, his whole body trembling with fear. Lee Nam-sang-guk abruptly stood up, catching everyone in the room off guard. He unwrapped the white bandage around his wrist to show everyone, saying that ever since he got that revenge message from Songhak, his wrist wound still hadn't healed properly. Lee Nam-sang-guk looked at everyone with teary eyes, his voice choked up. "I was so terrified that I tried to end my own life." Seeing the lawyer's indifferent expression, he continued, "While the victim is suffering in hell every single day, the perpetrator just gets labeled with the word mistake?" Deep down, the lawyer scoffed, thinking, "That's just proof of how immature you kids are." He asked back, "I completely understand how you feel, but why are you so sure Songhak will reoffend? Do you really think the school would just let Songhak run wild? That's just your imagination running away with you while your mental state is unstable." Hearing him constantly counter-arguing, Lee Nam-sang-guk just stood there, stunned, not knowing how to respond. The lawyer narrowed his eyes and answered for him. "Or, is the goal of your request for this hearing just because you're suffering, so you want him to suffer too? That's nothing more than selfish, personal revenge." Hearing those words, Lee Nam-sang-guk broke into a cold sweat, his body swaying as if he couldn't stand straight. Suddenly, Lee Nam-sang-guk covered his mouth and let out a dry heave. Unable to hold it in any longer, he rushed out of the meeting room. Im-han Rim frantically called out to him. Im-han Rim then turned to criticize the lawyer. How can you say things like that to a victim?" But the lawyer just sat there, retorting, "It seems you're the same type of fool as that kid." He suddenly said, grimly, "Isn't the one-sided justice you're pushing just fueling the victim's psychological desire for revenge?" Faced with his words, Im-han Rim was so angry she was choked for words. Lee Nam-sang-guk ran away, clutching his face, but those words kept echoing in his head. "Do you see now?" The feeling of injustice welled up, and he cried until his face was soaked. But those words seemed to be etched into his mind. Right. Isn't it always like this? Whether they're the victim or the perpetrator, they're all just kids in the eyes of adults. They always say they understand, but how could anyone possibly understand the victim's pain? Lost in his thoughts, Lee Nam-sang-guk didn't pay attention and bumped into someone while running. He stopped, gasping for air. The person he bumped into just pointed in one direction and said to him, "The restroom is over there." After walking a bit, Lee Nam-sang-guk couldn't help but look back at that person. He silently muttered to himself, "That person is back at the office." The lawyer was still sitting there. He spoke up. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's the ancient Hammurabi code for revenge. But I didn't expect you to be so backward. Do you really think violence should be solved with violence? Or are you under the delusion that the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection is the representative, the new standard for justice?" Hearing him constantly mocking her, Im-han Rim was trembling with rage. She couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, "You!" But suddenly, the office door opened. Na Hwa-jin walked in and exclaimed, "Whoa, geez." Na Hwa-jin teased, "That's not how it goes, babe." His appearance made the lawyer sitting across the room glance over. The meeting room was packed, the atmosphere incredibly tense. Everyone was sitting up straight. Na Hwa-jin appeared, pushing the door open. He waved his hand, greeting everyone in a super laid-back way. "Hey, sorry for being late, folks," he added. "Got caught in a traffic jam on the way here." Im-han Rim saw him walk in, her face lighting up with life, and she whispered, "Senior." He didn't pay attention to her, or more accurately, didn't bother paying attention to anyone. Amidst the heavy atmosphere of the meeting room, Na Hwa-jin casually explained, "So I had no other choice but to teach a few drivers how to actually drive." The lawyer and the meeting chairman were both staring at him, not saying a word. Walking to the empty chair next to Im-han Rim, he lazily asked, "Mind if I sit here?" And then he just pulled the chair out and sat down. Opposite Na Hwa-jin was the lawyer. He spoke up. "You must be from the Bureau of Educational Rights Protection too, right?" Aiming his cold gaze and expressionless face at Na Hwa-jin, he asked, "But what did you mean by, 'that's not how it goes'?" Having just walked in and exchanged a few words, the other side had already attacked directly. He didn't answer immediately, but just smiled slightly, staring back at him for a moment, then said, "Ah, well, that's." The meeting chairman interrupted him, saying, "Let's slow down. This is getting a bit long-winded, so let me summarize it first." He looked at the thick stack of papers spread out on the table and began summarizing, "The reason our assessment committee felt it necessary to decide on a retrial for this case is because the student who committed the violation sought revenge even after being punished by the school violence committee." The lawyer listened very intently. He continued, "According to this, the student who filed the petition is unhappy because we judged it wrongly, and the punishment for the violating student who showed not a shred of remorse was inappropriate." Na Hwa-jin's side was just as focused. The chairman's voice rang out steadily. As for the student who committed the violation, they said that, over on Na Hwa-jin's side, it was just as tense. Everyone was locked in, as the moderator's voice echoed steadily. Regarding the student who committed the violation, it has been said that the special education classes held by the Protection Bureau are far too violent, causing serious harm to both the physical and mental well-being of the students. He gave his preliminary conclusion. To us, it does seem that the content of those special classes was, frankly, a bit excessive. Looking toward Na Hwa-jin, he asked, "Can the Bureau clearly explain exactly why you conducted those kinds of lessons?" Na Hwa-jin replied immediately, "Yes." With his hands clasped on his knees and his eyes cast downward, looking quite somber, he began to answer, "I completely understand the principles set forth by the Review Board, a juvenile justice system that focuses on rehabilitation rather than punishment." Seeing him like that, Imhan Rim felt a twinge of worry. She stared at him without blinking. Then, he looked back at the moderator. He clearly stated his side's perspective. However, our Protection Bureau focuses on the individuals, the students and teachers who have either committed these acts or have been victims of them. Regarding the serious violation of the right to education, Na Hwa-jin stated bluntly, the organization's goal is also focused more on reclaiming rights for the victims. From there, Na Hwa-jin led into the specific incident at hand, noting that in this case, the victim's right to education had been severely violated by the perpetrator. The reason is that the penalties handed out are simply too lenient. Hong Song-hak's lawyer stared at him intensely, but Na Hwa-jin continued, "That is why we introduced 5 special sessions to eliminate the perpetrator's desire for revenge. Even those sessions are limited. I believe it is a necessary method." Attacking every word. No matter how cautious Na Hwa-jin was, the lawyer twisted the meaning and spoke up sharply. "So, you mean to satisfy the victim the offender must be punished immediately, without even giving them time to correct their mistakes?" Na Hwa-jin immediately waved his hand to dismiss that. "That's not it. The issue being raised here is simply about where we should place more focus." The lawyer immediately clutched his forehead, clearly showing frustration and helplessness. He said, "Honestly, I can't believe that the Bureau of Protection, with all the power you hold, has such a simplistic way of thinking." After that moment of sarcasm, he looked up at Na Hwa-jin. From the opposite side, he began to lay out his own argument. "Inspector, do you know why our review board focuses more on correcting mistakes than punishing these teenagers?" The lawyer said, "Most juvenile offenders grow up in a terrible environment, such as difficult living conditions, parental neglect, or abuse." He continued, labeling the result. "They are forced to live on the streets, only to group together and commit crimes." Believing in his own logical and tightly knit argument, he continued, fiercely, as if fighting a life or death battle. In other words, because children have no choice in the environment they are born into, that environment has a serious influence and plays a role in all of their crimes. Pausing for a moment, his gaze never leaving Na Hwa-jin, he said, "Circumstances push them into it. So it is very difficult to hold these juvenile offenders accountable because it is adults who must be responsible for their violations." Hitting the center of the goals and the ideals of Na Hwa-jin's organization, he asked sarcastically, "Don't they deserve a second chance to correct their mistakes and receive the necessary education?" Having finished his part, the lawyer buried his nose in a pile of papers, continuing to work diligently at his analysis and notes. Suddenly, Na Hwa-jin spoke up, "Mr. Lawyer, have you ever played video games?" Na Hwa-jin recalled the old days, when he was just learning to play and was sweating buckets, looking completely clumsy. He smiled and said, "Before I took this job as an educational inspector, I didn't know a damn thing about kids. So, a kind, elegant old man told me to play games and personally experience the culture of the kids' world." In those flashes of memory, the elegant old man was pointing at the screen. "I'm sending you the link. You have to press this, you idiot." The old man was as flustered as he was, no different from him. "You know, I didn't have much experience with computers. let alone games. They talked a lot about parents, recalling the toxic, foul-mouthed insults the kids hurled at each other in the game. "You noob. Are you missing an arm?" Then he scratched his head, revealing unsolicited information, and embarrassingly, it turned out that in every match, my team always lost because of me, so I always voted to surrender early. But because of a soldier's pride, I never actually agreed to the surrender vote. Lee Han-rim, sitting next to him, nodded vigorously in praise. The senior isn't the type to just surrender, you know. Returning to the topic, Na Hwa-jin said, "And do you know what happened?" He recalled those long, drawn-out matches. The opponents never ended the game early, because it was always a one-sided stomp. Out of 10 games, 8 of them, the enemy would mock us without finishing the match quickly. Someone on his side gently reminded him, "Sir, please, don't talk about irrelevant things." Na Hwa-jin didn't even look at the guy. He continued, looking straight at the lawyer opposite him. He spoke slowly. "That is how school violence works." The room was completely silent. Na Hwa-jin argued, "Whether good or bad, by nature, humans always feel a sense of satisfaction when they feel superior to others. School violence works the same way." The lawyer had stopped reading and taking notes. Right now, he was eye to eye with him. "Extremely serious," Na Hwa-jin continued. "In other words, because enjoyment is the root cause, it is very difficult to control and change." He took a practical example. Simply telling them not to do it again is no different from telling an addict to stop smoking. Na Hwa-jin said confidently, "Therefore, the most ideal way to solve this school violence epidemic is that since the root cause comes from this so-called enjoyment, the most appropriate method is just to temporarily isolate the perpetrator from the victim." Not stopping there, he didn't hold back against the lawyer, hitting right back at their core viewpoint. "I agree and truly respect the ideal of correcting mistakes for juvenile offenders. But based on the review board's actions, I think we should distinguish clearly between behavior determined by the living environment or violations committed to satisfy natural instincts, don't you think?" The lawyer adjusted his glasses, pensively parroting the last phrase of Na Hwa-jin, as if it were a question. "Natural instincts, eh?" he said sharply. "If that is your argument, then what is the point of so-called education in the first place?" He continued to pick at his argument. "And on what basis do you claim that Hong Song-hak's violent actions are satisfying natural instincts?" Nearby, Lee Nam-sang-guk's seat started to stir. The lawyer's words became sharper and more hostile. Or is the inspector just imagining that? Lee Nam-sang-guk spoke up, cutting him off. He told me, "You are my toy." Taking a breath, his two hands clenched tight, he lowered his head and started to recount the moment Hong Song-hak came to his house to take revenge. He remembered clearly how he had suppressed him. Lee Nam-sang-guk repeated every word, saying he didn't care about the review board or the inspector. He just couldn't stand the feeling that a toy was a position slightly higher than its owner. That memory made Lee Nam-sang-guk stop for a moment. He squeezed his eyes shut. Cold sweat was pouring down as he tried to chase away that fear. Continuing, he said, "Just now, the teacher said that you just wanted to take revenge, right?" "Yes. To be honest, I really wanted to." The adults in the room were silent, listening attentively to Lee Nam-sang-guk as he continued. "I had to suffer so much, while Hong Song-hak just laughed and enjoyed that moment." He squeezed his eyes shut, cold sweat pouring down his face as he struggled to push away the fear. He continued, "Just like what you said earlier. You told me you just wanted revenge, right? To be honest, I really wanted to." All the adults in the room went silent, listening intently to Lee Nam-sang-guk. He continued, "You have no idea how much I suffered, while Song-hak was just laughing, talking, and enjoying every single moment of it." Lee Nam-guk bravely bared his soul, trembling all over as he confessed that the thought of wanting that guy dead had crossed his mind 1,000 times. He tried to speak, saying the disciplinary committee wouldn't do it, and he didn't want that either. He mustered all his courage to explain why he reported this to the committee. But just getting to that point, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Tears poured down like a waterfall. His face twisted in agony as he insisted, "I just don't want to be bullied by Song-hak anymore. I just want to go to school in peace." In front of all the adults with the power to decide, he declared loudly, "That's all I want." The chairman of the meeting heard him out, then gently adjusted his glasses. He said calmly, "I think I've heard enough from both sides. It's time to end the hearing. Please, everyone, step outside. We will deliberate and provide the final decision shortly." Na Hwa-jin went out to the parking lot to see off Im Han-rim and Lee Nam-guk. Lee Nam-guk would be in charge of driving him home safely. The two settled into the car. Im Han-rim waved goodbye to Na Hwa-jin with her usual bright smile. "See you later. I'm taking Nam-guk back to school now," he replied. "Sure, I'll stay here and wait for the results." He stood there, watching the red car pull out of the parking lot, only feeling at ease once it was gone. Halfway through, feeling a craving, Na Hwa-jin pulled out a cigarette. He was just about to have a smoke, needing nothing more than to light it, when someone across the way caught his eye. It was the lawyer from earlier. The guy had a cigarette in his mouth too, but his lighter didn't seem to want to cooperate. Still, he kept calmly clicking the lighter over and over, as if he just kept at it, the lighter would eventually give up and spark to life. While he was struggling, a small flame suddenly flared up right beside him, making him look up. Na Hwa-jin stood there, offering a light with a friendly expression. Not saying a word, seeing the guy look a bit bewildered, he gestured, "Here, have a light." Instead of taking it, the lawyer pulled the cigarette out of his mouth. His eyes still flashed with that look of disdain. He snapped the cigarette in half, leaving Na Hwa-jin completely stunned. He told him, "You're pretty laid back, aren't you?" He looked at Na Hwa-jin heavily and said, "But do you really think you've won?" That night, the parcels were delivered to everyone's home. Both Lee Nam-guk and Hong Song-hak held the notification letter in their hands. The fateful moment dragged on. The atmosphere felt frozen solid. The two teenagers slowly pulled the papers out to read the first lines. They both had the exact same expression, pale with fear. The AI voice echoed, "The final result of the administrative hearing." Lee Nam-guk read through the decision. Sweat started to bead on his forehead, his eyes wide. At his own house, Hong Song-hak gritted his teeth. Forcing a smile, his face twisted in extreme malice. This wasn't decided from the very beginning, was it? Back at the parking lot, the lawyer had quickly stepped up to face Na Hwa-jin, bluntly expressing his dissatisfaction and his own incredibly biased judgment. This administrative judge is truly unusual. An administrative hearing process usually takes 3 to 6 months. Na Hwa-jin just stood there in silence, smoking. The lawyer continued. And yet, this time, from the moment the complaint was filed to the final verdict, it all happened in less than 2 weeks. Without hesitation, the lawyer shoved his suspicions right in Na Hwa-jin's face.